What changes will happen in life if you can take out the fruits, cows, and sheep in the farm game for sale? At this moment, you are playing a farm game. Sighing, nowadays, I can't earn much money from work. It would be great if the fruits and vegetables, chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep I raise in the game could be sold. Ding! The host can take out what is planted and raised in the farm game. You were stunned, then very excited, as what you had hoped for actually came true. Your life is about to turn around, and you can become wealthy by relying on this ability. You are looking at the farm game screen, and at this moment, your 6 plots of land are planted with watermelons, which are now ripe and ready to be harvested. After you harvest them, the watermelons appear in the warehouse with the words "can be taken out." You click on takeout, and in the next instant, a large watermelon appears in front of you. To confirm its authenticity, you cut the watermelon in half, revealing the red flesh that looks juicy and sweet. You are delighted that it's a real watermelon. You take a bite. Your eyes light up. It's crispy, sweet, and juicy, even tastier than the watermelons you usually eat. You are happy to be able to sell the crops and animals raised on the farm without any cost. All sold are pure profits, and as the farm upgrades, it will unlock other fruits and vegetables. And there is also a ranch. If you raise a few sheep later, you will get rich. Thinking of this, you think this cheat code is too good. There are still 105 seedless watermelons in the warehouse. You took them all out and let the watermelons appear on the cart at home, then replanted them in the field. They will ripen in over 10 hours. You can set up a stall directly. The good watermelons now cost 2.8 yuan per kilogram. Your own watermelons are naturally excellent, but it may be difficult to sell them for more than 2 yuan per kilogram. First, establish a good reputation. Write 1.5 yuan per kilogram wholesale price on a cardboard and cut a melon to show that it can be tasted. Some passers-by tasted it and their eyes lit up. It's so delicious. This attracted more people to come and taste it, and after eating, they wanted more, all shouting to buy one. The crowd gathered more and more, and others who saw it would also come over out of curiosity. That's how it is. And soon all 105 melons were sold out. Each watermelon weighs about 15 kilograms. Priced at 1.5 yuan per kilogram, a watermelon can be sold for 22 yuan, and a total of more than 2,300 yuan was earned from selling 105 watermelons. In just a short while, I earned over 2,300, which is equivalent to my salary for a month before. You were extremely happy, created a contact group, added both those who bought and those who didn't, and urged yourself to quickly get the new watermelon. You come back home, and your mom has already prepared dinner. Child, the meal is ready. Come and eat. By the way, have you found a new job? Not yet. Mom felt guilty and said, "It's your dad and I who owe you. Which of your peers doesn't have parents to support them, help them prepare the dowry, and pay for the down payment on a house? Your dad and I can't help you with anything." Mom, what are you saying? You and dad raised me and supported me through school. That's already the greatest kindness. You have never blamed your parents. After all, you have been taken care of meticulously by them since you were young. Now mom is not feeling well, and dad broke his leg in an accident. I don't want them to suffer too much. Son, how have you and Maching been recently? Don't blame her parents. Maching is a good girl, and her parents have been very kind. They don't ask for dowry or a car, just a down payment for a small house. Our family can't afford it. That's our own problem. You and Maching should be together first. When I am feeling better, I will go out and find a job. We, mother and son, will work hard together to save for a down payment on a house. Maching is very good. We can't miss this opportunity. You also know that Imojing is indeed very good, and indeed not qualified to blame Imojing's parents. Now, which parents would be willing to let their daughter marry someone without a car, a house, or money? If it were themselves, they would not be willing, let alone her parents who have already waived the dowry, not mentioned the car, only asking for a down payment for a small apartment enough for 2 people to live in, which is already more tolerant than countless mothers-in-law. Mom, don't worry, we will have a house. And Imojing is also your daughter-in-law. She won't run away. After finishing eating, you returned to your own room, took out the marriage certificate from the drawer. The groom is yourself, and the bride is Jiao Maching. Previously, your girlfriend stole the household registration book from home, wanting to register with you, saying that she had decided on you for this lifetime. At that time, you felt very warm in your heart, and you absolutely cannot let her down in this lifetime. With a thought, Xinlin maneuvered the game character to take out a small net to clean up the pests. Chapter 3 Getting rich depends on this game. After clearing all those pests from the watermelon vines, Xinlin looked at the rest of the pasture. The current 6 compartments can grow 105 watermelons, and the whole ranch can't be more than these 6 compartments. So if new land is developed, more watermelons can be grown. This ranch story game has a total of 100 squares of planting land in the ranch, except that all of them have weeds, rocks, wood, stakes, and the like present, and can't be planted with crops. Also, because of the game's character level limitations, there are lands that aren't open and appear grayed out. The setup is that as long as the game character keeps planting, they can level up and open up new land. The player just has to clear out the weeds, rocks, that stuff, and plow the land with a hoe to develop it. Best of all, as your character levels up, you'll also be able to upgrade your land, grow more advanced crops, and even open up new features. Looking at the land that could still be developed, Qianlin began to control the game character to fetch tools from the tool room to the ground that could be developed to deal with weeds, wood, and stones, and then opened up another 6 squares of land to plant watermelon seeds on. The watermelons in these 6 compartments of new ground should be ripe by noon tomorrow as well, which is another 100 plus watermelons. However, Qianlin also did not continue to develop new land, but instead took his cell phone and went on the housing agency network to look for warehouse rental information. He is a cautious person. In the city, no matter where to enter the game to take watermelons, the number of once more there is the possibility of being noticed, even if you look for a wild hidden place, but also afraid of the case of being seen in and out of the game. It's all trouble. So you have to find a warehouse that's also isolated and not surrounded by many people. This locks the warehouse and hides inside it to take the watermelon out. Unbeknownst to anyone, there is a lot of rental information on the agency website, and after half a day of searching, he really found a suitable one. The place is on the outskirts of Euclid County, and it turns out that a hog farm built a barn to collect hogweed, and built a separate road to get there, and usually no one goes there at all. But there are risks in pig farming. Pig farms because of a swine fever closed down, and now the warehouse was even used to rent. The rent is not expensive, $2,000 a month. The area is also very large, and even do not want to deposit. But unfortunately the location of the remote, hung for a long time no one to rent. Qianlin did feel that this place suited him. Day 2. Qianlin woke up early in the morning and looked at the game screen on his mind's light screen. A ripe watermelon was already lying on the 6 frame ground at the beginning, and it was straightforward to control the game character to pick it, put it into storage, then remove the dead vines and plant the watermelon seeds again. Vines have also grown and produced watermelon fruit buds on the newly opened 6 frame ground, although weeds and pests have also grown on the 6 frame ground. He immediately maneuvered his game character again to clear out the weeds and pests. Then after a small breakfast he went out to contact the owner of the rented warehouse and set up a meeting at the warehouse's location. The location of the warehouse is a 10-minute drive from the county seat, and the location is so remote that not many people usually come to such places. The warehouse is also well preserved and got an open space where you can park, even if a big truck turns around. This was originally used by the hog farm to transport hogweed for parking. The owner is a middle-aged fat belly man. Qianlin confirmed the information, and the other party first rented for 3 months. Once the $6,000 rent went, his bank card balance immediately bottomed out as well, but that money would be earned right back. Signed the contract. Qianlin also added the other party WeChat to renew the rent if WeChat transfer can be. After that, the owner didn't stay long, seemed to get a phone call about a poker game, and left with his share of the contract. Qianlin, on the other hand, opened the warehouse and walked inside, which was as empty as a field, covered with cobwebs, and covered with dust. But he didn't ask much of the environment, cleaned up a little, took a few baskets from the 3-wheeled hauler truck into the warehouse, and then unlocked the warehouse door from the inside. When he was done, he took the basket into the game with a thought and filled it with watermelons from the game's storage room. With a thought, he appeared in the warehouse with another basket of watermelons. The watermelons were all brought out in several batches, totaling 106, all of which were also large watermelons over 10 pounds, but all of which were also quality one. After moving the watermelons to the car, he took a video of the cart of watermelons and sent it to the group of owners of the fruit and vegetable store, and then sent another message. Seedless watermelon with high sugar level, juicy and flavorful, wholesale price $1.50 per caddy, delivered to your door. As soon as the message was sent, I saw Lu Dashing pop up. Xiao Qin, you went to pull goods so early? Your watermelon is really too good to sell. People who have tasted it will buy it. Last night sold more than 10 more. You make up 20 more for me. Xiao Qin also made up 10 for me. Chen Day also ventured out. I'll make up 20 on my side as well. Itroni spoke up as well. Alright, I'll send it over to the 3 of you later. Qianlin responded at the first opportunity. It's normal for watermelons from the game to sell well, after all. Each one tastes like the best of the regular watermelons. A few more fruit store owners have popped up in the WeChat group. Boss Qin, you have this melon wholesale delivered? Boss Qin, this melon looks good. Send me a batch here as well. I'll try to score 32. because there is Lu dashing 3 people to support the scene. See the 3 people consecutively in Qin Lin where to take goods. These people did not ask to see the goods. Directly let him send door. After all, they don't get in much, so they have nothing to lose even if there's something fishy going on. And they save effort if there's no fishy going on. Qin Lin also sent a reply when he saw these messages. I'll deliver melons to Lu and the others first now. If you need them, you can leave your address in a private message, and I'll deliver them afterward. After that, he put down his cell phone and pulled the watermelon back to the county. When he returned to Market Street, he first delivered the melons to Lu Dasheng, Shan Dai, and Ai Cuni. Lu Dasheng 20 melons, 230 pounds, 345 yuan. Shan Dai 10 melons, 115 pounds, $172.50. Etroni 20 melons, 245 pounds, $367.50. That adds up to another $885 in the books. After Qin Lin delivered melons to Lu Dasheng 3 people, he took out his cell phone WeChat, and had already received 6 private messages, all of which were interested in purchasing goods. But the quantities were not large, and they were all small businesses. The consolidation counted 4 going in for 10 and 2 going in for 20. Qin Lin still has 55 melons in his car, and plans to deliver 2 families who want 20 and 1 who wants 10, and then explains to the other 3 families that he will deliver them at noon. These 3 fruit stores are down some distance from Market Street, one next to the school, and both on South Side Street. 55 watermelons, a total of 632 pounds, another $948 in the books. The batch of watermelons that ripened in the morning brought in a total of $1,833. The point is that you can cook another batch at noon. Just thinking about it put Qin Lin in a good mood and drove his empty car back to his fruit and vegetable store, only to open the roller shutter and hear a whimpering dog barking. It was the black dog that ran out of an alley across the street yesterday, aiming for what appeared to be his store. Qin Lin immediately glared at the black dog and chortled again. What the hell is this? The black dog was scolded by him, not only did not run, but even grinned, spitting out his tongue and ran faster, and in the blink of an eye arrived at the door of his store, and ignored him to get down, licking his paws at that self-consciousness. Qin Lin simply ignored the black dog and sat back down at the cash register, looking at the game on his mind's light screen and watering the watermelon he had planted earlier. By noon, Qin Lin got a hint in his head that the watermelons in the newly opened 6-frame field were also ripe, and he immediately controlled the game character to pick them, then got rid of the watermelon vines and planted new watermelon seeds. After that he looked at the time, and did not intend to go home for dinner, called his mom and rode on a farm tricycle out of town. When you get to the warehouse, unlock the door again, then go into the game and take out all the newly ripened watermelons. There were 110 watermelons in this batch of harvest, but they were all quality one as well. Pulled the watermelons back to the county and delivered them first to the other 3 stores that had reserved them for the morning, and although there were only 10 each, the total number was 30, for a total of 321 pounds, and another 481.5 in the bank. Since I was able to get into the game yesterday, I have credited a total of $4.1750. It's money earned as much as it is found. Back to their own fruit and vegetable store, Qin Lin's stomach also grumbled, in a good mood directly to their own order a takeaway, plus 2 eggs and 2 chicken legs of the kind. Luxury. Soon after, the takeout arrived and he nibbled away. The eggs are so flavorful, the chicken thighs are so delicious. Woo woo. As he was eating, a dog barked. The black dog was crouched in front of the store looking its head straight up at his takeout, and immediately grinned when he looked at it, lolling its tongue in anticipation. That look is a real panderer. Qin Lin's face was dark. Does this dog really want to be lazy on him? How dare he ask for food? He resolutely ignored it and ate to himself. Oh, the black dog's barking became weaker and seemed to be tinged with loss, and he also shrugged his head, with a gaze that was almost like that of a child who had not asked for candy and was aggrieved. Seeing this, Qin Lin looked at the chicken leg that still had some meat in his hand, never able to put it in his mouth, and gritted his teeth and threw it towards the black dog. Men always lose because they are too soft-hearted. The black dog, however, was prepared for the general. Pulling the towering head instantly stood up, grinning and biting that chicken leg, beautifully chewed up. What about changing faces? Qin Lin wondered if he had been set up by a dog. Thinking, and hurriedly dried his rice. After a full meal, he will be left with 80 watermelons to shoot a video sent to the fruit and vegetable store owners group to promote a wave. After that, he looked at the light screen in his head and began to control the game character to pick up the tools to open up a new land. The only way to sell more money was to plant more watermelons. There are 12 more frames of land that can be developed now. He first cleared those lands of weeds first with a scythe, then with an axe he cleared the wood. and finally with a hammer he disposed of the stones, so that he could develop the 12 squares of land with a hoe. That's when he received a WeChat on his cell phone. Boss Chin, my name is Lu Ershing. My brother is Lu Dasheng. He said the melons you have here are good. Can you send me 50 of them? Qin Lin's eyes lit up. A big client. Seeing that the other party's note is next to the first middle school in Yucheng County, he understands that everyone knows where to open a small store in Yucheng County is the most profitable. Naturally next to the school. Especially next to the first middle school where the elementary school, middle school, and high school are integrated. This season, ice watermelon, clear plastic cups, a few toothpicks, but the most popular students. Some eat a share and bring a share into the school. And, selling it this way, you can make more money profit than selling it normally. Qin Lin sent a message back to the other party, took 30 melons off the car and put them into his store, then sent the remaining 50 melons to Lu Ershing. The 50 melons totaled 575 pounds and came in at $862. After returning to his fruit and vegetable store, Qin Lin was the first to look at the game screen on his mind's light screen and took out his hoe to develop all 12 squares of land that he had cleared earlier. Income in just one day is almost 5,000. Get rich on this game. Chapter 4. That's $1 million a day. After developing all 12 squares of land, Qin Lin took control of the game character and took out seeds to start planting. But this time, after planting only 3 grids, I suddenly got an alert, not enough seeds. Qin Lin slapped his head and forgot about this. Seeds are needed to grow crops in the game. The seeds weren't unlimited, and when they ran out you needed to go to the in-game seed store and spend money on them. But he had used all his in-game money to buy seedless watermelon seeds long before. According to the normal rhythm of the game, he planted the watermelon is sold off in the game to sell money, and then buy new seeds to plant again. This has been accumulating funds to develop the ranch. He is now in the game but planted the melon to sell in reality. Then there is no way to return to the game, unless he is the new harvest of watermelons in the game to sell to have money to buy new seeds. However, something occurred to him. Could the seeds in reality be brought into the game and planted? Thinking of it, Qin Lin closed the fruit and vegetable store and headed to the designated crop seed sales point in Yu County. And as soon as he entered, the big sister sitting on the counter enthusiastically said, "Little brother, look, what seeds do you want to buy? Do you have seedless watermelon seeds?" Qin Lin asked while looking straight at the seeds in the store. While the initial land in the game can grow quite a few fruits and vegetables, the trade in seedless watermelons has just opened up a bit, so naturally you continue to grow seedless watermelons. Yes, the elder sister smiled and introduced herself. However, we just have the normal variety of seedless watermelon. 1 or 2 for 80 yuan. How much does little brother want? Buy 2 pounds first. Qin Lin wasn't sure if this kind of seed could be taken into the game and planted, and didn't buy more. And after returning to the fruit and vegetable store, he relocked the door again, and then went into the game and put the seed into the seed storage box. When he was done, he backed out of the game, looking again at the game screen in the light screen of his mind. A packet of watermelon seeds was already lying inside the toolbox. Seedless watermelon seeds, quality 1. This is a seedless watermelon seed that can be planted to harvest seedless watermelons. Very simple note information. Qin Lin immediately took control of the game character and headed to the newly opened 12-frame land to plant. A few moments later, looking at the hint that all 12 squares of land showed that crops had been planted, he couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. Outside seeds can be taken to the game and planted. This solves a current problem. I just don't know if the watermelons grown from seeds out here will taste the same as those grown from game seeds. Over the next full afternoon, someone else in the WeChat group wholesaled the remaining 30 watermelons. Qin Lin also yesterday into the fruit and vegetables are all sold at low prices, and do not intend to buy goods again, now specializing in selling melons. The sun went down, closed the store and came home, and mom had dinner ready. After eating, the first thing he did was look at the brainlight screen. The watermelon in the previous 12-gallon plot had worms, and the watermelon seedlings in the new 12-gallon plot in the back had weeds, both of which needed to be cleaned up. After cleaning up the bugs and getting rid of the weeds, Qin Lin's WeChat received a message. Turnip's wife, it's over. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Pick me up from work then. And I want watermelon. Seeing Zhao WeChat, Qin Lin replied at the first opportunity. Okay, your honorable wife. Like him, Mo Turnip returned to Yucheng County after graduating from college. But unlike him, Mo Turnip had an aunt and uncle who worked at the Yucheng County Taxation Bureau. So she took the civil service exam and entered the Taxation Bureau. These days seems to be a not small assets of the township enterprise was investigated out of the problem. Heard as a few leaders of the enterprise in a farmhouse to eat and drink bragging about the time was taken video sent to a certain sound platform up. And then the bad luck. The top took a group of tax audits to go, and Turnip was in that group, presumably doing the odd job of auditing the calculations. Lin and Mo Turnip were cloying on WeChat and videoed again until late at night. Day 2. When Lin got up and looked at the Brainlight screen, all 24 grids of watermelons on it had already ripened. He looked over at the watermelon grown from real seeds, green and lush, not too different from the ones grown from game seeds. Lin controlled the game character and picked one of the compartments of ground watermelons planted by reality seeds and put it into the storage room, then entered the game with a thought. He headed straight for the storage room, which already held the 16 watermelons from the one grid plot that he had just picked, still large and all over 10 pounds, holding up one, as well as seeing the note message. Seedless watermelon, quality 1. Remarks, although it is not a special kind of watermelon, it is produced by the game, and the flavor is the best among the ordinary watermelons. Delicious 1, sweet 1, taste 1. The note information is the same as before. Lin is still a little uneasy, holding the watermelon in his hands back to the room, directly into the kitchen to cut the watermelon into a petal, and then picked up a petal tasted. The flavor is really the same as the delicious, to rest assured. This way there is no problem with taking in seeds with realistic seeds and then taking the watermelon out and selling it without worrying about the flavor deterioration having an effect. Lin, why are you eating watermelons so early in the morning? It's not good for the stomach. Mom Lin Fan entered the kitchen and couldn't help but nag. Lin smiled and explained, Mom, I'm tasting the flavor of this melon and selling it later. Lin Fan also did not say, but picked up a petal of watermelon. Intends to help his son miserable counseling, a mouthful of melon before going down. She was surprised. Lin, this melon flavor is very good. Our store to wholesale watermelon are rare to have this flavor. If each have and taste must be good to sell. Having owned a fruit and vegetable store all her life, Lin Fan knows whether the melon is good or not once she tastes it. Lin also looked at the light screen in his head, controlling the game character to pick all the watermelons from the 24 square meter plot and put them into the storage room, and then controlling the game character to get rid of the watermelon vines and plant new seeds. This will result in another batch of watermelons ripening by evening. Then, Lin had breakfast with his mom before going out and riding his bike to the rented warehouse. When I got to the warehouse, I locked the door and entered the game with a thought and headed towards the storage room, and as soon as I entered, I saw a sign with the message, Seedless watermelon, 418, quality 1. That's the takeaway from this 24 gauge. What surprised Lin was that behind this pile of watermelons there were separate 3 watermelons put together. The same with a sign message, Seedless watermelon, 3, quality 2. I can't believe there are higher quality watermelons out there. The rind of this watermelon has significantly darker stripes and a rounder appearance. He immediately stepped forward to pick one up and the message appeared before his eyes. Seedless watermelon, quality 2. Remarks, the game produced high-quality watermelon. Whether the texture, flavor, fragrance, are far better than the quality of one watermelon. You cannot control their taste buds. Delicious 2. Sweet 2. Taste 2. Aftertaste 2. Quality 2 watermelons delicious and sweet attributes become 2. With an additional aftertaste 2 attribute. But the note seems a bit exaggerated. A watermelon is still mesmerizing and you can't control your taste buds anymore? It's not like it's a mountain of food. Lin is still very curious about how much better this quality 2 watermelon and quality 1 watermelon tastes. But first things first, he first moved all 418 watermelons out of the game, and then shot a video to the WeChat group. Fresh seedless watermelon just arrived. 1.5 yuan per caddy wholesale. Door-to-door delivery. Not long after the message was sent out, Lin is still moving watermelon to the car. WeChat is ringing. It is Lu Dasheng, those fruit and vegetable store owners, the first time to come to the message to order. Even if the variety 1 watermelon, the taste is more delicious than ordinary watermelon. In this season of eating, watermelon will not worry about selling. Bought customers will also be a repeat customer. So the bosses who have ordered watermelon before are expected again. The number is also more than before. In addition, the WeChat group, there are several new fruit store owners sent him WeChat order melons. 20, 30 have. The location of the fruit store in the east side in Water Street West. After 2 days of wholesaling, it's only natural that everyone else in the group has caught wind of it. Lin counted carefully. The number of watermelons wholesaled by these bosses today added up to 395, which almost finished his batch of watermelons. After the statistics, he loaded watermelons into his car and pulled them back to the county to deliver them one store at a time. It was only at noon that he pulled a cart of watermelons to Market Street to deliver melons to the 3 Lu Dashengs on Market Street. Little Chin. Here, Lu Dasheng greeted Lin with a smile when he saw him. Your melons are selling well. I've authorized 10 more today. Thanks to Brother Lu for taking care of business. Lin smiled as he started moving the melons for Lu Dasheng. And after the transaction, he delivered the melons to Chende and Ai Chu and I, before pulling the remaining 23 watermelons back to his store at noon. Statistics of the account. This batch of 395 watermelons a total of 4,424 pounds. The income of 6,636 yuan. In this case, and so on the evening batch of watermelon ripe, and then sold that day is more than 10,000 yuan daily income. That one day would earn him what he had previously earned from a month of hard work selling fruits and vegetables. Chapter 5 Eating watermelon out of a mountain of food. Lin moved those 3 quality 2 watermelons out separately. Now he wanted to see if this quality 2 watermelon could really make people lose control of their taste buds. Hugged a watermelon to the front and grabbed a knife and cut it in half. Put one half in the fridge, and cut the other half into wedges. Only then did he put the knife down. Lin was shocked to find a black dog squatting next to him, looking at his cut watermelon with its head stretched out. Asterisk 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 you are coming here whenever you want. Not treating yourself as an outsider anymore. Lin was powerless to spit when he saw this black dog. However, he was about to earn over $10,000 a day. He was in a good mood, and picked up a petal of watermelon for himself, and also threw a petal to this black dog, counting this guy's luck. Lin took a bite of the watermelon in his hand and his eyes lit up. This quality 2 melon is surprisingly tasty. A mouthful of sweet, and the juice flow, and not at all that kind of sugar sweet too thick sense of cloying. The texture is also extremely crunchy, with that juice is simply perfect. After the key bite, there's still a refreshing aroma to savor. Is this a throwback to the properties of 2? This has the feel of eating a mountain of watermelon. It's definitely a whole lot better than quality 1 watermelon. Other do not know. He once ate a rich second-generation roommate in college to buy imported special watermelon. That kind of watermelon flavor is very good, but compared with this feeling is also the dregs. This melon turnip would love to eat. Lin immediately clicked the petal of watermelon in his hand to finish gnawing, and was about to pick up another petal, when he realized that the black dog had also finished gnawing its petal, which seemed to be too tasty, and this time, he even eagerly wanted to stretch his claws towards the watermelon on the table. Only when it saw Lin looking over did it whimper and squat back down in a goony manner, looking at Lin blearily. Lin's eyebrows, however, wrinkled. This black dog even dared to pounce on the table. This is something that only a pet family dog can do. Is this dog unaware of his status, or has he drifted? Lin ignored this thick-skinned black dog, and picked up another petal of watermelon to nibble on his own, which smelled really good. A petal of watermelon was only finished when there was a movement by his feet. The black dog was actually rubbing its head against his leg, and grinning with a pandering and pleasing look at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin simply, this dog has become a spirit, and he's giving him this? Looking at it like that, he felt embarrassed not to give it a melon, so he had to throw it another watermelon, not forgetting to solemnly warn the black dog, the last petal. No more. This is even better than the imported specialty watermelon, which gave a dog 2 petals. And how many people have never even eaten an imported specialty watermelon? It's safe to say that 99% of the people in Euclid County have never eaten one, let alone this even better quality 2 watermelon. Lin solved another 2 petals of watermelon in 3 tries. That black dog was honestly down in front of his store after eating another petal, showing his belly in a self-congratulatory manner. Lin had some nothing to do now, so he simply closed the store door once again and then entered the game, intending to explore the game world. This ranch story isn't just about ranches. The map is still huge in scope, with towns outside, and harbors, backed by mountains. Lin entered the game and walked towards the exit of the ranch, intending to go out to the ranch to have a look, but only when he reached the doorway did he realize that there was an invisible wall of air blocking him, and he couldn't get out at all. That seems to be some kind of limitation. He had to wander around the ranch, and the whole range of the ranch was quite unobstructed, with overgrown fields in all directions, pasture fences waiting to be repaired, open spaces waiting for factories to be built, and the river that runs through the ranch. After spending some time mapping out the general scope and places of the entire ranch, Lin exited the game. As the sun begins to set, Market Street comes alive, just in time to prepare fruits and vegetables for dinner. Lin looked at the game screen in his head again. The watermelons in that 24-panel field had all ripened as well, immediately controlling the game character to pick watermelons and put them into the storage room, at the same time cleaning up the wilted watermelon vines, and recentering the watermelon seeds so that another batch of watermelon seeds would ripen by tomorrow morning. But it's time to think of new ways to sell watermelons if you really want to make $10,000 a day. With the demand of those fruit stores in the microblogging group, the production of 400-odd watermelons in a 24-grid field would be good enough to satisfy one batch a day. This is a limitation of their store location, and the regular clientele of such small private stores is probably within a 5-kilometer radius. Even Market Street has a limited range of clientele because it doesn't have a big enough parking lot, and most people choose to go to the commercial plaza on the east side. which has the county's largest RT-Mart supermarket with a big enough parking lot. Just as he was thinking, WeChat received a message. Turnip's wife, I'm back at the station. Remember to pick me up from work. Seeing the WeChat, Lin smiled and replied, then decisively closed the store and went home, taking a good shower at home before going out again. Going downstairs and riding his own small electric motor to set off. Yuqing County Taxation Bureau in the East City along the river area. Lin rode an electric bicycle to the time. Almost 5 o'clock. The Taxation Bureau has been off duty. After all, it is a 9-to-5 unit. Soon, he saw Zhao Moqing walk out. She had a clear face, only wearing light makeup, a pair of soulful peach blossom eyes but added a lot of poise. Zhao Moqing wasn't considered to be a beautiful woman of the country. However, when placed on the street, she also belonged to the kind that had a lot of people chasing after her. The point is that whenever two people see eye to eye, that other person is the best and prettiest. Lin was about to greet him when he saw a somewhat handsome young man with oil-amount hair chasing after him out of the building. Yi, we're on our way. Let's send you back, the young man said, not forgetting to press the car key in his hand, and an Audi flashed its lights, emphasizing his power. He naturally wanted to go after Zhao Mochizuki, although the same ordinary civil servant, but he and his parents and sister brother-in-law's financial support, to create a better than just graduated 1 or 2 years of his peers have better capital. He spent 5,000 salary to buy an Audi. Chan Hao, no need, my husband came to pick me up. Zhao Moqing was obviously a little embarrassed to be chased in front of Lin. In order to not let Lin misunderstand, she walked towards him after she finished speaking and got on his electric car. Go, Turnip said. Lin nodded and started the small electric vehicle to leave. Chen Hao looked at the faraway small electric, but subconsciously looked at the car keys in his hand, and then some wondered, where did he lose? How did the key get a husband? It's a good cabbage that was given to a pig. The little motorized vehicle traveled up the street, accompanied by an oncoming wind but dashing as if it were going 80 miles an hour. Turnip held Lin's waist tightly, pressed against his back intimately, and asked, I said I wanted watermelon. Have you prepared it yet? Well, a surprise for you. Lin nodded, tacitly not mentioning what had just happened. This is the most basic trust. Otherwise their wives are being chased heart goosebumps, then simply find an ugly or single forget it. When she returned to the store, Zhou Moxie asked expectantly, where's the surprise? Lin took out the other half of the quality 2 watermelon that he had put in the refrigerator at the first opportunity and cut it up, handing a petal to Mo Turnip. Taste it. Zhao Mo Turnip took the watermelon and took a small nibble. Then she felt a mouthful of rich fragrance fill the air, followed by an unspeakable sweetness invading her taste buds. Lin, why is this melon so delicious? Zhao Moqing couldn't help but be surprised. She had never eaten such a delicious watermelon in her entire life. Knowing that you like to eat watermelon, I prepared it especially for you, Lin said, and also picked up a petal for himself and nibbled on it, realizing that after freezing, the melon was even more delicious. If only this quality 2 melon could be mass-produced, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it at the price of imported specialty melons. Give me another petal. Zhao Mo Turnip transformed into a snacker, originally in order to figure very controlled diet. Even if she liked to eat watermelon, she would not eat too much. Now this kind of delicious watermelon in front of it also cannot care about it. Eat several petals one after another. Chapter 6 Expanding Sales Channels. Who cares if the night is beautiful? Mass production of quality 2 melon. Selling imported special watermelon price. This idea is good, but at present this quality 2 watermelon a total of only a few, but also ate one. So, it is not the first to take care of the immediate business. At least the family's debt first paid off, the down payment of a set of houses, so that the mother to live better, and then the turnip brightly pick up the home cohabitation. Thinking of this, Lin walked behind Zhao Moqing and wrapped his arms around her waist, and his hands were not honest. Moqing, why don't you not go back tonight? Where did Zhao Moqing not understand the meaning and pouted? Staying out at night. Surely my mom knows that I'm with you? At that time, she'll nag again. Lin sighed, then what should we do? It's too hard to hold it in all this time. Humph. Zhao Mo Turnip grabbed the somewhat dishonest hand on her body and hummed petulantly. Wait, I'll make a call home and say that my co-worker's party is having dinner outside and I'll go back later in the evening? Good idea. Then I'll book a room. Lin skillfully took out his cell phone and went online to book a king-size room with a large bathtub at the East City Hotel. Don't even book if you don't have a big bathtub or a big bed. It's easy to act like you're having an underground affair when you're already licensed. Booked the room. Took out my wallet and looked at the 2 small umbrellas left in it. It was still enough. Mom, don't worry. I'm not with him. I know. I won't let him take advantage. Zhao Moqing assured the phone again and again before hanging up. Then took Lin's arm and said, Look, my mom is guarding you like a thief, either that or, Let's have a showdown with the family? I want to live with you every day. Give me some time. Qinlin hurriedly stopped Zhao Mochizuki from such impulsive thoughts. The showdown must have been bad for both families. His mom will be happy and guilty. Zhao Mo Turnip's parents will certainly be difficult to chagrin, even if finally pinched his nose to admit that the relationship between the two families will be stiff. The heart will always remain a lump. The average room in Euclid County is now 12,000 a square foot. A 100 square foot house with all kinds of procedures to pay taxes is almost 1.3 million. The down payment is about 400,000 yuan, plus renovation. Then you should be prepared for more than 600,000 yuan. If it was before, he really didn't have this kind of confidence, but now he went to expand the business a little bit more, to ensure that he could sell all the watermelons ripening in 24 compartments of land every day, and then he would be able to earn all this money in just 2 months. If the character levels up and is able to open more lands, that time will be even shorter. When the time comes, we can take Turnip back openly and honestly, and give her a big surprise, and give an explanation to Turnip's parents. And wouldn't it be better for the two families to have a happy and joyful wedding? Well, as you wish. Let's go then. Zhao Mochizuki nodded her head with a smile on her face. She never doubted Qinlin, the man she chose, even if in the end she still can only take the road of showdown. That is what she is willing to choose. The Eastside Hotel is the largest hotel in Euclid County, fronting a riverside park with a great night view. But whose mind would be on the night view when a man and a woman come to a hotel room? After registering at the front desk and receiving his room card, Qinlin led Zhao Moching into the elevator and up the stairs, and as soon as he entered the room and the door was unlocked, he couldn't wait to start lifting the defenses off of her body, and then led her straight to the large bathtub. Only then was Qinlin contentedly holding Zhao Moching out of the hotel, and together they went to the night market stalls to eat something before sending her home. After saying goodbye to Zhao Mochizuki, Qinlin returned home to also look at the game screen in his head. I got the hint that the game was showing weeds and bugs while I was going crazy with Turnip Zhao at the hotel, and I couldn't care less at that point. Get up the next day. Watermelons are ripening once again in 24 griddles. Qinlin controlled the game character to do the picking and put it into the storage room, then removed the withered watermelon vines and planted the seeds again so that another batch would ripen in the evening, and 2 batches of watermelons have accumulated in the storage room, along with the batch that ripened yesterday evening. Unlock the door. Enter the game. As soon as I arrived at the storage room, I saw watermelons piled up like a small mountain. Seedless watermelon, 836, quality 1. Seedless watermelon, 7, quality 2. There were 843 watermelons in the 2 batches, and 7 more quality 2 watermelons were separated out individually. Exit the game. Qinlin casually ate a bowl of rice and headed to the warehouse. Spent some time to move all 843 watermelons from the game to the outside, and then once again took a video and sent it to the microblogging group. In a few moments, Lu Dasheng, those bosses have popped up. However, they are all people who have wholesaled before, and there are no new orders. This group sells vegetables, seafood, and the like in addition to fruits. So much for the sales potential. The tally is that there are more of these people ordering today, 411 of them. Qinlin rushed to load the watermelon, spent 3 hours, pulling and transporting in batches, a family to send over. The final total of 4,521 pounds, income of 6,781 yuan, back at the warehouse. However, there were 422 watermelons left in there, and with another batch ripening in the afternoon, there would be another 400 or so that would have to find new outlets for. Moreover, he has a target, that is, the RT Mart supermarket in the Oriental Commercial Plaza. Oriental Commercial Plaza is the center of foot traffic in Yu County, with the largest parking lot. The entire plaza commercial building. What stores are available? Bars, KTV, movie theaters, eat, drink and play complete. RT Mart supermarket is on the first floor of the best location, a large area, but also a complete classification area, has the largest customer traffic in Yuqing County. Lu Dasheng, those fruit and vegetable stores' watermelon sales combined are not necessarily as much as the RT Mart supermarket's melon and fruit area. Qinlin hurriedly hugged 2 watermelons and got on his small electric motor, then rode to the RTD supermarket. Now all he has to do is how to get his watermelon into the RT Mart supermarket. He also inquired clearly. RT Mart supermarket procurement, in addition to the specialized bidding channels, but also from time to time will wholesale some price preferential sources. Naturally, there is a doorway. When he arrived at the office area of RT Mart supermarket, Qinlin directly stuffed the security guard with a pack of cigarettes and inquired about the purchasing manager's office. A packet of cigarettes into the pocket. The security guard is also very enthusiastic to help Qinlin together to carry a watermelon to the purchasing department Chen manager's office. This kind of people who come to the purchasing department of the security guards have seen a lot. Nothing more than a purpose. Chen manager also commanded. This kind of people directly pick up his office to go. Manager Chen was a big belly hairy greasy man. After learning Qin Lin's intention, he pretended to scrutinize the 2 melons he brought. The shape of the melon is good. It is a good melon. Manager Chen. Then do you think this melon can enter the supermarket? Qin Lin inquired. Manager Chen immediately looked embarrassed and said, Xiao Qin, you also know that there are a lot of melon and fruit channelers who come to the door every day, and I have already cooperated with others here, and doing business requires integrity. Qin Lin knows the meat show is coming. Really want honesty will not say so much to him. He also immediately said, Chen manager, the supermarket also need to make a profit is not it? Outside the wholesale price of a caddy 1.5 yuan. I can let some of this. A caddy 1.3 yuan. Manager Chen still looked like he was in a difficult situation. Xiao Qin, you know it's hard for me to do this position. Qin Lin knows well. Immediately smiled again and said, Manager Chen, then I let a little more profit. 1.2 yuan a caddy. Always let me earn some? He knew that this concession point was the only one he could make. After all, he was trading for nothing. Manager Chen smiled. Xiao Qin, since you're so sincere, we'll take your melon for our supermarket. However, your invoice wholesale price will be based on 1.4 yuan a caddy. Don't worry Manager Chen. I know. Qin Lin had a smile on his face, but his heart was full of vomit. This routine he has long known. 1.4 yuan a caddy and cheaper than normal wholesale a hair. The supermarket has been accounted for. As for that which a caddy of 20 cents fell into the pocket of the manager of the chant. Don't look at a profit of only 20 cents a pound. But what if there were 5,000 pounds a day? That's $1,000. That's $30,000 a month. This is only a watermelon. Think of the whole supermarket, so many kinds of fruits and vegetables. That more to some. This Chen manager can earn how much oil water a month? Really ing. Chapter 7 Upgrade. Developing Level 2 Land. However, it was none of his business how much oil Manager Chen could get in a month. And this kind of thing could be found everywhere in society. The other party can sit in such a position. In the RT-Mart system must also have a background relationship. Otherwise how dare they take in this kind of national chain group? His purpose is just to sell melons. And it's good that his purpose is achieved. And it's to his advantage, too, that usually this kind of order is closed singly. That is, on a per order basis. And he writes one invoice and closes one order. And doesn't get pressed for payment. Little Qin, how many melons do you have here? Manager Chen's main concern was obviously still this question. Qin Lin explained. Manager Chen, there are 800 in the first batch. Each of them is more than 10 pounds. I will go back later and deliver 800 first, and then more than 400 in the evening. And as for the future, there will be no less than 800 every day. Manager Chen did some mental calculations and was quite satisfied. So he said with a smile on his face, okay, you take the invoice to me after delivering the goods every day, and I'll let the finance give you a single ending. Then I'll trouble Manager Chen. Qin Lin left after talking to Manager Chen. Manager Chen looked at the 2 watermelons that Qin Lin left behind and was in a good mood, directly letting someone cut them up and give them to the employees outside to share. Qin Lin returned to the warehouse, and pulled the remaining 422 watermelons in 2 parts to RT-Mart for weighing and signing. 4,557 pounds total. In the evening, the watermelons in the game ripened again. And this batch of seedless watermelons, there were 411 quality 1s and 3 quality 2s. Qin Lin planted the new seeds, and then moved all 411 watermelons from the game to the warehouse outside, and once again sent it to RTD in 2 batches. This time 4,471 pounds, plus 4,557 pounds from the previous batch, a total of 9,028 pounds. Qin Lin finished delivering the goods, took the list and invoice to Manager Chen to settle the bill, and the money arrived quickly. Your tail number has a revenue amount of $10,899.60 and a balance of $31,344.60 inch. Those 4 days of relying on game-grown watermelons brought over $30,000 back on a bank card that had bottomed out. And every day for the next $10,000 a day. When the game character is upgraded and more grids can be developed, the income will be even higher on that day. Qin Lin was in a good mood, so he simply went inside the RT-Mart supermarket to do some shopping and buy some things to go home. But when he passed by the melon section and saw the watermelons for sale, he was not calm. Special quality watermelon, $3 a pound, next to the ordinary melons that cost $2 a pound. But he instantly recognized that this so-called special quality watermelon that cost $3 a pound was not the same watermelon that he had delivered. That manager Chen must have known that every one of his melons was better than ordinary melons before he dared to sell them at that price. Black. It's so dark. The profit at this price is especially all equal to his profit on this no-brainer. Really, channel is the king of the times. People master the channel has the ability to sell this price. He also cannot read. Simply do not look at that price, directly to other areas. When he got home, he received another hint of growing bugs and weeds in his head and immediately took control of the game character to weed and get rid of the bugs. Day 2. Qin Lin got up early in the morning. The watermelon was ripe once again. And today those store owners sent him a message early in the morning to wholesale watermelons. It's clearly a habit of approaching him for wholesale watermelons. He headed to the warehouse to get the ripe watermelons out of the game. There were no quality 2 watermelons this time, and a total of 428 quality 1 watermelons. Shoot the video in that WeChat group sent again. See no new single. He just counted. These stores and yesterday is almost the same. A total of 408 wholesale. Sent after weighing 4,732 pounds. A total of 7,099 yuan into the account. By evening, the watermelons were ripe again and delivered to RTD, totaling 4,970 pounds, with an entry of 5,964 yuan. A total of another $13.063 was credited today, bringing the balance to, well, $46.409, to our T-Mart after the melon. Qin Lin and rushed to the Commerce and Industry Bureau a trip. His original store only self-employed business-related documents. He is now such a batch of watermelon. Feel the need to apply for a fruit wholesale business license. Otherwise the problem is a big trouble. But when he arrived at the Trade and Industry Bureau, he filled out half a day's worth of information and was finally told that his situation did not require a wholesale license. Qin Lin then realized that he was alone in his ignorance. The original food-related Article 35 stipulates that a single type of fruit, which has not reached a basic scale, and direct wholesale by fruit growers, do not require a wholesale license. Qin Lin left the Bureau of Industry and Commerce and only returned home to receive an unexpected prompt in his mind. Characters level up and can develop new land. Opened up level 2 land upgrade privileges. Can upgrade land by 6 squares. Qin Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately looked at the game screen on the light screen in his head. Sure enough, another 6 squares of land lit up, signifying that it was developable. Also, a sign for the number of upgradable lands with the suffix 0/6 appears on the screen. This means that not only can you now open up another 6 squares of new land, but you can also upgrade 6 squares of primary land to level 2. Without a bit of hesitation, Qin Lin immediately controlled the game character to pick up tools such as scythes, axes, and so on, and cleaned up the weeds, stones, wooden blocks, and such things of this 6-frame land, and then developed all 6 frames with a hoe, and planted watermelon seeds at the first time. The new melons from this 6-figure land he wasn't going to sell in reality, because upgrading the level 2 land required game gold. And, after upgrading to level 2 land, it's perfectly possible to grow other things that are more expensive. Watermelons in a 6-cell field ripen in 2 batches a day, upgrading a cell of land in 2 days. This will finish upgrading 6 squares of level 2 land in 12 days. Over the next 2 days, the previous 24 frames of land allowed Qin Lin to earn another $26.123, bringing his bank card balance to $72.532. Instead, watermelons from the new 6-figure land are all sold in-game, and 1 frame of level 2 land is developed. After upgrading a grid of level 2 land, Qin Lin was the first to control his game character out of the ranch and headed to the Town seed store outside the ranch to check it out. The seed store has a dense assortment of seeds that are available in reality, and even those that are not available in reality are available here. Each seed is labeled with a land level requirement behind it, and it will only be open if you meet the requirements for planting the seed. Those that don't meet the requirements are grayed out and are closed for the time being. Qin Lin immediately searched through the many level 2 seeds, which included vegetables, fruits, and various strains of ornamental flower plants. He chose the fruit category directly for planting to view, and many of the fruits are far more expensive than watermelons, but most of the seedling plants are planted, or otherwise, very restrictive to him, not secretive enough to be ignored outright. In the end, he did find a level 2 fruit seed that was perfect for his current situation to plant. That would be red strawberries. Qin Lin checked the internet. At this stage is not red strawberry season. That is to say, this time red strawberries already belong to the anti-seasonal fruit. The market price of ordinary red strawberries have reached 15 to 25 yuan a caddy. If it's cream strawberries, those special varieties start at least $50 a pound and up. But there are no special varieties of strawberries that can be grown as fruit on level 2 land. Seeing the price of the common red strawberry, Qin Lin first went to the designated seed sales point in Yucheng. Still that big sister. The other party remembered Qin Lin, little brother. What seeds do you want this time? Qin Lin said. Big sister, do you have red strawberry seeds? The salesgirl immediately and enthusiastically introduced. Yes, red strawberry seeds are $45 per two. Lin once again bought strawberry seeds, paid and returned home. The first time he entered the game and put the strawberry seeds into the seed storage box, returning to reality again. Lin looked at the game screen and there were indeed more strawberry seeds in the seed storage box. Lin immediately planted the strawberry seeds in that grid of level 2 land. Night. After watering and accepting weeds and pests, he went to sleep with anticipation. When I woke up early the next morning and looked at the game screen on my brainlight screen, there was a grid of red and green strawberries that stood out in addition to the green patch of watermelon. Lin, first time into the game, came to planting strawberries in the ground. Outside to see the game screen is just a small frame. To the game, that a whole piece of red and green but let a person refreshing. In the past in Zhao Mo turnip and love. Also often go to the strawberry plantation to pick strawberries by themselves. Naturally, not trying to save much money. Couples just like that kind of atmosphere. Lin picked a few strawberries. The fruits felt full and bright red in color. Definitely very appetizing. At the same time, he saw the message. Red strawberry, quality 1. Remarks, although it is not a special kind, but the game is produced. The flavor is excellent. When the red strawberry is the best. Delicious 1. Sweet 1. Taste 1. Similarly, the strawberries from this game have the same attributes of deliciousness, sweetness and texture 1. Although the note said so, Lin, being an experientialist, still experienced it for himself and put a strawberry into his mouth and nibbled on it. The juice night instantly overflows in your mouth. Tender and juicy, and sweet and tantalizing with aroma. 1 word, delicious. 2 words, very tasty. If regular strawberries sell for $15 to $25, his strawberries from this game can definitely exceed the $25 bracket, if not higher. Back outside, Lin controlled the game character to click on picking and picked all the ripe watermelons and red strawberries into the storage market. This time, in addition to watermelons, a grid of red strawberries were also harvested for 50 pounds. However, these red strawberries he directly chose to sell in the game, and first upgraded the other 5 level 2 lands that could be upgraded. Since I started growing strawberries to sell at the game, it took much less time to upgrade all 6 compartments to level 2, and it was done in 7 days. In these 7 days, Lin's watermelon wholesale earned another 211 yuan, and his card balance reached 743 yuan, earning over $160. 000 in 13 days is something he never dared to imagine before. And now that all 6 squares of level 2 land have been upgraded and completed, the income will grow a whole lot more after that. Chapter 8, $1 million a month. Early in the morning, Lin got up and looked at the game screen in his head. The watermelon in the 24-gallon plot and the red strawberries in the 6-gallon plot are ripe. He took control of the game character to do the picking, putting all the watermelons and red strawberries into storage, then hoeing off the wilted watermelon and strawberry vines and replanting the watermelon seeds and strawberry seeds again. Going to push red strawberries today too. Game-produced red strawberries are with properties. He is not afraid to sell out, and, for convenience he intends to resell to RT Mart. Just how much the wholesale price is set need to consider. While the average red strawberry in Euclid County wholesales for around $15, that's not the only price he should pay for strawberries from this game. So, he first went online to check the overall wholesale price of red strawberries. There are also many types of red strawberries, affected by the region. The wholesale price is very mixed. Ordinary red strawberries will be directly skipped. He specializes in looking at some of the large quantities of wholesale, and the price is more than ordinary strawberries. Among them there are cream red strawberries wholesale price reached 30 yuan a caddy. Daily ancient red strawberries are also 36 yuan a caddy. Wonderful fragrant red strawberries 29 yuan a caddy. These are specialty varieties of strawberries that are a notch above ordinary red strawberries. Most of these strawberries he also ate. The game produced quality 1 strawberries absolutely better than these strawberries taste. Set a wholesale price of 30 yuan a caddy no problem. To think that RTD sells his watermelons as special quality watermelons, so this is a special quality red strawberry for him. When he reached the warehouse, Lin entered the game again and went to the storage room. There were 423 watermelons in this batch, with 5 quality 2 watermelons next to them. As for the strawberries, 300 pounds were harvested, with 2 pounds of quality 2 strawberries on the side. Lin directly grabbed a few of them and saw the note message. Red strawberry, quality 2. Remarks, the game produced high-quality red strawberries, regardless of the texture, flavor, fragrance, are far better than quality 1 red strawberries. Is definitely a temptation to the taste buds of the best products. Delicious 2. Sweet 2. Taste 2. Aftertaste 2. Seeing the note attributes, Lin immediately threw one into his mouth. Once I tasted it, I couldn't help but close my eyes and enjoy it. The sweetness went straight to his taste buds, making him savor the flavor so much that he couldn't help but drop another one into his mouth. Like the Quality 2 watermelon, these attribute bonuses turn this Quality 2 strawberry into a mountain of flavor. In college, that rich roommate also bought a pound of $200 imported creamy strawberries and felt that the flavor was crumbs compared to this. Qin Lin began to carry this batch of watermelons, and then sent Lu Dasheng these bosses wholesale watermelons today one by one. A total of 4,098 pounds. Income 6,147 yuan. After that he went to our T-Mart again with 2 pounds of quality 1 red strawberries, looking for Manager Chen to discuss the red strawberries. A caddy of red strawberries 30 pounds wholesale price. That alone in the morning to collect 300 pounds. This batch can earn 9,000 yuan. That is more than 24 grams of ground watermelon to earn more. Mr. Qin, here you are. It just so happens that I have something I want to find you. Manager Chen was obviously polite when he saw Qin Lin arrive. This more than 10 days, he has already earned more than $10,000 of oil and water on Qin Lin's side. And little Qin has also changed into General Manager Qin. Not to mention that he also has something to discuss with Qin Lin this time, so naturally he is even more polite. Manager Chen also took the initiative to pull Qin Lin to the side of the tea table, and poured a cup of tea for Qin Lin while brewing it. Southerners, a lot of self-conscious card-face to talk about business will be carried out on the tea table, and even many street-side small door store will prepare a tea table, as if it will appear to have some spectrum. Qin Lin asked with a smile, Manager Chen, I don't know what's the matter. Manager Chen smiled and went straight to the point, Mr. Qin, we have also worked together for more than 10 days, and honestly speaking, your melon is really good and sells well. Originally, you provide melons, I also have enough here, but the Sand City side also has our T-Mart supermarket, also want to enter your melons, how many we take over. Qin Lin heard this and realized, this is probably a slight shift in supply and demand. The game produces more than a good sale, it can also sell for more than a regular melon, right? His melon so that this Chen manager has oil and water can be salvaged. The key can also make our T-Mart supermarket profits greater, equal to this Chen manager and credit. I'm afraid that the Shachang side of the Chen manager is also flirting, but alas, the game's land is now only so much, and only provides those melons per day. Manager Chen, I'm really a bit sorry, I can only provide so many watermelons every day, I can't do anything more. However, I do have a kind of strawberries that can be wholesaled here, no less than 500 pounds every day. Manager Chen can try them first. Qin Lin first said with apologies, then he smoothly marketed his strawberries, and as he spoke, he handed the strawberries he brought to the table in front of Manager Chen. Manager Chen subconsciously looked at those strawberries, habitually picked up one and tasted it, and when he took a bite, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. As the purchasing manager of our T-Mart Yucheng branch, no matter whether it was the red strawberries uniformly assigned from above or purchased on his own, he had eaten a lot of red strawberries. But there was absolutely no red strawberry whose flavor could be compared to this one. Even the previous batch of $55 a pound Alpine DC strawberries didn't taste as good as this. One went down, and Manager Chen immediately picked up a second, then a third. After eating a dozen in one breath, he can be sure that this is definitely not ordinary strawberries, and that watermelon as well as absolutely no worries about selling, and immediately asked the most concerned about the problem, Mr. Qin, how much is the wholesale price of this red strawberry? Qin Lin explained. Manager Chen, these are special quality strawberries, with a wholesale price of 30 yuan per caddy. Only 30. Manager Chen heard the price and immediately said, Mr. Qin, I'll take all of them if you have any, but you'll have to add $2 to the invoice price. He has even been all thought out. From Qin Lin this batch of 30 yuan a caddy, reported wholesale price of 32, sell 40 yuan or even higher, and again for the supermarket to create profits, and not a small amount of credit. Manager Chen, I know. The wholesale price is $32 when others ask. Qin Lin also smiled and agreed. The price he wanted had been reached anyway. Manager Chen's smile grew even wider, and he gave Qin Lin another cup of tea, picking up the teacup to toast. Mr. Qin, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Qin Lin also picked up his teacup and clinked it with the other party, and after a cup of tea went down, he got up and said, Manager Chen, then I'll go ahead and send a batch of strawberries over. And send the other batch of strawberries when I deliver the watermelons in the evening. Manager Chen nodded and said, okay, Mr. Qin can find me with a list anytime. Qin Lin negotiated the sale of strawberries and left the T-Mart office area in a good mood, then went to purchase a few special baskets for strawberries. Strawberries are not the same as watermelons and should still be handled with some care. He then headed to the warehouse and picked up all 300 pounds of those strawberries. If this batch of strawberries ripens in the evening and also has more than 300 pounds, then the strawberries coming out of these 6 compartments of grade 2 land can be sold for $18,000. That's not far from $1 million a month when you add in the daily watermelon income. Chapter 9, The Real Dog Licker. Is that really a strawberry? After Qin Lin delivered the red strawberries to RTD, the sky was not favorable and it rained. By the time the rain had lightened slightly, it was high noon when he returned to Market Street. Back at the front of the store, the black dog was hiding from the rain outside his store, dripping wet, huddled and licking the water stains from his body. This black dog is getting rogue. It hasn't been rushed for more than 10 days, and it's all about settling into a rhythm here. Woo woo. The black dog stood up unexpectedly at the sight of Qin Lin and grinned at him. Qin Lin pretended to ignore the black dog, opened the door of the store and went in, and after half a day of work his stomach croaked. He decisively took out his cell phone and ordered takeout. Add 2 large chicken thighs and 2 fried eggs. And he was now one of those who qualified for a little bit of extravagance at every meal. He was about to pay the bill. He suddenly looked at the black dog that was creeping in and out of the store entrance and wandering around, and the black dog seemed to be sensitive enough to notice his gaze, and crept 2 more steps into the store and crouched down, staring straight at him. Qin Lin silently operated on his cell phone and added another large chicken leg before checking out. This black dog was hanging around him every day, and it really gave him a strange feeling. People are probably such complex creatures. Just like a woman encountered licking dog, although very disgusting, but was licked habit instead of as a show-off capital. Once the licking dog not licked, but also suffer from the loss. Soon, the delivery boy arrived. Qin Lin took the takeout and put it on the table and opened it. The front legs of the black dog that had been squatting suddenly left the ground and stood up, his head staring straight at the takeout on the table. Seeing this, Qin Lin simply teased the dog, deliberately taking a chicken leg and gnawing at the black dog, making an intoxicated appearance. Instead, the black dog stuck out his tongue and hooked his head even further forward, as if waiting for him to throw a chicken bone. Qin Lin really found it funny, so he picked up a large chicken leg and threw it to the black dog. With incredible reflexes the black dog opened his mouth and bit into the chicken leg. It didn't seem to expect to wait for bones, but instead waited for one with meat, and a pair of eyes went wide, which froze. Qin Lin was not paying attention to this black dog, and as he ate, his attention went to the game screen on the light screen in his mind. It's growing bugs again, plus it needs to be watered. With the game problem solved and the takeout finished, he was about to clean up when he realized that there was movement at his feet, and that the black dog was gently rubbing against his calf, seemingly in a further tentative gesture of goodwill. When it saw Qin Lin looking at it, it shrunk its head again and squatted back to the front of the store. Evening. The game of watermelon and red strawberries are ripe again. This batch of 421 watermelons, red strawberries 301 pounds, all moved out of the game, sent in batches to our T-Mart warehouse weighed, and then they found Manager Chen to settle today's order. 421 watermelons 893 yuan, 606 pounds of strawberries 180 yuan, plus 341 yuan for the watermelons wholesale to Lu Dashing and the others in the morning. Today's daily income, 414 yuan. By the time he got out of the RTD, the bank text message for the arrival of the RTD payment had arrived. Your tail number has a revenue amount of $26.73.00 and a balance of $199.157.60. Deposits are about to top 200,000 soon. Qin Lin couldn't help but read the message a few more times before putting the phone away, then drove the tricycle back to Market Street and parked it, and then rode the small electric bike to the tax office to pick up Zhaomoqing to go. Coincidentally, Qin Lin's little motorized vehicle had only stopped at the gate when he saw that Chen Hao from last time walking out. With 4 eyes, Chen Hao frowned slightly as he looked at the small electric bike that Qin Lin was riding, and couldn't help but pick up the car key and press the unlock, causing his Audi to resound with the sound of unlocking, and the lights of the car to flash brightly. It's an obvious attempt to show off. Aren't men just so vulgar? All they show off is their career, their house, their car, and their women. Naturally, there are men who aren't so vulgar. The kind who either have really made a name for themselves and won't do anything so low, or who really don't have the same to show off. Chen Hao obviously both do not match, so he is vulgar. In his heart he drives an Audi, the other party rides a small electric. Inexplicable superiority. At this point, a fat youth came out and greeted Chen Hao. Chen Hao, why don't you wait for Zhaomoqing? Weren't you going to invite her to dinner to confess your love earlier? With your qualifications, you should be able to chase her, right? These abrupt words struck the superiority on Chen Hao's face, and he walked towards his car without a word. Zhao Mo Turnip hugged driving an electric car away. He is in the wind, and still eat gross meal? He really didn't understand why he was still single when a motorcycle rider could arch such a watery cabbage. On what grounds? The fat youth, baffled by Chun Hao, walked toward a nearby Jetta and drove away. Qin Lin. Zhao Maching came out of the gate and saw Qin Lin, ran over with a smile on her face, skillfully sat on the backseat of the small motorized vehicle, and hugged him around the waist. Let's go. When Qin Lin entered the road on his small electric bike, he asked, take you back, or shall we have a big meal out? Zhao Mochizuki thought for a moment and said, why don't we buy groceries and go to your house? I haven't visited Auntie for a long time. Well, I'll call back later. My mom will be happy to know you're going, Qin Lin said and rode the small electric bike to reroute to the RT Mart supermarket for shopping. Qin Lin didn't really like shopping, but he liked to hold Zhao Maching and shop with her. After shopping around, the two of them already had big bags of vegetables and seafood in their hands. Back home, Lin Fen couldn't hide the smile on her face when she saw Zhao Mochizuki arrive. Mochizuki, you're here, come in, come in. Lin Fen was 100% satisfied with Zhao Maching, and it was a blessing in 8 lifetimes for her son to find such a gentle, non-snobbish, good-natured girl who respected her elders. It was that her own family's condition days were too shabby, otherwise she would have already gotten her son's marriage to Zhao Maching done and made her daughter-in-law. Auntie, Qin Lin and I bought a lot of vegetables. I'll clean them first, Zhao Mochizuki said sweetly, and didn't mind the narrow and chaotic, even a little messy, environment. Hey, okay, we'll wash it together. Lin Fen took the dishes from Qin Lin's hands and went into the kitchen with Zhao Maching with a smile on her face. Qin Lin seemed to have become an outsider all of a sudden. Zhao Mochizuki's cooking skills were actually quite good, so Lin Fen happily played alongside, and after the table of dishes was ready, her appetite was all better than usual, and she ate quite a bit more. After a meal, Qin Lin entered the room and carried a bag out, which was exactly the quality 2 red strawberries that came out today. 4 pounds taken out half. Xiao Lin, what did you take? Lin Fen asked suspiciously. Red strawberries. I saved them specially. Mom, Mei, you guys try them. Qin Lin placed the quality 2 red strawberries on the table. Seeing this, Lin Fen immediately put all the strawberries in front of Zhao Maching and said, Maching, strawberries are very high in nutrients and can also beautify your skin, so eat more. Okay, Auntie. Zhao Mochizuki liked eating fruits and didn't excuse herself, picking up one and tasting it, but soon she was surprised. Qin Lin, why are these strawberries so delicious? This is special quality strawberries. There's no place to buy them outside. You can't even eat them if you want to. Delicious, isn't it? Qin Lin was a bit smug. Wasn't it? Delicious too. Sweet too. Taste too. Aftertaste 2 attributes. This game comes out, and he's the only one. Aha! Zhao Mo Turnip nodded her head in a hurry. Those strawberries I ate in the past can't be compared to this at all. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious strawberries. It's just red strawberries? Is it that delicious? Lin Fen was a bit puzzled by Zhao Mochizuki's words. Having been a fruit and vegetable vendor all her life, she knows a lot about red strawberries. She knows a lot about red strawberries, and they taste just like that, much the same. However, after she picked up a strawberry and tasted it, she looked just as incredulous. The taste of the strawberries was really out of her expectation, and it managed to leave a lingering aftertaste in her mouth after eating it. She couldn't believe she was eating strawberries here. Not to mention Zhao Mo Turnip. She has been doing fruit and vegetables for her whole life. She has eaten and tasted absolutely a lot of strawberries every year, but the flavor of those strawberries is far inferior to this one that her son took out. Chapter 10. A 200-pound one is no better than a 20-pound one. Qin Lin looked at Zhao Maching and her old mom who were cleaning the dishes in the kitchen and revealed a hint of a smile. When Turnip came, Mom's face was all smiles and she was in a good mood. Smile more and stay in a good mood. It's all good for Mom's health. Mom clearly wants to help him marry Turnip off, but the family situation just doesn't help. So it's better to put a down payment on a house as soon as possible, and then swing the marriage license in front of Mom and bring Turnip home. That's probably the last thing he wants to do right now, so it's safe to say he has no big ambitions in his bust. There is always something more important in life than ambition. Thinking about it, he looked at the game screen, itching to open a golden finger to upgrade his game character, plant all the land with red strawberries, and make him millions a day. When Qin Lin wanted to send Zhao Maching back, Lin Fen followed her downstairs to the neighborhood, and kept instructing, Xiao Lin, remember to send Maching home safely, and ride slower on the road. Mom, I know. Qin Lin answered with a smile and drove Zhao Maching out of the neighborhood. Zhao Maching's family lives in the East Side Garden neighborhood. Qin Lin stopped his car in the neighborhood, and the environment alone could be felt to be fundamentally different from the old neighborhood he had rented. This is one of the best few neighborhoods in Yuqing County, and the price of a flat has reached 14,000. with a 120 square foot house plus renovations at the beginning of 2 million. You should know that many houses over in the provincial capital are just over 2 million. So you can see how flimsy the prices are in this tiny U city. Every time he came here, he had to consider the question that if he were to buy a house here under normal circumstances, he would have to save money and spend 3 to 5 years paying off his family's external debts first. If there's no money-making gateway out of the status quo in the meantime, it'll take another 5 years or more to come up with enough money for a down payment. And that's if house prices don't go up again in the future. Every time he used to come here, he would get a little nervous. He was afraid that he would fail Joe Mochizuki. Luckily, the game in his head could pull him out of this impotent quagmire. Zhao Moqing seemed to sense Qin Lin's emotions, and instead of getting out of the car, she pressed her face to his back. Qin Lin, why don't we just showdown with our family? I want to fight together with you. Qin Lin knew that Zhao Mochizuki was telling her determination, and she had already brought up the topic more than once. He grabbed Zhao Mochizuki's hand and assured, "Didn't I say to give me some time? Don't worry about it. I've recently got a new business. I've done some wholesaling, and I'm making more money than before, so I'll be able to bring you home soon." Really? Really? Well, I believe you. A few simple words showed her confidence in Qin Lin. After the two of them had warmed up a bit, Qin Lin handed the other 2 pounds of quality 2 red strawberries that he had prepared to Mo Turnip. And Joe Turnip was pleasantly surprised. That strawberry was so good earlier. It was all settled by her and Lin Fan. Qin Lin nodded. Well, as long as you like to eat. Zhao Mochizuki was naturally delighted and heavily offered Qin Lin a fragrant kiss before reluctantly going upstairs. And when she returned home, she found her mother, Chen Xiao, and her sister-in-law, Li Jiawen, both watching TV in the hall. "Mei, you're back." Li Jiawen, who was the same age as Zhao Moqing, was a makeup artist and dressed very stylishly, and when she saw her sister-in-law coming back, she said with a smile, "Moqing, come and taste it. I had someone buy imported strawberries on behalf of me. 200 yuan a caddy. It's a rare occasion to eat it." Saying that, she even picked up one and handed it to Zhao Mochizuki's mouth. Joe Turnip cooperated by opening her mouth. Li Jiawen stuffed the strawberry into Zhao Mochizeng's mouth and asked, "How does it taste?" "Not bad, right?" Zhao Mo Turnip ate this strawberry, but looked at her sister-in-law strangely. "Jiawen, this strawberry is 200 a caddy. Are you being cheated?" Li Jiawen asked suspiciously. "How can that be? It's my very close girlfriend in college who helped to buy it on behalf of me. Isn't it good?" Zhao Mochizuki didn't say anything and took out a strawberry from the bag in her hand and handed it to Li Jiawen's mouth. "Open your mouth." Seeing the red strawberries, Li Jiawen also cooperated by opening her mouth and biting into them, then froze because they were so much tastier than the strawberries she had bought. "Turnip, where did you buy these strawberries? How much does it cost? It should be very expensive, right?" "It shouldn't be expensive." Zhao Moqing didn't ask about the price of the strawberries, and said vaguely, "This is from Qin Lin. The ones he sells in his store must be cheaper. It should be 20 a caddy." 20 a caddy? When Li Jiawen heard the price, she became frustrated. "What 200 a caddy of strawberries is not as good as 20. Mei, it seems like I've really been cheated. 200 even. This BFF has no business being a BFF." As she spoke, her hand had already reached into the bag in Zhao Mo Turnip's hand. "The strawberries you buy yourself don't smell good anymore. The ones your sister-in-law brings home do." Chen Xiao, who was on the side, heard Qin Lin's name and asked with a frown, "How's Qin Lin doing these days?" "Mom, Qin Lin has recently done wholesale. He'll get better and better." Zhao Moqing actually didn't know how Qin Lin was talking about wholesaling, but she could only say that Qin Lin was good. And, after saying that, she ran to her room, not wanting to dwell on the issue. Li Jiawen said, "Mom, actually Qin Lin is a good person, willing to work, and good to Mochizuki." Chen Xiao sighed and said, "I know he's good, but it's not like you don't know about his family. How much suffering will Mochizuki have to endure after marrying him?" At that, Li Jiawen didn't answer. Qin Lin got up the next day and picked the watermelons and strawberries that had ripened in the morning, then planted new seeds. After scrubbing and eating breakfast, he went to the warehouse first thing and moved the watermelons out of the game. He then delivered the watermelons ordered by Lu Dashang and these people. "Xiao Qin, and you say something." When Lu Dashang finished weighing, he inquired with some embarrassment, "It's that the price of watermelon has dropped now. Can you still make this wholesale price cheaper by 20 cents? Hearing this news, Qin Lin frowned slightly. Has the watermelon already started to drop in price? Watermelon price drop in his expectations. Every year in July and August watermelon prices soared to the end of September after the watermelon began to drop in price. Is it just that the price of watermelons has dropped so early this year at the wholesale market in this uptown? After careful thought, he probably knows why. After all, this participation in a foot More than 800 watermelons per day. More than 9,000 pounds. This small county market must be a little impact. In that case, he would have to consider planting something else. Watermelon, once the price drops, the more to the back of the more worthless. And finally, often a caddy sold less than $1. Not much profit. Sure enough, in the evening after delivering the goods to the RT Mart settlement, Chen manager really also opened his mouth to mention the matter of price reduction. It also made him more determined to stop growing watermelons. As soon as he was out of RT Mart, he sent a message to those bosses. Probably about the content is the old family, two grandpa's nephew's uncle's son land planted watermelon sold out. Everyone can go to the market tomorrow, wholesale watermelon. The heart also does not suddenly stop the supply of guilt. Originally is in business, and did not sign a long-term supply contract. After doing so, he looked at the game screen in his head at the first opportunity, controlling the game character out of the ranch and heading to the seed store in her town to check if there were any crops that could be grown in the primary land that were more expensive than watermelons. At the same time, he went online to check the prices of these crops, naturally picking one that was both suitable and insured yet still expensive. After half a day of searching, he really found one that fit perfectly. That would be okra. Okra is the most expensive of the primary land crops, and ripens at a similar time as watermelon. Key: okra is a seed crop, not a seedling crop, and like watermelon, it's stealthy and hassle-free. Their southern regional wholesale price is now upwards of $6 a pound. The cost of this to him is what he pays for the seed, and he's not looking for much. $6 a pound wholesale is fine. With that in mind, he went to the seed store and bought another bag of okra seeds. When he got home, he went into the game and put the okra seeds into the seed storage box, then exited the game and took control of the game character to shovel the watermelon seeds he had planted earlier and plant the okra seeds on that 24 frame ground. Chapter 11: Quality 2 Okra. A man's gospel. Up early in the morning, the game strawberries and okra were all ripe, red and green dotting the 30-grid field. Qin Lin took control of the game character for the first time to pick and put it into the storage room, and then entered the game with a thought. In the storage room, the two crops have been separated. Quality 1 strawberry 302 pounds. Quality 2 strawberries 2 pounds. Not much different than before. Okra, 1,500 pounds, quality 1. Okra, 4 pounds, quality 2. That means each plot averages over 60 pounds of okra harvested. And if it goes out at $6 wholesale, that's a batch that could earn $9,000. That's already more income than 2 batches of watermelons. Qin Lin picked up quality 1 and quality 2 okra in succession, and the quality 2 okra was obviously darker in color and bigger in size. But, as always, you can see the note information. Okra, quality 1. Okra is a special crop that has medicinal properties, including regulating menstruation with breast milk, opening up the lymphatic system, and filling the kidneys with semen. Okra, quality 2. This is a high-quality okra with medicinal properties that are extremely effective in lowering breast milk, regulating menstruation, clearing the lymphatic system, and filling the kidneys with essence. Qin Lin looked at the memo message in surprise. He knew that okra was very nutritious, but it was the first time he knew exactly how it worked. This lower lactation and menstrual adjustment is supposed to make the child better and fuller fed, as well as the woman healthy. Passing showers should be that what's not smooth, like a faucet dripping, and it works for that. Into the kidney to fill the essence need not be explained. Men should understand. This effect, an aphrodisiac, is a man's 2 gospel, and this quality 2 okra, the effect is all 2. Thinking about the effective 2 attributes of watermelon and strawberry quality 2 before, then this quality 2 okra effect should be strong, right? Qin Lin exited the game, shuffled around, and headed to the warehouse. No matter what, first send the right batch of strawberries to RT Mart, and by the way, find Manager Chen to sell the okra. After sending 302 pounds of strawberries to the RT Mart warehouse to be weighed, Qin Lin entered the RT Mart office area and walked straight toward Manager Chen's office. It was only when they arrived outside Manager Chen's office that they saw a young woman in a somewhat revealing dress walk out of it, her neck vaguely showing strawberry prints, and a peculiar smell lingering on her body as she brushed past. Qin Lin smiled ambiguously. This flavor is something that men understand, and I didn't expect this Manager Chen to be quite good at it. When Manager Chen saw Qin Lin coming, he invited him to sit towards the tea table, and while making tea, he inquired, "Mr. Qin, coming so early, is there an answer to the watermelon price reduction?" Manager Chen, the watermelons have stopped on my side. Today I'm here to talk to you about the new crop. Qin Lin smiled, and as he spoke, he placed the small bag of sample okra he had brought on the tea table as well. Okra, Manager Chen subconsciously voiced out. This is something he is familiar with. A tigress in the house, and outside playing with a white rabbit. His daily dish did not eat a lot of this stuff. It's always time for a man to take a tonic on all fronts. Qin Lin laughed. Manager Chen, the new crop is okra. Mr. Chin, how much is your wholesale price for this okra? If it's too high I can't explain it to the top. Manager Chen spoke again with hints, which naturally meant that he wanted Qin Lin to give him the full price so that there would be oil and water. He was still very satisfied with his cooperation with Qin Lin. The other party's wholesale price was not too high, and he had enough oil and water, and the stuff was good enough to sell at a higher price than normal. Not only he this raked in the oil, the leadership above the supermarket is also satisfied. Qin Lin heard the meaning and laughed. Manager Chen, don't worry. Won't make it hard for you. My wholesale price of this okra is just 6 yuan a caddy, definitely lower than the market. Moreover, I can provide roughly 3,000 pounds a day. Manager Chen heard the price of 6 yuan a caddy and immediately said decisively, Mr. Chin, I'll take all the okra in your hand. Are you kidding me? It's only $6 a pound wholesale and you still don't want it? The latest news he's getting is that the wholesale price of okra in Euclid is going up $7 a pound in a couple of days, and it's going to be even higher on the Sandy City side. At this price of $6 wholesale, since the other party is willing to give it up, there is no reason for him not to eat it. So even if this Yuqing branch couldn't consume 3,000 pounds, it could still be shipped to Shacheng, who made the same person in charge of both sides. As for whether the purchasing manager on the Sand City side was cool or not was none of his business. Is it possible for the other side to find such a source? Qin Lin also smiled and said, alright, then I'll send all the okra to Manager Chen in batches today. Manager Chen smiled and said, then the price of the invoice for General Manager Chen will be 50 cents more per caddy. So that brother I can also earn some hard-earned money. Qin Lin was trying to spit when he heard this. Hard money? At 50 cents a pound more. 3,000 pounds is 1,500 okay? Add $2 more for strawberries and it's another 1,200 plus. Sitting in his office, playing with women, and signing papers made over 2,700 from him in one day. Plus I don't know how much in one day from what I made at other people's places. You call this hard work? Well, who wouldn't want to work hard like that? However, Qin Lin got a reply and left. In the evening, the strawberries and okra ripened again, with another 1,500 plus pounds of okra and another 6 pounds of quality 2. That makes 10 pounds of quality 2 okra. Qin Lin sent today's okra and strawberries after the RT Mart. After looking for Manager Chen to settle the bill, the account soon also arrived. Strawberries 605 pounds, 18,150 yuan. Okra 3,000 pounds, 18,000 yuan. Today's total entry was $36,150, on the verge of breaking $40,000 per day. The silver card balance also reached $242,237. Qin Lin was in a good mood, and when he returned home, he thought about the quality 2 okra. Going to his room, he entered the game and took out 2 pounds of quality 2 okra out, then went to the kitchen and said towards Lin Fen who was cooking, Mom, wait and make this okra. Lin Fen looked at the okra and frowned. Xiao Lin, even though you and Mo Qing are young, you need to be a little more moderate, or else you won't be able to make up for it by eating this. Qin Lin was a bit embarrassed. Mom, I simply want to taste this okra. I do some wholesale business these days, and this okra is a product that always needs to be tasted in person. This is also considered to hand over a little bottom, so that when the time comes to take out a large sum of money. Mom worried. There is a doorway to engage in wholesale is good. Can earn more money. Lin Fen did not ask more questions. She knows that her son has always been opinionated. Want to do something, certainly think well. The key is that she can only look at the store and bargain with the customers. She can't give business advice. 2 pounds of okra blanched sauerkraut. The flavor is very good. Qin Lin has never been disappointed in his old mother's cooking. Quality 2 okra didn't feel like it when he first ate it, but as time passed and as it was digested he was surprised when a warm and very comfortable feeling began to appear in his waist. The effect of entering the kidney fill *2 seems to be obvious, but after a night of digestion, by the early morning of the next day, Qin Lin was miserable for erecting a morning flagpole. However, when he got up, his entire mental state was on a higher level. This is still the feeling of him, a person of dragon essence and tiger, like Manager Chen that age, who is already a bit weak in keeping a white rabbit outside. The feeling of eating it will surely be more intense, right? Chapter 12. Men who have eaten it say it's good. The city police came to catch the dog. Qin Lin got up and stretched. This quality 2 okra effect is really strong. They can be used as pills, or no side effects, can supplement the kidney. After that, as always, he looked into the light screen of his mind, picking okra and strawberries and planting new seeds. Qin Lin ate breakfast and headed to the warehouse to deliver this batch of ripe okra and strawberries to the RT Mart supermarket before returning to the store to rest. The store was already empty, and he bought a recliner to lie down in, which was very comfortable. By late afternoon, The okra and strawberries were ripe once again, and he headed to the warehouse once again to move the okra and strawberries out of the game to deliver them to RTD once again. Today 607 pounds of strawberries and 3,050 pounds of okra will bring in another 36,510 and the balance will be $278,747. That'll put us over 300,000 tomorrow with another day of delivery. However, when Chin Lin took the list and went to find Manager Chen to settle the bill, he coincidentally met the young woman from yesterday again, and when he rubbed shoulders, the other party carried the same flavor that all men understand. The woman's cell phone rang, and she was seen answering the phone with a smile. "Hey, husband, I'm at our T-Mart buying groceries. I'll go back and make you a delicious meal." Chin Lin only lamented that he would play. When he entered Manager Chen's office, he saw Manager Chen covering his waist and spraying air freshener. There was obviously a torn black stocking in the trash basket next to it. Chin Lin could only once again lament that this Manager Chen could play. "Mr. Chin, coming." Manager Chen put down the air cleaner and didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he enthusiastically guided Chin Lin to the tea house and sat down. Men have a little money who will not play. Many people also take this as the table to show off the capital. Who will look down on men? Anyway, men do not suffer. The ones who are looked down upon are those women who are played. Manager Chen, this is today's list. Chin Lin handed over the list and invoice. Manager Chen took the signature, then said with a smile, "Mr. Chin, the batch of okra you sent yesterday is already on the shelves, and today's sales are also very good. I still say, 6 yuan per caddy wholesale price. How much you have, how much I want." Manager Chen, "I can only supply more than 3,000 pounds of this okra every day," Chin Lin said, and suddenly thought of something. "However, Manager Chen, I still have some specially cultivated okra there, which has very strong effects in opening up the gonorrhea, entering the kidneys and filling up the essence, and the effect in that area is even stronger than the pills. Would you like to give it a try?" Thinking of the other party just finished playing with the woman to cover the waste of the action, he felt that this Chen manager should be fast to the extent of the heart, but it is able to the other party to eat the rebate to gouge back some more. "Mr. Chin, there's a special cultivation for this? The effect you said is true?" Manager Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Chin Lin smiled and said, "Manager Chen, can I still lie to you? It's just that the price is a bit expensive. At least 200 for a caddy, and it's also very hard to get. I can fight to get some. A caddy 200. So expensive?" It was the first time Manager Chen had heard of such expensive okra, but he was in control of the channel and believed that Chin Lin wouldn't dare to lie to him, or else it would be even harder for the other party to stop the cooperation. So he also said, "Mr. Chin, then help me get some. I'll try it out first." Thinking about what Chin Lin had said, he was a bit eager to try. Men, when it comes to struggling with these problems, always willing to spend some money to make up for it. "Alright, then I'll go and take a look first. I'll send it over to Manager Chen later if there are any goods." Chin Lin answered and left RT-Mart, deliberately waited some time before going to the warehouse and taking the 9 pounds of quality 2 okra out of the game and heading to RTD again. Entering Manager Chen's office again, Chin Lin smiled and opened the bag in his hand, revealing the quality 2 okra inside and said, "Manager Chen, it's these okra, a total of 9 pounds, 1800. Manager Chen looked at those okra, and sure enough, he found that they were different from normal okra, darker in color and bigger in size. "I just don't know exactly how much effect it has, but once a man starts to lose his strength, he should try it anyhow." Men are extremely concerned about the sexual well-being aspect by this point in their lives, or those supplements that don't have the slightest effect and require the consumption of IQ wouldn't be so hot. Manager Chen was very quick to pay the bill, but let Chin Lin feel a caddy 200 is not too cheap. One night passed. Chin Lin got up early in the morning to harvest 5 pounds of quality 2 okra again. After planting the new seeds, he grabbed some breakfast and delivered the morning's ripe batch of okra and strawberries back to RTD. Who knows, in the overweighing time Chen manager is holding a big belly to find himself thievishly pulling him to the side. "Mr. Chin, yesterday that kind of okra do you still have?" Chin Lin was stunned. "Manager Chen, it's not 9 pounds. Did you finish it?" Manager Chen immediately said, "Mr. Chin, I haven't finished that yet. However, your stuff is really effective. Don't I need to prepare more here?" Originally he had doubts about the effectiveness of those okra, but after eating one last night, he got up in the morning without the aching tiredness in his back that he used to feel. That means that okra really works. And, well, it works amazingly well. He also poked around the wholesale market one morning, wanting to know where Chin Lin took the goods, and in the end found nothing, which can only find Chin Lin again. Chin Lin knew the effect of quality 2 okra, but looking at Manager Chen's appearance, it showed that the effect of this quality 2 okra on this kind of powerless man was stronger than he expected. Looking at the other party's urgency, Qin Lin, however, pretended to be in a difficult situation. Manager Chen, you also know that I'm just a middleman, earning a little bit of money, and I can't always get this special okra, so a little bit of it might be taken away for someone else. This makes Manager Chen a little anxious. Mr. Qin, help me. Wasn't it 200 a caddy before? I can offer 400 a caddy, which is much more useful than that big thousands of health products. Straight up to 400 a pound? Qin Lin was surprised. Older men were really concerned about sexual well-being. As he spoke, Manager Chen shoved the Chinese cigarette in his hand into Qin Lin's hand. Mr. Qin, I'll trouble you then. Alright, then I'll try it for Manager Chen. Qin Lin looked at the cigarette he was holding in his hand. On the surface, he pretended to be in a difficult situation, but in his heart, he was a bit pleased. It seemed that his role with this Manager Chen was starting to swap. Now it's the other guy who's starting to beg for it. Seeing that Qin Lin had agreed, Manager Chen was also relieved. After Qin Lin left, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a phone number, and with a thieving smile, he said inwardly, "Hey, General Manager Chu, I'm Xiao Chen Ah, I bought a kind of good thing over here." Qin Lin naturally still had quality 2 okra in his hand, and he harvested another 5 pounds in the morning as he matured. However, he didn't take it out right away. Manager Chen was in a hurry, so he wasn't. Who doesn't know the truth about oddballs? 400 a caddy. This evening okra and ripe. If you can also harvest 5 pounds of quality 2, then this 10 pounds alone can be sold 4,000. This is the Chen manager to eat all the rebates back, but also more than a lot. It seems like the higher-end boutiques are the ones that are easier to make money on. Qin Lin returned to Market Street with a pleasant mood, and only when he reached the front of the store did he see a group of people watching the show around him, and a few people in city management uniforms were chasing the black dog with nets. The black dog kept scurrying around, and when he was jerked around by the city police, he barked mournfully and helplessly at the people around him, and he seemed to be looking forward to being rescued. This is obviously a report of someone coming to get this black dog. After all, many of the guests who come here are housewives who will bring their children with them for fear of being injured by stray dogs, many of which have already been caught and euthanized on Market Street before. Stray dogs can easily find food on Market Street, but they can also easily lose their lives. It can't be helped that there are too many irresponsible owners and too many stray dogs. Wasn't there a young female vet who euthanized 800 stray dogs a while back that got cyberstormed? Chapter 13, Adopting the Black Dog. Manager Chen has put down blood money. Impatient, uneasy, fearful, the black dog dodged woefully, his eyes all helpless. Suddenly, it noticed a familiar smell, and when it saw the returning Qin Lin, there seemed to be a hint of color in its eyes. It barked at Qin Lin for a while, anxiously rushing towards him. This also gave the townies a chance to get a net over the black dog's head and a tug on the noose, binding it securely by the neck. Woo woo! A look of fear appeared in the black dog's eyes, and he barked even more panically towards Qin Lin, with a look of anticipation and longing in his eyes. A city manager came forward with a cage and several people worked together to lock the black dog in. The black dog still barked at Qin Lin until the door of the cage closed, and only then did it let out a lost whimper, all of its body losing its strength in general, pulling its head down with a shrug. It seemed to have given up, and its eyes seemed to have lost their color. However, the remaining light in its eyes held a hint of anticipation as it inadvertently stared in Qin Lin's direction. Qin Lin accurately felt Black Dog's gaze, and that gaze caused him to sigh helplessly and walk towards a few city officials. He'd gotten a little used to seeing this black dog every day for a while, and it wasn't like he couldn't afford a dog right now. The black dog seemed to notice Qin Lin's movements and suddenly stood up again, anticipation returning to his eyes. Qin Lin walked towards the city manager in charge. "Captain Liu, this black dog and I have a bond. See if you can release it and I'll adopt it." At the same time, he said, secretly stuffed the Chinese given by Manager Chen into the city manager's car. It's Boss Qin. Captain Liu often came to this market street on business, and he could probably name all the store owners here. Looking at the Zhenghua, he didn't move and said towards Qin Lin, "Boss Qin, since you said so, we're not inhumane. However, if you want to adopt it, you'd better take it to get a vaccination. Check it out, and by the way, apply for a dog license. Nowadays the control is strict, so don't make it difficult for us." Qin Lin nodded his head and assured, "Don't worry, Captain Liu. I'll take it to get vaccinated later and the dog license as soon as possible." Only then did Captain Liu nod towards a few other city officials. In fact, he could see that there was something different about this dog, so he took it as a favor. When Qin Lin and one of the city officials arrived at the cage, the black dog seemed to realize what was going on and whimpered at him, spinning anxiously around the cage. The moment the cage opened, it scurried out as fast as it could, reaching Qin Lin's feet and frantically rubbing its head against his leg. Lin sensed the black dog's emotions and squatted down to stroke its head to soothe it. Woo woo. The black dog's bark turned high and excited as well. Captain Lu quickly led people to leave. Lin Free also intends to first take the black dog to vaccination. By the way, deworming. To adopt stray dogs, this is a prerequisite, but also must be done. There was a pet store not far from Market Street. Lin greeted the black dog and it followed very spiritually. When we arrived at the pet store, the owner, an unkempt, bearded man, was meticulously combing the hair of a pet dog. There's something funny about that image. A man who doesn't even care much about his own image, yet he cleaned up after a dog. A guest is coming. The man spotted Lin and greeted him. Lin smiled and said, "Boss, check this dog for me, and by the way, clean it up, give it a vaccination and deworm it." The man saw the black dog and came down with interest. "This is a stray dog, isn't it?" Lin nodded and said, "It's been roaming around me for a while, so watch and adopt it." The man said with some surprise, "Brother, you are very lucky." The stray dog's choice of owner shows that it has a spirit, and it also shows that you have given it a strong sense of security, and it also wants a warm home, and apparently, you have not let it down. When the man opened his mouth, the conversation seemed to be a bit overwhelming, but he didn't stop with his hands, pulling the black dog inside and checking him out, then bathing, deworming, and vaccinating him with skillful movements. The process took almost an hour or so, and the finished black dog was completely transformed, full of spirit, his fur not gray and slimy, becoming shiny and quite a looker. The owner was surprised. "Brother, this is a princess. It's been neutered. It should have been a pet before. I just don't know why it was abandoned. The breed is Black Wolfhound, and one of the smartest and most loyal class of dogs. Treat him well and he won't fail you. It's not easy for a stray dog to pick another owner, and when you take him in, his whole world is just you. Women will leave you, they'll get you hurt, it won't, and besides, it's so easy to satisfy. As long as you've poured your feelings into it, it won't leave. It won't ditch like women do." Lin opened his mouth. At first he felt that this boss was talking about dogs. At the back how he felt that this boss was not just talking about dogs, as if he was a man with a story. The boss sighed silently as he said that, and then turned toward Lin again. "Bath 200, deworming 50, vaccination 100, checkup 50, a total of 400 for your favor." Lin couldn't help but lament when he heard the price. It was damn expensive. Maybe he understands why this owner would be so intent on making the dog look nice when he doesn't even want to clean it up himself. It's all about the money. The owner inquired, "Do you want another leash? Nowadays the control is strict. It's best to bring a leash when you go out to sneak your dog. The other thing is that you need to bring back 2 packs of dog food as well." Lin nodded. "Then another leash and 2 packs of dog food." The boss took out a dog leash and 2 packs of dog food from the counter and handed them to Lin, adding, 50 for the leash and 300 for the dog food. Total 750. Lin now knew why there were so many stray dogs in U City, and at ING cost 750. The average salary here in Yuchang is only 4,000, which is certainly a lot of pressure to raise. So don't raise a dog on the spur of the moment, or you'll be harming yourself and others. After Lin paid the money, he picked up the dog chain to put it on the black dog. Who knew that this black dog even took the initiative to put its head in front of him? Extremely cooperative. The boss saw this and lamented. "This dog is really smart. A little training might even be able to go to a certain voice to become a Netflix dog. It's a pity that it chose you as its owner." The black dog walks out of the pet store clearly more energized and majestic because he knows he has a home again. Next, Lin and Hold the black dog went to the district committee. For the dog license first of all should be signed by the district committee to keep a file, in addition to his own identity card information, and finally to go to the police station to apply for the registration of the dog. Now that you've decided to adopt a black dog, whether it's for yourself or for the dog, it's time to do it. However, these runs down were also very tedious and cumbersome, and by evening the strawberries and okra in the game were ripe again were not done. He also had to continue with the license tomorrow, and then went back to the store and picked the strawberries and okra from the game first, getting another 5 pounds of quality 2 okra. After planting the new seeds, he left the black dog in the store for now and went to the warehouse to get everything out of the game. After sending this batch to RTD to be weighed as well, today's strawberries totaled 610 pounds and okra 110 pounds. This time Manager Chen came down once again in person. "Mr. Chen, have you finished weighing?" Manager Chen asked with a smile, taking the initiative to take over the sheet for him to sign, acting very enthusiastically. Lin naturally knew the other party's purpose and smiled as he went to the back of the 3-wheel truck and took out a bag and handed it to Manager Chen. "Manager Chen, here are 5 pounds of specially cultivated okra. I was so persuasive that I was able to part with some of it from the other person. He didn't take out all 10 pounds of quality 2 okra. And the more anxious Manager Chen was, the more he had to hang on to his appetite. Manager Chen received 5 pounds of quality 2 okra with joy on his face as well, and pulled Qin Lin to the side and quietly said, "Mr. Qin, I'm troubling you this time. After that, can you see if you can waste some more effort? As long as you can help me get some every day, I'll give you the actual price according to the invoice afterward. That means no more kickback money either." It seems that this Manager Chen is bloodthirsty for the sake of sexual happiness. So, when Qin Lin left RT Mart, he settled some more, all according to the invoice settlement. Strawberries at 32 yuan, 610 pounds of 19,520 yuan, okra at 6.5 yuan, 110 pounds of 20,215 yuan, plus Manager Chen 5 pounds of quality 2 okra 2,000 yuan, a total of 39,735 yuan of daily income, the daily income of nearly 40,000 yuan. Bank card deposits have also officially surpassed $300,000 at $318, 482. Chapter 14 New Feature, Quality 2 Wild Fish. Back on Market Street, Qin Lin opened the roll-up door, and the black dog ran barking to his feet to greet him. "Go, take you home." Qin Lin took 2 bags of dog food and led the leash towards the outside. "Woo woo." The black dog seemed to understand and looked a little excited. When he arrived at the small electric car, he was struggling with how to get the dog to cooperate with the car. When he saw the dog suddenly slip into the position of the foot of the small electric car, with his legs standing up and his front legs resting on the head of the car, and he did not forget to whine at him, as if reminding him to hurry up. Qin Lin had watched a certain sound short video before. Some dogs were like becoming a spirit, and thought it was man-made traces, but now he was believing that some dogs were really as good as becoming a spirit. Mounting the small electric bike, Qin Lin took this new member of the family for a ride towards home. Woo woo. When Qin Lin arrived at the door of his house and opened the door with his key, the black dog barked even more joyfully. "Xiao Lin, why did you bring a dog back?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously as she looked at the black dog that entered the door. "Mom, it's a long story." Qin Lin said all about the black dog. "So now I'm adopting it." Hearing Qin Lin's words, Lin Fan squatted down and stroked the black dog's head, which cooperated by stretching out its head and even licked Lin Fan's palm. "So smart." Lin Fan couldn't help but praise, and said towards Qin Lin, "Xiao Lin, keep it well then, as the saying goes, when a pig comes to be poor, a dog comes to be rich, and this dog might be the one to give our family a prosperous fortune. By the way, what's its name?" "Name? Don't know yet." Qin Lin also felt that it was time to name the dog now that he had adopted it, so he said, "Since it's here to give me Wang Kai, let's call it Wang Kai." "Then let's call it Wang Kai." Lin Fan smiled instead and shouted at the black dog, "Wang Kai." The black dog heard Lin Fan call out to it and was obviously a bit stunned, but the dog was shrewd and seemed to realize that it was calling itself, immediately whimpering and barking towards Lin Fan in response. After dinner, Qin Lin found a basin and poured dog food for Wang Kai. Lin Fan also found a cardboard box and spread it out for Wang Kai to sleep in. The house was small, so it had to be like this for now. Back in the room, Qin Lin saw that the game had grown grass again, so he cleaned up a bit, and then chatted with Zhao Mo Turnip on WeChat again. And in the meantime, he told her about Wang Kai. The next day, Qin Lin got up and the first thing he did was look at the game screen in his head, harvesting the ripe strawberries and okra and planting new seeds. After doing so and opening the door to his room, he saw that Wang Kai was already squatting outside his door, whimpering twice when he saw him and running over to rub against his leg. "It got up early in the morning and squatted at your door, but it's very knowledgeable and didn't even bark." Lin Fan came out with the thin rice and complimented Wang Kai. Qin Lin smiled and stroked Wang Kai's head. "This dog is really coming around." After simply eating 2 bowls of thin rice, Qin Lin greeted his mom and prepared to go to the warehouse to enter the game to pick up the goods. "Woo woo." Wang Kai whimpered and ran out the door after him, still chewing on his leash and reaching for his hand, as if to say don't leave me behind. Qin Lin had wanted to leave the dog at home, but when he saw this, he had no choice but to hold the leash and take it out with him. Rode the small motorized vehicle to Market Street, switched to the 3-wheeled van, put Wanzai in the back of the vehicle and headed for the warehouse. Once he reached the warehouse and locked the door, he entered the game with a thought and his figure disappeared. Woo woo. Wan Kai's entire head stood up as he looked at the place where he had disappeared, and he ran over abruptly, spinning around in anxious and panicked circles, picking at the ground where he had disappeared with his legs. When Qin Lin came out with a basket of strawberries, the dog took 2 more steps back in shock, and when he saw that Qin Lin was about to pounce on him in excitement, Qin Lin had already put down the basket and disappeared again. After 2 or 3 times in a row, the dog seemed to be confused. taking all of this batch of strawberries and okra out of the game and moving them to the car. Lin then took the dog to our T-Mart to make the delivery. 2 hours had passed since the full job was done. After lunch, Zhao Maching came over. Last night WeChat said about the dog. She specially came over to see Wang Kai. Lin was the first to go forward to greet her and hugged and kissed her. Wang Kai seemed to understand something as he watched the scene, and sensing that he had to do something as well, he nimbly ran to Zhao Mochizui's feet and rubbed against her legs. Lin, is it Wang Kai? Zhao Mo Turnip was surprised and squatted down, hugging the dog's neck. Wang Kai whimpered at Zhao Mochizui with a cute and pleasing look. Zhao Mo Turnip looked at the dog and couldn't help but take out his cell phone to take a selfie with the dog. Wang Kai unexpectedly grinned and came forward, as if he was cooperating with Zhao Mo Turnip. What surprised Zhao Maching even more was that when she struck a few poses, the dog was able to match them all, which made her smile like a flower. Lin, Wang Kai is so smart. I love him so much. Lin all looked at this scene in surprise. A dog certainly wouldn't understand this unless someone used to make him cooperate with taking pictures on a regular basis. The dog should really have a spirit, and seem to know how to please those around him. From mom to Zhao Mo Turnip, Zhao Mochizui teased Wang Kai for a while and instructed Lin to keep an eye on it before leaving to go to work. Apparently, she's fallen in love with the dog in the short time she's been here. 2. Lin went to the recliner and lay down, controlling the game character to stroll around the game map to see if any game quests were triggered. The quest didn't trigger, though, and when the game character returned to the ranch, he saw a person suddenly appear in front of the game character, and a dialogue appeared. Is this the plot? Lin immediately used his mind to control the game character and talk to the other person, only to realize that this person was called Zack, the game's receiving agent. Zack, because the game characters sell fruits and vegetables to boost the economy of our town. I hope to build on that. Zack also gave him a fishing rod and a packet of bait and told him he could go fishing in the river, which was marketed for a number of wild fish. In the game, after Zack left, Lin also noticed that the game character's toolbox had an extra fishing rod and a pack of lures. This is another new feature. Lin knew where the river was and immediately took control of the game character to the river that the ranch crossed. Bait the bait. Throw out the hook. And then it's time to wait. But in a moment, he got a game hint that it was a fish on the hook, and immediately controlled the game character to pull up the hook. And in a moment, he saw a fish being pulled up. Control the game character to unhook the fish and send it to the storage room and get a hint. You've harvested a wild carp, quality 2. Wild Crucian carp Lin is aware of, is considered to be very famous in the dietary supplements, such as his mother's weakness. Crucian carp is very complementary, not only to supplement the protein, to strengthen the spleen and promote dampness. Blood circulation is also effective. He also buys Crucian carp from time to time for his mom to replenish her health, while the ordinary wild Crucian carp can be sold for 30 yuan a catty. But what surprised Lin is that this casually fishing a wild carp fish also quality 2. During this time he had also figured out that normal things didn't have quality. Quality 1s were already 1 level higher than normal things, and quality 2s were equal to 2 levels higher, both with 2 attributes, and everything that comes out of the game is at least quality 1. He immediately entered the small restroom in the store and entered the game with a thought. In addition to the facilities for storing fruits and vegetables in the game storage room, there are several pools, apparently for placing aquatic products, and at this time, one of the pools has been filled with water, and there is a fish swimming in it. Lin picked up the net next to him to scoop up the fish, and then he saw the memo message. Wild carp, quality 2, 10 catties. Remarks, this is a pure wild carp, a big one. Game produced without any pollution. Rich in protein 2, easy to digest and absorb 2, strengthens the spleen and relieves dampness 2, invigorates blood circulation 2, appetizing 2, delicious 2, tasty neat 2, taste 2. This series of 2 look Lin joy. This thing can let the old mom to make up for it. And this one actually grew to a magical 10 pounds. Carp breeding to grow more than 5 pounds at least 3 years, and wild carp need a longer period of time, and more than 10 pounds of wild Crucian carp is almost difficult to see. Because of environmental pollution, artificial hunting, the market 2, 3 pounds are considered large, common and even less than 1 catty. He read a news story about a wild fishing tournament where an 11.5 pound wild carp king sold for over $200 a pound. He caught 10 pounds of pure wild carp, or quality 2, the real big stuff. Other people cannot buy money. Let's just say the game is bull. Catching this kind of big stuff on his first fish, Lin was a bit excited all of a sudden. Exit the game and take control of the game character again to go fishing at the river. And again, it doesn't take long before another fish is hooked. You've harvested a wild carp, quality 1. Chapter 15. It's all wild and big stuff. Amazing effect. For the rest of the time, Lin had been controlling the game character to fish by the river, and from time to time, prompts would ring out. You harvested a wild mackerel, quality 1. You harvested a wild grass carp, quality 1. You harvested a wild carp, quality 1. At first, Lin controlled the game character and a fish was caught in almost a moment. If the trend continues, I'm afraid we'll be able to catch a couple hundred in an afternoon. However, while the idea was good, the reality was a bit harsh, and as time went on, it took longer and longer to catch a fish in the back. There is also an in-game hint when more than 30 fish are caught. There doesn't seem to be any more fish in the river. Please wait for a refresh to recover. Lin spat. It's just a game. What's the point of making it so serious? Wouldn't it be better to let players fish endlessly? It really takes away from the gaming experience. Seeing that he couldn't fish anymore, Lin also controlled the game character to put away the fishing rod and bait. And then he also entered the store's small toilet once again and entered the game with a thought. When they got to the storage room, there was already a school of fish swimming in a pool, and there was an informational plaque on the side of the pool as well, noting the number of fish. He caught a total of 35 fish, including 15 wild carp and 10 each of wild grass carp and wild bluegill. Wild grass carp and wild mackerel prices are also capable of selling for $20 a pound, as both types of fish are also notoriously nutritious. And all 10 wild grass carp and 10 wild bluegill were over 10 pounds in size. Wild grass carp and wild mackerel are inherently larger in size, and wild grass carp and wild mackerel in the teens are common in the market. However, if you can have wild grass carp and wild mackerel over 20 or 30 pounds, it's very rare in the modern world. However, when Lin looked at the specific information of these fish, 4 of them surprised him. Wild carp, quality 2, 12 caddies. Wild carp, quality 2, 11 caddies. Wild mackerel, quality 2, 25 caddies. Remarks: this is a pure wild mackerel. A big one. Game produced without any pollution. Benefiting vital energy and replenishing deficiency 2. Strengthening the spleen and stomach 2. Nourishing the liver and improving eyesight 2. Resolving dampness and neutralizing dampness in the middle 2. Intercepting malaria 2. Tasty 2. Mouthfeel 2. Wild grass carp, quality 2, 31 caddies. Remarks: this is a pure wild grass carp. A big one. No contamination to the game product. Weak stomach 2. Hyperactive liver yawn 2. High blood pressure 2. Headache and tinnitus 2. Delicious 2. Taste 2. Looking at these 4 large cargoes, Lin couldn't help but be surprised. All 3 of these quality 2 wild fish seem to be of a size that can be called big stuff standard, which is 10 pounds or more for carp, 20 pounds or more for bluegill, and 30 pounds or more for grass carp. This kind of volume in the wild fishing tournament can be called the king of the fish goods. The key has the game quality 2 attribute bonus. He caught this wild fish even though king of the fish is far from comparable. It's safe to say that if these 4 fish were put up for sale, rich people with infirm or sick people in their families would more than willingly shell out an expensive price for them. This is the kind of stuff that money can't buy even if it wants to. After all, even the normal wild big stuff is hard to come by. Lin looked at the other 31 fish, and they were all quality 1 as well. This wild fish and normal fish is different, and it is not difficult to judge, because the difference is very large. The wild body are slender, breeding short, fat and rounded. Body color is also different. The wild lighter, breeding color deep. Excrement is more different. Wild fish feces fishy odor is lighter. Breeding is heavy. However, the number of these wild fish was not large. Lin was not in a hurry to settle them, especially the 4 big ones. This kind of thing was kept for mom to replenish her body. Evening. After the strawberries and okra ripened, Lin went to the warehouse to move things out of the game and delivered them to our T-Mart again. And today the strawberries earned a total of another 18,505 yuan, while the okra was 19,870 yuan, and the card balance reached 356,787 yuan. After delivering the goods and returning to the store to pick up Wang Kai, Lin also entered the game, fished up the 12 caddy wild carp, put a rope through the gills and brought it out of the game. This one was chosen to take back to mom for her health. When he returned home, Lin turned toward Linfen and said, "Mom, what are you looking at? It's for you to replenish your body. Such a big crucian carp. Wild." Linfen received 12 pounds of crucian carp. Lu could not help but be surprised. She naturally knows the goods. More clearly, such a large wild crucian carp is very expensive. This thing only grows a caddy in a few years, and it is difficult to buy even with money. Some people are lucky enough to get one of these and can't bring themselves to eat it, choosing instead to sell it for a fortune. I'm afraid the price will be more than 2,000 for such a big one. Naturally, this was because she didn't know that the fish had attribute bonuses. Thinking of this, she grumbled, "Shaolin, why are you such a big spender? I don't need to eat such expensive food yet." "Mom, don't worry about it. I've been making a lot of money as a wholesaler lately. Our family can afford to eat this. I'll kill the fish. I also want to taste such a big wild carp, Qin said and carried the 12 kilograms of crushing carp into the kitchen. It actually warmed his heart to hear his mom complain. Before reading parents nagging feel annoyed. Now the father died. The kind of nagging can only miss. Now there is still mom can nag. He has to cherish. You. Seeing this, Lin Fen could only follow into the kitchen. Killing the fish was not a difficult task for Qin Lin, and the fish was soon taken care of. But at 12 pounds, the mother and son obviously couldn't finish the big fish, so they had to do half of it first and put the other half in the freezer. It just so happens that there is still tofu in the house. Lin Fen's best hand happens to be crushing carp and tofu soup. Ordinary wild crushing carp boiled out of the milky soup is very delicious. This game produced crushing carp. Texture too. Delicious too. The flavor will be even better. And the truth didn't disappoint Qin Lin. After the carp and tofu soup was ready and he took a small sip, his eyes lit up. This flavor and texture. Really too delicious. Even those 5-star hotels. International hotels chef with a variety of seasonings to do it then go down a cut. The flavor of this fish is surprisingly so good today. Lin Fen was surprised when she ate it. She had eaten a lot of carp. She had never eaten one that tasted this good. Had her craftsmanship improved? Moreover, after eating a bowl, only a moment later, she inexplicably felt a trace of warmth running through her veins and meridians, and her entire being was much more comfortable. She wasn't sure if it was just her own fault, but one did feel more comfortable and relaxed. Qin Lin ate a bowl of fish also felt a trace of warmth. That feeling is very real. If not as this carp has blood circulation 2 properties, he would have to think that he is not turning into a martial arts master. The body appeared in the internal force, but the results so quickly are almost as amazing as quality 2 okra. This time, the carp soup. Qin Lin ate a bowl of it all felt addicted, and immediately gave himself another bowl. Lin Fen chucked a piece of fish to Wang Kai, and the dog licked and licked at the fish bones even after eating it. Right Shaolin, there's something I need to explain to you, Lin Fen suddenly said to Qin Lin. You also know that Qin Ren is going to be betrothed. Your father's illness has also borrowed 50,000 from his family, and this time his betrothal dowry is also looking for someone else to borrow. The other party knows our family's situation has not come to ask for the debt. Our family's current situation, although we do not have the money to pay people back, but we cannot pretend that we do not know. You go to his house tonight and ask if there's anything you can do to help out more. Qin Lin nodded and said, okay, I'll go over and take a look later. Qin Ren is his hair small. Used to live in the same old house in the countryside. The university studied photography, and now and a friend partner in Yucheng opened an advertising planning studio. Whether it is advertising planning or wedding planning, all kinds of work to take. The other family didn't hesitate to borrow 50,000 when dad got sick, and that was the biggest favor to their family. Now that the other party is engaged, go over there in the evening and return the 50,000. By the way, there are other people who have borrowed money that should be paid back as soon as they can afford it. What is borrowed back is a favor, what is returned cannot be a grievance. So, find some time to pay off the other debtors as well. Chapter 16 The big stuff that no one else can buy wants to eat. After dinner, Qin Lin then went into the game and fetched the 31-pound quality 2 wild grass carp. To visit someone's home always brings some gifts. Qin Ren's father has a little high blood pressure. This quality 2 wild grass carp has -2 effect on high blood pressure. 31 pounds of fish to catch is a bit exhausting, and very slippery. Qin Lin threw the fish rope to lift up the fish. The fish also mission to struggle. The key strength almost did not get out of the hand. It was only after a few moments of your back and forth stalemate that the fish ran out of steam and could only open its mouth one by one and let itself be manipulated. Qin Ren's house is in the scholar's residence, which has a good meaning, but it's not in the center of the city. And when they arrived at Qin Ren's house, there were 4 other people inside. Qin Ren's parents, Uncle Shui Zhen and Aunt Shui Zhen, as well as 2 young girls. One of the girls is Qin Ren's girlfriend Liao Li, the county hospital nurse. Said engaged in fact, she was also living with Qin Ren early. As for the other girl, she should be Liao Li's best friend's relative or something. Shaolin, you're here? Qin Shui Zhen was obviously in a good mood. After all, his son was getting engaged. But the next moment, his gaze was attracted by the big fish in Qin Lin's hand. Or rather, as soon as Qin Lin entered the door, all eyes were attracted by the 31-pound grass carp. It's still rare for the average person to see a grass carp this big. Qin Lin lifted the fish. The entire head of the fish had to be kept above his waist, otherwise the tail would scrape the ground. Qin Ren ran forward in surprise. Lindsay, where did you get this kind of big cargo? Qin Lin handed the grass carp to Qin Ren and said, this is good for high blood pressure. It's for Uncle Shui Zhen. Qin Ren couldn't help but gesticulate as he carried the fish. And even Liaoli and the girl couldn't help but take pictures of the fish with their cell phones. This fish clearly qualifies for the friend zone. Ha! Qin Shuizhen suddenly let out a shot deep and was surprised when he took a closer look at the fish. Shaolin, is this a wild grass carp? Yes, Uncle Shuizhen. Qin Lin nodded and said, luck caught such a one and sent it over to you. Qin Ren immediately said when he heard this, Lindsay, did you catch this fish? You're not interesting enough to go and catch this kind of big stuff without bringing me along for the fun. Next time there's this kind of activity remember to call me. Qin Shuizhen, however, frowned and said, you child, just come, what's the point of giving away such expensive things? This kind of wild big stuff can't even be bought with money. You take it back. Uncle Shuizhen, where do you take back a gift that was sent to your door? Qin Lin shook his head and hurriedly changed the topic. Uncle Shuizhen, there's one more thing I came here for today. My father borrowed 50,000 from your family when he was sick, and now that Qin Ren is getting engaged, I'm returning the money. Shaolin, where did you get so much money? Qin Shuizhen frowned again. We already have the money for Xiao Ren's engagement. You don't need to rush to pay it back. But in his speech, Qin Lin has taken the cell phone WeChat operation. The 50,000 to Qin Ren transferred over. At the same time, said Shuizhen uncle, debt repayment is not natural. Money naturally have to pay first. Dad. Qin Ren helplessly took his cell phone and handed it to Qin Shuizhen to see. Seeing this, Qin Shuizhen could only sigh, and went inside to find an IOU and handed it to Qin Lin, saying, Shaolin, you'll make a good living. None of your peers in the village know better than you. Aunt Shuizhen was also very touched and said, Shaolin, you're a bitter child, but you know how to be envied. Xiao Ren has half the understanding of you. We can also worry a lot less. Mom, where have I been unintelligent? Qin Ren asked, obviously somewhat unconvinced. Step aside, Auntie Shuizhen said without a word of humor. The scene caused the two Liaoli girls to laugh. Qin Lin stayed for a moment, drinking a cup of tea and asking Qin Ren if he needed any help with his engagement before excusing himself and leaving, with Qin Ren and his parents seeing him out the door together. Inside the house, the girl whispered towards Liaoli inquiring, Shaoli, cousin husband, this friend seems to be very good. Long is not bad. Want to push a WeChat to get to know? This seemed to have some interest in Qin Lin after hearing the two old men boast so much. Liaoli were do not understand the cousin's mind. Whispered, his name is Qin Lin. People are very good, but the family situation is a little bad. No car, no house, but also this 50,000 yuan may be a little savings. Nana, can think well, really want to WeChat? Liaoli, I was joking with you, and you took it seriously. Chuna immediately snorted when she heard Liaoli's words. Are you kidding me? She's past the stage of love that doesn't look at material things. Okay, nice guy, not bad looking was just the basics. Lacking a few extras she wasn't going to be stupid enough to bump into. Liaoli couldn't help but give her cousin a blank look. This woman deserved to be a leftover woman. A moment later, Qin Ren and his parents also returned. Qin Shuizhen didn't forget to instruct towards Qin Ren. The matter of Shaolin coming to return the money is not to be told outside. Dad, I know. Qin Ren nodded his head. Both father and son know why Qin Lin will come to pay back the money. Must be aware of their family engagement lack of money. This 50,000 each other may have taken out their savings, but Qin Lin's family still owes other people money. Was aware that he paid back 50,000 in one breath. Surely someone is going to go to his home nagging. Qin Ren added, Dad, since Lin Zi brought the fish, I'll cook some for you to nourish you in the evening, and have a little wine so you can sleep. Qin Shuizhen blankly glanced at his son, or he didn't know that he had a craving of his own, but he also nodded. I've never had a wild fish this big. Late at night, after a pot of fish soup was stewed out, Qin Ren's family ate it and only felt soothed and warmed up, until the next day up. Qin Shuizhen more feel incredible. Usually because of high blood pressure up will always have a headache, dizziness. Get up early this morning, the whole person is more relaxed. The spirit is also better. Qin Lin got up as usual to harvest strawberries and okra and deliver them to RTD, and in the late afternoon, he tried controlling the game character to head to the river to fish, and found that surprisingly, he could successfully fish again. In the course of an afternoon, 34 fish were again harvested, the same 3 species of wild crucian carp, wild grass carp, and wild bluegill, and, again, there were quality 2 crucian carp in excess of 10 pounds, quality 2 grass carp in excess of 20 or 30 pounds, and quality 2 bluegill. It also made him mold clear the pattern. It seems that the ones with the volume up to the standard of a big shipment are quality 2, and the others are quality 1. In the evening, strawberries and okra were harvested again to be delivered after RTD, and another $38.216 was credited for the day. Over the next 3 days, He went into a cycle of planting strawberries and okra, delivering strawberries and okra, and fishing. Moreover, these 3 days have also allowed Qinlin to confirm that river fishing will be refreshed every day in the late afternoon, so you can fish, with a data of 30 to 40 fish, after which there will be a hint that there are no fish in the river. The 3 days plus the previous 2 days of fishing totaled 168 fish. There were 9 quality 2 carp over 10 pounds, 4 quality 2 green clouds over 20 pounds, and 6 quality 2 grass carp over 30 pounds. He has not dealt with any of these wild fish for a while, and the ones that are going to come out are live and wild and troublesome to deliver, so he is going to wait until he has a little more in stock. When the time comes to get out a wave at once, we'll see if we continue to look for Manager Chen or go over to the seafood market. However, over the course of 3 days, the strawberries and okra brought him another $113, $648, almost close to $120, 000 in 3 days. Even if he pays back Qinyan's family 50, 000, he still has a balance of over 410, 000 on his card now. That's money earned in a short period of time. As the sun set, Qinlin once again came home with an 11-pound quality 2 wild carp. The river will be refreshed by mid-afternoon, and this quality 2 wild dab is not going to break the bank. Others can't buy it with money, and he's eating it when he wants to. Another wild carp this big? Linfen looked at the fish in her son's hand full of surprise. Can this not be a surprise? This is the third one my son has brought back these days. Such a big wild crucian carp. Really wanna buy cannot buy. You are rich. No one caught. It is also in vain. But she is these days every day to eat. Qinlin smiled and said, Mom, it's a good thing to get. You won't run out later. Linfen was not sure if what her son said was true. Who dares to say it's a good idea to get this kind of wild big stuff? By all rights, my son must have been bragging. But he did mention one item after another to the family. Chapter 17 Paying taxes for the first time in my life. Beat it to death. Night. Qinlin played with Wankai for a while after eating. The dog was a bit sticky after being adopted and would also please people. It would look at you with dripping eyes and then gently rub its head against your leg. Anyone else would not be able to help but reach out and rub its head. Back in the room, the strawberry and okra seedlings in the game had gotten a little dry and needed watering. Qinlin controlled the game character to carry a bucket of water and a shower to water the strawberry and okra seedlings, and then started chatting with Zhao Mo Turnip on WeChat again. And so it went for 2 more days. Qinlin delivered ripe strawberries and okra to RTD early in the morning and returned to the store on Market Street only to have to get busy in front of the computer. It's because it's time for the local IRS to file taxes for fruit and vegetable stores. Filing a tax return is not the same thing as paying taxes. Whether you are a company or self-employed, you don't necessarily have to pay taxes, but you do have to file a tax return. A tax return is a report of business, income and expenses to the tax office. If there is no income, or if the conditions for paying taxes are not met, there is no need to pay taxes. Although he had inherited the fruit store for more than a year, this tax payment was really a strange thing for Qinlin, because fruit stores have some special policies. That is, monthly sales did not exceed 100,000 do not need to pay VAT. Local support policies, sales do not exceed 50,000 do not need to pay taxes. His family's small fruit and vegetable store, after paying rent and utilities and so on, would make less than 10,000 a month, with a profit of about 25%, not enough to pay the tax conditions. That is to say, he has not paid a single cent of tax to the state on his salary up to now, and has been enjoying national health insurance and various benefits, to a certain extent, belonging to the group of people who are dragging the country backward. Shame on you. But filing taxes was a monthly obligation. In an effort to stagger the schedule, local taxes have established these 2 days as tax filing times for self-employed fruit and vegetable producers. In the past, when they could not meet the conditions for paying taxes, some things were muddled through and no one cared. And that's how everyone did it. Not this time. I'm afraid he's definitely paying taxes here. Otherwise, his card would have skyrocketed so much in a short period of time from over $4,000 in deposits, and more in the future, that it would definitely be monitored by the banking regulator, and he would be in big trouble. Since he had to pay taxes, he naturally had to do some math here on his own first, and organize all the invoices for the period. He has some real trouble with this account. Self-employed businessmen don't have to pay corporate income tax. However, once you go over the line of tax exemption and VAT exemption, you have to pay self-employment tax and VAT. That's probably it. Net profit up to $30,000 is subject to 5% personal tax. 30,000 to 90,000 is 10% 3% VAT. 90,000-300,000 is 20% 3% VAT. Qinlin also didn't know how much tax he had to pay for this fruit store now. He's got over $400,000 in income from this, although he's trading for nothing. But surely he's got to deduct the normal costs of the market on his tax return, and wouldn't be foolish enough to say he's doing it all for nothing. Naturally, even if you file a tax return based on no capital, the work auditor may take you for a simpleton who doesn't know anything, and will patiently teach you to file a tax return to calculate the cost and profit. And if you want to pay more tax based on no capital, they won't dare to do it for you. However, it is thought that no one is so stupid as to file a tax return with no capital. So, he also needs to organize his accounts so that he can go ahead and file. It took a whole day, with his neck and shoulders sore, for Chin Lin to use the software on his computer to work out the accounts. For this period plus today's income, he sold $186.977 in watermelons for a booked profit of $35.265, $147.753 in strawberries for a booked profit of $36.938, and $135.165 in okra for a booked profit of $33.791. In other words, while he made over $400,000 at no cost, he made a profit of $105.994 after deducting the normal costs that watermelon, strawberries, and okra would have had. That means that the tax he has to pay, at best, partly over 20% individual income tax, 3% VAT, which according to the appropriate formula works out to more than 20,000 in taxes. It's true what they say, the more you earn, the more you pay, and it's no wonder so many people are thinking about tax evasion. Before this, paying so much tax at once was unimaginable to him. There aren't many people who can make $20,000 a month in a place like Uptown, let alone pay $20,000 plus in taxes. However, when he thought about that, there was still more than $300,000 of unearned profit that he didn't have to pay taxes on. He didn't care about paying more than $20,000 in taxes on that. Once you figured it out, you logged into the tax system as before and started filing your taxes online. After a few operations, you'll wait for the review and acceptance. Day 2. Chin Lin got up and picked ripe strawberries and okra as usual, then planted new seeds. Opening the door, Wanted whimpered again, then stuck his head toward him. Chin Lin smiled and reached out to rub his hand on Wang Kai's head. The dog was now in the habit of staying outside his door waiting for him to get up, seemingly just for the interaction of waiting for him to get up. After breakfast and on his way out the door, Wang Kai was again brought to him with the leash in his own mouth. Leaving the dog in the store, he headed to the warehouse to deliver the morning's ripe strawberries and okra to RTD, returned to the store after his busy day, and was also relieved to go online to see the news of the successful acceptance of the online tax return, before heading to the tax office on his little electric bike. Once the tax return has been accepted successfully, you can go to the tax office to get a ticket to pay the tax, and naturally, you can pay the tax online. However, you must bring the information to apply for it. He was paying taxes for the first time in his life, so naturally he had to make a trip to the tax office. What Chin Lin didn't expect was that only when he rode the small electric bike to the entrance of the tax office and stopped, he saw a familiar Audi stop. Chen Hao got out of the car with his two co-workers and also froze for a moment when he saw Chin Lin. He also didn't expect to meet Zhao Mudi's husband just after returning from running errands with his co-workers. Having embarrassed himself twice in front of this guy the last thing he wanted was the other guy now. However, Chen Hao looked at the two co-workers beside him yet smiled and greeted Chin Lin. Hello again? Those two co-workers looked at Chin Lin, and one of them asked, Chen Hao, recognize? Chen Hao smiled and said, sort of know each other. He's Zhao Moqing's husband. When he said this, Chen Hao clearly had an extra strange smile on his face. After knowing that he was interested in Zhao Moqing, his colleagues in the bureau kept asking him how his progress with Zhao Moqing was going, and he didn't even know how to answer. He'd take this time to let his co-workers know that Zhao Mochizuki had a husband, or one who rode a small motorcycle. Nowadays, in this society, the family a little bit of conditions, graduated from work will down payment for a car, and not to ride a small electric car. Besides, with a wife like Zhao Moqing, you'd be embarrassed to go out on a small electric bike, right? That way everyone's attention would not be on whether or not he had caught up with Zhao Mochizuki, but would only feel that Zhao Mochizuki, which was a flower stuck in cow dung, had no vision. These two co-workers around me will soon be gossiping this out. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the next two colleagues apparently also looked at Chin Lin with strange eyes. Zhao Moqing is a flower in the bureau. I did not expect to have been married. This husband looks like the conditions are also indeed not good. Chin Lin naturally recognized Chen Hao, but did not expect the other party would greet himself in a polite manner, and the other party also nodded, hello. Picking up turnip again? She doesn't get off work that fast though. Chen Hao appeared to be reminding, but in fact, he wanted to remind his co-workers that Zhao Moqing's husband always came to pick her up on a small electric bike. Just filed my taxes. Come and pay them. Qin Lin wasn't stupid. Hearing the other party's superiority, if anything, he didn't want to pay any attention to the other party and politely said a sentence before heading inside. Chen Hao and his two co-workers, however, froze for a moment. A man said, "Today is the time for fruit and vegetable self-employed people to file their tax returns, right? Zhao Moqing, this husband, is still a fruit and vegetable self-employed person? To be able to meet the tax standard, it looks like the income is not bad." Another person, at least monthly income of more than 10,000. In Yucheng is also a high income. Business is good. Monthly income of 20,000 may also can be better than our kind of small county civil servants. Too much? How is that possible? A monthly income of 20,000 and you still need to ride a small motorized vehicle? Chen Hao frowned and muttered in his heart while looking at the small electric bike that was as broken as it could be. He didn't believe it to death. Chapter 18, A Gift from the Dwarfs. Qin Lin entered the tax hall. There was no one at this time of the day. No need to line up. And most people are now doing it online. Just take a cell phone. Also come to the local tax office window to pay taxes, either for the first time to handle, or is accustomed to the window to pay taxes. For the online processing there is a kind of psychological distrust of the sense of exclusion. Most of this is the age of the self-employed. Sir, please show me your ID information. I'll help you check and print the tax payment ticket. The staff in the window was a young lady, and the window duty sign read Li Jiawei. Qin Lin provided information about his ID card. He had already filed his tax return online, and a swipe of his ID card would show him the tax payment information. Chen Hao also appeared inside at this time. He was pretending to come to get the information, mainly because he wanted to see just how much tax this husband of Zhou Mochizuki's was going to have to pay. It's a strange mentality, maybe just a little disconcerting to suddenly realize that the feeling of superiority is gone. Li Jiawei took Qin Lin's ID card, and when she swiped out the tax payment information, she made an obvious sound of surprise. Ha! No wonder she was surprised. The information on it was incredible. You're 23 years old and only a year out of college, right? You make over 100,000 a month and pay over 20,000 in taxes. In a place like Uptown, it's pretty good to make $100,000 a year at such a young age. And you can probably count on one hand the ones that make $100,000 a month. What kind of quality resource is this for single women? She even subconsciously looked up at Qin Lin, her gaze taking on a different color now. Sir, your tax payment information has been searched. You can scan the code to pay the tax. After that I will print the tax payment voucher for you. Li Jiawei's tone of voice all changed to be more gentle, as if to show their most perfect state. Qin Lin also took out his cell phone and swiped the tax payment code at the tax payment. A few moments later, an AI voice also sounded inside. Tax payment collection of $24,378. When Chen Hao, who was on the side, heard this voice, his eyes suddenly widened, and 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in his heart. Paying that much in taxes? You're making $100,000 a month, right? ING people who make $100,000 a month riding little electric bikes? Okay, not having money to ride a small motorized vehicle is called being poor, and having money to ride a small motorized vehicle is called being low-key. Chen Hao's mood was complicated to the extreme for a moment. Li Jiawei also printed the vouchers and handed them to Qin Lin at this time, and then said with a smiling face, Mr. Qin, we have value-added services at the tax office. I'm Li Jiawei. We can add a WeChat, and you can ask me anytime if you have any tax questions. Asterisk. Chen Hao spat directly in his heart when he heard this from the side. They have a hell of a value-added service here? Qin Lin, why are you here? A crisp voice also sounded at that moment. Zhao Mo Turnip, surprised to see Qin Lin, ran to the window. Mo Turnip. Qin Lin wanted to hug and kiss his wife when he saw her, but thought of the occasion and gave up the idea. Li Jiawei seemed to feel threatened as she asked curiously, Mochizuki, do you know this Mr. Qin? That's someone's husband, Chen Hao said lightly from the sidelines. What? Li Jiawei was confused, then chagrined in her heart. This kind of quality resource really doesn't wait for anyone to get a head start at such a young age. No wonder Zhao Moqing was indifferent to suitors like Chen Hao. She looked at Chen Hao. This kind of rely on parents, sister to buy a car than one. It has really thrown away a few streets. Chen Hao seemed to be sensitive to Li Jiawei's contemptuous gaze. What do you mean? Qin Lin smiled when he saw Zhao Mochizuki and said, Mochizuki, I'm here to file my tax return and pay my taxes by the way. Paying taxes? Zhao Mochizuki was obviously a bit surprised. She knew the situation of Qin Lin's store. She didn't even have the qualifications to pay taxes before, but now she already had to pay taxes? I heard Qinlin say earlier that he had started a wholesale business, and it seemed that his income had increased from before. She was happy for Qinlin and took the tax payment voucher in his hand, wanting to see how much tax Qinlin had paid. 24,378? Zhao Mo Turnip was shocked to see the amount of tax Qinlin paid, paying so much tax. Qinlin is going to earn 100,000 this month. After confirming once more that she hadn't misread it, she pulled Qinlin toward the outside and couldn't help but ask only when she reached the outside of the tax office. Qinlin, is this true? You've switched to wholesaling and are making so much money? Qinlin laughed and wrapped his arm around Zhao Mochizui's waist and said, naturally, it's true. And, for the sake of my wife, I'm definitely going to work hard, and I want to pick you up and bring you home sooner. Women are emotional. Zhao Moqing heard this is touched, cannot help but to Qinlin's face and kissed hard. Although she is willing to live a hard life with Qinlin, but also secretly hid from the family, and he received a license. But as a woman, who does not want their husband to be successful? I'm going to work overtime at night, so you come pick me up from work. Zhao Mochizuki looked at Qinlin with a dimpled smile on her face, and with a shy reminder, my parents went back to their hometown today, so I cannot go home for the night. I'll book a hotel room later. Qinlin subconsciously opened his mouth before he was pinched at the waist by Zhao Moqing. Zhao Mochizuki grunted proudly again. I'm going to work first. Qinlin watched Zhao Moqing enter the tax office and also entered the hall again, applying for another online tax payment service at Li Jiawei's window. This time for handling. This Li Jiawei is a bit nonchalant, completely different from the previous gentle enthusiasm. All make people wonder if she is a certain relative to come. Temperament changeable. Qinlin left the tax office, but the mood has never been pleasant. But even rode a small electric car, stopped at a pharmacy, and entered it to buy a box of the most expensive small umbrellas. There was no way to do it. Something would happen if she messed up before she could take Turnip home in a dignified manner, and then her parents would have to blow up. Returning to Market Street and only entering the store, Qinlin looked at the game screen in his head in surprise. A new storyline is happening in the game now. This ranch story game has interspersed storylines beyond the daily planting, farming, and building, possibly interacting with the residents of our town, like Zack delivering fishing rods and bait. Naturally, the plot could also be triggered by an animal, or more likely with some of its marvelous creatures. Take for example the little short man who appears in the picture in front of you. Dwarves deep in the forest. The game is set up as if there are 7 dwarves in our town, and you can hire dwarves to work on the ranch. You are the owner of the ranch? I am Arnie the dwarf from deep in the forest. I have 7 companions who have settled outside of our town and have come to help them build a house these days. I like fishing. I've seen you fishing in the river the last few days. Why don't we have a fishing competition? I'll give you a present if you win the fishing contest. Seeing that the dwarf had sent out a fishing competition, Qinlin also took control of the game character to accept it, and then the game character automatically followed the dwarf to the river. This time when you get to the river the game screen is different. The game changes to a fishing minigame tournament screen after the black screen. Presumably the competition is to see who catches more fish in a minute's time. The small game of fishing and his previous fishing is different, but to test the reaction power. In the moment the fish swims through the fish, fling the hook. Hook the fish even if the catch. If it is operated by hand. Qinlin since the handicapped party. Play this game is really some dish. Now in the brain light screen in the surge of ideas control, but also really do not bring fear. So, after the match started, Qinlin was undisputedly in the lead and the match ended in victory. The game screen resumed. The dwarf Arnie did not mince words and praised. Your fishing skills are really too good. I lost. As the winner, this is given to you as a prize. It's something I just caught in the wild. The dwarf gave the game character a special container with a swimming, white-brown, beautiful-looking fish inside. You have harvested a valuable and special wild ornamental fish, the albino yellow tiger. New book begs for a wave of favorites and recommendations. Thank you guys. Chapter 19 Expensive Ornamental Fish. Become a millionaire in an instant. Wild albino yellow tiger? Qinlin knows these about wild crucian carp, wild grass carp, and wild mackerel. Don't really know much about ornamental fish. Every time he sees the expensive ornamental fish that others have carefully raised, his first thought is what is the difference in taste between steaming and stir-frying them? He just felt like those people were paying a very high IQ tax. Still, now that he had been given such a wild ornamental fish that was docketed to be worth a lot of money, he took out his cell phone and Googled it. The albino yellow tiger is a superb mutant species belonging to the Indonesian tiger, characterized by a bright white-brown color and a very beautiful appearance. But the wild is extremely rare. Belong to the unattainable. Just like makeup, surgery, beauty after the beauty is not uncommon. Pure natural face beauty is really less. Of course, this was not the main thing. When Qin Lin saw the price of this wild albino yellow tiger, he was actually a bit dumbfounded. A fish like that can sell for $600,000. The price of a BMW 5 Series? For an average guy like him, a fish equaling a BMW 5 Series is something unimaginable. The key to this kind of fish still has a price? The appearance of a single one will be grabbed by fish slaves, which can only mean that there are too many people who have money with no place to spend it. Qin Lin incredulously entered the game and looked at the fish sent by the dwarf. Was such a fish really worth that much money? That's more money than he's made in all this time of hard work growing watermelons, strawberries, and okra for sale. Wild albino yellow tiger, quality 2. This is a very beautiful fish in appearance. Ornamental 2. Taste 2. Delicious 2. Desire to buy 2. This really tastes better. Although he thought that the person who would spend $600,000 to buy such a fish would have a problem with his head, but now he wanted to find such a problematic person immediately. An expensive fish and $600,000. He naturally chose $600,000 without hesitation. But who to sell it to is a problem. Although the appearance of a strip will be robbed, but he does not know how to let those who will rob know awe. With a thought, Qin Lin took that container with the wild albino yellow tiger inside out of the game, then directly called a drop and carefully carried that fish to the car. There is a store selling ornamental fish in Yucheng, but this store certainly doesn't have an ornamental fish that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. They all sell an ornamental fish that costs tens or hundreds of dollars. However, the other party opened this ornamental fish store, so there must be a way to do this, right? Thinking of holding more than $600,000 in his hand, Qin Lin instructed towards the drip driver as soon as he got into the car. Master, wait and drive slower. Don't scare this fish. The drop driver glanced at Qin Lin from the rearview mirror, only feeling that he had encountered another oddball passenger. It's just a fish. Why do you have to tell him? How fast can you go in this town? Not much more than a couple of cars. Naturally, the dropshipping driver didn't know that the fish was worth a BMW 5 Series top end, or he might have refused to take it. Soon after, Qin Lin was brought to a store called Hui buying ornamental fish, and when he entered the store, he saw a man whistling patiently one fish material around an unknown type of fish in a breeding tank. I'm afraid that look was more gentle than to my own wife. Is the boss in? Qin Lin inquired as he entered the store holding the albino yellow tiger. Sir, I'm the boss. The man turned around and responded before his eyes were drawn to the fish in Qin Lin's hand, and he said in surprise, albino yellow tiger? This color and appearance. Wild, excellent quality. Sir, are you buying an aquarium or fish food? If it's an aquarium, I don't have one here that matches this fish of yours. I'm afraid I'll have to customize it specifically. And for fish food, I still have some. Qin Lin immediately said, Boss, I do want to sell this fish. I wonder if you have a door. These words obviously made the owner's eyes light up, and he even enthusiastically invited Qin Lin to sit down. Sir, my humble self Lin Shang, are you looking for a buyer for this fish? I do have channels on my side to help you, and I can help you get the highest price. However, according to the rules the middleman, need to draw 2 points from the transaction amount. That's why he's suddenly so enthusiastic. Wild albino yellow tiger. He knows the price of this fish. Just also know a breeding player's WeChat group of if you want to buy this price of ornamental fish. This is not the god of wealth to the door. Coincidence? How many low-priced ornamental fish and aquariums would it take him to earn that? Boss Lin. Then we'll follow the rules. And you won't be shortchanged on the points we should give. Qin Lin didn't have any doubts about this. Didn't a lot of businesses in society rely on middlemen to facilitate them? There was also a professional name for this type of person, a broker. Naturally, the fixer also has a professional. There are also temporary guest. This Lin Shang he also see obviously is a temporary guest hand. As for the other guy's comment about drawing 2 points, he wasn't sure if it was expensive or normal, but 2 points of money for him does not matter. After all, this fish is no capital. Let him find their own buyers have no doorway. May waste how much time and energy. Maybe even some chicken things. Mr. looks like a man of atmosphere. Lin Shang's smile grew even more when he saw Qin Lin agree. However, he was also afraid that Qin Lin would renege on his debt. And instead, he very professionally printed out a commission contract and signed each other's names. After that it was a matter of taking several consecutive sets of photos and videos of that fish, checking for marks or registration codes. After seeing these blanks, he took his cell phone and operated it with a happy face, making several more consecutive phone calls and sending WeChat pictures and videos. This process lasted for almost 1 hour before Lin Shang added towards Qin Lin, Sir, people have helped you contact 3 interested ones. There's an aquarium city owner who made the highest bid and is willing to pay $650,000 to buy this fish. The other party is from the city, 2 hours away and is rushing over right now. Okay, Xin Lin nodded his head, not realizing that the other party was even more anxious than him. The fish seller. 2 hours passed quickly to say the least, and after a car Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the store, a man almost 40 years old walked in, and the first thing he asked was, "Boss Lin, where's that fish?" Lin Shang immediately pointed to the container on the table and said, "Boss Shuang, the fish is here, and next to this is the fish owner, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, then I'll watch the fish first?" Boss Zhuang was obviously a bit eager, and with a greeting he gleamed as he stepped forward to watch. Xin Lin didn't bother the other party either. However, he could clearly see a lewd expression gradually appearing on Boss Zhuang's expression. Pretty, really pretty, these eyes, this body, this skin, really perfect. Boss Zhuang was full of joy as he said, "The pure nature that hasn't been rectified is really more superb." It was as if other men had seen a great beauty. This filled Xin Lin with confusion. Honestly, in his eyes, that fish was nothing but a little bit prettier. "Mr. Qin, I'll take this fish. I can trade and transfer it right away," Boss Zhuang said sharply after admiring it for a moment. "This fish is a superb product, pure natural wild, and very well cared for, just to become one of the finale of this ornamental fish exhibition in his aquarium city." And, for some reason, when he saw the fish, he had a strong desire to buy it, and he knew that if he didn't buy it he would definitely regret it. Xin Lin naturally has no opinion, but he really does not understand these fish farmers. This spends 650,000 yuan to buy fish, then he sells fish is even more eager. Just like picking up a big beauty, ready to go to the room. Maybe that's why the lust too was purchased. Soon, Boss Zhuang then left with the fish with a red face. Naturally, Xin Lin's card also received the news that a huge sum of money had arrived. Your tail number has a revenue amount of $650, 0.00 and a balance of $1, 0.35, 779.60. In an instant, he's a millionaire? Chapter 20, A Mountain Villa. Upgrade again. What can I do with $1 million? It's perfectly possible to pay off the family's debts here in Xin Lin, and put a down payment on a suite to bring Zhao Maching home. Of course, for a person with big ambitions to think of is certainly to use this 1 million to do great things, and even have built a variety of plans in the mind. The next goal of small earn him $1 billion. However, he didn't have a big ambition, right? Before he had a set goal, he still chose to be debt-free, so that Zhao Mo Turnip would know that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. After receiving the 650,000 transfer, Xin Lin also decisively transferred the 13,000 draw to Lin Shang. His own wave earned so much, and don't let the middleman wait more. Both sides are happy is the basis of the next cooperation. Maybe that little dwarf Arnie in the game would come back to him for another fishing competition sometime and give him another fish? That would still use Lin Shang. Lin Shang also saw that Xin Lin was selling this ornamental fish for the first time, and received the money and also reminded with a smile. "Mr. Qin, on your side, remember to report and pay taxes within a month." Although there is no specific tax entry for the sale and purchase of ornamental fish, it is currently counted in the special entry tax for agricultural products. Someone who sold a $500,000 ornamental fish and forgot to declare it just because they hadn't experienced it before was reported shortly afterward, and not only was the fine doubled, but they also got 3 free meals for a while. "Thanks for the reminder, Boss Lin." Xin Lin nodded his head and thanked him. Paying taxes he naturally wouldn't forget. He was actually more afraid of forgetting to pay taxes and being checked. After all, he didn't want his secret to be known. Taking his leave from Lin Shang, Xin Lin logged on to the IRS website as soon as he returned to his store on Market Street to file an online tax return for the transaction. Ornamental fish, although counted in the entry for agricultural products, is a special value-added transaction with a tax rate of 9% and a VAT of 3%, which means that he would have to pay 78,000 in tax on the sale of $650,000. After filing and paying taxes online, Millionaire 1, there's only 953k on the card. In the evening, strawberries and okra ripened, and Xin Lin picked them first, planted new seeds, and then delivered the ripe strawberries to RTD, earning another 42,390 yuan. In addition, and took out 10 pounds of quality 2 okra to Manager Chen, a caddy 400. Manager Chen paid 4,000, but also instructed him to have the goods must be all sent to him. Today's earnings totaled 46,390, and when they arrived, the bankroll passed another million. Millionaires again one night. Xin Lin went into the bathroom after dinner and took a shower, and also carefully picked out a dress and blew out his hair before going to Zhao to pick up Mo Turnip from work. When he arrived at the tax office, the people working overtime inside came out from it one by one, and there was Chen Hao whom he had seen. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people working overtime today. Chen Hao naturally saw Qin Lin again. This time he was expressionless as he walked towards his Audi. Damn it, he didn't want to see this kind of guy who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger right now. Qin Lin. Zhao Maching came out with a piece of information and Li Jiawei, and when she saw Qin Lin happily jogged up and sat in the back seat of the small electric car, Li Jiawei couldn't help but be envious when she saw this. So rotten. What woman wouldn't want a husband who picks her up from work on an electric bike like that? Qin Lin started the small electric power to the hotel, and after collecting the room card and going upstairs, he shook the room card in his hand. Today, I booked the best room in this hotel, and I heard that the bathtub inside is super. You're going to die. It's in the aisle. Zhao Mochizuki shyly stretched out her slender white fingers to give Qin Lin's waistline a hard blow. Qin Lin, on the other hand, proudly took out his room card and swiped open the door. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhao Mochizuki entered the room and put down the bag and information she was holding down and ran towards the bathroom. Qin Lin wasn't a person without an eye for color, and followed up with his ass. An hour later, Qin Lin watched Zhao Maching, wearing a bath towel and holding the information she brought with her, organize it on the side. So she inquired, Maching, what information is so important? You still need to bring it back to do it even after work? Zhao Maching explained, wasn't there a problem with the township state-owned enterprise before? The problem is still very serious. A few people went in, but some money could not be recovered, so they could only seize their assets and send them to the court for auction. I'm working overtime today just for this. My aunt and uncle put me in charge of getting this information checked and then sending it to the court tomorrow to register the auction. Qin Lin nodded. Zhao Maching's aunt was a section chief in the bureau. This was obviously taking care of Zhao Maching and sending some small credits. That township enterprise thing he also heard. Yucheng WeChat circle of friends have spread. After all, now the corruption problem is everyone's most concerned. He curiously took the information reviewed by Zhao Mo Turnip and looked at it. It was all about the cars, houses, stocks and such in those people's names. But there was one auction item that caught his attention. This is a farmhouse auction. This can't be the farmhouse that Turnip said before. Those few corrupt elements eat and brag and were exposed and reported on video, right? The farmhouse is called Fuhai Hills, and it's not small, with an area of about 500 acres, including a fish pond and access to a reservoir close to the area of the hills. However, most of the area of the lodge is underutilized and is wasteland. Moreover, in a small place like Euclid County and a court auction, the starting price for the lease term and title transfer is not very expensive. Only $600,000. As for what the final price will be, it depends on what the competition bids. Turnip, this Fuhai villa is also for auction? There won't be any follow-up problems, right? Qin Lin subconsciously inquired, and he was clearly up in arms. His university is to study tourism management. Looking at the information on this Fuhai mountain village and the mind of the ranch game seems to be able to have some combination. Can not always plant watermelons, strawberries, okra to our T-Mart to sell it? Now there is a system to ensure income. He is not a bullseye pedant. There is a ready-made goal. The debt repayment and home purchase goals to postpone sometime can be. After all, many times a good opportunity does not wait for people. If any debt are really something and then go to pay back first. Otherwise a few days early and a few days late does not have an impact. The debt of human kindness is a lifetime, and not in a hurry in these days. However, court auctions generally come with a lot of subsequent hassles, such as people in the family of the person in question relying on trouble, potential debt risks, and the like. Joe Turnip explained, having a car and a house is potentially problematic, but anyone who dares to take a picture of such a car and house surely has a way that will work out. As for this Fuhai villa, there is no problem. I went there to see. The environment is still good. It is the white gloves are also only concerned about providing them with seafood and drink. Did not operate properly. Qin Lin was relieved to hear Zhao Mochizuki's words. Early the next morning, Qin Lin took Zhao Maching to check out of the hotel, and had to send her back to change her clothes before sending her to work. After that, by the daytime, Qin Lin will see the Yucheng judicial auction online appeared those auction items, including the Fuhai mountain villa. In addition to the starting price is 600,000 unchanged, but added an entry with the auction. That is, the lease contract can be extended to the maximum period of time to re-sign. The extension of the rent will not be increased during the period. In addition to a right of first priority to tenancy, the land of this lodge is owned by the government, and when the lease term comes to an end, it has to be released, with a right of first refusal at the same price. However, these attractions are not big enough. After all, just a small place in the mountains. Cannot do well is not certain. Not done. Lost a blood money. There is no point. The thing to consider now is rather whether there will be any competition, and if you come across someone who has a mind to look at it, then it will certainly exceed the starting bid of $600,000 by a lot. and over 1 million is also possible. He's not the only one who believes in vision. Regardless, Qinlin decisively filled out the information to register for the auction, which was scheduled for a week later. The week went by in a flash. This week, growing strawberries and okra brought Qinlin another $270,000 plus an income and brought his capital to more than $1.28 million. Get up in the morning. Qinlin early in the morning received a notice of the judicial auction. 2 p.m. formal auction. Need to pay the starting price of 10% deposit in order to obtain the bidding qualification. Qinlin decisively paid 60,000 before looking at the game screen to pick the right strawberries and okra and plant new seeds. This time, the seed was only planted when the game was prompted. The game character has been upgraded again to develop new land, and you can upgrade a piece of level 3 land. Chapter 21 The Mountain Villa arrives. A sea of trillium flowers. Qinlin looked at the brainlight screen at the first opportunity. The game character is upgraded again, and he receives a prompt that he can develop 6 squares of level 1 land again, and also upgrade 1 square of level 3 land. Level 3 land can be planted with higher value crops. Naturally, upgrading the level 3 land required in-game gold, and he had sold all his in-game crops in reality, so there was no in-game gold at all. The good thing is that all the fish caught every day these days are still placed. He immediately sold all those fish, and naturally, the quality 2 wild carp, wild grass carp, and mackerel were all left behind by him. These great items are good to keep, naturally, but all the fish caught during this time were sold, and the game gold was already quite a lot. Surprisingly not enough to upgrade the amount needed for level 3 land. It seems that the higher the level of this land, the much higher the amount of game gold needed will be than before. Qinlin simply took control of the game character and grabbed his tools to develop the newly opened 6 squares of level 1 land. Mowing, graveling, cutting stakes. After spending some time developing the 6-frame plot, new okra seeds were planted. He doesn't intend to get the okra from this 6-figure land to sell in reality. All of it will be sold in the game. Gotta get the grid of class 3 land developed first. Moreover, a portion of the land to be reopened in the future should be set aside to be sold exclusively in the game. And the character upgrade and development will always need to use the game's gold in the future. Time passes. By 2 p.m., Qinlin received the message that the judicial auction had begun. With the development of Network Information Society, the traditional judicial auction is now less and less. The court also with the times opened the network judicial auction. Qinlin logged on to the local judicial auction website, and in the background, he had already received an auction number. Those seized by the IRS have also been auctioned off. Soon after, the auction of the Fuhai Mountain Resort began, and, as he expected, there were indeed others who had looked at the place as well. Just before the auction started, 3 people took turns bidding, starting from the starting price of $600, $610, $620, $620, $630, all the way up to $700, All 3 of these people are bidding 10, which seems petty, and they are all obviously trying to get the lowest possible price in the auction, as well as should be on a limited budget. This got Qinlin thinking. He only had a budget of just over 1.28 million, and he didn't know what everyone else's budgets were. He can't grind with these 3 people like this for 10, These kind of people actually have the mentality that I'm going to add another 10, They might as well someone else just give up and harbor a fluke. And 10k isn't that stressful. 10 times is only 100k, but if you add 100, at a time, it will give a completely different pressure and will also give an air of imperative. Thinking about it, Qinlin wanted to make an offer of 100, but before he could make a move, a 4th person joined in and made an offer of $800, Here's someone who thought of a place with him and added 100, at a time. Sure enough, the 310, millers caved in and didn't continue to offer. 100, at a time is indeed quite a bluff for these 3 people. And it also reinforces the fact that the 3 people were on a budget and were purely in the mindset of picking up a bargain. Qinlin was distressed by this. It's met its match. I just don't know what this guy's budget is now. Forget it, just straight up pokies. It's up to fate whether it's a success or not. Qinlin muttered and directly hit an offer of 1.2 million, doubling the price of the starting bid. Not just bluffing? Let's see who bluffs who. He's making this money for nothing anyway. The other party also robbed him, also no more budget. Just as no karma. At this point, a room came where 3 youths were already looking at their computers in triumph. One of them laughed. I told you, adding 100, in one breath will surely scare these 3 inked guys. Grinding with them for 10, to 10, 000 may cost more than 100,000. People in the young is to have the spirit of hard work and entrepreneurship. 3 young people is so. They are before the city to do tourism planning. Accumulated a few years of experience, want to go back to their hometown to engage in business. They likewise felt that the Fu Hai Villa had great potential, so they raised a sum of money with the intention of auctioning off the villa. The trio was in a good mood as they saw that they had bluffed the other bidders with a single raise. Bid #Q43 at 1,200,000. The latest call came up on the computer. And churning? A young man chortled. 1.2 million? All 3 were dumbfounded to see the price. A $400,000 increase in the offer? The man's nervous. What a ing caper. The 3 spat. They don't know if this guy is bluffing by adding $400,000, but they know they're definitely bluffing by adding $100,000, hear themselves. Now the man is bluffing, but there's a harder one coming too. Still, following or not? A man inquired. The other 2 were torn. This was way out of their budget. One side. It's not going to count. We're still young anyway. There's always another chance. Wait. The other man said. Then wait a little longer. The third man chimed in. Congratulations Q43 bidding rich C Villa successful. You can, according to the information received in the background to the court, specified time to pay and handle the relevant procedures. Qin Lin was also relieved to see this. It seemed that the other party this was also bluffing mostly. He had bluffed the other party as well instead. The auction of the mountain villa arrived. Qin Lin did not want to delay, and directly went out to go to the court, intending to complete the formalities first, and to pay the 1.2 million. However, this large amount of foreclosure procedures are very troublesome, not only in the court to receive confirmation of the ruling, receipts, but also have the court to show the letter of assistance in the implementation of the letter to allow the relevant departments to cooperate. These formalities will take at least a couple of days to come down plus the review time. However, after paying 1.2 million auction money, received a ruling and receipts, these formalities slowly is, after all, this auction is the auction of tax recovery, and there is no department will be inwardly rolled in this matter card you, or else pass out is to undermine the credibility of their own official. Evening. Qin Lin collected ripe strawberries and okra to deliver to our T-Mart, and one day's income came in, and the bank card balance broke through to 120,000 again from the remaining 80,000 or so. After that, he once again rode a small electric bike to the tax office to pick up Zhao Moqing work, wanting to tell her the good news that he had captured the Fu Hai Mountain Resort. Zhao Mochizuki soon came out of it with a smile on his face. Turnip. Something good seems to be happening today? Qin Lin asked with a smile. Zhao Mo Turnip laughed. There will be more bonuses this month, so naturally I'm happy. And the auction results of the things we sent to foreclosure at the tax office today were very good. They all exceeded the estimated value that could be recovered. Especially Fu Hai Mountain Villa. It seems like a tycoon has taken a fancy to it. And in one breath, he directly quoted a double starting bid of $1.2 million. That's a lot more over than predicted. And people are still saying that other people were bluffed. And if there are still people topping that 1 or 2 lots, this not so bad ingrate should be bidding even higher. Qin Lin, a tycoon? Not bad for an ingrate? This is about him, isn't it? Suddenly I don't want to share the joyful news with her. He must make this lodge red hot and give her another huge surprise. Zhao Moqing instead added. However, if you can spend so much money to shoot the Fu Hai Villa, then the other party must be serious about developing the Fu Hai Villa as well, right? Honestly, with so much barren land in the mountain villa, if we could plant a sea of gorgeous delphinium flowers, it would also attract a lot of people. Qin Lin silently memorized these words from Zhao Moqing. The Trillium Sea must be given a head start on the arrangements. Chapter 22 Level 3 Ground. 7-color symbiotic ornamental trillium. In the next 3 days, Qin Lin finished the court-related formalities. However, the review and approval of the documents with the cooperation of other relevant departments would take another 3 days. That's fast enough for him. I've heard it's common for some foreclosures to be reviewed and approved for months and months. In these 3 days, in addition to the harvest of 116,076 yuan, the brain game, together with the game coins sold in these 3 days of fishing and planting okra in the newly opened 6 compartments of land, also finally upgraded that compartment of level 3 land. Qin Lin took control of the game character and headed to the seed shop in or town at the first opportunity. With the level 3 land upgrade, the level 3 land seeds that can be purchased also light up. After a cursory glance, there were seeds of multicore 4-pronged beans, yellow-hearted gomphocarpus, green-skinned kiwi, Denton milk strawberries, and more. These are in the market belongs to the vegetables, fruits ranks of the light luxury. Outside the plant it also moved tens of hundreds of pounds. There was another seed that surprised Qin Lin. This seed had a star added in front of it, which was particularly conspicuous. Focusing on that star symbol, there is a note message that represents mysterious treasures. Very rare, randomly refreshed level 3 ground seeds in the store. Seedless watermelon seeds, quality 2. A specially bred seed that grows watermelons with delicious flavor. No planting season restrictions, and a very short growing cycle. This kind of sub has quality 2, or the first time to see, should be planted out of the watermelon are quality 2 of, and, no planting season restrictions, the cycle is very short. This is bull. The instant he saw this kind of sub, multiple thoughts surfaced in Qin Lin's mind. This stuff is terrific. In addition to this, level 3 land can also be planted with some higher level ornamental vegetation seedlings. When he saw a 7-color symbiotic ornamental trillium seedling plant, he immediately remembered Zhao Mo Turnip's words, a sea of trillium flowers. Qin Lin immediately took out his cell phone and searched the internet, and found that this multicolored symbiotic ornamental trillium belongs to the advanced plant seedlings. Polychromatic symbiosis is the grafting together of the colors of multicolored varieties of delphiniums so that one delphinium can grow several colors of flowers, which is beautiful and highly ornamental. Naturally, the more of this symbiotic color the more valuable it is. Online, a 3-color symbiotic ornamental type plant seedlings cultivated into plants. The price of each plant is not less than 3,000. 5-color symbiosis of a plant can even reach 5,000. Whereas the game is about 7-color symbiosis. It's very rare, because while 3-color and 5-color symbiosis are easy to breed, 7-color is hard. Qin Lin was planning to make a sea of trillium flowers to surprise Zhao Maching. Isn't this a coincidence? And, with the purchase of the cottage, the delphinium sea is a very good plan indeed. The general trillium flower sea can attract a lot of people. He's 7 colors symbiosis, or the game produced by the attribute bonus. Still afraid that no one to come? The area around Euclid and Sandy City does not yet have an up-and-coming trillium sea viewing area. If you can make a sea of delphinium flowers at this time of the year with this game-produced 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium adult plants at the lodge, it will definitely be a big highlight, a big selling point, not to mention the warmer temperatures in the south. This delphinium bloom takes until mid-November, which is still 2 months away from the delphinium bloom. There will be a 50 charge for admission to the trillium viewing. That's 100 people a day in 5,000 tickets alone. 200 people is 10,000. The numbers would have been even higher if it had been well publicized. By then, the vegetables and fruits grown in his game will still need to be supplied to RTD. He himself in the mountain village to find a place to build a pure natural fruits and vegetables supermarket is good. The game produced things would have been more delicious. Not afraid of no one to buy, but also need to let others earn the difference in price? Isn't this beautiful? When you buy a cottage, you naturally want to develop and start a business. Qin Lin thought of doing. Immediately clicked on the 7-color ornamental trillium plant seedlings to buy. The 7-color ornamental delphinium plant seedlings group a special kind of seedlings. After planting and maturing, you can obtain beautiful and aesthetic ornamental delphinium plants. A group of seedlings can randomly obtain 20 to 30 mature plants. Maturity, 3 days. Qin Lin immediately controlled the game character to plant the group of seedling plants he had bought into the grid of level 3 land. Turning another 3 days, Qin Lin also finally cleared the formalities related to the Fu Hai Mountain Villa. When in the Business and Industry Bureau where the more sign word, get business license, health license and all related documents. He also completely relieved. From today, the Fu Hai Villa belongs to him, but he changed the name to Turnip Forest Villa. The spring color of the rock is quiet and the forest is dense. If you want to fly idly and not to do Lin, how poetic. Naturally, it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's just taking one character from each of his and Zhao Mo Turnip's names. In these 3 days, the delivery of strawberries and okra to RTD again earned $120, 146, and the card deposit reached another $353, 419. Taking the various formalities and documents home, Qin Lin rode a small electric car out of the county and headed for the Fu Hai Mountain Resort. Fu Hai Lodge is less than 30 minutes away from the county seat, which is very close, and, also, is at the intersection of Sandy City, the city, and Euclid, which has a lot of traffic coming and going. The location is excellent. It's just that the previous person in charge couldn't run a business. You know that even that Thai place in East Manhua, with its remote location, can make a name for itself by fishing plus agro-industry. It's a much better location, with much better potential, and it's been made into a place for a few corrupt people to eat their way through. The key is still eating and bragging about it, and it's been recorded and posted on the internet. So I don't know what age it is. Qin Lin had been to the Fu Hai Villa once before, but this time when he visited this villa, his mindset and feelings were always different. It had been his own property. When Qin Lin arrived, he parked his small electric car in the parking lot and chose to walk into the lodge so he could take a closer look. How big is 500 acres? It's about 47 large soccer fields. Naturally, he's only spending $1.2 million on this, so he doesn't have to think about how much of the 500 acres is developed. Most of it is wasteland. The main thing is the main body, which, aside from a decent hospitality hall and a couple of dormitories, is a couple of simple building areas, all of which are semi-open air boxes. These boxes are available to tourists, and there are also kitchen and barbecue tables set up outside the boxes. Don't most tourists who come to this kind of lodge for fun have to cook for themselves? That playful cooking is totally different from cooking at home. Naturally, the lodge side has its own kitchen, and there are always those who can't do it or don't want to, so they can order something for the chef to do. Not far away is an area of vegetable gardens where visitors can pick their own, and a fish pond with not a single fish in sight. To Qin Lin's relief, there were swings and jungle adventures and other playful settings in the back, as well as a skateboarding program. These setups don't cost much and are simple to play, but at least the guests have something to play with when they come. Moreover, these facilities are surrounded by some flower plants and potted plants, which are also considered optional highlights. Instead, not far from the main building, he saw 24 meters tall trees that had been fenced off, their branches withered and twilight. However, the 2 dead trees were specifically surrounded by stone lay and traces of fertilizer, which should be an attempt to get alive. There is also a sign on it that reads, 500 years old ginkgo. Is this still 2 ginkgo trees? Rather, it reminded him of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo planted by Li Shimen, which is still a Netflix tree. But apparently, not all ginkgos have had the same luck as that one, having received the best of care for millennia, and are still in full bloom today. These 2 are dying. It's not only people who are concerned about birth, it's the same with trees too. Other than that, the rest of the lodge was bare wasteland, especially that part of the reservoir, which I'm afraid was casually circled in the first place, with no thought of utilizing it. What's the verdict? With his vision of tourism management, majors can only say that in a place like Yuching just good pass change around the city, pass line cannot even reach. Simply put, there is not a single bright spot to attract customers. Therefore, if he wanted to develop the mountain villa, he had to come up with an attractive highlight, and the Delphinium Flower Sea plan had to be carried out instead. As Qin Lin was thinking about it, the game screen in his mind appeared with a hint that it was the 7-color symbiotic ornamental Delphinium strain in that grid of level 3 land that had finally become a plant, and counting the time it should take to form a batch of plants in exactly 3 days, which was 6 times longer than strawberries in okra. Qin Lin controls the game character to harvest the 7-color symbiotic ornamental Delphinium plants in that tertiary land, obtaining 25 7-color symbiotic ornamental trillium plants. This time, the 7-color symbiotic ornamental Delphinium strains were not deposited in a storage room, but in a mature storage yard at the back of the ranch. He then took control of the game character to purchase new 7-color symbiotic ornamental trillium plants, groups, to replant. After doing so, Qin Lin walked towards the hall's restroom and entered a cubicle before entering the game with a thought. Once inside the game, he headed directly to the yard where the 7-colored symbiotic ornamental Delphinium adult plants were stored. As soon as he entered the courtyard, his eyes lit up. The first look at those trilliums, 25 of them lined up together in a symbiotic intersection of 7 colors, gave him a feeling of beauty and amazement, a very comfortable, pleasing to the eye, and his gaze was involuntarily attracted. That's not much prettier than the 5,000 a plant 5-color symbiotic delphiniums that are sent out on the internet. When the control game character was picking, he easily got these trilliums into the yard, but when he got this close, these trilliums were even taller than he was, and the roots were wrapped in transplanted soil. Then he touched a trillium and also saw the memo message. Ornamental delphinium plants with 7-color symbiosis, quality 2. This is a special variety of ornamental trillium, with a height of 2.5 meters, a crown of 2 meters, a head of 12 centimeters, very showy, with a high degree of ornamental, and easy to transplant, flowering throughout the year. Game production, colorful 2, ornamental 2, attractive 2, soothing 2, photogenic 2, graph survival rate 2. Qin Lin marveled. No wonder this could draw people in with a single glance. It's amazing how many attributes there are. And what's the concept of flowering year-round? With the special temperatures in the south, the delphinium blooms around November-June, and in the north the delphinium blooms for about the same length of time. There are definitely very few that can flower all year round. Some ornamental delphiniums carefully raised by private individuals may be able to flower all year round. Definitely not on a large scale. Now create a sea of flowers with this 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium plant that blooms all year round. Or game out with additional attributes. That would be horrible. It also equates to the fact that this sea of flowers can be charged all year round. Chapter 23, Hill Staff. 15. 000 trilliums are needed. Lin is well aware of the appeal of the 7-color symbiotic ornamental trilliums grown on this Class 3 land. Gaudy too. Ornamental too. Attractive too. He came in and was attracted at first sight. Into the mirror too. This is supposed to take pictures, videos and such that will add to the effect. It goes without saying that graft survival is what works for him. If you want to create a sea of delphinium flowers in Turnip Forest Villa, you have to take these delphiniums out of the game and transplant them to life and reality before you can do it. These 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium strains already have the attributes of being easy to transplant and having a transplant survival rate of 2, which is not a problem. Lin came out of the game, intending to find a place to move a 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium out, but only when he came out of the toilet. He saw an innocent girl of about 1.65 meters wearing a white shirt and jeans looking at him warily. Who are you? How come you're here? The girl looks like she's still a high school girl. Maybe she's still a minor. Stunned, Lin asked rhetorically. I'm the owner of this place. Why can't I be here? Rather, who are you? You're the new boss? A look of surprise appeared on the girl's face. So you'll fire the previous employees? Are you an employee here? Lin subconsciously inquired. This pure girl looks like she is a bit young, and I don't know if she is an adult. The innocent girl knew that Lin was the boss, and seemed to be guarded no more. Jogging up to introduce herself, Boss, I'm Gao Yao Yao, originally responsible for the Back of the Jungle Adventure and Rainbow Skate ticket sales. You still want the original staff? This is really an employee of the lodge. Lin looked at Gao Yao Yao and subconsciously asked, That, you're an adult? Gao Yao Yao hurriedly said, Boss, I've graduated from secondary school. I'm 19 years old. I can show you my ID card. Lin was relieved that he was not a minor, so he thought for a moment and asked, how many other employees were there in this mountain villa? He does need employees. If the original staff is still good can stay. Like this pure girl is very suitable for dry tourism industry. If then a little talent and so on in those well-known scenic spots may be mixed with the good kind. It's a bit of a waste to be a little ticket taker at this little lodge. However, this is also the other side of the young, seen the world less, and has not suffered from the university of all kinds of climbing pollution. Otherwise the heart must also drift. On this kind of work also cannot see. Gao Yao Yao explained. Besides me, the ticket agent, there's a security guard, a registrar, a cashier, 4 cooks, and, wait, 4 chefs? Lin was confused for a moment. This lodge needs 4 more cooks? Most of the people who come here do it themselves, okay? Gao Yao Yao nodded and said, it seems like only Chef Lin cooks, and the other 3 are 1 chef and 2 sous chefs. Lin was stunned. He probably understood what was going on. The lodge was originally a place for a few corrupt people to eat and drink, and the person in charge was a white glove. So maybe the chef and sous chef were also white gloves who got them to mix up their paychecks. Lin asked again. Gao Yao Yao. So are there any of the original employees who know woodworking? Master Lin will. Gao Yao Yao replied. Besides cooking, he also fixes tables. Many shelves that are broken are fixed by Master Lin. Lin asked again. Then is there anyone else who knows how to garden? For example, someone who has some experience in transplanting and caring for flowers and plants. I see that the mountain villa also keeps quite a few potted plants, so someone should be in charge of that, right? Gao Yao Yao replied again. Master Lin, he's also in charge of the vegetable garden, and he's in charge of transplanting those potted plants. Well, we sometimes help with the watering. By the way, Master Lin has also been trying to save those 2 ginkgo trees, but it just hasn't worked out. Lin was stunned. Why did he feel that this Master Lin was like an animal, doing everything? Hiring this one employee feels like topping several. Lin thought for a moment and then asked, Gao Yao Yao, you have the contact information of the previous employees, right? We have a WeChat group, Gao Yao Yao replied. Lin decisively said, other than that chef and sous chef, help me ask the others if they are willing to continue, especially that Master Lin. Anyway, we need to recruit employees, so it's better to use new people who are familiar with this place, and then we can see if they are suitable or not, and if they are not, then we can recruit new people to replace them. Boss, Master Lin will definitely be willing, but he should make a request, related to those 2 ginkgo trees. I'll ask the others. Gao Yao Yao immediately revealed a joyful look, took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. Lin asked these also because of the Trillium Flower Sea plan, to get a Trillium Flower Sea, transplantation, and asked the construction team to build some matching to the fence, stone road, swings, pavilions, and so on, all have to be watched. A moment later, Gao Yao Yao said, Boss, I've asked. Except for the cashier who has already found a new job. Everyone else is willing to continue, and we'll all come over tomorrow morning. Alright, then you can also go back first and come back tomorrow.
Qinlin planned to support Gao Yaoyao away and then get one of the game's Delta plums out first.
Boss, I actually live in the Mountain Villa dormitory. I didn't rent a room in the county. Gao Yaoyao immediately said. You still want to see the Mountain Villa? I can introduce you. There's no way out.
There's no way to take out the Triffids from this Goyo in the lodge. Qinlin could only give up and leave the Mountain Villa.
He didn't want the secret to be discovered. Back in the county,
the first thing he did was to find a sign customization studio to customize a vintage sign to replace the sign of Fuhai Villa when the time came.
Then he mapped out the plans for the Trillium Sea. There are decentralized and intensive Delphinium Sea.
While intensive naturally costs more and the effect is more shocking and beautiful. A large-scale intensive Delphinium Sea to be shocking enough.
The area should be at least 20 acres. In addition to the addition of gravel road, swings, stone chairs, gazebos, special photo stands and other facilities. At least 10,000 delphiniums. Naturally, these 10,000 plants can't all be planted with 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphiniums grown on level 3 land. After all, 3 days is only 25 plants. 5,000 plants, that's 600 days. Isn't it a joke?
The 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium is only suitable for the main body.
Then other delphiniums are still needed for accents.
If the flower month has 252.5 m high,
2 m crown,
head 12 cm 7-color symbiotic trillium for the main body is also enough.
Qinlin remembers that there are also lower-level ornamental trillium seedlings in the game.
He immediately looked to the light screen in his head, controlling the game character to go to the seed store in or town to look for some,
and indeed found that there are ordinary ornamental trillium seedlings in level 2. And there are several types of color types. He went online to check. This ornamental price is equally not cheap. About 400 or so a plant. Can grow to dozens of centimeters high. That would be very nice. The ones that come out of the game definitely have attribute bonuses as well,
and will be worth much more than 400.
There is one problem though, and that's game currency,
which is required to purchase both the 7-color symbiotic ones and the regular ornamental type strains. Qinlin thought about it and planned to stop the strawberries on the level 2 land and use all of it to plant ordinary ornamental trilliums, saying to Manager Chen that the strawberries were out of stock. That is, okra grown in the newly opened field continues to be sold at the game to buy plants.
However,
you can get as many as 25 common ornamental delphiniums a day on a level 2 plot,
with 1 day of maturity, which gives you over 400-500 common delphiniums a month. That's still well short of 10,000 plants, with more than 5,000 still to go. However, with these game-produced delphiniums as a base, it should be okay to accent the periphery with the real-life regular delphiniums. So, another 5,000 or so common delphiniums could be purchased, which would also disguise them a little bit, lest there be any suspicion about where those delphiniums came from. Qinlin checked the internet.
Ordinary trillium, although far from the game-produced,
can be beautiful. Good-looking variety is not a lot.
Picked up a few and found a cultivator in the city that cost $30 a plant,
and with over 5,000 plants it was only $150. And with a 20% deposit right off the bat, he simply placed a direct order for 10,000 plants. Since we're doing this, let's get 10 more acres, make the flower seed bigger, and use the 10,000 plants to accent the nearly 5,000 that the game produced. This scale of Trillium Sea, normal to get. Others at least to spend a few million, but he just spent 300,000 on it. Also, no one else can get that many 7-color symbiotic deltas, much less a game attribute bonus. Once this sea of flowers came out, as long as it was well publicized, it could be sure that it would become an explosive attraction in U City and Sand City. As long as enough people are attracted to it, game-grown stuff can be completely self-produced and self-marketed at the lodge. Chapter 24. This trillium is worth a lot of money, isn't it? Pay your debts. Day 2. When Qinlin got up, Wang Kai was, as usual, squatting outside the door of his room, sticking his head out in anticipation of his rubbing. Lin Fen had already prepared breakfast for him. Shaolin, why are you so secretive these times? I went to the store yesterday and it was closed as well. Mom, before engaged in wholesale is not earn some money, recently engaged in a mountain village. In the formalities, starting tomorrow will be even busier. Qinlin also did not hide. This sooner or later will also let Mom know. Shaolin, what do you want to do? Mom will support you. That mountain village, if you can't do a good job, the store can continue to open. Really can't. I see the store is still okay. Lin Fen knew that her son was enterprising. The family was already dragging him down. She could only support whatever her son wanted to do. I think my son's mountain villa is also about 30,000 or 40,000
000 to rent a place. Slightly decorated farmhouse, right? After all, the son has little capital. That's what worries her, because a lot of people in this kind of agriturismo yuching do, and none of them do it for long. Mom, just recuperate at ease. Don't worry about me. Lin was now very confident that he would make the mountain villa a red-hot success, had breakfast and went out, and wanted. The dog followed when he saw fit. Lin picked the okra that ripened in the morning and delivered it to RTD. So he waited until the afternoon before the game screen in his mind prompted that the trilliums in the 6 frames of level 2 land had ripened. Lin immediately controlled the game character to the 6 squares of level 2 land, and sure enough, it was already prompted to be ready for picking. The 6 compartments are all different in the colors he chose, so each compartment has a different color of delphinium, and the number of mature plants is all around 25. Control the character to pick and end up with a total of 153 common ornamental trilliums. Next, Lin once again controlled the game character to enter the town seed shop to purchase new ordinary ornamental trillium plants, group, and replanted them. It was done before he headed to the warehouse again. When Lin arrived at the warehouse, he instructed toward Wang Kai, who had jumped out of the car after him. Wang Kai, watch outside the door. Wha? Wang Kai got the order and barked twice in response, then wandered back and forth at the entrance as if he was on patrol. Only then did Lin close the door to the warehouse and entered the game with a thought, entering the yard where the delphiniums are stored. In addition to the 25 adult ornamental delphiniums in 7 colors, there are 153 more ordinary ornamental delphiniums inside the yard. These trilliums are put together as if they are already a sea of flowers, colorful and fragrant, exceptionally eye-catching. Lin went up and touched an ordinary ornamental trillium plant, saw the note message, ornamental yellow flowering trillium plants, quality 1. This is a special variety of ornamental delphinium, with a height of 60 centimeters, a crown of 70 centimeters, a head of 4 centimeters, game production, very colorful. Then the ordinary plant of the same type has a higher degree of ornamental, and easy to transplant, the flowering period throughout the year, game production, colorful 1, ornamental 1, attractive 1, soothing 1, in the mirror 1, transplant survival rate 1. He looked at a few others, and the note information was the same except for the different colors. This common ornamental delphinium is clearly inferior to the 7-color symbiosis, not only in appearance, but also only in quality 1. The game can be produced, still more ornamental than the same type of plant, and that scurry of 1 is no joke. Also easy to transplant and flowers all year round inverted like the 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium. Then, Lin went up and touched these trillium plants, and a trillium followed him to reality with a thought. Repeatedly going in and out of the game took some time to move all these plants out of the game. However, how to transport this stuff to the lodge once it's moved out of the game is the question. He can't transport this stuff in his crappy car, and he can't even lift a 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium plant of quality 2 by himself. Lin could only take out his cell phone to contact a specialized transport team, and the logistics park had a specialized transport company he used to memorize phone numbers. He's a short hauler, and the 178 delphiniums would have to be called up for a specialized fleet of trucks to make it work, with a starting price of $85 per vehicle, and then at $5 per kilometer. After Lin contacted, he added the WeChat of the other party's supervisor, sent the deposit and location, and a fleet of cars arrived soon after. The front of the warehouse is small, and with the moving tools, the trucks can only go on one by one. Is it these trilliums that Mr. Qin wants to transport? The supervisor leading the team was called Zhou Liyuan. When he looked at those trilliums in the warehouse, he revealed a look of surprise. These trilliums are so beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. He has not seen the trillium, and has even been to the trillium flower sea in Xiamen, but compared to the trillium in front of him, it seems that those trillium and the trillium flower sea in Xiamen are also far inferior. He was attracted as soon as he came in, and also, the trilliums looked kind of comforting. This is naturally an effect produced by the game's attributes. Mr. Qin, you're going to have a trillium flower sea in this mountain villa? Zhao Liyuan said. Subconsciously took out his cell phone to shoot, but found that this trillium was surprisingly beautiful even under the lens, and the feeling of taking pictures was different. This is naturally the effect of the inbound property. That's right, it's to get a sea of trillium flowers. Lin nodded. Then I must take my wife to see it when the time comes. Zhao Liyuan immediately made a decision. This alone gave people this feeling. If it really formed a sea of flowers, how beautiful would it be? Just by thinking about it, one would know that it was a beautiful sight for people to enjoy. That kind of beauty the wife would love too. The transport guys are on the move too. They have special starter kits to carry those triffids to the car. Zhao Liyuan put down his phone, lit another cigarette for himself, and asked, Mr. Qin, All these trilliums are very beautiful, especially those large multicolored ones.
They shouldn't be cheap, right? Lin nodded. Well, that kind of depends on the color. A 3-color symbiotic one is more than 3,000. A 5-color one is more than 5,000, I guess, and the 7-color one I have. It's very rare, so it's hard to set the price. Cough, cough. Zhao Liyuan just inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, and when he heard this price, he directly choked, and hurriedly said towards those employees, "All give me some care. Gently, don't knock these trilliums. Are you kidding me? A 5-color plant is over 5,000. How expensive should a 7-color be? That 25 plants alone is an astronomical price, and I imagine the shorter ones shouldn't be cheap either. How much do they ship for? If a careless person breaks one of these, they won't be able to pay for it with their little shipping fee." It took some time to load all these trilliums onto the car before the convoy set off for the lodge. Lin also followed the transportation truck and set off, in a rather pleasant mood, and mentally began to look forward to the sea of trilliums that he was about to create. But there is one thing that needs to be taken care of. The family still owes a lot of foreign debt. Order 10,000 common trillium signed online contract only paid a deposit. The card is still enough money to pay off the debt. Chapter 25 Debt Free to be Light. Lin Fen's concern. Soon, the convoy arrived at the lodge. However, such large vehicles can only be parked in the parking lot of the lodge and there is no way to drive inside. Lin parked his own tricycle, and Wang Kai leaped off of it, following closely by his side. "Mr. Qin, unload directly in this parking lot?" Zhao Liyuan stepped forward and asked. "Well, unload it here." Lin nodded. This was the only place to unload. Zhao Liyuan began to bring people to unload the goods. The money for unloading the goods is paid separately, and the electronic contract has been signed before coming. Lin also walked towards the inside of the mountain villa. Wang Kai whimpered twice and hurriedly followed, looking in all directions and whimpering along the way, very curious about his new surroundings. Seeing this, Lin smiled and said, "Wang Kai, this will be your territory from now on. Are you happy?" Wang Kai seems to understand the master's words, whimpering and barking twice, suddenly striding his legs and scattering. Along the way will also come to some of the vegetation before stretching his nose and sniffing, and then satisfied with lifting his legs, nourishing the urine. Lin looked at the dog's behavior full of consternation. This is circling the land? The lodge. In addition to Gao Yao Yao, there were already a few more people. All of them were the original employees, who received Gao Yao Yao's notice to come over yesterday, and a few of them were already waiting. It's hard to find work in the modern world, and salaries in the hills are still good in Yucheng, which has a per capita salary of 3,000 or 4,000, and no one wants to be unemployed. It's the new boss. Gao Yao Yao saw Lin arrive and immediately introduced him towards the others. Everyone else looked at the new boss curiously. Very young, with a dog. That's the first impression. "Boss." Gao Yao Yao ran to greet Lin. Lin then inquired, "Gao Yao Yao, which one is Master Lin?" "Master Lin, the boss is looking for you." Gao Yao Yao immediately shouted towards a dark man in his 50s. Master Lin stepped forward and spoke without waiting for Lin to speak. "Boss, I can do the job for you, but you have to let me save those 2 ginkgo trees. You can't cut them down." This request stunned Lin. Other people's requests to their bosses are for longer paychecks, and it's the first time I've heard someone make this request. Gao Yao Yao immediately helped to explain. "Boss, wasn't there a special period in the past? Master Lin's family was targeted, because this place was still remote. Master Lin's grandfather took the family here to escape, and the family lived under the 2 ginkgo trees for a very long time. And Master Lin's grandfather also died under this ginkgo tree. It was only later when the disorganization was corrected that Master Lin's father took his family back, and it was because of this reason that Master Lin had done all the hard work before." "Master Lin, I agree to your request. After that we'll sign an employment contract. Now first come with me to the parking lot. There's something I want you to be responsible for." Lin also didn't want to cut down those 2 dead trees, and he also figured out why Master Lin did everything at the lodge before. It was also to preserve the trees, right? It's a very memorable emotion for the older generation, and such people are generally very affectionate and trustworthy. Lin led Master Lin to the parking lot. Gao Yao Yao and a few other employees also followed curiously. By the time they arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Liyuan had already brought someone to unload a portion of the trillium plant. "Boss, is this the trillium you bought? So beautiful," Gao Yao Yao exclaimed, obviously attracted to the trillium as soon as she saw it. A few other employees did the same and couldn't help but come up to look at the trilliums, which were really beautiful. Master Lin's age was attracted by those trilliums. Liking beautiful things knows no age. He asked, "Boss, Are you going to get a sea of trilliums in the mountain villa? Qin Lin nodded and said, that's right. It's intended to engage in a trillium flower sea, roughly 30 acres. There will almost be more than 15,000 trilliums that will be delivered one after another. Master Lin, Gao Yaoyao said that you will cultivate and plant the plants, and I'm going to let you be in charge of this matter. Master Lin was instantly shocked and spoke out. Boss, do you think I'm an animal? 30 acres, 15,000 plants. I can't do it. I need to add people. Qin Lin naturally knows that 30 acres, more than 15,000 trilliums. Master Lin can't do it alone. He must hire a landscaper or an experienced farmhand to transplant the trilliums. Master Lin obviously got the wrong idea. Was this being exploited out of the shadows by the person in charge in front of the lodge? He didn't want to let Master Lin transplant the trillium alone. Just that the other party had experience in this area and let the other party supervise the work. Master Lin, I will hire some more people to help with the transplanting. Qin Lin also explained and added, when the time comes for the people to be found, you'll just be responsible for keeping an eye on them. And when the sea of flowers is done, I'll also recruit 2 more long-term gardeners for daily maintenance. Only after hearing this did Master Lin nod his head and promise to keep a good eye on the man. The 178 trilliums were unloaded quickly. Qin Lin happily paid the final payment, not forgetting to say, Supervisor Zhao, I'll still need you to come over tomorrow. And I might need to trouble you every day for a month after this. Boss Qin contacting me is, Zhao Liyuan said cheerfully. Now the transportation is not doing well. This fleet supervisor is also not doing well. This to the mouth of the job certainly will not push. Although he was puzzled as to why this boss Qin didn't just ship it over when he had transported it to that warehouse. It was none of his business when there was money to be made. After all, some rich people just have a lot of fetishes. For example, his boss has a quirk, obviously have a house, have to secretly buy another set. There are wives at home do not sleep, but also have to often excuse business trips to go to another set of houses to sleep alone. Isn't that rich and free? After Zhao Liyuan left with the fleet, Qin Lin also briefly interviewed a few of the original employees of the mountain villa, giving the first feeling of okay, no one who makes people resentful at the first meeting. As for after that, then slowly look. On the contrary, the labor contract was a trouble. He did not have experience in this area. In the end, he could only find out the original contract samples of the mountain villa, intending to go back and print out the original contract first, and then sign with Gao Yaoyao and these people tomorrow. After that, he also followed Master Lin to stroll through the 500 acres of the mountain village. To create this 30 acres of trillium flower sea, always choose a suitable place. It took an hour or so, but it was finally decided that the delphinium sea would be placed on a patch of ground just north of the lodge hall. Since we want to create a sea of flowers, 30 acres of land naturally need to be open. The geographical location gap cannot be large. If the location of the fall is too large, there is a disconnect, showing the effect of a dense sea of flowers. After the decision was made, Qin Lin also returned to the county to contact a construction company with the best reputation for contracting. Yuching this kind of company business is also miscellaneous. Looking for a landscaper who can transplant flowers and plants, and experienced farm workers are also wrapped up. That is, the labor cost reaches 400 per day. After signing the contract and paying the deposit, this company's people were the first to enter the lodge to start the preliminary inspection, which ended only in the evening. Those trilliums in the parking lot are the problem when darkness falls. Though the value of these trilliums is not low, he can only let the previous security Chendabi guard at night, but also just to see how the other side character. Everything is arranged. Qin Lin also intends to go back to the county. The trillium flower sea began to build. Take advantage of this time should also be the family debt disposal. Sooner or later, the matter of him engaging in this mountain village will let the people who know, especially their family, owes a favor to the people. The debt is not dealt with. There may be people who think of having money to engage in the mountain village, but do not pay back the money. The creditors are all friends and family of his parents, and to be able to borrow money is to have a sense of affection. And even if they wouldn't think so, the people around them will always fan the flames. By then, even if you pay it back, something will have gone bad. People are, after all, complex creatures, so the debt had to be paid off. And after that, even if people knew he'd messed with the cottage, it would give a different sensation. Thinking, Qin Lin picked up his cell phone and tapped the address book. He memorized all the names of his family's debtors in his cell phone. In addition to Qin Ren's father's 50,000, together with some of the monthly repayments from this year, there are now more than 330,000 external debts. Qin Lin dialed the first phone. As soon as it was connected, he said, "Are Genbo, meal eaten or not?" "Already eaten. Can I ask you to come to the house in the evening?" "Yes." "Earn some money. My father owes you money to pay you back first. Hanging up the phone, he dialed the next number until he had called all of the debtors, and all of them had appointments at their homes, all elders from the same village. In fact, it would have been better if he had offered to come to the house and give the money back in a polite manner. However, he has to fulfill the old mother's heart. The old mother also set up the old man's last photo. She is nagging every day. Feel the family money is not finished. Cannot watch him marry and have children. The old man will not rest in peace. Putting down the phone, he made a trip to the warehouse and took some common wild fish out of the game and put them in the bucket of the tricycle, then covered it with a cloth and drove back to the neighborhood where he lived. At this time Uncle Second Hate and the others had finished eating, and calling them here was always a courtesy gift. These common wild fish are not light in weight and make great gifts. When he returned home, Linfen had also long prepared dinner and was waiting. It's time to eat, Linfen shouted and asked after Qin Lin sat down. Shaolin, why are you so late today? How's that farmhouse of yours doing? It's already going to be on track. It's all going to be a bit busy lately, Qin Lin replied. Linfen reminded. Shaolin, you're busy. Don't get cold feet, Meru. Such a good girl. Linfen didn't say the next words. Naturally she was worried that if such a good girl became someone else's daughter-in-law, she would never be able to find her again. But she is even more helpless because she is incapable. Her family is in a mess, owes so much money, and her son doesn't have a house or a car. So how could Zhao Mo Turnip's parents agree to marry her off? Chapter 26 As a relief, becoming someone else's child. Linfen sighed and didn't forget to remind Qinlin, remember to let me go when it opens. I'll help you greet the customers. Qinlin immediately said, Mom, how can I let you greet guests? Linfen grunted with some dissatisfaction. My health is not good, but my son is open for business. I'm happy. Mom, I'll wash the dishes later. When Qinlin heard Linfen's words, his face was all smiles as well. It's good to have a mom. After the meal, Qinlin packed up the dishes and went to the kitchen to clean them. Linfen looked at her busy son and sighed once again. Her own family's son has been understanding since he was a child, compared to his peers letting people too much heartache. It's them as parents who are incapable. After finishing the dishes and was cleaning up the hygiene, Qinlin remembered the debtors and didn't forget to remind. Mom, I invited Uncle Urjin and the others over to the house. They should be arriving soon. Linfen froze and was about to say something when she heard the doorbell ring. She hurriedly went to open the door and a bitter look appeared on her face when she saw the person outside. Urjin, you're here? The other party was none other than his own debtor, to whom the family owed $30,000. Her biggest fear now is meeting these debtors, and her family really doesn't have the money to pay them back. Sister-in-law Lin Fun. Qin Urjin greeted Lin Fun as well, then inquired, is Lin Zi back? Little Lin, your Uncle Urjin is here. As bitter as Lin Fun's heart was, she could only invite the other party in. The other party borrowed money to cure her husband in the first place, although the person was not saved. But she cannot hide. Do people have to be conscientious? Only after welcoming Qin Urjin through the door, Lin Fun heard a surprised voice ring out. Urjin, you're here too? Qin Urjin greeted the visitor and smiled. Dalin, you're here too? Your family's snack bar is open? It's still being renovated, Qin Dalin said with a smile. As the two conversed, another person came up behind them. Urjin, Daylin, you're there too. You guys are here too. Lin Fun silently sighed. This one is the one who lent her family money in the first place. Her son really invited all these people. People are afraid of debtors at the door, but the debt is owed. People must be warmly welcomed at the door. She forced a smile and introduced all these people to the door, taking out cups to pour water for Qin Urjin and the others. Qin Urjin and his entourage filled the modest living room to the brim. Wan Kai the dog was startled to see so many people and hurriedly got up and ran into the kitchen to look for Qinlin. Qinlin came out and saw Qin Urjin and these people also immediately greeted him. Uncle Urjin, Uncle Dalin. He was grateful to these debtors. After all, when his father was diagnosed with cancer, they were still able to borrow money knowing that the family might be left with widows and orphans who couldn't afford to pay. But Uncle Ergun and the others still lent the money. What a great sentiment. The key to this, he graduated for more than a year. And everyone knows that it's not easy for them orphans and widows. And no one has ever come to call in the debt. There were times when he envied his dad. And really not everyone could reap the benefits of that kind of affection. Or maybe the older generation has the kind of feelings that the newer generation doesn't have. Modern young people have been eroded by the weight of life and pompous social values to the point where they have no spare energy to run such a relationship. Qin Urjin heartily praised Qin Lin when he saw him. Xiao Lin has really made a name for himself, better than all those juniors that came out of the village. Qin Dalin also nodded his head and said, Xiao Lin has been understanding since he was a child, and his grades are good. I'm relieved that our family's untalented bastard thing can be half as understanding as he is. This was echoed by the others.
The village's children to get into a major university is only Qin Lin one. The other are all playful. It is Qin Lin this child bad luck. The family even bad changes. Lin Fen was naturally happy to hear others praise her son. But then she sighed. Her son was dragged down by his family. Qin Urjin complimented Qin Lin and also took out an IOU and handed it to Lin Fen. Sister-in-law Lin Fen. Look, this is an IOU from my side. Qin Dalin did the same and took out his own IOU. This is mine. The others likewise took out the IOUs they had brought with them and placed them on the table. Qin Lin said he would pay them back, so they naturally had to bring the IOUs. Money and debts are cleared, and it has been true since time immemorial that IOUs should be destroyed in person. Qin Lin was afraid that his mom would be worried, and hurriedly said, "Mom, I was the one who told Uncle Urjin to come, and I've earned some money that I can pay them back. After all, the debtor door-to-door mood is always not good." He immediately sat down next to his old mother, grabbed her hand to appease, and then greatly took up those IOUs and said, "Uncle Urjin, Uncle Dalin, you all brought your cell phones, right? I'll give you a bank transfer." These words caused Lin Fen to freeze straight away, looking at her son incredulously. In this moment of effort, Qin Urjin and these people also took out their cell phones. Little Lin. Yes, who doesn't carry a cell phone these days? Yeah, but you really paid it all back at once. Ha! Qin Lin did not hesitate. Take those notes one by one, and then through the cell phone bank transfer money one by one. A moment, and out of more than 300,000, the card balance again crisis. But the money is paid off, more relaxed. Some days and then take the time to invite Uncle Urjin them to eat a meal together. As for this favor later slowly return. After Qin Urjin and these people received the transfer information, a smile appeared on each of their faces as well. Although they hadn't thought of urging Qin Lin and his wife to pay back the money, they were still very joyful that Qin Lin had paid back this money in one go. Each family has its own difficulties, and with this extra money, it is better to have a broader hand. Qin Urjin these people look at Lin Fen gaze with envy. Although the other family even bad changes, but the other party has a good son. Really let a person envy. Qin Lin this child is awesome. Not only do not have parents to help, but also so fast to help parents pay hundreds of thousands of debt. What parent wouldn't want that for their son? Lin Fen clearly felt this gaze and had mixed feelings in her heart. Qin Urjin and these people didn't bother much, and after praising Lin one after another they also took their leave. Qin Lin sent downstairs, opened the bucket covered with cloth on the tricycle, and brought home a wild fish one person to give one, which is a little bit of a small token of appreciation. Lin, are these wild fish? Qin Urjin and the others were obviously a bit surprised. A small token of appreciation. This wild fish is rich in nutrients. All the uncles go back and make it with some wine. Little Lin, what are you being so polite for? Qin Urjin and the others were obviously happy that this wild fish was not small and usually still rare. Qin Lin will Qin Urjin these people sent away. He only once again picked up those IOUs. IOUs on the signature of the old mother. At that time he was also present. And now take the IOUs back. He has also some feelings. When he got to his dad's effigy, he burned all these IOUs to ashes with a single blow. These debts used to be a huge mountain weighing him down. Because of the mind games, now he could finally free himself from the mire of planting bitterness. Lin Fen was a bit anxious, and the first thing she did was to ask Qin Lin, "Xiao Lin, tell mom honestly, where did you get so much money? Did you do something illegal?" That was her biggest worry. It didn't matter if her son had money or not. She didn't want him to go down the wrong path. Qin Lin guessed that his mom would be worried, and also made up an excuse a long time ago. "Mom, how could I possibly go and do something illegal? I actually caught a wild ornamental fish and sold it for over $600,000. I took that money afterward and went into wholesaling, and before that I either brought back watermelons or wholesaled that kind of watermelon, and made another profit, and in addition to investing in the lodge, I used the rest of the money to pay off my debts." That statement is actually flawed. He got his priorities mixed up about fish and wholesale. What kind of fish can be worth so much money? Lin Fen couldn't believe it. Qin Lin explained, "A wild albino yellow tiger. I don't know what's so good about this fish, but rich people just love it and spend a lot of money on it." Saying that, Qin Lin also took out his cell phone and handed his tax records of that wild ornamental fish to his mom. Lin Fen also had to believe it now, her face full of incredulity. "There's such an expensive fish? It must be your father's blessing that allowed you to catch this fish." A long-lost smile appeared on Lin Fen's face, as if her entire body was much more relaxed. Qin Lin could see the change in his old mom, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. "Xiao Lin, then the mountain villa you're busy working on isn't a $30,000 or $40,000 farmhouse either?" Lin Fen asked before responding. "Well, the mountain villa isn't small." Qin Lin nodded.
Lin Fan was anxious now, said. Then you quickly go and explain to Moe, before she came to see me. See, you didn't tell her about the agro paradise. I thought that you had engaged in 30,000 or 40,000 agro paradise, and didn't have a bottom for yourself, so I talked to her and asked her to wait for you more. Such a good girl as Turnip. You have to let her have something to look forward to, don't let anyone rob her. I only recognize her as my daughter-in-law. Qin Lin froze. He didn't say anything because he wanted to create a good sea of trillium flowers to give Zhao Moqing a surprise. Chapter 27, Quality 3 Extreme. This is definitely going to burst into flames. Qin Lin explained. Mom, I want to give Mo Qing a surprise when the mountain villa is done. Don't let Mo Qing know. You young people like to play with these. Lin Fan shook her head. On this night, Qin Lin finished paying back the money, was debt-free and slept exceptionally well. The next day, he moved the ripe okra out of the game early in the morning to deliver it to RTD, after which he went and printed out the labor contract to head to the lodge. When he arrived at the parking lot of the lodge, he saw Chen Dabii in his security uniform sitting in front of a tent yawning, his face full of fatigue, obviously looking at the trilliums all night. The tents are from the lodge, and there are always couples who want to camp at night to prove their mettle. Boss, you're here. Chen Dabii immediately got up to greet Qin Lin when he saw him. It's been hard work. Follow me to the hall to sign the labor contract and go back to rest. Qin Lin nodded towards the other party. Okay, boss. Chen Dabii nodded and followed. When they arrived at the hall, Qin Lin also asked Gao Yaoyao to call all the people to sign the contract. The contracts are written in terms of what these people were originally paid. Like Gao Yaoyao was 3,500 project draws, and the more people that played Jungle Adventure and skateboarding before her, the higher her paycheck was. One of the highest paid is Master Lin, with a fixed 6,000, as he was originally a chef and multitasker. The other employees are similar to Gao Yaoyao. This wage in the big city is nothing at all. In the per capita 4,000 wages in Yucheng is also considered a normal wage, not to mention the mountain village, which is the package food. If you are willing to live in the same mountain village as Gao Yaoyao, that a few dormitories. This was also the reason why Gao Yaoyao and these people would still come back after the mountain villa was seized and the boss changed. After all, it was not easy to find a job nowadays. Qin Lin also declared, this wage is the same as your original, but it's also temporary. I bought this mountain village to naturally develop it. When the lodge develops and you guys do a good job, your wages will naturally be raised, and I'll also recruit more people, and at that time, I'll also promote you to management and give you higher wages. That's really a pie in the sky, but he's a good pie in the sky, and after all, having seen those beautiful trilliums, they were attracted to them at first glance. This new boss says he's going to create a 30-acre sea of flowers, so it's going to be a fire, and that wage hike is a sure thing. So, Gao Yaoyao and these people were somewhat looking forward to it. Qin Lin was also in a good mood as he held the signed labor contract. He's now an owner with industries and employees too. Soon, the contracting company for the creation of the Sea of Flowers is also here. Qin Lin gave the other party the material he had been reading all night. The advanced flower sea he was going to create would require materials to build stone paths, swings, wooden benches, gazebos, and other amenities. He picks a price and color with the eyes of a tourism management professional, and the specific contracting company will go ahead and contact the price and then let him make the final decision. Everything is ready for the initial move. Afternoon. Another harvest of common ornamental trilliums in Class 2 land. There were 156 plants in this one. After Qin Lin arrived at the warehouse and moved all of these ornamental trilliums out of the game, he contacted Zhou Liuan from the transportation company to transport these trilliums to the lodge. So after 2 days, the lodge staff is on track and the Delphinium Sea has been started. By the third day, the 7-color symbiotic ornamental symbiotic delphiniums in the game's level 3 land were also ripening again. Qin Lin controlled the game character to pick, and after purchasing a new strain, group, to plant, he headed to the warehouse to enter the game again. But once again he came to the seedling plant storage yard. He was shocked. Among the 20 or so 2.5 meter tall 7-color symbiotic ornamental trilliums, there was one that stood out. Taller, more aesthetically pleasing, and more attractive. And the moment he came in, his eyeballs were uncontrollably drawn to it. Qin Lin thought of something and immediately walked over to check the information on this trillium. Ornamental 7-color symbiotic delphinium plants, quality 3. This is a special cultivar of symbiotic ornamental trillium. A total of 7 colors, expensive, with a height of 4 meters, crown width of 3.5 meters, head of 36 centimeters, showy infinity, with a glance of attraction to the ornamental, and easy to transplant, flowering throughout the year. Game production, showy 3, ornamental 3, attractive 3, photogenic 3, transplant survival rate 3, ecological harmony 3. This is a higher quality 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium with all attributes 3, so it's no wonder that at a glance it outshines the other delphiniums. This quality 3 delphinium also has an additional attribute of eco-harmony 3. Just what this property does is unknown for now. Moreover, this one to move out of the game, the warehouse height cannot put. He can only exit the game, out of the warehouse, after observing the surrounding or no one to enter the game with the fastest speed, to move this trillium out of the game. But for this one to be transported back to the lodge, I'm afraid I'll have to ask Zhao Liyuan to bring a bigger truck over. When Zhao Liyuan came over with his fleet of cars, he was staggered to see this quality 3 7-color symbiotic delphinium as much as he was staggered to rush his men to be a little more careful. This one was obviously more expensive. It took half a day of work to get such a plant loaded into the car. The lodge is buzzing with construction. The hired landscapers and agricultural workers have also begun to transplant the trilliums over one by one, with the 7-color symbiotic ornamental trilliums clustered in the very center, followed by the common ornamental trilliums, and finally the common trilliums on the periphery in a radial pattern. This way visitors are all in for a more pleasant surprise as they go deeper. Naturally, in order to keep the perimeter from being too monotonous, some of the game's 7-color symbiotic ornamental and regular ornamental types are also divided to match the delphiniums purchased outside. Chendabii was very responsible for looking at the trilliums inside the parking lot when he saw a convoy driving over, and this direction seemed to be the city. The convoy drove outside and stopped, and Chendabii walked out suspiciously. A middle-aged man was seen getting out of the car and asked, "May I ask if this is Boss Chen's mountain villa?" Chendabii said, "Yes, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man said, "My name is Ma Ku. I'm the instructor sent by the city's trillium cultivation base to send trilliums to Boss Chen while also instructing you on planting. Sending instructors is an additional service of the cultivation base. After all, it is an order of 10,000 plants. And also know that it is going to be a sea of flowers. If the other side of the fire, it is also their living signboard." Chendabii immediately pointed to the parking lot of Lima and said, "The boss explained, if you guys come, unload in the parking lot." Marco nodded and had the tricorn unloaded from the car and brought inside, directing himself to follow into the parking lot. Entering the parking lot, Marco, however, froze, looking incredulously at the trilliums sitting inside the parking lot. 7 colors? Marco was surprised when he saw those 7-color symbiotic ornamental trillium strains. Unlike people like Gao Yao, he was a professional breeder and naturally knew what the 7-color symbiotic delphinium represented. Trillium symbiotic flowers are not uncommon, but usually 3-color symbiosis. 5-color has been considered noble. Like this 2 meters into the plant, 7-color symbiosis is absolutely rare. The key to this 7 colors was also surprisingly perfect. He, a professional breeder, was attracted to turn his eyes. Moreover, he had a sense of mood relief at a glance. How good a breeder could this be? This kind of extreme product had never been bred even by their breeding base. Looking at the appearance in front of us, there are quite a few of these superb delphinium strains, and this sea of flowers is definitely going to be on fire. As Marco was thinking about it, he heard the sound of a car outside, and then he heard the exclamations of surprise from the employees of the incubator that he had come along with. This trillium is so tall. Those 2+1s are already beautiful. This one is incredible. That's 4 meters, right? Chapter 28, 200. 000 can't buy it. Magical Ecological Harmony 3. Marco came out to take a look is also full of shock. That 4 meters high, the plant crown fluffy hair, gorgeous 7 colors symbiotic ornamental trillium immediately attracted his attention. This is kind of an old plant, isn't it? Marco hurriedly stepped forward to observe. Doing this business, he knows very well the value of this trillium, 7 colors symbiosis, and cultivated so perfect trillium. This definitely belongs to the collection level of the old plant. To put it mildly, those tourist areas in China with large trillium flower seeds are willing to acquire this one plant for more than $200,000. Not only are the flowers at this lodge going to be on fire, they may be on fire big time. Compared to these delphiniums, the delphiniums they sent from their cultivation base are complete little green leaves to accompany them. When Qin Lin got off the bus, Chendabii also came over to introduce him. "Boss, this is Mr. Marco who came from the cultivation base to deliver the trillium." "Hello." Qin Lin shook hands with Marco. After shaking hands, Marco couldn't help but curiously inquire, "Boss Qin, this old trillium plant cost a lot of money, right? It's hard to buy a trillium flower of this grade even if you spend $200,000. A friend gave a friendly price," Qin Lin said casually. However, he hadn't thought that this quality 3-7 color symbiotic delphinium was already considered an old plant. Older plants are the collector-grade adult plants of delphinium and are given expensive prices by some wealthy people.
He had previously read a news Nishihiro, a two-color giant umbrella-type delphinium old plant, the owner of the price of 300,000 yuan. Moreover, the value of this quality 3 delphinium should be far more than the price that Maka said. After all, the other party didn't know that his 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium bloomed all year round and had many attributes to add to it. Maka has seen these trillium also have no face to say anything to stay to help guide the planting. No face to class. Ma-ku delivered 3,000 delphiniums on this trip, because Qin Lin ordered several varieties of delphiniums with different flower colors, and because of his own problems with the speed of transplantation, it was impossible to handle them all at the same time. Qin Lin also told Master Lin to bring people over, suddenly out of the quality 3 of the 7-color symbiotic ornamental trillium, that the most middle of the area to make some changes. Naturally transplant this quality 3. Moreover, after knowing the price of this old plant, Qin Dabii also scared and Qin Lin proposed, "Boss, are you going to recruit a few more security guards here?" So valuable prunus planted that he was afraid of being missed, although Master Lin and he discussed the night watch in turn, but really have ideas, he and Master Lin also not top. "Well, I'll take care of this." Qin Lin also nodded. He would have recruited more security guards. 2. The value of the trillium flower sea is there. How can it be enough to rely on Qin Dabii as a security guard? Master Lin brought people over to see this quality 3 trillium, obviously also showed surprise. Also wasted a lot of effort to move this trillium to the flower sea planting site. Transplanting this one down took another half day. Gao Yaoyao and the 2 female employees were attracted to see this trillium. They thought that the previous trillium was already the most beautiful, but they didn't realize that there was this even more beautiful one. Day 2. When Qin Lin arrived at the mountain villa, he saw Gao Yaoyao trotting up to his nearness. "Boss, you quickly go with me to see that trillium plant from yesterday." What happened to the trillium? Qin Lin was a bit puzzled. Followed Gao Yaoyao to that quality 3 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphinium to find out what's going on. There were a lot of butterflies dancing on the trillium. Some birds were chirping, and to his surprise, there were 2 squirrels probing the tree. If it's not surprising that this sea of flowers attracts butterflies, then it must be special that there are birds and squirrels. Gao Yaoyao cheerfully explained. "Boss, amazing, right? I came up at noon and wanted to take a picture to send it to my friends, and then I saw them, and they weren't afraid even when I got close." Saying that, she even moved closer and stood under the trillium plant. Surprisingly, none of the squirrels on the tree ran away. 2 squirrels even stood on the branch above Gao Yaoyao's head and seemed to be curiously looking at Gao Yaoyao below. Under normal circumstances, the bird and the squirrel must have run away in alarm at the proximity of a human being. Qin Lin probably understood what was going on. This quality 3 delphinium has the attributes of Eco-Harmony 3. This scene definitely has something to do with this Eco-Harmony 3. Because of this, nearby butterflies and birds and this squirrel were attracted. Gao Yaoyao, maybe we'll have to make a sign that prohibits harming animals, Qin Lin said when he saw this, which seemed to be a huge selling point. In the next hour, the entire lodge was feverishly under construction. The lodge is also suspended. Qin Lin moved ordinary ornamental delphiniums out of the game every day. Moreover, the quality 3 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphiniums surprisingly appeared 2 more times in the following month, and 3 quality 3 delphiniums were planted in the very middle of the sea of flowers, and a specially constructed flower bed and fence surrounded them, with a "Please do not harm small animals" sign. Around the 3 trilliums, there were more fluttering butterflies, as well as birds, whose pleasant calls were like musical notes, and the occasional squirrel could be seen scurrying between the trees. This beauty coupled with such a harmonious image is absolutely mesmerizing. Time passes, and we are entering the month of October. Late afternoon. As always, Qin Lin picked the mature okra from the 24-gallon plot, replanted new seeds, and then delivered this batch of mature okra to RTD, while providing Manager Chen with another 10 pounds of quality 2 okra. Your tail number, $19,653 in revenue and a balance of $139,876.00. This month, he delivered to the RTD okra total income of more than 650,000 yuan, excluding the payment of taxes, paid to the corner of the plum cultivation base of the final payment, plus to the construction company's costs, has been left with less than 140,000 yuan. Now that the Trillium Sea has been created, the lodge is preparing to open. Qin Lin drove his worn-out 3-wheel truck to the warehouse, which was also loaded with 2 large buckets of water, and he took a smaller one into the game and headed straight for the pool. It's been a month and the pool has had thousands of wild fish. He immediately used a small bucket to salvage these wild fish to take out of the game into 2 large buckets, and after moving a few dozen, the 2 large buckets were full. There were also 6 large cargoes among them. These are the ones he's going to put into the fish pond at the lodge. Start the car and head for the lodge. When you arrive at the entrance of the lodge, you can see a special wooden artistic signboard, Turnip Forest Lodge. Looking at the entrance, not far away is a sea of beautiful, red and windy delphinium flowers, which gives him a sense of pride. After all, this is the sea of flowers he has created. However, with the sea of flowers created, there is still a purely vintage wooden structure under construction not far from the reception hall. This is naturally the sales center that he intends to use to sell things. The game planted out of the crops to RTD to earn the difference in price. It is not as good as his own to sell, as long as the mountain villa is going to have enough traffic. Completely self-consuming. In the attractions can also be sold more expensive, and at that time you can wholesale other things to do to cover up. Xin Lin drove the tricycle directly outside the hall. Gao Yaoyao was cleaning up with 4 girls who were all wearing specially customized blue uniforms with the 4 words Turnip Forest Villa printed on them. 3 of the girls were newly recruited a few days ago, and from now on, one of the newly recruited girls will be in charge of the tickets for the adventure from the forest and the skate program, and the other one will be in charge of the ticket sales for the Trillium Flower Sea. The other 2 girls were in charge of the lobby. As for Gao Yaoyao, she performed well this month and was promoted to foreman. The little girl is also very motivated now. She is a manager in size, and has been raised 1,000 salary. Boss, what can we do for you? Seeing that Xin Lin had arrived, Chen Dabii also walked up with 2 uniformed security guards, acting very positively. Flower Sea to create a good security personnel is indispensable. In addition to the 2 people behind Chen Dabii, the monitoring room, there is another one in the watch monitor. The night there are also 2 night shift patrol, are recruited through the online Homestead Veterans Resettlement Area. The lodge has installed some surveillance. This is what many scenic spots have no choice but to do. After all, there are too many leaks in quality education nowadays. Naturally, Chen Dabii this month positive performance. So honored to be promoted to the security team leader. Salary than the original is also raised 1,000. In addition to this, the lodge has also recruited another chef to help Master Lin, as well as a cashier, and 3 specialized gardeners to care for the Trillium Sea. With the addition of the original front desk registrar and cleaning ants, the lodge is also almost 20 employees. Chapter 29. It's really only a small price to pay. Xin Lin looked at Chen Dabii, who had brought people up to help, and also commanded, pour these fish into the fish pond. The lodge originally had a fishing program, renting fishing rods to visitors to fish with, and after the fish were weighed, visitors then killed them themselves, either steamed or barbecued. It's a pleasure to be able to come to the lodge and play. It's just that there wasn't a single fish left in the pond when he auctioned off this farm, so he's going to have to replenish the pond, which will take a few more trips to move the fish before he can do so, and the wild fish is a selling point. In addition to fishing, visitors can naturally also go to the hall and buy fish directly and then take it for themselves, which is to be arranged separately. However, those who come to play in the farmhouse, whether they know how to fish or not, usually rent a fishing rod to experience a bar, and there is a big chance that a fish will not be caught. Chen Dabii also did not say nonsense, immediately led the people to climb into the car, and then he personally commanded the 2 security guards to carry all the big buckets off the car. What a big fish, a security guard exclaimed, obviously seeing the big one. This one is over 30 pounds, isn't it? There's more than one. The other security guard was also surprised. A chef dressed in a chef's outfit. Master Lin was attracted over to the barrel and was surprised when he looked at it. Boss, are all these fish wild? Master Lin has a good eye, Xin Lin said with a smile. Remarkable. Remarkable. Master Lin is literate. Full of marvel. So many wild fish. The volume is not small. Especially this big goods. I'm afraid that the price of each is not less than 2,000, and it is money are not necessarily to buy. Boss, to get these fish you spent not a small price, right? It was spent a little bit, Xin Lin said with a smile, but isn't it a little bit of a price to pay? It took some time to fish in the game. It took some time to move out of the game. A little bit. I told you, this fish can't be bought without spending some money. Master Lin thought he had guessed correctly. His face was all smiles, and then proposed, Boss, put these big goods in the hall pool. Such a big wild fish, even if you look at it alone, it can attract people. Okay, Xin Lin nodded. When the time came, he would just move some more big goods to put in the fish pond. However, this is a big shipment that he intends to keep under strict control in terms of quantity. This kind of big goods on the market all year round cannot see a few, is not suitable to take out too much, and that price is not generally affordable. In addition to your own food, when you want to entertain people, then take one out. More face. After handing over the 2 large buckets of wild fish to Chen Dabii and Master Lin, he called Gao Yaoyao over. Boss, what are your orders?
Gao Yaoyao trotted over. Qin Lin instructed.
Tomorrow I will have someone come to shoot a promotional video for the Delta Plumflower Sea, so dress up nicely and cooperate to shoot a set of promotional videos and photos,
and I'll give you a subsidy of 2,000 yuan. Triangle Plumflower Sea to create a good, to let people know, and attract people. It is necessary to first let people know this flower sea. Shoot promotional video. Publicity photos is inevitable. When the time to sell tickets cannot be a blank sheet of paper, need to be printed on the publicity photos. Naturally, this modeling is essential. Gao Yaoyao, a pure young girl with a passing face value, had this ready-made, and naturally didn't waste time looking for someone else. Thank you, boss. When Gao Yaoyao heard that there was this good thing, she immediately sweetly responded. Then, Qin Lin also walked towards the Sea of Trillium Flowers. From the location of the hall, a specially created gravel path leads to the Sea of Flowers. The entrance to the Sea of Flowers is a ticket office, and the normal tickets for the Sea of Flowers are around 30 to 70. He booked 100 directly. For his Sea of Flowers, this is not expensive, but to attract foot traffic, cannot be set too expensive, as long as the foot traffic has. Supporting the earning before the program can also be arranged, such as the game crop self-production and self-marketing. The periphery of the Sea of Flowers is a neat floral enclosure made of densely arranged delphinium plants, leaving no way to enter but through the ticket office. The 30 acres are somewhat spectacular. The dense periphery of common delphiniums alone can make the trip worthwhile, and the deeper you go, the more you get to the game-producing delphinium area. It's just a treat for the eyes. And the 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphiniums grown in Class 3 sites all carry the attributes of showy 2, ornamental 2, attractive 2, especially the 3 cranes, more than 4 meters high quality 3 trillium, showy 3, ornamental 3, attractive 3, photogenic 3, ecological harmony 3. This sea of converging flowers is absolutely stunning and gives you the feeling that you can't turn your eyes away from it at a glance. Qin Lin knew very well that as the creator of this sea of flowers, he could produce that kind of shock by looking at them every day, not to mention the tourists. When he arrived at the most central area, Qin Lin stopped and saw a butterfly fluttering around the 3 quality 3 delphiniums on the side, and a good few squirrels scurrying around the trees. In the area around the 3 quality 3 delphiniums with the properties of eco-harmony 3, these squirrels are not afraid of people. Qin Lin reached out to pet a squirrel that had landed on the fence, and it didn't run. He took out a few pine nuts and put them on the ground, and the squirrels immediately leaped down together and came up to hug those nuts. He left one in his hand on purpose, and those few squirrels just kept staring at his hand as if they knew. Qin Lin laughed and put down the remaining pine nut as well. A squirrel immediately came forward to hold it, before they scurried up the tree together and hid the pine nut. During this period of time he had Gao Yaoyao come to give these squirrels some pine nuts every day, and they had gotten used to it. As soon as it was nighttime they took away all the pine nuts they had harvested and scurried off into the forest. And then the next day they would show up again right on time. These butterflies and squirrels, along with pleasant birdsong, will add character to the Sea of Flowers. Day 2. After Qin Lin finished delivering okra to RTD, he headed to Qin Ren's Hopwind advertising planning studio. Qin Ren, one of several partners, has a stake in the studio and also acts as a photographer, and his skills are still good. Naturally, he wanted to ask Qin Ren, his hairdresser, to take a set of promotional videos and photos. If you're hiring someone anyway, you might as well make that money for the hairdresser. When Qin Lin came in, besides Qin Ren, there were a few other people. Qin Ren's fiancée, Liao Li, and the other woman he had met at Qin Ren's house last time were also there. Lin Zi, what brings you here? Qin Ren saw Qin Lin and warmly greeted him. Darren, I would like to ask you to shoot a set of videos and photos. Qin Lin smiled and explained the reason for his visit. You go with me to the venue first, and I'll place the order then? 30 acres of Trillium Flower Sea shooting promotional video and photo workload is not small. Ground shooting, aerial shooting, post-editing and so on. Definitely need a team out. He went online and asked about it. And he's going to be tens of thousands of dollars for a set of promotional shoot videos and photos here. What order? Qin Ren, hitching a ride on Qin Lin's shoulder without any good humor, said, It doesn't take much time to help you take a video and photos of the fruit store. When do you think I'm not a brother anymore? Saying that, Qin Ren didn't forget to say towards the others, My brother Qin Lin, I'll go out with him. It's kind of an accounting for the other partners, not really a private job. It's a case of helping out a brother. Everyone, Lindsay, let's go. Qin Ren greeted. Qin Lin smiled. Qin Ren, this is good intentions. Do not let him spend money. Before, the other party has helped him fruit store shot once, but this time this promotional video and photos really is not Qin Ren alone can handle. Liao Li and her cousin Shu now watched the scene. Liao Li had no problem with it. What she saw was her fiancé's affection. Shu Na is very opinionated. Liao Li, You have to say Qinren, cannot be too righteous, others will get used to it. Just now that is the last time that Qinlin it? Before also think point he is good. Now a look at the world does not understand the human condition. Qinren said do not want money. He is not polite at all? Let's go. Go shopping. Liali obviously didn't agree with her cousin's words, but she didn't want to argue with her own cousin. Qinlin and Qinren got out of the planning studio and got on the small electric car, with Qinren sitting on his butt in the back seat before he started the car and drove off. Soon, Qinren realized something was wrong. Lin Zi, if you're not going to the fruit and vegetable market street, why are you heading towards the outside of the city? Where is this going? You'll know when we get there. Qinlin smiled and said. Chapter 30, The Self-Satisfied Woman. Soon, the little electric car arrived at the entrance to Turnip Grove Lodge. Isn't this the Fuhai Villa? How come it changed its name? Qinren was puzzled. He had come here with Qinlin before. At that time everyone hadn't graduated from college yet, and they came to spend money in a summer vacation party once. When Qinlin's small electric car stopped in front of the hall, Gao Yao Yao, who was all flamboyant and specially beautifully dressed, greeted her. Boss, Lin Zi, this girl is nice. Wait, boss? Qinren was habitually focusing on the pretty girl when he suddenly reacted. Lin Zi, you're the boss of this mountain village? Turnip Lin Villa. No wonder it's called that. Darren, let's go. Check out the shooting place. And this girl's name is Gao Yao Yao. She's acting as a model today. Qinlin greeted and led Qinren into the sea of trillium flowers. Qinren looked at the sea of flowers in front of him and was directly shocked. Lin Zi, did you make this? Aha! Just got it done. Qinlin nodded. Lin Zi, you're awesome. Qinren directly expressed his amazement. He knew very well the situation of this brother's family. The other party suddenly made this mess. The shock in his heart could be imagined. How much did this sea of flowers cost? However, he did not ask more questions, more probing some flavor changes. After all, who have the chance to meet? Maybe the brother won the lottery, or someone invested. Qinlin laughed. Darren, I just want to ask your studio to take a set of promotional videos and photos for this sea of flowers. Qinren was instantly bitter when he heard this. I can't do this alone. Qinlin naturally knew that and laughed. I'll place an order for your studio. Remember to give me a discount. Not only discount, give you the best service. Remember to give 5 stars. Qinren didn't nag, took his cell phone and called back directly. He really can't do this job alone, and he also knows that Qinlin is taking care of his business, so he definitely wants to make things look good. Qinlin was so busy, but he saw Gao Yao Yao, who was following behind, giggling with her cell phone, and asked curiously, what are you laughing so happily about? When Gao Yao Yao heard Qinlin's words, she returned to her senses and asked, Boss, you said that if I go and register the trademark of U City's meat and light cakes, then can I go to those stores in U City that make meat and light cakes and eat light cakes without having to pay for them? They use my trademark. Qinlin asked in consternation. What are you rambling on about? Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Gao Yao Yao shrunk her head and said, am I not joking? I just swiped a video where someone trademarked a meat sandwich and sued hundreds of meat sandwich stores across the country for 99,800 yuan each. What? Qinlin directly revealed a look of incredulity. How much money will you make if you win the case? It's tens of millions of dollars. It's a better deal than he's ever made. This is really hooligans are not scary, but afraid of hooligans with culture. He's got the urge to trademark Yuching pork light cake, registering all of Xingwen bad vegetable noodles and pig's head pork. But this is just think about it. Really will be beaten. And the official will certainly deal with it. Maybe someone will have to pay the legal price. Otherwise this society will not have the same way. Not chaos is strange. After Qinren made the call, the partners of the studio soon came to the 3 of them. The 3 of them were also very surprised when they arrived at the lodge and saw the sea of trillium flowers. Originally thought that Qinren was just helping his brother with some personal favors. Who knew that the other brother was so forceful and gave a big list? How come they don't have brothers like that? However, after helping Qinlin photograph the sea of trillium flowers once more, Qinren and his partner became more and more shocked. If the sea of flowers gives a fascinating beauty when you take an aerial shot on the outside, the more you go inside and the more you get to the center, the more incredible it is. Especially when they got to the center area, they found that the videos and photos taken with the cooperation of that model from the lodge had a poetic quality, and the beauty of that camera sense was as if it was art. One of the partners was surprised. Qinren, it's okay, it feels like your filming skills have improved. This is all shot like a master. It's that this place is so beautiful. Qinren was also full of smiles. It was the first time he had made such a perfect promotional video and promotional photos, especially the 3 most beautiful delphiniums. The videos and photos are no worse than those of the top masters. Naturally, he didn't know that this was because all of these triffids had game attributes added to them. Those 3 delphiniums are the property that makes the cut 3. Lindsay, we'll work overtime at night to help you get the promotional video and advertising photos out, so you can use them tomorrow. Shinren also made a promise towards Qinlin's as he left. Returning to the studio, Shinren turned toward his partners again and said, "Everyone just work extra hard at night. Don't make me lose face in front of my brothers." The others laughed and responded, "In fact, they are not stupid. Shooting when they have a feeling that this trillium seed of fire. Then they shoot promotional videos and advertising photos, which itself is a publicity for themselves. Absolutely must be as good as possible." Evening, Liali came with her cousin Shuna again, and when she arrived behind her fiancé, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the video he had edited. "Hubby, where was this taken? So beautiful." Even Shuna was filled with curiosity. "Is there such a beautiful place in RU City? The video alone is so stunning. How beautiful would it be to go there?" Shinren saw his fiancé asked, very proudly said, "Shaoli, I tell you, Qinlin, this guy hides very deep. He engaged in a mountain village. This sea of trillium flowers is what he created. Those trillium looks like it is not ordinary quality. That 30 acres of range should be at least a few million it. This kid can." The words were full of marvel and happiness for his brother, and it was incredible to hear Liali. She knew what was going on in her fiancé's hairy family. Truna, however, heard something wrong. Is this a mistake? Liali didn't bother her fiancé much with his work and pulled her cousin aside to play by herself. Shuna, however, said somewhat eagerly, "Lily, push the Qinlin's WeChat one." Liali said playfully, "Cousin, didn't you say you were joking last time?" Shuna didn't care and said, "It's not that I don't know his condition. As a woman, who wouldn't want to find a good one?" Liali had no choice but to push Qinlin's WeChat to her cousin. Truna immediately couldn't wait to add WeChat. On the other side, Qinlin also quickly received a WeChat friend request with the note, "Cousin Liali, can we make a friend?" This made him frown. What was Liali's cousin doing adding him for a good reason? Click on the circle of friends to take a look. The photo, although serious, but still vaguely can be seen as the girl next to Liali. It's just that there's a cosmetic surgery difference between the person and the photo. However, he also had some clarity. After all, 2 meetings did not say to add the microblogging people. How suddenly added you? After having Mai, unless special circumstances, he also never add a woman WeChat. This is the respect for Zhao Moi, so decisively want to point to reject. But think, the other party is Liali cousin, or politely replied, "Sorry, the wife does not allow to add the opposite sex." On the other side, cousin Liali was directly confused. "Okay, Lily, why don't you say Qinlin got married?" Liali were confused. Qinlin got married. Shinren would surely know not married at all However, she also understood that this was Qinlin guessing his cousin's purpose and politely refusing, so she couldn't help but shake her head and didn't bother to remind her cousin. His cousin is a little idyllic woman. Feet cannot step on the ground. Circle of friends to take a picture of the beauty of a bit by a bit not too familiar with the man. Praise a beautiful woman. Just think that the conditions are good. She's a leftover woman, and she's still thinking about finding a young, handsome, and rich man. But the young, handsome, and rich man doesn't even look at her. Chapter 31 Learned. Undivided. Day 2. Qinlin then received a call from Qinren, telling him that the promotional video and publicity photos were ready. He went to Qinren's studio at the first opportunity. "Lin Z, see for yourself. We'll change anything we're not satisfied with." Qinren opened the promotional video and played it out for Qinlin. For the promotional video, Qinlin was still very satisfied. Qinren's studio had obviously put its heart into it, and he had decisively paid the studio to not make things difficult for Qinren in front of his partners. After leaving, all he had to think about was publicity. The first thing is to attract the locals of Yuqing first, and then figure out how to attract tourists from further afield. So, he headed straight for RTD. In Yucheng, to advertise is not to go to the TV station. Yucheng TV station is almost no one to watch. Or this era is not the star of the TV station, basically no one to watch. But there is one place in Uptown that can definitely be seen by the vast majority of Uptowners. That's the open-air screen in the Oriental Plaza, which has been rented by RT Mart on the first floor of the plaza for years, and is used to repeat product introductions and RT Mart's own advertisements. Oriental Hills Commercial Plaza is the center of Yucheng, where food, drink, clothing and transportation are all over here. If you can put up a promotional video of your own flora, then the vast majority of Yucheng people will be able to see it. When he arrived at RT Mart, Qinlin headed directly to Manager Chen's office, wanting to get this done through Manager Chen's connections. At this point, Manager Chen was also in the office handing tea respectfully to a middle-aged man. "General Manager Chu, I have no choice.
This special quality of okra the other party only sent me 5 pounds.
I've already evened out 3 pounds for you. Naturally,
Manager Chen did not dare to say 10 pounds. In front of this Chu always use City and Shacheng RT Mart's general director.
Everything he said.
The other party is still the brother-in-law of a director of the headquarters. Once said the other party is sure to want.
He cannot not give. This is a man's holy grail for his own sexual well-being. Can you beg the other side to think of a way? Chu always frowned at the question. The man to his age. And want to play outside the white rabbit. Home and take care of it. Really have the heart. And that special okra really cattle. The effect is remarkable.
Manager Chen helplessly said.
Mr. Chu, I've also been urging it. But it's not a matter of money.
The other party said.
It's really less.
When Mr. Chu heard this,
he couldn't help but be annoyed. At that moment,
there was a knock on the door.
Manager Chen got up and opened the door.
And when he saw it was Qin Lin,
he was full of enthusiasm. Mr. Qin, why did you come so early today? Qin Lin smiled. Manager Chen, I came here today to ask you for a favor.
The open-air video in the Oriental Commercial Plaza has not always been rented by your RT Mart.
I want to put up an advertisement. Can you ask me if RT Mart can sublet some time to me every day during this period of time? General Manager Chu. He is. Manager Chen immediately looked at General Manager Chu to introduce Qin Lin.
And this is something that General Manager Chu can also make the decision.
Mr. Chu was in a bad mood right now,
and directly interrupted Manager Chen's words,
saying in a bad mood, Manager Chen, do you think our RT Mart is a company that lacks that kind of money and needs to sublet the advertisement time?
It is impossible for us to sublet. When Manager Chen heard this,
he knew it was going to be a disaster. Okra is still counting on people.
He hurriedly said,
Mr. Chu, Mr. Qin is the one who provided the okra.
Mr. Chu was confused in that moment.
Okay, the next moment,
he saw him get up with a smile and went forward to shake Qin Lin's hand.
Mr. Qin, how are you? How are you? How are you? We can't sublet the advertisement time. Our RT Mart doesn't lack that kind of money, but as a friend who cooperates with you happily, we can give you some time for free every day. Manager Chen learned.
Qin Lin was a bit surprised to hear what Mr. Chu said.
When he came here,
he was still thinking about how much it would take to get RTD to sublease some time for the open-air video in the commercial plaza, and it didn't even occur to him that the other side would want it for nothing.
However,
he was also clear that others would not suddenly give favors for no reason.
They must have some claims.
Mr. Chu inquired again at this time.
Mr. Qin, I don't know what advertisement you want to air. I'm going to plan a suitable time for you. Apparently, this gives back thoughtful service on.
Qin Lin explained, Mr. Chu, I recently set up a mountain villa and created a sea of delphinium flowers.
And I want to advertise.
Mr. Chu immediately said,
Mr. Qin, then from 7:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m.,
this is one of the most crowded time slots, and for the next week,
I'll give you this hour for free. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Qin Lin immediately thanked.
He also knew that Mr. Chu must have a purpose, so he waited for the other party to speak.
Mr. Chu smiled and said,
Mr. Qin, the okra you sold to Manager Chen before was really good. I want to buy some here too. Qin Lin now also knew the purpose of this General Manager Chu. No wonder.
Qin Lin immediately laughed.
Mr. Chu, how can this be for you to buy? I'll come and deliver 10 pounds to you in the evening. That's really thanks to Mr. Qin. Chu Total Satisfaction revealed a smile. Then, suddenly asked, Qin Total, in fact, the Sand City of RT Mart is also my responsibility. Or in the Wanda Plaza over there on the first floor, there is also a large advertising screen. If needed, can also send Qin Total some time to advertise? Qin Total in the future. There is this kind of special Cho more remember me as a friend. Qin Lin's eyes lit up and said, Mr. Chu, I can think of another way to do the okra thing, and then I'll send 10 pounds over to Mr. Chu. In fact, this more than a month. Quality 2 okra. His space has long been left a lot. In the game will not rot. He is not in a hurry to deal with. Still, he knew the truth of the odd one out. Then I'll trouble Mr. Qin more.
Mr. Chu was instantly filled with smiles.
After all, after playing outside,
having to go home and pay his wife full rations was really a tough thing. But all his positions come from his great-uncle. Manager Chen's face became a bit bitter when he looked at the two people who were talking happily. This special quality okra has been scraped away by Mr. Chu. What about him? Qin Lin left the promotional video to General Manager Chu. The other side will go to make arrangements. And in the evening, when he sent the ripe okra to RT Mart, he also sent 10 pounds of quality 2 okra. That Mr. Chu had been waiting for a long time. And when he collected the okra, he was very enthusiastic and invited Qin Lin to have a dinner. Obviously being a better person than Manager Chen, the meal works. Chu repeatedly mentioned that the advertisement video will be played on time at 7:30, and Qin Lin Knight repeatedly guaranteed that he would get the okra as soon as possible. This made Mr. Chu very happy. It was also after 7 o'clock when Qin Lin returned home.
Now that everything is taken care of, we're just waiting for the lodge to open. After taking a shower and coming out,
Qin Lin took out his cell phone and dialed Zhao Moqing's number.
It's about time to tell Joe Mochizuki about the surprise at the lodge. The phone went through quickly.
Qin Lin was the first to say,
Mochizuki, want to talk to you about something? I'm not getting a mountain village here.
Zhao Mochizuki's soft humming sounded.
Qin Lin, finally willing to tell me?
Auntie told me a long time ago. I'm just waiting to see how long you're going to hide it. Qin Lin said these somewhat awkwardly.
Mochizuki, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to give you a surprise.
It's still a surprise.
You didn't even discuss it with me.
Zhao Mochizuki expressed her dissatisfaction once again,
then inquired, are you afraid that I won't support your business venture? Am I that unreasonable?
Qin Lin immediately apologized and said,
that's naturally not true. Can't I apologize?
Only then was Zhao Moqing satisfied.
That's more or less the same. Qin Lin, don't hide anything from me in the future. And what can you do with those tens of thousands of dollars?
I still have $50,000 on my side.
If you need it, I will transfer it to you. If you want to start a business, I will support you.
These words made Qin Lin's heart couldn't help but have a warm current running through it.
However,
Zhao Meisheng was obviously misled by his mom's previous words.
Turnip Lin Villa is not a few tens of thousands of dollars to get a farmhouse.
Qin Lin smiled and said,
the lodge opens tomorrow. Then I'll take a vacation tomorrow.
Zhao Moqing immediately said, as the boss's wife, even if the farmhouse that Qin Lin had organized was even smaller in scale, she still had to be there.
And after saying that, she added, all right, not to talk to you.
I'm accompanying my sister-in-law to go shopping.
On the other side, Zhao Mochizuki also hung up the phone and walked towards the Oriental Commercial Plaza with Li Jiawen next to her.
Li Jiawen sighed when she looked at her sister-in-law.
I've never seen such a stupid ninny like you. Still thinking of taking money for your boyfriend's business? Sister-in-law, help me keep this a secret.
Zhao Mo Turnip said hurriedly.
Is this for her boyfriend?
It's for her husband. She and Qin Lin secretly got a license a long time ago.
And they don't share. You. Li Jiawen shook her head. Just then,
the two women suddenly heard several cries of alarm ring out.
Look at the open-air video of the plaza. It's beautiful. Where is this sea of flowers from?
More and more people in the square looked up and froze when they saw the video of the sea of flowers. The colorful and poetic video was too attractive.
That sea of flowers is so beautiful. Chapter 32. How could it be driven by Qin Lin? New sales approach begins. Many people looked at the open-air video in the square,
on which the sudden video of the sea of flowers seemed to have a natural attraction to draw people in. The added attribute of being in the camera makes it seem as if this filmed video comes with a natural artistic aura. When the video camera draws closer, the 7-color symbiotic delphinium looks even more graceful and charming. More and more people in the square were attracted by the sea of flowers in the open-air video and couldn't help but stop to watch.
Soon, Gao Yao Yao, the model, also appeared, wearing a beautiful dress, and walked towards the middle of the flower sea from the perspective of a tourist, standing under the 3-quality 7-color symbiotic ornamental delphiniums. All around, under the attributes of ecological harmony 3, a butterfly danced around, pleasant birdsong,
and Gao Yao Yao also fed a few squirrels with pine nuts. The harmonious picture attracted people's eyes.
Once again,
there were sounds of surprise all around.
And so many butterflies fluttering around the trillium. Butterflies are rare in October, and it's beautiful to see so many gathered here. I can't believe that squirrel isn't afraid of people. It's so cute. Where is this sea of flowers? So eager to go. Apparently, people who saw the video were captivated and entertained a thought of wanting to see this sea of flowers as well. Zhao Mo Turnip and Li Jiawen were just as captivated by the video. It's not that they haven't seen the sea of flowers, and they've been to the sea of trilliums, but there really isn't a sea of flowers that can give them this kind of feeling from a single video.
Turnip, when do you think there's such a sea of flowers in Yucheng?
I want to go so badly,
Li Jiawen said with emotion. I've decided that I'll make sure to let your brother go see the sea of flowers when I have time.
Zhao Mo Turnip nodded and said, well, I'd like to go, but I don't want to be a light bulb for you guys. Li Jiawen laughed. Let Qin Lin take you there.
You're going to give him your own money to start a business. If he doesn't take you there, he's being ungrateful.
Zhao Mochizuki shook his head and said,
Qin Lin has been so busy lately with his business ventures, and I don't want him to be distracted by this kind of thing, so we'll talk about it later.
You, Li Jiawen's own little aunt was really clueless. This sea of flowers is actually from Yu City? It's not far yet. It's there at the original Fu Hai Lodge, and I've been there before. I've been to that lodge, and I didn't realize there was such a sea of flowers. It's only 30 minutes away, so I'll let my boyfriend take me on the weekend. At the end of the video of the Sea of Flowers, the address appeared, and it was none other than Turnip Lin Villa, an address that many people had memorized in an instant. Jo Mochizuki was surprised. She knows the rich sea mountain village. Before there is a tycoon photographed this mountain village. At that time she also felt that the mountain village 500 acres of land, just so deserted a pity. But also when Xin Lin said that can create a sea of trillium plums must be popular. She hadn't thought that the tycoon who had photographed this mountain villa had actually gotten a sea of flowers, and it looked like a lot of money had been spent on creating it. Li Jiawen looked at the address and said thoughtfully, Turnip. How does this name Turnip Lin Villa look like a combination of your and Xin Lin's names? Zhao Moqing saw the name just now and flirted. Sister-in-law, can't it be that you still think that this mountain villa is run by Xin Lin and me? Li Jiawen laughed and flicked Zhao Mochizuki's forehead with her finger. It's nighttime. Not the time for daydreaming. Neither of the two women continued to pay attention to the name of this mountain village. After all, they both knew the situation of Xin Lin's family. How could they possibly open such a mountain village? The Sea of Flowers video is back on from the beginning and lasts for an hour. On this night, many people who had been to the Oriental Commercial Plaza were attracted by the Sea of Flowers. This 1 hour airtime, however, has depressed other store owners in the Oriental Commercial Plaza, because they once also wanted to find RT Mart to sublease the advertising time of this open-air video. This RT Mart people simply do not shake them. Hearted they RT Mart is to sublease the advertising time of the company is it to send off. Now this RTD has actually started renting out ad time to a lodge. This also got a lot of people up in arms, wanting to inquire about how the owner of this lodge succeeded, wanting to follow suit. At this time, Xin Lin, however, had already looked at the game on the light screen in his head, controlling the game character to water the crops, get rid of insects, and remove weeds. In addition to those 24 squares of level 1 land that continued to grow okra, the level 2 land also continued to grow strawberries, and that level 3 land was planted with watermelons by him. This watermelon is not just any new melon, but a quality 2 watermelon seed for the game. In addition to the high number of okra, this strawberry and watermelon he did not intend to wholesale to RT Mart, and now that the cottage is open, he can also try a new plan. The next day, Xin Lin woke up early in the morning, and the game's okra, strawberries, and watermelon were already all ripe. His first glance was to the watermelon patch in the level 3 field, quantity, 25. The amount of ground produced in a grid is about the same as before. After picking all the ripe crops, Xin Lin entered the game, picked up one, and saw the note message. Seedless watermelon, quality 2. Remarks, the game produced high-quality watermelon. Whether the texture, flavor, fragrance, are far better than the quality of one watermelon. You cannot control their taste buds. Delicious 2. Sweet 2. Taste 2. Aftertaste 2. Put one down and pick one up. Seedless watermelon, quality 2. After looking at all of the watermelons, Xin Lin could determine that all of the watermelons planted by the quality 2 watermelon seeds were indeed quality 2. And furthermore, each of the watermelons was large, exceeding 10 pounds. He had previously thought about if he could mass-produce quality 2 watermelons and sell them at the price of special imported watermelons. But now that I see this quality 2 watermelon seeds, it seems that mass production of quality 2 watermelons is expected. Moreover, he has also learned the price of imported specialty watermelons, such as a square watermelon from the island country, which sells for $70 a pound, and a black-skinned watermelon that can sell for $120 a pound, as well as a crunchy heart watermelon from Italy, which can also sell for $100 a pound. There are quite a few other special imported fruits of this type, and not to mention the flavor. If they can be sold at this price and people accept to go and buy them, then the taste and texture will definitely not be bad. But the taste and texture is no better than his quality 2 watermelon. Why can't he sell this watermelon for 100 yuan a caddy? After Xin Lin went to the warehouse, he sent the okra to RTD, but this time he reserved 200 pounds for himself. After delivering to RTD, he went to the warehouse again, then moved the 200 pounds of okra and 310 pounds of strawberries ripening in level 2 land that he had left specially for the game out of the game and put them in the car. On top of that, there are 5 quality 2 watermelons and 5 pounds of quality 2 strawberries, and 10 pounds of quality 2 okra. Then he drove to the lodge. These he was going to put in the lodge to try to sell. Not only does quality 2 watermelon sell for $100 a caddy, quality 2 strawberries also sell for $200 a caddy at the price of special imported strawberries. His quality 2 strawberries are much better than the 200-pound imported ones. Quality 2 okra will be at the price given to Manager Chen, 400 yuan a caddy. If it sells well, these quality 2s alone could earn him $28,000. Chapter 33 The Stunned Jamochizi. The entrance to the lodge is connected to the crossroad between Sand City and the city, and a sign has also been erected at the entrance.
on which is a picture of an advertisement for a sea of delphinium blossoms, which can be seen at first sight by the passing vehicles. Because of the attributes of Inbound 3, the promotional photos produced by Shinrun Studio look artistic and have an even more inexplicable appeal. Villa opening. Shinlin did not engage in some fancy tricks, because he felt it was not necessary. Entering the mountain villa, Shinlin drove the car outside the hall. As Gao Yaoyao and the other employees were preparing for the opening today, Master Lin has put on a chef's outfit. He is a chef after all, and the maintenance of the trilliums has been left to 3 landscapers. Chen Dabi, have someone move the things in the car into the hall? I've written down the prices on it. Just have Gao Yaoyao follow the price tag. Shinlin got off the car and ordered towards Chen Dabi, who greeted him. Okay, boss. Chen Dabi, the security chief, had long been in the habit of stepping forward to help when the boss arrived. After bringing down the okra, strawberries, and watermelon, Gao Yaoyao also brought the sister waiters over. A few shelves had been set up in the lobby first, and they knew the owner would be shipping things to set them up, ready to sell to the tourists who came in. But when Gao Yaoyao saw the price, she directly froze. Boss, are you marking this price wrong? Watermelon is 100 a caddy. Several other waiters were also filled with surprise. Not just watermelon, but a small box of strawberries and okra marked 200 a pound and 400 a pound, respectively. This must be mislabeled. How can it be so expensive? There's no mislabeling. It's sold at this price, Shinlin explained. And looking at Gao Yaoyao's and their expressions, he ordered again. Master Lin, go cut a watermelon so that everyone can taste this watermelon. Shinlin's words made everyone a bit incredulous. To be honest, ordinary people like them had never really seen a watermelon that dared to sell it for such a high price. When Master Lin heard the command, he instead picked up a watermelon and went directly to the kitchen to cut it out. Then took it out again. And each person present divided it. Gao Yaoyao, several girls picked up the watermelon and tasted it with mixed feelings. After all, this is a watermelon that's going for 100 a pound, and I don't know how it's going to taste. But after tasting a bite, Gao Yaoyao was almost bitten her tongue off. It was too delicious. How can this melon be so delicious? A waiter also exclaimed in shock. It's so delicious. I almost bit my tongue. Gao Yaoyao nodded frantically. The attributes of delicious too, sweet too, taste too, and aftertaste too are no joke. After tasting this melon, Gao Yaoyao girls have only one thought. That is, this melon sells 100 a caddy seems to be okay. Master Lin, who was a handful of years old, ate as well as a few girls and couldn't help but praise. Boss, I've never eaten such a delicious melon in my life. This shouldn't be an ordinary melon, right? Shinlin nodded and said, this is a special kind of watermelon, just cultivated, not available on the market right now. Only I have it for sale here. This quality 2 watermelon game production unique. Not a special breed is what? Gao Yaoyao ate a petal of watermelon and thought of something. Asked, boss, don't you sell ordinary melons here? Although this melon tastes delicious and has a clear price tag, but other people don't know. If you meet a good thing to take a video and write a headline of a sky-high watermelon and post it on the internet, there will always be some trouble. These words reminded Shinlin. Indeed, even if the price is clear and the sale is voluntary, the do-gooders can always complicate things. But it's not a problem. Use 2 compartments of level 1 land to plant some quality 1 watermelons. When the time comes, there is a comparison between quality 1 watermelons and quality 2 watermelons. You can also get in a batch of regular watermelons, and raise the price of quality 1 watermelons to 10 yuan a caddy, and into some regular okra, quality 1 okra for $15 a pound. After all, different varieties of fruit prices are different is common sense. There are questioned. Cut the watermelon in public. Let people taste. The difference came out. Even if there are good people can shut up, otherwise it is unreasonable. The same goes for strawberries. Get some regular strawberries for $25. The system produces quality 1 for $40 and quality 2 for $200. Thinking of this, Shinlin shoveled the 2 compartments of okra in his mind, planted watermelon seeds, and then drove the hauling tricycle back to the county. Went straight to the wholesale market and wholesaled another batch of watermelons and strawberries and pulled them back to the lodge. Let's do this for now, and then we'll adjust it according to what happens after the opening. After getting everything done, he went home, took a shower, and headed to a car rental agency to rent a car. Today he was going to take his mom and Turnipchow to the mountain village, and the small electric car wouldn't fit. Driving the rental car back to the neighborhood, Linfen had long been waiting with Wang Kai in tow. She also had a rare chance to dress up carefully today, and even Wang Kai had put on a pet suit. These days Lin was busy, so Linfen took Wang Kai out for a walk and bought one for the dog on the way. The dog is smart and pleasing to the eye, much to Linfen's liking. The family's debt is paid off. Her whole body is much more relaxed. Today her son's business opens.
All she has is happy, proud. Woo woo. Wang Kai barked happily when he saw Qinlin arrive, and as soon as the car door opened, it was the first to scamper up. Qinlin picked up his mom and then headed to the neighborhood where Zhao Moqing lived. Zhao Mo Turnip had also been waiting outside the neighborhood for a long time, and when she saw the car stop, she went straight up to it. Qinlin had already told her the license plate of the rental car. The first thing she did when she got in the car was to say towards Linfen, "Auntie." Linfen was significantly happier when she saw Zhao Moqing's face full of smiles. She was satisfied with her son's girlfriend. Now that the family's debt is paid off, her remaining wish is for her son to hurry up and marry Zhao Moqing home. Woo woo. The dog also greeted in general, coquettishly rubbing his head in front of Zhou Mochizuki. Wang Kai. Zhao Mo Turnip also reached out and rubbed his hand on the dog's head. The car started and headed out of the county to Turnip Grove Lodge. Along the way, Linfen hadn't been much, just looking forward to what the mountain resort her son had gotten himself into would look like. But Zhao Moqing gradually showed a puzzled expression on his face as the car moved forward, because she knows this road well. Isn't this the road to Fu Hai Villa? As it got closer, Zhao Moqing became a bit anxious. Qinlin, you got the farmhouse over here? Don't you know that there's another Fu Hai Villa over here? She is really anxious. This boyfriend can keep some money to get some business is not easy. This even if she put her own savings to Qinlin. Next to the rich sea mountain village to engage in agricultural music is also going to hit the water. After all, the new owner of this Fu Hai mountain villa also makes a so beautiful sea of flowers. But when the car stopped at the Turnip Villa parking lot, Zhao Moqing's entire body was dumbfounded. Turnip Lodge? How did it get here? An unbelievable thought surfaced in her mind. Turnip Lin Zhao Mo Turnip. Qinlin? That tycoon who auctioned off the Fu Hai Villa is really Qinlin? The thought made Zhou Mochizuki feel only a little metaphysical, knowing what she knew about her husband's family. Boss. The security guard guarding the parking lot greeted Qinlin respectfully when he saw him get out of the car. This confirmed Zhou Mochizuki's suspicions, making her unable to resist opening her pretty little mouth. Qinlin, what's going on here? Linfen was also full of joy as she got off the bus and looked at the mountain village in front of her. She obviously didn't expect the mountain resort that her son had gotten into to be so good, far beyond her imagination. When she heard Zhao Mochizuki's words, she helped her son explain. Mochizuki, Xiao Lin got lucky and caught a wild ornamental fish and sold it for more than $600,000, and then backed up some of the days wholesaling it and opened this mountain resort with the money he made. Zhao Mo Turnip but frowned because it was not right. She knew that the auction of this mountain villa alone cost $1.2 million. Creating a sea of flowers must have cost more. However, looking at Linfen's happy appearance, she didn't express her doubts lest she make the old man worry. Auntie, let's go in and take a look. Zhao Mochizuki took Linfen on her arm and headed towards the mountain villa. Linfen was also full of joy as she took Zhao Mochizuki's arm. The two women were as close as mother and daughter, but Qinlin suddenly seemed like an outsider. In a few moments, the two were attracted by the sea of gaudy trillium flowers not far away. Are those trilliums? Planted so many? Linfen said in surprise. Zhao Mochizuki's face also showed strangeness as he looked at the sea of flowers. She and her sister-in-law were attracted to the sea of flowers when they saw the promotional video earlier. At that time, my sister-in-law even jokingly said that Turnip Lin Villa was not opened by Qinlin, taking the name of the two. I'm sure my sister-in-law won't believe that it will come true at the drop of a hat, will she? I'm afraid my jaw will drop in shock then. Then, Zhao Moqing remembered something. She remembered that when she was in the hotel room, she casually said that this Fu Hai mountain resort would definitely be popular if she got a sea of delphinium flowers. Who knew that Qinlin had remembered and really made a sea of trillium flowers? This caused her to turn her head to look at Qinlin, her eyes watery as if she was composing a touching expression. Qinlin noticed Zhao Mo Turnip's gaze, her watery eyes charming, and considered that she should eat some quality 2 okra in the evening, and then book a room in the hotel in advance. The opening of the lodge is always celebrated in a special way. Chapter 34, Kissing Surrounded by Squirrels. The first guest. Boss, you're here? When Chen Dabii saw Qinlin bring Linfen and Zhao Moqing into the hall, he greeted him again out of habit and waited for orders. Linfen saw people shouting at her son's boss. The smile on her face grew even more. In her eyes it was all about her son getting ahead and she was happy. Shaolin, hurry up and take Mo Qing to that sea of flowers to have a look. I'll just walk around here by myself. Linfen was also aware that young people liked romance, and carried an unbreakable urging. All she wanted right now was for her son and Shou Mutwo to be well, and she pushed the two of them out the door. Qinlin had no choice but to take Zhao Moqing and head to the Trillium Flower Sea. In the ticket hall at the entrance, Gao Yaoyao was making arrangements with an attendant. It opens today, and there will be visitors anytime now. Boss, when Gao Yaoyao saw Qinlin coming, she immediately greeted him along with that waitress. Qinlin nodded at them and led Zhao Mochizi into the sea of flowers. Soon,
Zhao Mochizuki was mesmerized by the scenery of the sea of flowers.
It was totally more beautiful in person than in the promotional video. Along the way, to the center, the 3 quality 3 delphinium around. Butterfly's fluttering beauty is more so that she cannot help but take out the phone to shoot up. How is it? Is this trillium flower seed beautiful?
Qinlin hugged Zhao Moching from behind and said with a kind of quick praise me. I kept it in my mind when you talked about the trilliums in the hotel that night and created it especially for you.
This should be the most melodious words of love for Zhao Mochizuki. However, she didn't forget one thing, and immediately inquired towards Qinlin. Qinlin, what's going on here? This mountain villa and the trillium flower sea, even if you had more than $600,000 from selling the fish, it wouldn't be enough. Where did you get the money?
Qinlin knew that Zhao Moching wasn't as good at fooling her mom, so she continued to make things up.
Didn't I sell fish to a big boss? That big boss wasn't short on money, so we got to know each other, and I gave him the plan for this mountain villa and asked him to borrow money.
Zhao Mochizuki was puzzled.
Would anyone really lend you so much money? Without conditions?
Qinlin continued to snub. There are conditions. The other party loves fish as much as his life, so that I have the opportunity to help him catch fish again.
And there is still interest to be paid, so there are a few more millions of debt on me. Ah!
Zhao Moching became anxious when she heard this.
Annoyed, she reached out and pinched Qinlin's waist flesh. Qinlin, you're just an asshole. You didn't discuss such a big thing with me. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to pay it back?
Qinlin is naturally not afraid.
After all, it's all fake. Seeing that this excuse is useful, he also strikes while the iron is hot. I want to wrestle a little bit so that I can turn over earlier, and take you home openly and honestly. Zhao Mo Turnip heard this, did not pursue the question, just lightly hummed, then you remember.
From now on, not allowed to smoke, not allowed to drink, not allowed to do dangerous things.
Give me a healthy, no disease, no pain to live, because we got a license. What happened to you? How can I return these millions for you? You know, I don't smoke or drink, and I never do anything dangerous.
Qinlin came closer to Zhao Mochizuki and said that he kissed her on the mouth. Zhao Mochizuki also habitually wrapped her arms around Qinlin's waist. The two were a bit oblivious until they were out of breath with each other before separating.
A squeaking sound, however, attracted the two. Looking up,
they saw several squirrels sitting in a row with their heads stretched out curiously looking at the two.
When Zhao Mochizuki saw this, she was inexplicably ashamed, feeling like she and Qinlin were being mobbed. Turnip Grove Lodge is on the outskirts of U City, and the entrance connects the intersection of Sandy City and the city roads. A Maybach 62S suddenly stopped right at the cross entrance. The driver got out of the car and checked, then respectfully toward the back seat of the car respectfully said, "Chairman, the right tire air pressure is almost gone. It should be before passing that construction section of the road to tie up the iron cones. Now may have to find a nearby county to make up for the tire. At noon to stop for a while." The chairman, however, was surprised to see the publicity sign of that turnip forest villa on the side, and the publicity photo on it inexplicably attracted him. "This villa seems to be good. You send me to take a look, and then you go to fix the car." The publicity photo was beautifully taken, as if it were a work of art, with a lot of meaning. This is a masterpiece of photography. I'm afraid, he had been to many mountain resorts, and even those of the highest class didn't have the luxury of using a master photographer's work as a roadside promotional photo. "Okay, Chairman." The driver nodded his heads and drove and turned into Turnip Forest Villa. He had actually seen the Turnip Grove Villa sign, and was also attracted to it, and also thought that the person who took the publicity photo must be a top photographer. Qinlin brought Zhao Mochizuki back to the lobby and saw a man in a suit walk in. This is obviously a guest. Chen Xingfei entered the hall was a bit disappointed. The publicity photo of the roadside trillium flower sea was taken with a very artistic sense and mood, and the trillium flower sea he has not yet gone in, but this all the way in, to this hall building, obviously far from his expectations, and he expected 100,000 80,000 miles worse. The hall was not large, and there were already a number of tables set up, and in the center of this was a rack of fruit for sale, which made it seem very unempty. Seeing that a guest had arrived, Gao Yaoyao greeted him with a smile. "Sir, welcome, we have a sea of trillium flowers to view, jungle adventure and skating to experience." Gao Yaoyao introduced herself professionally with a smile on her face. Chen Xingfei at this time was the one who went to look at the selling shelf, his face showing consternation as the price on it surprised him. Red strawberries 25 yuan, 50 yuan a caddy, watermelon 2 yuan. 10 yuan a caddy price is nothing, but that other part of 200 yuan a caddy of strawberries, 100 yuan a caddy of watermelon, 400 yuan a caddy of okra let him incredible. It wasn't that he hadn't had those high-quality products that were specially imported and specially cultivated at home.
But it didn't seem right that a luxury product of this price should be in this mountain resort in front of him. After all, the lodge was clearly not in that class yet.
Ha!
Chen Xingfei suddenly looked at the fish pond on the side.
These are all wild fish?
There were 6 big fish swimming in the fish pond, and he recognized that the ones in there were wild crucian carp, wild mackerel and wild grass carp. Because he was a fishing enthusiast and had some knowledge of wild fish, but he knows better. This volume of large cargo is very rare.
Money can be bought.
I did not expect to see 6 large cargo here at a time.
Gao Yao immediately said, "Sir, you really have a good eye. These carp, mackerel, and grass carp are all wild. Give me a whole one of these fish,"
Chen Shengfei said immediately.
And didn't ask how much. The price is meaningless. He can afford to eat it for any amount of money. Rarely is this fish. Gao Yao timely reminded.
"Sir, our fish pond has a lot of wild fish, and there are some such large wild fish in it.
If you are interested, sir, you can rent a fishing rod from us to go and enjoy fishing, and you might be able to catch one as well." Lots of wild fish? And this big stuff? Chen Xingfei asked immediately. This little girl's got him fooled, doesn't she? Lots of wild fish he believes, but some of these big ones? That's not being a little cute to him. What? Even the biggest fisherman in the city wouldn't dare to say such things with such a big mouth. In his opinion, the owner here is already very impressive to get these 6 big loads, but the little girl didn't seem to be joking. And, indeed, there were 6 large cargoes laid out in front of him, which piqued his interest. As an angler, who doesn't have the ambition to catch a big one? Little girl, then take me to rent 2 fishing rods,
Chen Shengfei said immediately, then pointed to the 200-pound quality 2 strawberries and said, "Weigh me 2 pounds of those strawberries as well.
Eat them while fishing,
and see how the flavor compares to that of the luxury store."
"Okay,
sir." Yao saw that the recommendation was successful with a smile on her face as well, immediately letting another waiter go and weigh the strawberries, and taking Chen Shengfei to rent a fishing rod herself,
which wasn't too expensive. Renting a rod for 20 yuan, 2 rods was only 40 yuan, plus the bait was only 45 yuan. But Chen Xingfei was a bit disappointed,
because the rods and lures suck. If the driver hadn't taken the car in for repairs, he'd have asked the driver to bring the rods from the car. Also, the site was poorly equipped, surprisingly with only a small stool and small table, and then it was facing a murky fish pond. It was a million miles away from the wild fishing places he used to go to check. Still, Chen Xingfei skillfully fiddled with the fishing rod,
put it away, and waited.
When I saw the strawberries being served, I also went aside and washed my hands, picked up the strawberries and put them in my mouth, and waited for the fish to take the bait. But when a strawberry was put into his mouth,
Chen Xingfei was surprised. The flavor of this strawberry. Chapter 35, Surprise Tourists. This sea of flowers is in my old neighborhood. Chen Xingfei confident. What he imported, special varieties of strawberries have eaten, but the price of 200 yuan a caddy. There really is not a strawberry flavor. Texture can be eaten now he this good.
That $200 a pound seems like a bargain.
It's really very tasty. With that in mind,
he picked up another strawberry and then ate one after another.
Suddenly,
Chen Shengfei realized that a fishing rod was moving, and he hurriedly picked up the rod and pulled the line, and immediately a fish was caught.
Really wild fish. Chen Shengfei revealed a look of surprise once he identified it. Soon, he caught a few more fish up, all of them wild as well,
which slowly made him believe the waiter's words.
However, he put those fish back. He was going for the big stuff. As time passed, the lodge slowly came to life. Several sets of people arrived one after another, all attracted by Yu Cheng seeing the Oriental Commercial Plaza promotional video.
Gao Yao had just led the waiters to receive 2 waves of tourists when 2 more waves of people came.
Visitors,
Turnip Grove Lodge welcomes you. Gao Yao greeted the guests with a smile on her face and brought them to the Flower Sea ticket office. The final price of the Sea of Flowers is booked at 150.
After all, the purpose of the Sea of Flowers is to attract tourist traffic. 100 is still too high. In the hall,
Lin Fen looked at the increasing number of tourists full of happiness.
She only knew that more guests, her son's business will be good. There are already 37 people. Zhao Mochizuki, however, was calculating and said towards Qin Lin, each person selling 50 yuan of Flower Sea tickets will have 850 yuan,
and some of these people will surely eat here.
Buy some more fruits, and there will be even more. Naturally,
she didn't know that there would be more than she thought. After all, there were seeds. Moving out okra and strawberries and all that stuff was a no-brainer.
This is just the beginning. Today people will come more.
Qin Lin smiled and said,
after that,
there will be people from Shacheng coming over.
And later on, we will find a way to advertise in the city, and then publicize on the network. There will be more people, and maybe my Sea of Flowers will also become a net red attraction. Humph, I said that the idea of creating a sea of trillium flowers isn't very good?
Zhao Mochizuki looked at Qin Lin's confident appearance and inexplicably wanted to be arrogant as well.
Of course, reward you with a kiss.
Qin Lin smiled and then kissed Zhao Mochizuki on the mouth.
Oh hoo! The dog barked from the sidelines, bouncing at the two men's feet and watching them flirt,
as if he wanted to get involved.
Yao Yao had also already led the new wave of people to the Flower Sea's ticket office. Visitors, you can queue up at the ticket hall to buy tickets and then enter the Flower Sea to view the flowers.
Those tourists who heard this also went to the front of the ticket hall and formed a line. Chen Shui is a photography college student. Her hobby is to travel around and shoot some fun and interesting videos. This time something to take time off to come back.
Was attracted by the Oriental Business Plaza promotional video.
She hadn't thought that the small county of her hometown would have an additional sea of such beautiful flowers,
so she decisively came to find out what it was all about. Chen Shui buy tickets, found that the ticket hall also sells pine nuts. She thought of those squirrels in the promotional video, and immediately purchased a packet of pine nuts. The number is not a few,
but the price is $10.
But she thought of the squirrels and bought them anyway.
Chen Shui along with other people checked the ticket into the sea of flowers. The ticket was collected by the entrance of another ticket attendant, but also was solemnly prompted not to hurt the small animals. The sea of flowers didn't give her much of a wow factor at first. The varieties of trilliums around her weren't much different from the ones she'd gone to view in the past.
But soon, she was surprised.
The surrounding trilliums began to give her a very pleasing sense of surprise, very colorful and very attractive, so that she could not help but take out her cell phone to take pictures, all the way towards the front.
The surprises continue.
Chen Shui was soon attracted again by the 7-color symbiosis of ornamental trillium in front of the eyes.
That pleasing feeling is deeper,
and the viewing gives a feeling of extreme comfort that is hard to describe in words. This is naturally the effect of the attributes voluptuous 2,
ornamental 2, attractive 2, and moody 2. Patchwork of 7-color symbiotic ornamental trilliums. That one glance at the property will definitely make people turn their eyes. Shocked cries continue to ring out from all around. It's so beautiful. It's even more beautiful than the outskirts.
Yeah, the trilliums are noticeably prettier in this section than they are outside. Chen Shui heard the discussion next to her very much agree. This has exceeded those delphinium flower sea she has viewed in the past, so that she cannot help but take out her cell phone and start to shoot up again. So beautiful. Chen Shui took her cell phone and adjusted the best angle to shoot. She could be sure that this piece of beauty in front of her definitely exceeded all the trillium flower sea in the country, even those flower sea whose scale was very much larger than this one. In the close-up and immersive are far better than this piece of scenery in front of her.
Not only Chen Shui,
and she came in with a group of tourists,
as well as the tourists who came in before, were all attracted, holding a cell phone to shoot, as well as letting their companions to shoot. All fell into the color of the sea of flowers. After Chen Shui shot 2 videos, she was even more surprised to find that the videos she shot seemed to have improved a lot more than before, and there was a sense of mood, which was a technique that her teacher said only masters had. Obviously, because of the added attributes of the Inception 2,
that shock was once again escalated in her cell phone video. She naturally knew her skills, and now that she was shooting so beautifully, it must be because the sea of flowers in front of her was really so beautiful. When the view is too perfect, you can take video photos that are pleasing to the eye, even if you don't need too much technology. It's like a real beauty. Even casually shoot at her that is extremely beautiful. No need to pose angle, no need to beauty face, not to mention PS. Chen Shui couldn't help but pass the filmed video into a WeChat group, and also sent a sentence, "Sisters, share the beautiful scenery." It was her college dormitory complex.
Ah, Yuki, what is this place? It's so beautiful. Wow, it's beautiful. Yuki turned out to have taken a vacation to see the beauty. Yuki, you're bad, and I want to go too.
Chen Shui looked at the reaction of the housemate's heart.
Surely attracted, shocked, right?
But when she reached the very center of the area, she herself was shocked. The 3-4 meter high trilliums in the middle. She was completely attracted to those 3 plants when she looked at them, and she couldn't turn her eyes away from them at all. The kind of beauty she couldn't describe and could only subconsciously take a picture with her cell phone.
Gorgeous 3, ornamental 3, attractive 3 attributes that are clearly more shocking. Chen Shuijian incredulous.
In front of the eyes is not only the beauty of the flowers, the most amazing or around the 3 delphinium fluttering butterflies. There were also quite a few birds squeaking on that trillium, and you could even see a couple of squirrels hopping around on the branches,
poking their heads in from time to time.
That harmonious picture is really so beautiful,
as if this is a paradise.
Chen Shui remembered something, trotted under those 3 trilliums, took out the pine nuts he bought earlier and put them on the flower bed, and immediately saw a squirrel scurrying down and picking up the pine nuts. The key was that the squirrel didn't even leave and looked at the other pine nuts in her hand. She immediately picked up another one and put it down. And the squirrel immediately picked it up again. It really surprised her that the squirrel wasn't afraid of people. Chen Shui tried to put another pine nut on her shoulder. To her shock, another squirrel actually jumped from the tree to her shoulder and grabbed the pine nut. She picked up a pine and brought it to the squirrel, who actually reached out his paw and took it. The scenario was all but adorable to her girlish heart, and even more so when she took the opportunity to shoot. The scene also attracted other tourists. One couldn't help but take pictures with their cell phones. Many people even regretted not buying pine nuts and immediately ran back out to buy them. But the tickets were cut by security and you need to buy another ticket if you want to go back in. But at this point, no one really cares about the $50 ticket. Chen Shui passed the latter video into the WeChat group once again. The group immediately became lively again. Yuki, you're getting out of line. Now tell me where this is right now. Yeah, I want to go too. And I'm taking the day off. There are so many butterflies in October and the little squirrels are so cute. Yuki, come on, tell me where this is? This is a sea of flowers in my old county. Chen Shui sent a message with some pride. After all, this sea of flowers was really too beautiful. And later she could probably introduce to her friends that there was such a sea of flowers in her hometown. And then invite them to come and play. The words stirred up even more resentment. Yuki, you're very excessive. I've known you for 2 years and I didn't even know that your hometown has such a beautiful place. That's right. I can't believe they haven't said anything about showing us. Sisters don't have anything to do. Chen Shui looked at these messages and smiled. This sea of flowers was not there before. Then the next time to bring the sisters. Chapter 36. It was as if he were eating $100,000 diet. Time passes. More tourists have been attracted to the lodge by the promotional video. And the number has been no less than 100. With an income of more than 5,000 yuan from ticket sales alone. Moreover, these people have more or less purchased quality 1 strawberries or quality 1 watermelons. 100 yuan a caddy of watermelon and 200 yuan a caddy of strawberries generally people cannot afford to buy, but a caddy of 10 yuan of watermelon and 40 yuan a caddy of ordinary strawberries or to buy. Instead than Xinlin wholesale to the ordinary watermelon and ordinary strawberries sell better. This is also most people a psychological problem. Out to play. Cannot afford to eat the most expensive. Cannot still eat the cheapest it. Always have to come to a medium grade. Especially those young people who bring girls to play. Always cannot be stingy in front of the girls. Usually buy on some quality 1. Watermelon is also offered peeled and cubed. Cut up in a large clear cup and given some toothpicks to stick in. This not only facilitates the hygiene of the lodge, but also allows visitors to have a better enjoyable experience. Moreover, quality 1 watermelons and strawberries do not disappoint tourists, and those who have bought them have completely praised them after tasting them. So that's 210 pounds of quality 1 strawberries sold alone, and 165 pounds of watermelon, which is $10.50. By midday, a number of people also chose to make their own lunch at the lodge, renting stoves and grills. The vegetable patch has also been filled with visitors to pick vegetables. The $10 a pound quality 1 okra also sold 65 pounds and brought in $975. Naturally, there were a number of people who rented rods for fishing, and that rental alone was another $1.600 for rods and stoves and grills. By the fish pond, the girls, who were not interested in fishing, accompanied their male companions with interest at this time, looking forward to the harvest. It's the atmosphere that you play for when you come to this type of lodge. Moreover, the fish ponds are all wild fish, and the introduction is rich in nutritional value and a point of attraction. To be honest, the vast majority of ordinary people have actually rarely eaten wild fish. Suddenly, everyone at the pond was attracted to the man in the suit as the other man's fishing rod lifted and the water fluttered and fluttered all over the place, making a lot of noise. Everyone looked sideways. How big of a fish was caught in such a big splash? Chen Xingfei's face showed joy. After fishing for so long, he finally caught the big one. From the force alone, the fish was definitely not small in size. The fish struggled to escape, while Chen Xingfei was on a mission to pull the fishing rod. But there was a sense of stalemate. The fishing rod suddenly snapped, drawing even more attention from everyone. It's the fish that broke the rod. Chen Xingfei was shocked. It's not a joke? Luckily, his quick eyes grabbed the other end of the break. And with better luck, the fish seemed to be tired of struggling as well, and he pulled it out of the water. At this time, everyone looking at the size of that fish also looked surprised. The fish he caught was so big. It's over 30 pounds, right? It's taller than even our doodle. This fish is also wild. Many people took out their cell phones to shoot up when Chen Xingfei and fish rally. This also seems to be a common habit for many people. Who doesn't make friends when they come out to play? Not to mention the fact that this scene is still rare enough that anyone would want to get a bit of a friend zone. Chen Xingfei looked at this wild grasscarp, inexplicably have a sense of accomplishment. Visual estimate no less than 30 pounds. He has never caught such a large wild fish. It also showed that the waitress hadn't lied to him, and that there really was a wild big one in this fish pond. Chen Shengfei caught such a big fish up, but also let the other tourists enthusiasm. Many girls even urged their male partners, also want to catch one up. However, there were mutterings and discussions. This big stuff seems to be expensive. It's expensive. There's a sign right over there. Didn't you read it? That big goods grade of grass carp just now costs $250 a pound. And the big goods of mackerel and carp are even more expensive. The price scared a lot of people. $250 a pound. So more than 30 pounds, isn't that $7, 000 or $8, 000? Better to just catch a small wild fish and grill it. Chen Xingfei is satisfied with the fish rope through the gills of the fish. The rod is broken is certainly to pay. However, he does not care. Carrying the fish back when the fish is still struggling was firmly lifted by him. Fishing this big goods is really more than he talked about. A big order is still happy. Beside the lobby of the mountain resort, the stoves and barbecues in front of those semi-open air boxes were already busy with a number of visitors building fires. Chen Xingfei did not want to do it himself. His wife is a very good cook. If his wife is here, can do it himself. Now can only find the chef of the lodge to do it. Entering the hall, he went straight to find Gao Yaoyao. Gao Yaoyao had an impression of this first guest and looked at the 30+ pounds grass carp and said in surprise, "This gentleman, you're so lucky that you actually caught a big one up." Chen Xingfei was in a good mood and said, "Little girl, help me weigh and then cook this fish." Gao Yaoyao hurriedly reminded, "Sir, the price of this kind of big goods, we have a price tag on the fish pond side. It's more expensive than the general wild fish. 250 yuan for a caddy. This one will cost quite a lot of money. Are you sure you want to do it?" Chen Shengfei, however, does not care about the money at all, but instead laughed, "Let the chef do it. In addition to this, 400 pounds of okra also give me towards getting 2 pounds. 100 pounds of watermelon also give me a cut. The other dishes, you look at the arrangement of a few." He just had that strawberry flavor. So now it was with anticipation that he was going to eat all of these expensively marked things. "Okay, sir." Gao Yaoyao memorized the menu and immediately gave the order to Master Lin in the kitchen. "Good luck, mister." Master Lin came out and looked at the 30+ pound grass carp that Chen Xingfei had caught up in amazement. It had really been caught up by one of those crappy fishing rods from the lodge. How unlucky should this fish be? That broken rod can't handle the weight. Gao Yaoyao also welcomed Chen Xingfei to a table to sit down after opening the list. In a moment, a cut quality 2 watermelon was delivered to Chen Xingfei. Chen Xingfei directly picked up a petal of melon and ate it, and then asked in surprise toward Gao Yaoyao on the side, "Little girl, this melon of yours is a special variety, right?" The melon tasted surprisingly good, right up there with the strawberries, and more delicious than anything he'd ever had before. Gao Yaoyao hurriedly replied, "Sir, your guess is right. Our boss said that this is a special quality melon, and there are only 20 or so of them a day. It's right that there are fewer of these melons." Chen Xingfei nodded. Soon, the kitchen also brought out Chen Xingfei's fish and okra, as well as a few vegetables. Master Lin said, "Sir, you can't finish this fish in one go. I only got you a fish head and a piece of belly meat. The rest you can take back." "Aha." Chen Xingfei nodded and didn't dwell on this, picking up chopsticks and eating. But it didn't take long for the light to appear in his eyes once again. This flavor, even the dishes made by those top chefs don't taste like this. Chen Xingfei was really exceptionally surprised. He was a foodie himself, and had eaten all the domestic and international cuisines. And this fish was definitely at the top of the world in terms of flavor alone. Is the chef of this little mountain village so good? It's really so surprising. Naturally, he didn't realize that it was a game attribute bonus. Delicious too. Taste too. Chen Xingfei began to slowly taste up, and the 400 pounds of okra was also downed by him one after another. The flavor of the okra was not much special, but as he ate, he was shocked to find a warm feeling in his waist, and even warmth appeared in his body, and his whole body was comfortable. Chen Shengfei really feels incredible. This feeling is as if eating a meal of more than 100,000 yuan of top food therapy. Chapter 37, just because you have a cell phone, you're justified? The eyes of the masses are sharp. Chen Xingfei felt the soothing sensation and couldn't help but clip the okra and eat it again. Food therapy is a kind of food treatment method passed down since ancient times. Naturally, he said that food therapy is not the folk of those who have little effect on the appearance of goods, but a class of traditional Chinese medicine to pass down the inheritance of the family to pass down the real food therapy. Nowadays, it is still necessary to take the English test for a Chinese medicine practitioner's license, and it is also necessary to learn Western pharmacology. And it is also stipulated that a lot of prescriptions need to be prescribed with prescribed Western medicines, and it is even very often that the one who assesses their fitness for duty is still a Western medicine practitioner. And some of the real Chinese medicine heritage family are heart gas. Capable of the old Chinese medicine doctors naturally do not want to take this gas.
Simply do not test.
Only medical skills also only to their own families, or familiar people to take a look at it.
Simply do not give outsiders to see.
There are some who have simply switched careers and started a private food therapy business with secret methods passed down from hand to hand,
which again does not require certification. This is the real food therapy that really works, but the average person can't even find the door.
The top food therapy is even more affordable only for people of a certain status,
and the price of each meal is calculated by $100,000. Chen Xingfei in Min Province is also a dignified person. The top food therapy naturally eaten, but that effect is not necessarily have now eaten strong, and now this body comfort feeling is very strong. At this point,
others who stayed at the lodge for lunch, those who did quality 1 wild fish and quality 1 okra also noticed something unusual.
Not as effective as quality 2, but still effective.
Wife,
this fish is cooked very well today, and I haven't seen you this good at home. This tastes really good now, and the texture is great. I didn't realize you were such a good cook, but apparently, there were also a lot of people who were puzzled by the fact that the fish was made better and tasted better. But the other vegetables picked from the vegetable patch didn't seem to be any different from what they had been made before, and apparently it was easy to tell the game-produced ones from the regular ones. On the first day of business, the first noon, the lodge was thriving. Xin Lin was naturally happy about this, and even happier were Lin Fan and Zhao Moqing, and the good business of the mountain villa also made them both relieved. Master Lin also made a table for the three of them. The three of them ate in the lobby to get a feel for the lively atmosphere. An argumentative voice, however, suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look sideways. It's a couple with kids who are arguing with a waitress, and there seems to be a situation.
Ma'am, your child grabbed 200 pounds of red strawberries. The price was clearly marked,
and, before it was weighed he kept sneaking it. The waitress was obviously a little anxious.
These strawberries were different. There were only a few pounds of the 200-pound special strawberries,
and the kid grabbed a lot of them at once, and kept eating them there without weighing them. Instead,
the woman holding the child was filled with righteous indignation.
What do you mean? Are you saying my child is a thief?
It's you who put these two kinds of strawberries so close together.
Can you blame us? And what's with you mountain villages and a child? In the midst of the argument, the kid, however, still seemed to be pleased with himself, grabbing those strawberries and still eating them with gusto, obviously attracted by the deliciousness of those quality 2 strawberries.
Xin Lin frowned as he watched the scene, and from the conversation he probably guessed what was going on. It was just another bear child doing something wrong,
and the parents didn't think about disciplining them.
Instead they shirked their responsibility and blamed them for the mountain villa for putting the 2 types of strawberries so close to each other.
Isn't this strange? But nowadays there are really a lot of such oddballs in society. The point is that when it comes to making a bit of a fuss over this sort of thing, tourists seem to generally get the better of it. The couple was even more overbearing when they saw the anxious look of the waitress. Xin Lin was planning to go over to solve the problem. Gao Yao Yao had already trotted up. Sir, ma'am,
we have all the fruits here at clearly marked prices.
Moreover,
this 200 pounds of strawberries are special varieties labeled clearly,
and other strawberries are completely separated out. If you think that we've wronged your children, there is a monitoring system in our hall.
Yao Yao Yao's words clearly made the couple's faces change, but they didn't want to pay for the mistake. After all, their children were still young, and it was true that the other lodge had put the 2 kinds of strawberries too close together,
and, moreover,
in a place where their children could reach them.
The surrounding people obviously also saw the beginning and end of the matter. One and all looked at the couple in consternation. As long as a little bit of sense.
This kind of loss of virtue is generally the most annoying people.
Especially bear children make a mistake.
The parents still look like a justified person is more disliked.
Square dancing seniors crowding public transportation. Bearish children and parents. Women with fish ponds. These people are almost as crazy as the bumper sticker profession in destroying social mores. In the face of the surrounding crowd, the man or to point face, pulling his wife to go. The woman did not do it, but full of gloom on the cell phone out of the high Yao Yao shot up. The mouth even justified shouting, everyone to see. Sky high price of fruit. 1 caddy strawberries 200 yuan. This turnip Lin Villa also want to force tourists to buy. This is the forced buy and sell.
The woman was obviously out of her mind, wanting to fight for this breath, completely disregarding the child who was watching from the sidelines.
It's still not a society where whoever has the cell phone is justified? Gao Yao Yao.
Xin Lin directly revealed a stunned look, before Gao Yao Yao said that there may be good people to get out of the heavenly price of fruits, so that he prevented this thing, but did not think that there are other oddballs.
There are some things that really cannot be defended against. Chen Shengfei is eating happily. See this scene some can't stand to see. Directly walked up, toward Gao Yaoyao said, "These watermelons, strawberries, okra are packaged for me. This special varieties are not who all know the goods. Some people haven't seen what is called the real heavenly price." Gao Yaoyao was directly surprised. "Sir, you said all-inclusive?" Qin Lin, who was watching from the side, all looked at Chen Xingfei in surprise. "These quality 2 watermelons, strawberries, and okra are not much, but all of them would be about 25k in a package. Pack them all. I want them all." Chen Xingfei was also not used to seeing someone spilling the beans, and did not forget to say towards the woman, in front of the child, "Remember that you are a mother, lest the child learns from her example." Those words made the woman's face go green and white, but the obstinacy of such people who lost their virtue was clearly beyond Chen Xingfei's imagination. The woman instead aimed her cell phone at Chen Xingfei shot. "Look everyone, this turnip forest villa not only sells overpriced fruits, but also specifically finds a trust to mock us tourists who can't afford to buy fruits." Chen Xingfei was directly not going to be straightened out. The tourists all around were confused by this hand. And finally someone couldn't stand to watch. "Can't you be a role model for your children when you're the mother of them? That's ridiculous. This gentleman is in a customized Kaishan suit with a base price of $50,000 to start. This gentleman's watch is." Apparently, there are still more than enough people with clear eyes, not to mention that everyone is taking it all in stride. This time, the man completely taught, also know his wife disgraced to the home, pulling her to go out. "Sir, you haven't settled the bill yet." Gao Yaoyao didn't forget to shout at the man, "We can choose to call the police if you skip the bill." Chagrined, the husband could only return to the scornful stares all around him, gritting his teeth. "Excuse me, how much is the total? Settle on our side." Gao Yaoyao didn't have a good feeling about this kind of person either. The woman, on the other hand, was watching it all with a huff, the gnashing of her teeth obviously about to explode, completely oblivious to the fact that a young man had arrived next to her child. "Kid, good job. From now on, no matter where you are, when you see something tasty, you have to secretly grab it and eat it, so you will get a reward." The young man praised the kid for a while, and even handed the kid the strawberries he bought in his hand. "Look, this is the reward you get this time." "Aha!" The kid took that strawberry and nodded happily. A woman next to her, who seemed to be the young man's companion, looked on a little, and kicked the young man without making a sound. It was only a few moments later that the man paid and left, dragging his cursing wife with him. The woman, however, was completely gagging. In the hall, Chen Shengfei, on the other hand, didn't care about the gazes from the surrounding, and ate again to himself. This fish was really too delicious. He didn't want to waste it at all. Qin Lin, on the other hand, recruited Gao Yaoyao and complimented. "Good job just now. Work hard." He was satisfied with Gao Yaoyao's performance just now, although there were still shortcomings, but at least she wouldn't be as anxious and helpless as the other waitress in the face of this kind of scene. Qin Lin instead looked at Chen Xingfei with interest. This one was obviously a really rich man, and didn't look like a Yucheng person, so it was curious how the other party came to this mountain village. By the afternoon, Chen Xingfei's driver drove up, and Chen Xingfei also asked the driver to help move his packed things into the car. Gao Yaoyao also arrived in front of Qin Lin and reported, "Boss, that Mr. Chen spent 31,432 yuan here." "I see." Qin Lin nodded, then grabbed a quality 2 grass fish and a quality 2 green fish out of the hall's fish pond. This was naturally for him to give to that Mr. Chen. One is to thank the other party for their help, and secondly, this is a high-end source of customers. A person spending more than 30,000 yuan at a time. If you can develop more sources of customers through the other party, it can be too much better than ordinary guests. In addition to attracting ordinary tourists, the lodge naturally tries to develop this high-end clientele. Chapter 38, Making 100,000 a day. Isn't this a case of the evil one? Qin Lin carried the quality 2 grass carp and quality 2 mackerel to the parking lot, and when he saw the Maybach 62S, he knew that this Mr. Chen was definitely richer than he thought. This car seems to cost tens of millions of dollars, and it is also very famous, because that Jack Ma's car is this car, and many famous and rich people drive this. "Mr. Chen, I am the owner of the mountain villa. My name is Qin." Qin Lin carried 2 fish and went up to the driver and handed them to him. "Thank you Mr. Chen for your righteousness just now. I don't have anything to thank you for, so these 2 fish will be taken as a thank you." "So it's Boss Qin." Chen Xingfei looked at the 2 fish but was surprised. "These 2 wild big ones. Boss Qin, you are really generous." For him, no matter how expensive a gift someone sends him, it won't surprise him. After all, he is rich himself. There are not many people richer than him. What others can buy, he can naturally buy, even more, but for these 2 wild big goods, he is really some surprise. This kind of big goods is rare. he can't buy it even if he has money.
Not to mention that he had already eaten this fish, and that meal of fish had just soothed him. Lin smiled and said confidently,
Mr. Chen,
I don't have any other skills, but when it comes to this kind of wild fish alone,
if you come any time, I can provide it at any time. Boss Chen, this is what you're capable of. Just for your words, I'll come back again sometime.
These were heartfelt words from Chen Xingfei. He did not doubt Lin's words. After all, people casually sent 2 wild big goods. The haul is set up several. There are still in the fish pond.
Without some ability, this kind of big goods to get this way?
With Chen Xingfei's words, Lin's purpose had been achieved.
Then I'll be waiting for Mr. Chen at any time. After Chen Xingfei left,
Lin also returned to the hall.
Then curiously took out his cell phone to look up Chen Xingfei's information online.
What he didn't expect was that once he looked it up he really searched it, and quite a lot of information popped up on the homepage. More incredible is that the other side has a company called Blue Ocean Group. To know that this group in Min province is very famous and cattle kind. Search out the photos, there are a lot of Chen Xingfei and the official leadership of the photo.
This is really bola.
I did not expect the first day of business can attract this kind of people. He instantly felt that his 2 big goods to send the value of the big
afternoon.
The guests attracted to the lodge are no less than in the morning.
The lodge is still bustling with activity, and from 4 p.m. onwards, the smoke rises again.
And those who stayed at the lodge to help themselves to the meal have already begun cooking together in groups of 3 or 5.
There are plenty of people who can't cook and order. Lin will also once again ripe quality 2 strawberry picking pulled to the lodge. As for once again ripe okra, it is to our team art to send. After all, the game is now a day can be out of 3,000 pounds of okra. The lodge simply cannot be consumed. It wasn't until dark that all the tourists left, with only a few nervous ones or 2 renting tents to camp at the lodge. The first day of the lodge saw an opening. Yao. These employees however were half dead tired,
but every single one of them had a smile on their face. They can't wait to be so tired all day long, because the boss has promised that they are not dead wages.
There is a commission. The more tired means that the business is better. The higher the payroll commission will be.
Joe Turnip was also tapping away at her calculations over the counter with her laptop. She was calculating the lodge's income for the day. Having been in the tax business, she was familiar with it.
Calculated. Jia Mochizuki handed the laptop to Lin.
Looking at the amount on it she was also slightly relieved.
After all,
Lin still owed a few $1 million outside in order to engage in this mountain villa.
Lin took a look.
Today the lodge surprisingly received a total of 238 tourists.
That is to say, the Flower Sea tickets sold 11,900. In addition, because Chen Xingfei packing, quality 2 watermelon, quality 2 strawberries, quality 2 okra all sold out. The 300 pounds of quality 1 okra that was set aside sold out. All 303 pounds of strawberries that ripened in the morning were sold, and 190 pounds of those that ripened in the afternoon were sold. These totaled $47,344 in revenue alone.
Then there was the $29,165 income from a quality 2 wild mackerel and 45 quality 1 wild fish.
On the contrary, the other pine nuts, garden vegetables, fishing rod rentals, jungle adventures, skateboarding, beverages, rented stoves, barbecue grills, all this adds up to only $18,813. So, the total turnover of the lodge for the day amounted to $107,222. Turnover exceeded $100,000. Although this turnover was thanks to Chen Xingfei's packing, this was also the first day, and, not being a weekend, the next tourists attracted to the area would surely be more, especially on weekends.
Zhao Maching didn't know how many profit points Lin had in this mountain village, but the turnover was more than 100,000.
So in her opinion, after removing the costs and labor wages, it should definitely be profitable,
and Lin could at least pay off his debts.
That's good news. However, she had no idea that of the 100,000 turnover, almost all of it was a no-brainer,
except for the garden vegetables,
pine nuts, and beverages, coupled with the income of 15,673 yuan from the okra delivered to our T-Mart.
Even after paying the required 5.6% sales tax and the additional 2% self-employment tax, and then deducting the wages of Gao Yaoyao's employees and other 7 or 8 expenses, then his income today is also properly over 100,000 yuan. Naturally, this kind of thing can't be told to anyone, and it's only right to muffle it. And, as the business gets bigger, bills and such will have to be made more secretive so that no one can find out about them, or think of a better way to do it later. Only after the guests had left did Lin have Master Lin cook a table of dishes, and also killed a quality 2 green fish and a few quality 1 wild fish to treat everyone. Waiting for the dishes to be served,
Lin let everyone be seated. then held up a cup of drink and said, "Everyone who can drink, drink. Those who can't drink, drink, drink. I'll toast everyone first. Today's door opens. Everyone has worked hard. Wait to please a joyous occasion. Each person sends a 200 red packet. Employees also did not expect there is an unexpected surprise. 200 although not much, but the windfall is happy. Gao Yao Yao." Several girls or even more reckless shouted out, "Long live the boss." After that, one by one, they all enthusiastically got up and toasted with Qin Lin. Lin Fun and Zhao Mo Turnip looked at the scene with obvious relief. One for her son and the other for her husband. After the celebration banquet, Qin Lin also drove his mom and Zhao Moqing back to the county. And when he arrived at the east side famous garden neighborhood, Zhao Moqing got off the car and separated from Qin Lin and Lin Fun before walking towards the neighborhood with happy little steps. A tight string in her heart inexplicably loosened a bit today. Stealing the account book, and Qin Lin secretly received a license. She dealt with her parents as some guilt, although every time Qin Lin said to show down, but she is also afraid of showdown. She knew what she was doing was disrespectful and sorry to her parents. Today Qin Lin gave her a huge surprise. Turnip Lin Villa goes on like this. She believes that Qin Lin can finish paying back the money, and then everything develops in a good direction. However, Qin Lin still owes a few million, and she doesn't want to talk to her parents for the time being. She is afraid that this will scare them even more. After all, a few million is not a small amount. When she returned home, Zhao Mochizuki saw her sister-in-law looking at her cell phone. "Mei, come and see." Li Jiawen pulled Zhao Moqing when she saw her return. Today the Turnip Forest Villa brushed the circle of friends. Several of my WeChat friends sent a circle of friends. Moreover, Douyin Tongcheng also many people sent videos. That sea of flowers is really beautiful. There is a time I must go with your brother, and then ask more people to make a lively group. Then I'll send you some tickets. Zhao Mochizuki smiled and took out a stack of Flower Sea entrance tickets and shook them in front of Li Jiawen. When she came back, Qin Lin gave her quite a few tickets to give away. "Turnip, where did you get so many tickets?" Li Jiawen was instantly surprised. "Give me a few more. A few of my girlfriends also want to go see that sea of flowers." Zhao Mo Turnip smiled and drew out a dozen or so and handed them to his sister-in-law. "Ha!" Li Jiawen took the ticket with one hand and swiped the douyin with the other. Then suddenly she said in astonishment, "Mochizuki, look at this video. Something seems to have happened to Turnip Forest Villa. There's a self-media number in our Yucheng that's criticizing Turnip Forest Villa. And besides, how can this Turnip Forest Villa be like this? It's too much, isn't it?" Zhou Mochizuki's brows furrowed when she heard this, and she immediately came forward to look. Then her brows furrowed. "Let's see. Turnip Grove Villa sells overpriced fruits and forces tourists to buy them. It's forceful buying and selling. Turnip Grove Villa not only sells overpriced fruits, but also finds a drag to mock us tourists for not being able to afford the fruits." A woman's voice of righteous indignation came out of the video. Zhao Mo Turnip was directly confused. This voice is not the unreasonable woman. This woman went back grey today at the lodge and even posted the video of the evil one on the internet? How in the world can there be such people? The point is that there are even self-published media organizations to help post it, and the other side doesn't investigate to figure out what's going on? Li Jiawen looked at the video and angrily cursed. "It's too much. Isn't this Turnip Lin Villa a store that bullies its customers? Originally I wanted to go, but now I kind of don't want to go anymore." Zhao Mo Turnip looked at the video, and realized that the video likes were surprisingly already a lot. And in the same city video even a lot of people trolled. He, this Turnip Forest Villa wants money like crazy. I'm a dirt dog. I can't afford a pound of $200 strawberries. Do you think I'll go to the scenic spot? Seen robbing money. Never seen open robbery. This Turnip Forest Villa opening to Kula. At authorities. Just block him. Zhou Mo Turnip. She couldn't express the feeling of anger she felt inside her now. The new book on the recommended. Begging for collection. Begging for votes. Thank you readers. I'm still writing and uploading at 12:30, so I'd like to give you a ticket. Chapter 39, a great opportunity for publicity. It will not be spared. Zhao Mo Turnip see these tirades angry. Are a group of do not understand the truth of the matter on the keyboard warrior. This a certain sound is really whoever takes the phone who has reason. But it's amazing that this twisted truth is supported by so many keyboard warriors. The key to her sister-in-law are affected cannot help but do justice. She knows her sister-in-law is not a keyboard warrior, but she follows the crowd with the flow. Keyboard warrior more. The mouth of the people. From the crowd with the flow of the people also believe. Exactly. Reasoning on the internet has at times been left to the whims of people with cell phones making videos, and there are quite a few people who have been driven to the point of breaking down because of such justice. It's also because the internet is so muddy that sensible people tend not to rush to comment. Let the bullets fly a little longer and things will always become clearer before things backfire and you embarrass yourself.
Zhao Mochizuki took out her cell phone and dialed Qin Lin's number at the first opportunity. She wanted to tell Qin Lin the news. Other side. Qin Lin returned home to take a painful shower, teased Wang Kai, and also went into his room to do some planning. Today, the lodge opened its doors. A day of income over 100,000, but also let him full of confidence. The university to learn the tourism management expertise also finally have to play a role. In addition to the game in his head, now his biggest dependence is naturally 30 acres of plum blossom sea. He is confident that, leaving aside the scale, the whole of China cannot find one or two can be compared with his sea of flowers, as long as the publicity does a good job, can attract more tourists. What is this 238 tourists he receives in a day? Those top summer resorts in China can even receive 20,000 tourists a day. Naturally, his small lodge didn't have this kind of pickup capacity, but it was still possible to double or triple this number of pickups. Then the lodge can't just have a sea of flowers by then. And the play can't just be that little from forest adventure and skateboarding. The fun is lacking. There isn't enough to drain the wallets of tourists who can come out and play and don't care how much they spend. Especially some young people. Bring girls out to play, but you only let people pay out a 300 less than money. People embarrassed. You should be more embarrassed of this lodge. So, he wants to develop a new program. One that will not only interest the tourists attracted by the sea of flowers, but also make them have fun and take money out of the tourists' wallets. He's looked at the terrain around the lodge and there's actually a natural good project right there. The lodge is surrounded by a lake and a dam. Naturally because there are a lot of rivers. A river that runs right next to the lodge leads to the top of a mountain, making it possible to create a 10-kilometer, 2-hour alpine rafting program, with a ticket price of $150 per person. And rafting is a popular item in modern travel fun. In many mountain villages, scenic spots belong to the necessary projects. Many do not have river conditions and even created a dry road rafting, glass slide rafting. However, to create a rafting project, the investment is not low. Rafting river construction, which is also the main. There are river conditions, 10 kilometers I'm afraid not less than $1 million, but also to build visitor service centers, warehouses, toilets, shower rooms, ticket offices, rafting supermarkets, waiting for the rafting of long cables, the starting pier, the end of the pier and so on. The other things are gummies, life jackets, helmets, inflatable equipment, boat carriers, tourist sightseeing buses, water retention ponds, and easy access roads up the mountain. This is afraid to invest more than $5 million. However, with this additional rafting program, the lodge would be upgraded by a large margin. And, with the current momentum of the lodge, it can make $100,000 a day and at least $3 million in revenue a month, which is perfectly capable of sustaining the program. If the publicity is good and the tourists surge, then the investment of this rafting don't a month to earn. Therefore, the key now is still publicity. He did think of a certain sound platform, and now those explosive mountain villas and BNBs are all through a certain sound to become net red attractions. With good publicity, even a mediocre place can attract a crowd of tourists. Qin Lin was in the middle of making plans when he received a call from Zhao Moching. The first thing he did was press answer. Miss me so soon? Why don't I book a room at the hotel and pick you up now? Zhao Moturnip said sharply, you still have time to skin. Quickly look at Douyin's video of the same city. That unreasonable woman is slandering the mountain villa today. Qin Lin frowned, hung up the phone and logged into Douyin. Selecting the same city, the first video saw a video of a woman arrogant. Everyone look. Turnip Lin villa forced to buy and sell. This, Qin Lin was speechless. How can some people be so? If there weren't so many of these people, the world would be a lot more harmonious. I'm afraid. The point is that the video number is clearly a self-published number with 250,000 followers. Did the owner of this video number just not investigate and have no brains? Is he just here to claim justice? The video already has quite a few likes already, and it's all running to the #1 hotspot in the same city. Looking at the video comments, they were all abusing his lodge, and if this continued, his business in this lodge was bound to suffer. After all, human subjective consciousness is very strong, and once you decide something is bad, there is a strong subconscious. However, he wasn't in too much of a hurry. The woman seemed to have forgotten that there was a surveillance video at the lodge. And, to prevent this kind of thing, the surveillance at the lodge has pickups so that live conversations can be clearly heard. Rather, I didn't think it would actually work. Just doesn't the other side realize that spreading slander and destroying someone's reputation is legally punishable? It's just that these likes don't seem to be up to the standard of sentencing. Qin Lin frowned, thinking that he directly clicked on this video, and then chose Do Help on hot search, and the price directly slid to the far right. Feeling that one account is not enough, Qin Lin registered 2 more accounts, the same to help this video on the hot search.
the same price to slide to the far right. Then, the 3 account switches gave this hot topic gang a second go at trending, sliding to the far right just the same.
A couple of waves cost him $10,000 straight up.
Naturally, this will help the video to be a big hit and make more people aware of the video that smeared him. After tonight, there will probably be countless people on the internet calling him out. Probably all over the internet if it hits the traffic pool. After all, these kinds of incidents are the main concern of netizens and the favorite videos of keyboard warriors whose sense of justice is nowhere to be found. However, this was the best opportunity for him to publicize the lodge, and it might be able to become a Netflix attraction in one wave. It's because of the reverse psychology. The many flip-flops on the internet prove how much aggression is suffered in the beginning, and how much the person being smeared can be favored when things are reversed. The keyboard warriors will immediately delete their previous tirade and then become clustered into turning their guns around again with an "I knew it was so" look. The next step is to wait for the video to fester and then call the police. Qin Lin muttered. He's not going to be spared when others are coming to smack him in the rice bowl. At this point, on the other side, a woman was also excitedly watching the video on her cell phone. Husband, you can see that this mountain village is going to be in bad luck. Lin Shunlan was full of complacency as she spoke towards her husband to the side, not forgetting to say towards the young man to the side, "Cousin, I really thank you for this time, for helping me get out of a bad mood." Beside, Lin Shunlan's husband helplessly shook his head. "Are back, let things pass. This wife must fight this breath." Guo Huai also had a smile on his face as he looked at the likes alerts in the background, but he still asked in confirmation, Cousin-in-law, you guys need to be sure that what you're saying is true. After all, I intend to turn up the heat on this. He's had this account for almost 3 years and only has 250,000 followers, some of which are still paid for, and hasn't made a single hot event. This time the cousin and sister-in-law were forcefully bought and sold at that Turnip Grove villa is definitely a hot social event. This thing Spotlight could definitely help him get a lot of fans. So, he decided to throw 2,000 dough, increase the first wave of traffic to see the effect. Lin Shunlan said unconcernedly, "Cousin, didn't the video show you? Is this still fake?" Guo Huai nodded, decisively took out his cell phone and voted DOU unpopular. After all, they were all family and he didn't suspect anything, and his cousins had all been good to him since he was a kid. Chapter 40, Artificial Guidance. Keyboard warriors are pawns. Guo Huai quickly put the 2,000 dough out, and then it is waiting for the video to ferment. Within a few minutes, he realized that the message alerts of likes and comments were appearing frantically in the background. Moreover, the likes increased at a surprisingly high rate, and the followers increased a lot along with the likes. This effect seems surprisingly good. Guo Huai's face revealed a look of excitement. This seems to be the rhythm of spending $2,000 to be on the hit list. Lin Shunlan was also paying attention to the video, and when she saw that there were more and more likes, she couldn't help but have a smug look on her face. The other party had made her look bad in front of so many people, and she was now making it impossible for the other party to open this lodge. Let's see who's still going when their reputation stinks. Other side. Qin Lin looked at the 10,000 dough he had cast to help the upper popularity of the effect. His face also showed a smug look. The hotter the better. He had one more thing to do now, and that was to make sure that the reversal didn't come as a surprise when this festered into a hit. However, as this video began to ferment, he also received 3 phone calls from Gao Yaoyao, Master Lin, and Chen Dabii from the lodge. He had only finished pacifying the Gao Yaoyao trio when he saw Qin Ren's call come in as well. He was also planning to look for Qin Ren, and immediately pressed answer. "Lin Z, how come your mountain villa was posted on Douyin by Guo Huai? What happened?" Qin Ren's voice with concern came over. "All in U City." He naturally knew who that self-media number belonged to. The other party is the first batch of self-media accounts in Yucheng. The other party has been working on this account for 3 years, and it is still very famous in Yucheng. Their studio also engaged in a self-media number, but there were not many fans, only those customers and acquaintances who used to follow. Qin Lin laughed and explained, "I ran into an unreasonable one. By the way, Darren, you're in advertising planning. Can you find a water army?" Qin Ren responded, "Can. You're going to get the waterbenders to explain this?" Qin Lin laughed and said, "No, let the water army come to hack me, especially the one in the video who is a trustee. It's best to curse as hard as possible." "Okay, I'll handle it for you." Qin Ren didn't refuse, but after hanging up the phone, he looked at Chen Xingfei in the video with some suspicion. There must be a reason why Lin Zi was looking for a water army to self-hack, and also specifically wanted to hack this person. "Hu Fei, can you find out who this person is?" Qin Ren asked towards one of the partners next to him. The other studied computer technology. It was not difficult to find some profile information on the internet. Huffy nodded as soon as he looked at the video.
He had also seen the video, and knew that Shinran definitely wanted to help his brother, but if he could help them they wouldn't refuse. After all, after filming the other party's promotional video, it also allowed their company's media number to rise some fans, and that promotional video could be their signboard. After Hu Fei operated on the computer, he suddenly burst out, *********. What's wrong? Shinran inquired. See for yourself. This kind of person is a trust? What is Guo Huai's brain thinking? Hu Fei pointed to the picture of Chen Xingfei on the computer and said, Chairman of Blue Ocean Group, how the hell can he be a trustee? Doesn't this Guo Huai have a brain? One word from people. The number he's been working on for 3 years might be in vain. Shinran this time knew why Qin Lin was looking for a water army to blacken himself, and also specifically blacken this Chen Xingfei. He immediately said towards Guizhen, contact the water army, help blacken Qin Lin, and specifically blacken this Chen Xingfei, and by the way, at the other group's official number. Hu Fei stunned looked at Shinran said, **********. You want to screw Guo Huai but I like, early to see this guy is not happy, all day in that about women waving and pretending to be, by the way, by the time we can also rub a wave of heat, and in the meantime, to our studio to play advertising. Shinran nodded and said, when this video ferments for a night, tomorrow we'll also send out a flying video to disclose Chen Xingfei's true identity, help Lin Zi stand up for himself, and rub it in by the way. A few moments later, the water armies were found and flooded into the comments section of Guo Huai's video, which gave Guo Huai's video a tendency to get hotter and hotter. The abuse is also increasing. Under the guidance of the water army, most of the abuse began to target the video Chen Xingfei. Is this guy having a son with no S*****T, or what? To be a trustee for this strong-armed buyer, I think he can't make any money. His wife has cuckolded him, and he's doing everything to make money, playing the bee and all. Who doesn't know he's a trustee? While he was working as a trustee, his wife was still selling at home, right? It was as if everyone was wantonly promoting their own justice, posting what they thought were righteous and vicious comments about Chen Xingfei in the video. These people, however, have no idea that they have become nothing more than pawns being guided by others. Time loss. The next day came quickly. In a luxurious villa in the city, Chen Xingfei stretched his body full of comfort. Her wife Tang Wan had already gotten up to put on her clothes, and when she saw him get up she said with a flushed face, Hubby, did you eat something last night? It's even more powerful than usual. Really? Chen Xingfei smiled and hugged his wife. Although she was already more than 30, but she had money to maintain well. It was the most charming time. Also, he had noticed that he was up and about today, all relaxed, never coming from that previous state of weakness after being milked by his wife. Humph, Tang Wan pouted, saying with satisfaction, you didn't count yourself last night? That reminded him of something. Okra seemed to have a role in that, didn't it? Thinking of this, Chen Xingfei turned toward his wife and said, let the nanny get me some of the okra I brought back. He guessed that the okra wasn't simple either, and last night he was so focused on eating the fish that his attention was on that fish. He didn't pay any attention to the okra. Tang Wan was very satisfied last night. Early in the morning for Chen Xingfei's the small request will naturally meet, even personally help him get okra to go. Chen Shang flew downstairs, and after eating the okra he brought back, he quickly revealed a look of surprise as that warm feeling in his waist reappeared. So it's really about the okra? That's good stuff. Totally worth the $400 a pound. He didn't care if this affected 1,000 pounds. What was more important than having his wife look at him with satisfaction? Chen Xingfei went to the group company with a pleasant mood, but as soon as he entered the office, the secretary hurriedly came forward to report, Chairman, someone on a certain voice is hacking you. Chen Xingfei frowned. Which one of the competitors was doing the under-the-table stuff again? But when took a look at the video, he was dumbfounded. It was what happened at Boss Chin's villa. The other party had called him a trustee yesterday, and he really wasn't in the mood to bother with such a small person. But that doesn't mean the other guy can stomp around in front of him, especially seeing the comments section, especially even his wife greeted on it, which can be tolerated. Have the company's lawyer team approach Douyin to send a lawyer's letter. Chen Xingfei commanded very plainly, and then paid no further attention to it. This point was actually not a matter at all compared to the company's major events. Yes, the secretary, however, respectfully exited and headed to the company's legal department. Guo Huai got up early in the morning and picked up his cell phone to log in Douyin, checking his own video, and found that the likes have actually passed 300,000, and is still increasing. It made him unusually excited. Completely fire even fans have increased a lot, to close to 300,000. This trend continues. In the operation of some, breakthrough 500,000. 000 fans is also possible.
Guo Huai knows very well, what is the prerequisite for a self-media number to quickly increase the powder? It is to make a big bang video,
so that there is a chance to enter the official traffic pool.
Sure enough, it's still this social issue that gets the most attention.
Guo Huai proudly swiped some videos and found that there are actually other bloggers who have already started to rub the heat of this thing,
which is a good thing, indicating that it has entered the traffic pool.
Then the more powder he will rise.
Suddenly, however, he swiped a video from a studio, and the one who sent the video was still someone he recognized. And wasn't the other person Hu Fei from Yucheng? Previously a Yucheng self-media people party. He met the other party. The other party's studio also got a self-media advertising number. But nothing, trying to brag in front of a girl he disliked. This guy also came to rub it in. Guo Huai was filled with disdain. But as the video played, the content of the video instantly changed his face.
Chapter 41, Self-Imposed.
This is Ed.
The video released by Qin Ren's studio was a clarification video, and because of the explosion of that Guo Huai video,
this one didn't get much attention. First of all, to state one thing, Turnip Lin Villa's Flower Sea promotional video was made by our studio, and another thing, the person who sent that smear video is a little cutie.
What? Why don't you investigate the other person's identity? He is actually the chairman of the city's Blue Ocean Group, and is also a front-runner in the entire Min province, so he needs to be a trustee for someone?
In addition, we have also understood,
this matter is originally a bare child does not know how to make a mistake.
Unreasonable parents do not think of education.
But instead of spilling the beans,
really holding a cell phone is justified?
The video was followed by the surveillance video of the lodge and the present conversation captured by the pickups, which Qin Ren had specifically taken from Qin Lin.
The video has already blown up first in the same city.
Turnip Forest Villa publicity video in the Oriental Business Plaza of the open-air video once hung,
was already on fire. Yesterday's incident made Turnip Forest Villa even more fire.
Only last night was a fire stink.
Everyone is scolding Turnip Forest Villa. But who didn't expect this to be reversed overnight?
Qin Ren Studio also shed blood.
The same cast DOU.
In Guo Huai that video of the hot topic.
This video is also on fire.
Along with Chen Xingfei are a small fire. A lot of videos about the introduction of Chen Xingfei appeared. This is naturally the city's self-published media numbers that know about Chen Xingfei are rubbing it in.
In a short period of time,
things have turned into another bare topic of interest to the community.
Nowadays, too many bare children make mistakes. Parents' unreasonable problem. Naturally coupled with unreasonable parents put a character like Chen Xingfei as a trust will be more drama department. More appear this parents ignorant and stupid.
So those who swiped the video yesterday were confused.
This reversal was too much for them to react to.
A number of people looked at their abusive comments and silently chose to delete them before their sense of justice flared up again and recommented.
Bears. After Guo Huai watched the video, he panicked and took out his cell phone to look up Blue Ocean Group's information online.
And when he saw Chen Xingfei's information, he only felt his legs go weak.
Damn it, killed by you guys.
Guo Huai cursed out angrily. He did not seriously investigate out of trust in his cousin's wife, wanting to take advantage of this to raise a wave of powder. Who knew that this cousin's sister-in-law even pitched him?
Said that the TO even has this kind of identity? He immediately wanted to delete the video, but he suddenly received an official system prompt. Your video is suspected of illegal and inaccurate dissemination, and has been blocked. And immediately afterward, another official system prompt appeared. Your account is suspected of illegal and inaccurate video dissemination. The situation is serious, and the account has been permanently banned.
No, don't, said Guo Huai anxiously. 3 years he in order to get this self-media number.
Get material, shooting, spend money to get DOU. Spent a lot of money, only this year began to make money back off. And, he also took 2 ads. The number is gone to double the compensation.
Guo Huai anxiously took out his cell phone and contacted the Douyin official in charge of his own operation, but he found that he was directly blacked out.
He was outright confused. More than 200,000
fans still with a lot of water self-media account in the Douyin there is obviously insignificant, especially by people a team of lawyers to send a lawyer's letter.
Where still care about your life. It's fine if people don't continue to pursue the matter, but if they do, they'll be left to fend for themselves. It's over. Guo Huai wasn't stupid. Knowing his situation,
he chagrined and called his cousin's sister-in-law.
Cousin's sister-in-law, didn't you tell me that things were true? Why is this happening?
I treat you guys like family,
and you guys are screwing me over like this? You dogs are worse than dogs.
Lin Chunlan was scolded, apparently also upset, not just a video.
Deleted is. I'm still bitter. Are photographed out. Do not know how to go to work. After saying that,
Lin Chunlan got angry and hung up Guo Huai's phone directly. Huawei directly smashed his cell phone in anger.
This is deleted. The video can be solved? It's not just a video?
Let's not talk about the fact that he's going to spit blood at this loss. If the other side then reports warning them about slandering and destroying reputations,
hundreds of thousands of likes, plus so many videos that rubbed off on them, that's 3 free meals.
He now finally knew what it meant to say that the more you trust someone,
the more they might screw you over. When he got up in the morning, Qinlin left 300 pounds of ripe okra.
So he sent the remaining okra to our team Art, and then sent the strawberries,
watermelon, and okra that were left over from the game to the lodge. As soon as he arrived at the lodge, he saw Gao Yaoyao running out with a face full of excitement. Boss, do you know who that Mr. Chen is? He's the chairman of a big group in the city. That self-media number that slandered you is in deep trouble. The other party's video and account were both blocked just now. The mountain villa had been vilified.
She was also very worried and had been following the development of the incident. And now that she saw Qinlin,
she couldn't help but report the good news. Qinlin asked Chen Dabii to bring the security guards to unload the things in the car,
and took out his cell phone to look at it himself.
That video from yesterday is really not visible. Even the account is blocked.
This was in his expectation.
Once Mr. Chen's identity came out, even if Mr. Chen didn't open his mouth,
I'm sure Douyin wouldn't condone this person who sent the video.
After all,
the fault was on the side of a certain sound, and they were afraid that Mr. Chen would count on finding trouble.
However, he won't let it go when people hack him. If in another situation,
he had no way to return the favor, then maybe this mountain village of his would be finished, and all the work he had done all this time would be for nothing.
Moreover,
he knows very well that those who engage in tourism encounter this kind of people.
Do not make an example of the general, will encounter in the future. Therefore, Qinlin went out of the mountain villa again and went straight to the U City police station. There is a criminal law called libel, defamation of another person's reputation. As long as it reaches a certain level of dissemination or causes serious mental harm to the victim, constitutes the crime of defamation,
and is punishable by fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years,
criminal detention, control or deprivation of political rights in accordance with the degree of seriousness. However, this article of the Penal Code also leaves room for telling only to deal with it, except when it seriously jeopardizes the social order and the interests of the state. The so-called only dealt with if told refers to the crime of defamation, which is only accepted by the court if the victim denounces the crime on his or her own initiative. Otherwise it is not accepted. That is,
it gives people the meaning of a private settlement. This also contributes to the reason why the cost of defamation is too low and many people on the internet are unscrupulous.
Once something like this happens, the victim will squeeze tears out of his eyes and admit that he is wrong,
or excuse himself for being too young and unintelligent.
And many of the victims will just forget about it.
And then there's the one that comes up with the money to go private.
Many victims, seeing that things have already happened, think of getting a little bit of immediate benefit and accept to go private. Naturally, there are people who don't eat both sets of food, just to teach you a lesson.
And then the serious cases will have to go in for 3 free meals. Qinlin is now trying to make an example out of him, so he is determined to report the case first. It is the parents' fault that the bare child is not educated, and the parents know that they are not educated and still spilling their guts out there. So he will educate this parent properly for this society and serve as an example for this bare child.
Qinlin entered the police station,
made a report to register the case, and provided evidence.
In fact, the video made such a big deal that the officers of the Yucheng Police Department also knew about it, so it was easily accepted. After that, the police department told Qinlin to go back first and start investigating the identity of the woman in the video. On the other side,
Huawei's face became even more ugly when he received the message coming from his cell phone.
Mr. Gua, your account has been blocked and you have failed to fulfill your advertising contract. I hope you will make compensation as soon as possible, otherwise we will sue you. He answered 2 commercials, and that's contractually indemnified. He couldn't even sell his car to pay for it. This made him more and more angry the more he thought about it. In order to help his cousin's wife out, he fell his career to hit the water. This cousin's sister-in-law even liked nothing.
Huawei angrily went out and drove directly to his cousin's house, and when he reached the door, he viciously knocked on it.
Cousin, you're here? Cousin said somewhat sardonically. I know this has affected you, but the videos are blocked, so I'm treating you to a meal to make amends. Is that something that can be solved with a meal? Huawei roared with full of anger. Do you know that because of helping you guys, my number was blocked, and I smashed more than 100,000 for this number? There are also 2 advertisements that flew, and now I have to compensate for more than $200,000. All of this money you have to pay for me, or else I'm not done with you guys. Hearing this,
Lin Chunlan walked out from inside in dissatisfaction.
Huawei, this is where you're wrong. I just showed you the video and whined with you. Don't think I don't know that it's you yourself who wanted to use this video to raise the heat, and now that something has happened you've come to us to spill the beans. Hearing this Guo simply want to vomit blood. He finally know what this cousin sister-in-law is for people. This kind of splashy tactics is no wonder will do so humiliating things in Turnip Forest Villa. Both sides were arguing when suddenly a couple of police officers were seen coming up the stairs. One of the police officers saw the three and said, Ms. Lin Chunlan and Mr. Zhang Hang, I hope that you will cooperate with us in our investigation of the Turnip Lin Villa slander. And also please tell us the account owner of the Naching Wyoming Shadow Media. Hearing this, Lin Chunlan was dumbfounded. She thought it was just a small matter. She didn't expect the police to come to her door at all. She was so scared that her legs were a little weak. Chapter 42 Attempting to research game seeds. The lodge was completely on fire. Turnip Forest Villa was really famous these days. The first day of the hill forced to buy and sell the hot search is buzzing, which is supposed to provoke people to pay attention to the social issues. The next day, the incident was suddenly reversed and turned into a social topic of the bear child's mistake and the parents' unreasonable behavior. Or this kind of incident of the bear child's mistake is more outrageous. After all, there are often just bears on the internet who make mistakes that cause great damage to people and the parents try to pass it off with the excuse that he's just a kid. Some parents even say with a straight face that the law can't control their children, as if it were a matter of course. It also made Turnip Grove even hotter. As a result, Qin Ren's studio's self-media account followed suit with a vicious wave of powder. And as a thank you, Qin Ren's studio also released the promotional video of the Delta Plumflower Sea that it had previously filmed at the height of the heat, helping to draw the heat to the Delta Plumflower Sea for Qinlin. For a while, the art-like flower promotional video attracted a huge wave of heat. Everyone who saw the video was captivated by the view of the sea of flowers in the video, because it's really beautiful. With the inbound property effect, it was as if each of those shots had been carefully sculpted by a great artist, especially that part of the video of the center area. That sea of flowers is so charming that people can't turn their eyes away. Fluttering butterflies, pleasant birdsong, and the little squirrels that are not afraid of people. Everything is so shocking. In a short period of time, countless people asked for information about the sea of flowers, just like becoming a net red attraction in general. This was another purpose that Qin Lin had carefully planned, not only to make the people who had hacked him pay, but also to give his mountain villa a good wave of publicity. And the consequence of this is that the number of visitors to the lodge has skyrocketed. Not only the local ones from Yuchang, but also a lot of people from Shachang and the city, and even people from farther away have been attracted to come and hit the ground running. Turnip Forest Villa. Qinlin was turning over a piece of ground in the large yard behind the hall with a hoe. Next to the security chief Chen Dabi is busy with a hoe. A boss do what I do. Lindsay, what are you doing here? Qin Ren, who was on the side, inquired suspiciously. This lodge was on fire, and he didn't understand how his brother could still be in the mood to dig. For the past 2 days he has been soaking up the Trillium video here at the lodge. His studio account is also up a lot of traffic. The studio's self-media number naturally want to continue to rub another wave of scenic traffic. The other partners in Qinlin is not familiar with sorry. This matter will be handed over to Qin Run. Is also considered to come to this lodge business trip vacation. Planning to plant watermelons. Qinlin explained. And took out a packet of seeds to start planting. Qinlin dug the ground naturally because of this quality 2 watermelon seed. Seedless watermelon seeds, quality 2. Especially bread seed. The seed out of the watermelon flavor. No planting season restrictions. The growth cycle is extremely short. Outside seeds can get in-game seeds. Then the seeds in the game should be able to be taken outside and planted, right? This is one of his attempts. Though he was well aware that the fact that ordinary watermelon seeds from outside could be taken to the game to grow a quality 1 watermelon must have something to do with the game itself. Quality 2 watermelon seeds don't have the game's level 3 land. And getting them out there to plant should most likely not grow quality 2 watermelons either. But you have to try, don't you? After all, reality is not a game. With unpredictable variability, everything is not set in stone. Even if the quality 2 seeds can't grow quality 2 watermelons when they are taken outside, if the quality degradation can grow quality 1 watermelons, then the cultivation of the new seeds can be considered as a new variety, which is also stronger than ordinary watermelons. What if the seeds change due to environmental factors? Plant seeds have a kind of environmental and climatic adaptation. So what if there are 1 or 2 that have adapted to this kind of environment and have maintained their original qualities? Isn't that a cow? You know that the earliest rice research also relied on this kind of causal mutation to obtain seeds, although the chances are low, but we always look forward to the possibility of it, is not it? What's more, this quality 2 seedless watermelon seed has the added feature of being seasonless and can be planted right through the winter. Growing watermelons? Lindsay, it's almost October. You're not kidding? Qinren opened his mouth,
feeling that this brother was teasing him. Everyone knows that watermelons are planted in March.
Planting in October, you get a shed instead.
Lin didn't make any explanations and continued to plant the seeds in his hands one by one on this ground. The shed naturally have to get, because to cultivate seeds, we have to turn this quality 2 seeds back into polyploid plants, and other multiple processes. And after that, we have to rely on the ordinary watermelon pollination of. And then we can then cultivate seedless watermelon seeds from 4 times the plants.
It's a complicated process that takes a lot of work. Other watermelon seeds need a large greenhouse in the winter. The process is complex and he has been studying the knowledge of books on related technologies for the past 2 days. Planting all the seeds, he didn't forget to instruct toward Chindabi, remember to water. Okay, boss. Chindabi nodded. Seeing this, Rin didn't continue to pursue, but instead said, right, Lin Z, did you get the official self-media number of the mountain village? Now there is this heat is exactly the time to absorb the traffic. Is expected these days the heat will still be long? Who would have thought that those tourists come to shoot the Sea of Flowers video can also be so feel? The more tourists shoot and upload, the greater your traffic accumulation. Maybe you can burst the traffic pool, then you will be cool. Lin nodded. I've already gotten it, and Turnip is helping me manage it. At this time, he saw Gao Yaoyao trotting in from outside and said, Boss, the 300 pounds of okra in the morning has been sold out. Many tourists, especially male tourists, want to buy that okra. As she spoke, her pretty face was obviously slightly red, as she knew the effects of okra and why those male visitors wanted it. Because the effectiveness of the special quality 2 okra was exposed by a tourist who posted a video. After all, there are always willing to try and careful tourists. It doesn't even need to be publicized by Lin. There was even a rich young man who was attracted to the internet yesterday, but also brought 2 female companions, and ate a meal is not bad to order quality 2 specifically okra. Then that rich kid spent the night in Yucheng last night, was inexplicably checked out, and was posted on the internet this morning, and in the heat of the mountain village, this rich kid also had a small fire. This caused Lin to be a bit baffled. Quality 2 okra is famous, but there is only that much quality 2 okra every day, so even quality 1 okra is a big hit. And quality 1 okra does work. After all, it also has the effect of entering the kidneys to fill the essence 1. Therefore, this okra has surprisingly become the most popular food in the mountain villa for a while. I'll take care of it. Lin nodded towards Gao Yaoyao. After this pin 1 okra became inexplicably famous, he planned to stop the supply of RTD. In addition to supplying the cottage with okra, he could also use some of the land to grow other crops to provide to the cottage, increasing the diversity of food. Gao Yaoyao, however, added, Boss, in addition to the special quality watermelons selling less, that 40 yuan a caddy of strawberries is also sold out. The fish in the fish pond is also almost finished. This morning hasn't even gone by yet. And we have received 261 people. A lot of people say that the items we can consume here are too few. There aren't even enough rental stoves and barbecue grills. Many people are taking turns to use one of them. The tourists are complaining. AI. Lin sighed helplessly when he heard this. Can you blame him? Originally it was just an opportunity to promote a wave of publicity, but the heat was beyond imagination. Moreover, this delphinium flower sea with properties come to the tourists are absolutely surprised, shocked. And after that will be amenable to more people. Sometime in the future, I am afraid it will be explosive growth. But this results in a lot of things he can't keep up with this lodge. And even when the tourists reach a certain level, that is too intensive, will also affect the flower sea ornamental, out of a lot of problems. I'm afraid he'll even have to limit the number of tickets per day to do so by then. He's probably the only one here who worries about too many tourists, right? Gao Yaoyao added. Boss, there's one more thing. There are too many people. The 2 security guards of the flower sea can't watch over them, and today, they found out that there are tourists who threw small squirrels with stones. Lin sighed. There are always some people are the quality of education of the leakage of fish. He can only towards Chindabi commanded, you go on a trip to the same city on the internet in the afternoon to the veterans recruitment area, and then publish the information of the recruitment of security guards, and then your security department also has a draw reward. Draw how much I will look at after. Okay, boss. Chindabi's face was immediately filled with joy as he responded. This security chief of his is becoming more and more flavorful, more and more subordinates, which also makes him perform more vigorously. Immediately go to get a water bottle to water those watermelon seeds. Lin came out of the hall, found that the game took out the quality 1 okra and quality 1 strawberries are really sold out, but it is that more than 20 quality 2 watermelon less people ask for. Do not accept the situation of bulk sale, this 1 watermelon to be more than 1,000. In a place to have fun. Soft knife to cut meat. Let tourists dozens.
100 slowly spend 2,000 will not hurt. Really let the ordinary tourists spend 1,000 one time really cannot afford. By noon, Qin Lin looked at the registration. It has already hosted 321 people in one morning. Most of these people have watched the video online to clock in. And tickets to the Trillium Sea alone have sold for $16.50. And he also had $43.350 from selling all of the Quality 1 okra, Quality 1 strawberries, and 10 pounds of Quality 2 okra that he shipped over in the morning. The rest of the turnover added up to $21.476. That's a turnover of over 80,000 this morning. And, for the most part, it's a no-brainer. That's still the reason he hasn't quite squeezed the spending power out of these tourists. And it's going to take a lot more than that to get something that will make tourists spend money. Vegetable Hills has a vegetable garden, so it's manageable for now. Fruit is to contact the fruit wholesaler to get more ordinary fruit. To cope with the upcoming explosion of tourists, I am afraid to rely on the game alone after the production of not enough. There are also fish ponds for fish, and the ones you catch every day in the game are far from enough, so you'll have to contact wholesale aquatic products as well. Then again, the 30 acres of delphiniums have a limited capacity to accommodate visitors, and a diversion program would have to be in place before the intensive limit is exceeded. The planned rafting program is going to happen right away. Otherwise, when the number of tourists reaches a certain level, it would be embarrassing to have to make people wait in line for half a day to see the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 43. No one else can eat it. The lobby of the lodge was already very busy. The tables were full, and there were still people waiting outside. There were not enough stoves and grills provided for the tourists, and many of them chose to order food. This also made Qin Lin decide that in addition to having a diversion program, the lodge would have to be expanded as well, otherwise the experience would be too bad. Walk to the backside of the kitchen, which also has 2 tables set up. Chef Lin was already serving one dish after another. More employees. This place was transformed into a staff cafeteria. Naturally, the staff can only take turns to eat. After all, too many tourists. Usually the management first to eat, and then go to the replacement of important positions. Change the staff to dine. Gao Yaoyao and Chen Deibai were especially excited today and were a little impatient because Qin Lin had given Master Lin a 35-pound wild grass carp today and killed it to cook as a treat for everyone. How could they not look forward to this big, expensive item when they've never had it before? Lin Zi, where in the world did you get such a large amount of goods? Qin Ran followed behind, already rubbing his hands together, his eyes glowing. The last time Qin Lin sent one to his house, he still remembered the taste, and looking at the braised grass carp, he was a little impatient. Eat you. Qin Lin didn't answer either. These big ones are very rare indeed, just like carp, for example, where the big ones of 10 pounds or more are found only once or twice all year round. He's getting 1 or 2 a day here because of game production. So, he also tries to keep the number of big loads under control. Otherwise that number is so staggering that there's a bunch more in the game's pond. Other people can't even eat it. He can't even eat it. These things were eaten privately by themselves, or used to entertain Chen Xingfei, who was not poor, but instead would make these people feel honored. Qin Ren was not polite, and with the bowl in hand, he attacked the plate of wild grass carp. Boss, this fish is so delicious, I'm going to bite my tongue. Gao Yaoyao let out a gasp as she ate it. Too delicious fish was obviously the first time this girl had ever eaten in her life. Master Lin reminded, what's a little girl doing eating blindly? Hurry up and finish eating for someone else. It's busy outside. Got it. Yao Yaoyao spat out her tongue mischievously. After finishing lunch, Qin Lin again instructed towards Chen Deibai. Right. After lunch you can go to the wholesale market and post another message. Just say that our mountain villa is going to wholesale some fruits and seafood every day. He has a lot of visitors to this lodge. It is considered a fixed channel. Wholesale and so on do not need to personally go. Those wholesalers will rush to deliver to the door, or a low price to the door, just like he went to our T-Mart before. Okay, boss. Chen Deibai hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of fish and responded. Sure enough, Chen Deibai just went to the wholesale market, posted information. Afternoon. There is a fruit wholesaler and a seafood wholesaler the first time to find the door. The fruit wholesaler Qin Lin also recognizes, called Lin Chong. His previous fruit store had been taking goods from the other side. The seafood wholesaler, on the other hand, is a middle-aged man. So this mountain villa belongs to Mr. Qin. Lin Chang's face was obviously full of smiles when he saw Qin Lin. Mr. Qin, we are also old acquaintances. You can continue to take care of my business in. Mr. Lin, as long as the price is right, we will definitely continue to work together. Qin Lin also smiled and said, he still had a good impression of Lin Chong from before. The middle-aged seafood wholesaler also said, Mr. Qin, how are you? My name is Wang Wei. There are quite a few types of seafood offered on my side, and in addition to home delivery, I can also lower the price a bit.
Mr. Wang, let's talk then. Qinlin shook the other party's hand. Even though this wholesale stuff out here doesn't make him much money, he doesn't want to spend more money when he can wholesale it cheaply. Next,
Qinlin negotiated the details with the two men. He used to do fruits and vegetables. For the wholesale price of fruits is very clear. The wholesale price of seafood also checked. The other side cannot take advantage of him. Both offered him a lower than market price, which he accepted and eventually signed the contract. Starting tomorrow, Lin Shon will send more than 10 kinds of fruits to the mountain turn. As for the quantity depends on the demand of the future order. Wang Wei will also send some farmed fish, crabs, prawns and other seafood that tourists are better able to deal with to the mountain villa every day. In the future, fish pond fishing will be a matter of luck when it comes to catching wild fish.
Evening, the game's okra is ripe again.
Qinlin sent this batch of ripe okra to our T-Mart and brought 10 pounds of quality 2 okra to General Manager Chu, thanking the other side of the open-air video to send the advertisement time, and then said hello again. And in the future, we will not send okra to. After all, sent to RTD only 6 yuan a pound. Their own mountain farms sell 15 yuan a pound. Can be sold out, certainly not send RTD. Mr. Qin, it seems that in the future, you'll have to go to your mountain farm to eat this special quality okra. General Manager Chu held that 10 pounds of quality 2 okra babyishly. Qinlin smiled and said, then I welcome Mr. Chu anytime. After leaving RT Mart, Qinlin went straight to the seed store, not delivering to RT Mart, and naturally supplying the hills with the okra planted in the future. However, apart from those 6 frames that have been sold in the game for a long time to earn in-game currency, the other 24 frames of level 1 land can get more than 3,000 pounds of okra per day. And even if the okra is more popular, the cottage doesn't need that much quantity. So, he's going to plant one of the other things. Yam, for example, is now selling at market prices no cheaper than okra, which also reaches $5 a pound. There is also broccoli. Broccoli harvested from March to July, now belongs to the anti-seasonal vegetables. These 2 days the market price has begun to rise, just cheaper than okra. He plans to take out some land and specialize in broccoli and yams, which will then be put on the hill and sold for $15 a pound like okra. When we returned to the lodge, it was still bustling with activity until dark, and with today's statistics, we received over 600 visitors. This is an absolutely amazing amount of tourists for a mountain village, from which you can also see the power of network publicity. Naturally, this created a sea of delphinium flowers has a game attribute bonus, which is also the main reason. Night, when Qinlin returned home, Lin Fun saw him coming back and asked with concern, Shaolin, how has the mountain village been these past 2 days? Qinlin smiled and said, Mom, business is very good right now, so don't worry. Lin Fun suddenly proposed, Shaolin, why don't I go help out at your mountain village? I've been eating the carp you brought back, and I've gotten very much better. Qinlin frowned. Mom, the lodge has employees. Where do I need your help? Shaolin, it's boring for Mom to be cooped up at home all day. Lin Fun, however, said somewhat stubbornly that she didn't want to stay at home all the time after her health got better, unless her son has a grandchild for her to bring up. Qinlin saw his mom's stubborn look helpless. He simply can't argue with his mom, knowing that she is a person who can't stay idle. He didn't agree. Maybe the other side of tomorrow to run to the villa. Not letting her go may also be in a bad mood. Qinlin can only cope with the mom first. Really bitter. Get up the next day. Qinlin looked at the brainlight screen at the first opportunity. Okra, yams, and broccoli are ripe. He controlled the game character to pick and plant the new seeds. Then he went into the game and went to the storage room to see the harvest information. Quality 1 okra had 900 pounds and quality 2 okra got 4 pounds. 420 pounds of quality 1 yams and 2 pounds of quality 2 yams. Quality 1 broccoli 380 pounds. Quality 2 broccoli 2 pounds. Qinlin looked again at the note information for the yams and broccoli. Yam, quality 1. This is a special crop that has a dietary supplement effect. Improves the constitution 1. Strengthens the spleen and stomach 1. And nourishes the kidneys and essence 1. Yam, quality 2. This is a special crop that possesses a strong dietary supplement effect. Improves the constitution 2. Strengthens the spleen and stomach 2. And nourishes the kidneys and essence 2. Broccoli, quality 1. This is a special crop with dietary supplement effects. Cleansing blood vessels 1. Fighting diabetes 1. Relaxing the bowels 1. Tonifying the kidneys 1. Broccoli, quality 2. This is a special crop that has a strong dietary supplement effect. Cleanses blood vessels 2. Fights diabetes 2. Opens the bowels 2. Tonifies the kidneys and benefits the vital essence 2. Qinlin chose these 2 vegetables according to the market price. But looking at the note information,
Why did he feel something was wrong? Nourish the kidneys and the sperm? A tonic for the kidneys and the sperm? How do all the specials have that effect? It seems that it's not for nothing that these two vegetables are expensive. Chapter 44 Chen Xingfei is here again. There's something good here. Qin Lin moved all the okra, yams, and broccoli out of the game, put them in the car, and pulled them to the mountain. As for the strawberries and watermelons, they'll have to make the next trip. The three-wheeled wrecker can't haul that much. He felt it was time for him to buy a blue minivan, which he could drive with a C1 license. The driver's license that I was dragged along by Turnipchow during the university while the driving school was active can also be used. At that time, when he took the driver's license because of his family, his money was still Zhao Mo Turnip helped to give, so that he properly had the feeling of eating soft rice. That is really fragrant. When they arrived at the lodge, they saw baskets with various fruits and aquariums with seafood already sitting in front of the hall. Lin Chong and Wang Wei had also pulled the goods in, and when they saw him arrive the two of them greeted him. Mr. Qin, you're here. Just waiting for your inspection. Mr. Qin, come take a look. It's guaranteed fresh. Qin Lin nodded and went up to check out the fruits and seafood that the two men had delivered. The two did not treat him like a cutie. The fruit and seafood were in good condition. He called for Chen Dabii to bring someone to move over the weighing and then count the number. The contract he signed with the two men was a weekly settlement, with a uniform weekly settlement for the two men. After the weighing, the two men and Qin Lin exchanged pleasantries for some time and also said goodbye to leave. They are still very busy on the market side. This first time is to come over by themselves. After that, they will let the staff come to deliver the goods. Qin Lin also went to the computer to register the number of wholesale goods this time. The first day, more than 10 kinds of fruit are wholesale 100 pounds, crabs, prawns, and so on. Seafood is also the same, each wholesale 30 pounds. And ordinary mackerel, grass carp, crucian carp is more, adding up to more than 100 pounds. As for the exact amount afterward, rely on the consumption of the mountain lodge and then adjust. However, he is not afraid of these consumed. Yesterday received more than 600 tourists. Come to play, always buy some fruit. Moreover, there are a lot of yesterday's meal. These people come to this lodge self-service. That kind of atmosphere. No one will be cheap. These seafood only 30 pounds each. Not afraid of consuming, not consumed. The profit from these wholesale things is only the difference in price. And you definitely don't make as much as the game produced no budget items, but it's more or less a supplement. Also, all this wholesale stuff will give him a better disguise for the stuff he gets out of the game too. Chen Dabii, dump those fish into the fish pond. Qin Lin instructed towards Chen Dabii, then looked towards Gao Yaoyao and said, Gao Yaoyao, you also bring people to put things on the shelves. I'll give you the specific selling price later. Just post it. Outside the hall has also long been placed on some shelves, the simple construction of a large umbrella cover. And now there are no conditions. Before that specialized sales center is built. Can only make do. Okay, boss. Gao Yaoyao sweetly answered and led the waiters to get busy. Chen Dabii also took 2 security guards to carry the fish to the fish pond. Qin Lin looked at the recorded wholesale data, but a flash of light. If really stubborn mom, let her record the number of wholesale every day. Anyway, the system software will automatically calculate, and do not need her brain, as long as the registration of the number. The other time as she recuperates well in the mountain village. Let her take Wang Kai just as leisure time, dog slipping, lively atmosphere. Let her mood soothing, for her body is also good. Gao Yaoyao led the waiters to quickly set up the fruits and seafood, and soon, there were gradually tourists coming, and the lodge started to get busy. Near noon, a Maybach 62S drive once again into the parking lot of the lodge. In the patrol, Chen Dabii saw this car the first time to go up to guide the parking. Chen Xingfei walked off the bus with a man with a country face. The country-faced man frowned as soon as he got out of the car. Old Chen, you have some special tastes. Why did you come to such a place this time? Obviously, he was a little disappointed. This one parking lot is still muddy and so out of class. If he didn't know Chen Xingfei too well to be familiar with him, he would have to feel that the other party was not perfuming him. Chen Xingfei obviously knew what the other party was thinking, smiled and said, Old Ma, don't be confused by the surface. We have been working together for so many years. Can we still perfume you? Only then did Old Ma nod and follow Chen Xingfei towards the mountain villa. Seeing this, Chen Dabii immediately went and found 2 warning signs to place around this car. Don't touch this car, or there will be trouble for the tourists and trouble for the lodge. Old Ma and Chen Xingfei behind, toward the inside, walked to the hospitality hall before. More feel some disappointment. Old Chen, this facility seems to be a little backward. It was clearly a lodge, and, at a glance, one could tell that it was the kind of small place and small investment, not even at the level of a leisure lodge. He usually went to these kinds of mountain villas or also the kind of top resort mountain villa. In front of this is really some diaphragm. If the one who brought him here wasn't Chen Xingfei, he would have thrown off his face and left by now. Old Ma said don't look at the appearance. Here you can eat wild big stuff. Wild crucian carp more than 10 catties. Wild grass carp more than 30 catties. That flavor will definitely make your appetite big, Chen Xingfei said and entered the hall, walking towards the fish pond where the display was placed. Old Chen, are you kidding? Old Ma clearly froze for a moment. He naturally knows the wild crucian carp and wild grass carp, and has not eaten less. Most of them are about 2 pounds. Once at the Pak Shanga ate only 5 pounds of wild crucian carp. That where Pak Shanga boss bragged about the king of crucian carp. Now Chen Xingfei tells him there can still be 10 pounds of wild carp here? Just as he was thinking about it, Old Ma followed to that pool, and then froze, looking incredulously at those big cargoes inside. This, are all ing wild? Old Ma was incredulous. What did he see? Not only the 10-pound carp, but also the other 2 fish, which are 20 or 30 pounds, right? Then look at the price. The price tag is only 1 catty respectively 250, 280, 300 yuan. Chen Xingfei laughed. It is indeed wild, and there is still a big difference between it and artificially farmed. And the good stuff here is not just this. Saying that, Chen Xingfei walked towards the shelves with an inexplicable smile, as if he was looking for something, but he didn't find the kind of 400 pounds of okra he was looking for. He brought the old horse here for this very thing. Mr. Chen, welcome again. Xin Lin came out and recognized Chen Xingfei, immediately welcoming him forward to entertain him. Chen Xingfei's face was delighted to see Xin Lin, and he immediately said, Boss Qin, I've brought a friend to support you. This old horse. Mr. Ma, hello. Xin Lin also politely shook old Ma's hand. Ma Levin. Ma also introduced himself, then asked, Boss Qin, these fish of yours are marvelous. It's the first time I've seen such a large stock. Boss Qin, give us a whole fish, Chen Xingfei said. Then with a strange face, he pulled Xin Lin to the side and whispered, Boss Qin, how come the previous kind of 400 a catty okra is gone? Old Ma is my good friend, specially brought him here. His wife is more than 10 years younger than him. Xin Lin immediately revealed an understanding gaze. Mr. Chen, I understand. I still have 2 other things here that are very effective. Should I take them together? The price is the same. Wife is over 10 years younger and needs to make up for it. Quality 2 okra. Quality 2 yam. Quality 2 broccoli quantity is too small. He now does not intend to put out. This kind of thing later belongs to the private level. Usually put in the game storage room. Anyway, in the game will not be bad. It's a card that comes out when it counts. The only ones available for sale are quality 1. Then I'll trouble Boss Qin. Chen Xingfei nodded. Right. Cut one of that special quality watermelon and 2 pounds of strawberries. Let's appetize first. Then Mr. Chen will find a seat first. Xin Lin said and went inside to make arrangements as well. Chen Xingfei, on the other hand, stepped aside and led Melvin to a table to sit down. Old Chen, this kind of place even has this kind of great goods. It's not a wasted visit. Ma Levin's attitude had obviously changed a great deal. Chen Xingfei laughed. Old Ma, after eating this fish, you'll find that it's even more delicious than you imagined. Moreover, I said that the good things here can't be only this fish. This time you'll linger and never pay attention to the exterior of this mountain villa again. That much of a stretch? Melvin was stunned. Even if this wild fish is big, but the good things he ate too much, are eaten once, the second time the freshness drops a lot. Say can let him linger in the food is really only a few. It's 12:30 and I'm dizzy. So that's all for this chapter. Plus I'm begging for favorites and 2 recommendations. Thank you all. Chapter 45 It's me being shallow. Thoroughly shocked. Melvin and Chen Xingfei sat down at a quieter table in the corner for a few moments before Gao Yaoyao brought up the cut quality 2 watermelon and quality 2 strawberries. Mr. Chen. Mr. Ma. Your watermelon and strawberries. Gao Yaoyao's face was full of enthusiasm as she said sweetly. The kitchen is already making the other things. Chen Xingfei nodded, then turned toward Ma Levin. Old Ma, try this watermelon and strawberries. They taste great. With that, he had picked up a petal of watermelon and put it in his mouth to nibble on it. Seeing this, Melvin also picked up a petal and after taking a bite, his eyes lit up. This melon has a way. Watermelon is a common fruit. How expensive he did not eat less. But the hand so delicious watermelon, he really did not eat. As if the taste buds were stimulated at once. A mouthful. Mouther left with sweet aftertaste. Melvin picked up another strawberry and put it into his mouth. This time he could not help but praise, Old Chen. You are right. In addition to the fish, there are really something else good. There is such a delicious watermelon and strawberries. I'm confident that what fruits have eaten. That little kid a caddy of $100 special watermelon has also eaten. But and this is really nothing compared to. Chen Xingfei laughed. This shows that our country's watermelon is not no better than others, just not as well publicized as others. And now a lot of people are only focusing on the special imported varieties out there, but don't know that a lot of their own home is better. That's very philosophical and I agree. Melvin gave Chen Xingfei a thumbs up and said. A few moments later, the helper chef brought up the fish, a 10+ pound wild crushing carp made into fish head soup, steamed, and braised. Old Ma, taste it. Chen Xingfei had already picked up the bowls and chopsticks to fill a bowl of fish soup for himself as he spoke, and after taking a sip he revealed a mesmerized look. Classic. Old Chen, you're exaggerating a bit, Melvin teased. Chen Xingfei smiled without saying anything. Melvin also filled a bowl of fish soup and then began to eat it, before his face revealed a look of incredulity. Old Chen, this is fish soup? The wild fish we just watched? Chen Xingfei laughed. What else? Such a big fish. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Melvin burst out directly. He was furious. Wild carp tastes like this? Then the owner of Xiang Baiga treats me like a little cutie. What about it? Last time he got a 5-catty wild crushing carp. He even bragged to me about how rare it was, as if he gave me much face. The taste of the other side's 5 catties of wild carp is not even close to this, is it? And also said what well-known chef personally cook it. Quasi is to take artificial hypnosis to fool me. Otherwise the same wild. The taste is not so much difference. Going to his fragrant 100 pavilion again. Old man is stupid. Turn around and let the assistant go to return the membership card. Eat a little more. Later you'll realize that this fish doesn't just taste good. Chen Xingfei was stunned, not knowing how to explain. He had eaten a lot of wild fish just like him, but they were really all dregs compared to what Boss Qin had here. The old horse said that it should not be the reason for the 100 fragrant pavilion. He suspected that Boss Qin this is either put what materials, there is a special secret recipe, or what they do not know of the special varieties. Otherwise how can it be comparable to those top food therapy? Melvin ate, soon felt wrong. The body began to have a trace of warmth surging in the meridians and blood vessels running. It seems that the whole person has become fluent. Old Chen, this food therapy? Ma Levin was also well informed, and this time he reacted. The effect won't be worse than Shue's food therapy in the capital, or else I would have brought you here? Chen Xingfei smiled, and squeezed his eyebrows. Moreover, there is something better. This surprised Melvin completely. From the beginning, he was completely unable to look at this lodge. It was too low. But now he knew it was he who was shallow. He had been completely converted to the lodge, and not just by the delicious watermelon and strawberries. This fish is an absolute classic, and that warmth in the body, and the feeling of relief all over, can never be faked. According to the old Chen said, will not be worse than the capital's Shue's food therapy, which if the decoration is a little better, top notch. This fish is afraid to add another item to tens of thousands of food therapy material costs. The point is, Old Chen even said that there is something better in this mountain village? It inexplicably made him look forward to it a bit. I'm afraid if those guys in the city knew about this, their jaws would drop. He, Melvin, was actually looking forward to this little mountain of stuff. He felt incredible himself. Moments later, a plate of yams, a plate of okra, and a plate of broccoli were served. Old Chen, these are the good things you're talking about? Melvin looked at the 3 very common vegetables suspiciously. Because of his previous experience, he didn't immediately voice out his judgment, but instead picked up his chopsticks and ate the 3 portions. After some time, he felt the anomaly again, and that warm feeling in his waist came back. Old Ma, feel that? Chen Shengfei also felt the warmth that appeared in his waist, and asked with a strange smile, now you know why my wife is so gentle and in such a good mood these days, right? This effect is comparable to a small pill. The key dietary supplement is still harmless and has a tonic overflow effect. Asterisk 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 asterisk, exploded Melvin again, before remembering that regular okra and yams also had an effect in this regard. It just wasn't as pronounced. He subconsciously picked up his chopsticks and kept on chucking. When a man reaches 40 and his wife is more than 10 years younger than himself, it hurts his self-esteem to keep giving him tonic stew. The more I ate, as I digested, the warmth and relief in my loins became more intense. It was a meal that Melvin ate only to beat the full partition. Little sister, come over here for a moment. Melvin waved at Gao Yaoyao. Sir, what are your orders? Gao Yaoyao was the first to come forward and ask, where's your boss? I'd like to see him. Melvin said, sir, wait a moment. Gao Yaoyao said and took out her cell phone to call Qin Lin. Qin Lin came over first thing when he received the call. Ma Levin became very enthusiastic when he saw Qin Lin again. Boss Qin, do you still have this kind of okra and yam? I'd like to buy some to bring back. Quality 2 okra. Qin Lin still has a lot. Before a month, in the game saved a lot. More than 10 pounds per day. Almost there are still about 300 pounds. It was kept in the game storage room.
and due to the special nature of the game, things don't go bad, and he wasn't in a hurry to take it out.
Aren't times like these a good time to go along for the ride? However, seeing Malavin's look, he also pretended to be embarrassed and said, Mr. Ma, this special quality of okra isn't easy to get. It's still in the cultivation stage, and the production is limited every day, so I don't even have the means to supply it here in the mountain village. Still an oddity. After taking advantage of enough from Mr. Chu, he naturally understood this better. Boss Qin, please also get some if you have some. Chen Shengfei also spoke out.
Qin Lin heard Chen Shengfei come to his mouth, also obediently said, since Mr. Chen has opened his mouth, okra, I'll go and get a few pounds, but you two will have to wait for some time. As for the yam and broccoli, there may not be any today, but if tomorrow, I can still get a few pounds. It's fine. Old Ma and I can wait for one night. Chen Shengfei clearly felt honored to hear Qin Lin's words.
After all, if you, Old Ma, ask no, I, Old Chen, ask yes. Yeah, we can wait a night. Malvin nodded back.
He and Chen Shengfei was supposed to talk about the renewal of cooperation. Cooperation for so long, but also sign a word. Talk about the details of the problem, where it is the same. Nothing more than the time to go back to the city to sign a word. It was just a good thing that he had to go back and bring a little bit with him. After all, he was usually too busy to come here every day. Instead, he remembered something. Boss Qin, do you accept reservations here? Give me a membership card first. I'll deposit $500,000 first. Qin Lin suddenly gave such a sentence a whole won't. He doesn't have a reservation service here, or a card service, let alone 500,000 on deposit. He's been to all those stores and had so many membership cards in his life, and he's yet to deposit more than 1,000 on any of them. Chapter 46 Daily Income Breaks 150,000. Trying to make a private settlement. Mr. Chen, Mr. Ma, we don't have a card or reservation business here yet. Qin Lin could only say awkwardly, is it a joke to have a card business in a tourist area? Unless he comes up with a program for high-end customers one of these days, then say. Malvin could only regretfully propose. Boss Qin, you're not making it impossible for me to charge you even if I want to, affecting the experience. Chen Shengfei instead gave a proposal, said, Qin boss, this mountain villa is not very perfect. I see a lot of land in the mountain villa is deserted. It is completely possible to solve the problem of lodging. This is quite a lot of tourists. In fact, Qin Lin had long had this plan. When he planned the rafting project, he also thought of building out some other facilities, including lodging, which is one of the must-have facilities in the scenic area. It's just that funding and paperwork are issues right now, and it's a step-by-step process. Instead, we need to find the time to get the paperwork associated with rafting done first. Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin, two people eat this meal, is very comfortable. The natural cost is also big. A quality 2 watermelon 1300, 2 pounds of quality 2 strawberries 400, 2 pounds of quality 2 okra 800, 2 pounds of quality 2 yam 800, 2 pounds of quality 2 broccoli 800, and 11.5 pound quality 2 carp 4600 for a total of $10. 700. Eating over $10,000 in one meal is unimaginable for the average tourist. But for Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin it seemed to be just a home-cooked meal, and the two of them strolled around the lodge after lunch as an after-dinner digestive. The lodge also has only one Delphinium Sea program, and the two will have to enter the Sea of Flowers. Unsurprisingly, the two were drawn to the Sea of Flowers. No one can resist the effects of the game's attribute bonuses. Chen Xingfei said in surprise, Old Ma, I have to say, this Sea of Flowers is quite beautiful. Malvin was stunned. Old Chen, didn't you come in here and look around last time you were here? Chen Xingfei explained. Last time, I just ate, plus I had an emergency and went back. The two had been to quite a few places on vacation and traveled to quite a few places, and had seen all kinds of landscapes, and could their discerning eyes, there really wasn't anything that could catch their eyes as soon as they went in, as well as that really wonderful feeling of mood relief from seeing the beauty. Qin Lin was also attracted by a few tourists at this time. All of them were young ladies in Chinese dresses who were buying tickets to enter the Sea of Flowers. This was obviously an elaborate visit to the flora to take videos and photos. The lodge is more crowded today than it was yesterday. The heat still continues on due sound, with a tendency to get higher. In Qin Ren's words, now his Sea of Trillium Flowers is considered to have struck the flow pool of Douyin, becoming a real net red attraction, especially after tourists are attracted to hit the card. Every tourist will almost always shoot video. Many also uploaded to rub traffic. The key to each person to shoot the video is also very nice, very meaningful, are easy to attract people. This is unbelievable. So now this Sea of Trillium Flowers of his had coalesced into a flow in itself, and for some time to come the officials would keep pushing the flow, creating a kind of hot search, just like when it had been the likes of the undeclared girl, Brother Pomegranate, Tinker True, Tingjin.
Now the network rectification net red, preaching positive energy. Douyin also dare not fanfare push this kind of net red to build hot search traffic, and the Flower Sea scenery naturally will not be rectified, can be unscrupulous push. Therefore, the number of people attracted to Turnip Forest Villa in the coming period of time will increase even more and even explode. As for how long the time will last, it actually depends on how he maintains this hill with his hype. It may only last for a week or two, or it may last for a long time. 150300. And that Dingjin, because a poor county needs him to attract attention. There is the Sichuan Provincial Government Tourism Bureau to push the momentum, but also directly up to nearly 10 million fans. In this regard, Qin Ren's proposal to him is to first establish a mountain village self-media public official in Douyin, which can better transform this wave of heat into its own traffic. Nowadays, as long as you have attention and fans, you are not afraid of having no customers in the future. Like that Pomegranate brother, now in Douyin cool, right? Almost can't brush his video, but people have so many fans to follow. Still easily a few million revenue every year. Evening. Qinlin picked ripe quality 1 okra, yams, and broccoli and transported them to the lodge again. As darkness fell, Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin once again stayed at the lodge to dine. In the evening the two ordered another 20+ pound wild grass carp. The two also ate 9,800 in one meal, and went to 2,500 yuan for 2 meals at this lodge. More than $20,000 for 2 meals. If it were an uninformed person, he would have thought that he was running a shady business here. As the tourists left in droves, Chen Xingfei also took Malvin and left as well. They went into the county. After all, there was no place to live in the hills. Chen Xingfei took Malvin to the largest Zhongmin hotel in Yucheng. As soon as the two arrived at the front desk, a middle-aged man in the lobby looked at the two in surprise. That one seems to be Chen Xingfei. One of the people next to him was puzzled. Bureau Chen, you know? That Chen Bureau explained. Just that Turnip Forest Villa which is very hot these days. This Chen Xingfei is the one who is being used as a trustee. Who could have known that he is the chairman of the Blue Ocean Group? A mountain villa that can attract such a character to it must be very attractive. Moreover, that sea of trillium blossoms is genuinely good. You've seen the data of this Zhongmin hotel. Like the other two hotels, there are obviously a lot more outsiders staying there. They should all be attracted to see that sea of flowers. The man next to me was surprised. No wonder you specifically named Turnip Grove Lodge at the county meeting. In the mountains, Gao Yaoyao also took today's statistics to Qinlin. As expected, with the online buzz, there were even more visitors today, reaching 923, and the revenue from the flower admission alone reached $47,650. In addition to the consumption of Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin, almost all of the quality 1 okra, quality 1 yam, and quality 1 broccoli were sold today, and another 36,000 was harvested. There were also 610 pounds of quality 1 strawberries, plus the quality 2 strawberries that sold and a couple of quality 2 watermelons also sold for a total of 36,800. A series of quality 1 wild fish, rented rods, and stovetop grills also add up to a total of 28,800. The other thing is wholesale fruits and seafood, and the turnover of this batch is more than $16,431. In other words, his turnover for the day has reached $135,081. If you add in the spending of Ma Levin and Chen Xingfei, this had already exceeded $150,000. A one-day turnover of $155,000, which was absolutely unimaginable in this city. And most of this is still a no-brainer. However, now there is also an agonizing problem. That is, this kind of surge in the number of people will soon reach the limit of the density of the flower sea-bearers. Then it will affect the ornamental. If too many people come to a beautiful place at one time, the beauty of the place will be diminished. After Qinlin finished looking at the data, he looked to the side, where Zhao Mochizuki was already seated at a table, and was earnestly operating with his cell phone. She's coming back to help out tomorrow for the weekend. Gao Yaoyao, cut a special quality watermelon up. Qinlin instructed Gao Yaoyao at the side and sat down opposite Zhao Mochizuki with a smile on his face. What are you looking at? So serious? Zhao Mo Turnip complained. It's not your mountain village's self-media number. I'm editing the information according to other people's tourist attraction accounts and then applying for certification. Qinren said that after certification, the popular About You, this trillium sea of flowers will be the first to push the flow of the mountain village's official account. Hard work. Qinlin saw Gao Yaoyao bring up the watermelon and personally took a petal and put it to Zhao Moching's mouth to feed her. Humph. Seeing Qinlin's action, Zhao Mochizuki grunted proudly and took a bite on the watermelon. However, to be able to help Qinlin, she is still very happy.
and then took out a piece of information and handed it to Qin Lin. Also, you want to build a rafting project, need to apply for a lot of formalities. First of all, we have to go to the Tourism Bureau to apply for approval, but also have a river contracting book, as well as the river renovation permits, as well as the relevant tourism project business license, the Land and Resources Bureau to show the use of the license. So many formalities. Qin Lin only felt a headache as he listened to Zhao Mochizuki talk about a bunch of demands. Some things look at the door like it's pretty easy for everyone else to do, only to realize that everything is hard when you actually have to do it yourself. So many paperwork and permits to run the application. Zhao Mo Turnip also knows how many formalities there are. Smiled and said, tomorrow is the weekend. Wait for Monday, I'll take off work to compensate you to run. It's still you who's the best, Qin Lin said. As the two were talking, Chen Dabii suddenly ran in and said, boss, the couple that made trouble before is here again. To the outside, Qin Lin frowned. Defamation is a pro-se offense, but he had called the police before and the police took evidence. It would be up to the police to report the case to the court. It should be looking up one of these days. A few moments later, the couple Lin Chunlan and Jiang Hang walked in. Qin Lin frowned slightly, probably thinking of the couple's purpose for being here. Defamation can wind down before a formal judgment in court, as long as both parties settle privately and withdraw their report. This is why so many people defame but don't pay the legal price. It's all settled privately. The police will surely follow the procedure to give the couple this advice as well, and the two must have wanted to come to a private settlement. I just realized that the part of the previous chapter where I wrote about taking people back was deleted by the system, so you can make up your own mind. Chapter 47 Reconciliation is not possible. After Jiang Hang and Lin Chunlan, husband and wife, came in, the husband, Jiang Hang, inquired, may I ask which one of you is boss Qin Lin? Qin? I am. Qin Lin frowned at the two men. Jiang Hang hurriedly walked up to Qin Lin and said, boss Qin, we're here to discuss what happened before with you. That video was something we did wrong. I hope you can forgive us. With that, he also pulled his wife and said, quickly apologize to boss Qin. Lin Chunlan reluctantly said, I'm sorry, can this matter be passed? Qin Lin looked at the woman's perfunctory apology. He felt ridiculous. You say the past is the past? Then you still need the law to do something? Lin Chunlan was disgruntled when she heard this instead. What exactly do you want? We've already lost $250,000 to our cousin over this matter. And we've lost a lot of money and gotten a lesson. What's that got to do with me? Qin Lin really felt that this woman was here to be funny. When Lin Chunlan saw that Qin Lin didn't accept her apology, she was full of indignation and said, what exactly do you mean? You've called the police, but you don't want money to extort? Just tell me how much you want. Jiang Hang was anxious when he heard his wife's words. Boss Qin, that's not what she meant. He's really bitter. Previously, he was weak in legal awareness, thinking that it was just a small matter of letting his cousin help his wife out. Who knew that it would lead to the latter? Even his cousin's account, which he had been working on for 3 years, was blocked. Moreover, the cousin had even recorded the conversation with them, and when they were asked if it was true, the wife casually said it was all true, and most of the blame for the incident fell on the couple. The key cousin also sued them for damages. This in the family's regulation. The couple accompanied 250,000 so that the cousin withdrew the lawsuit, but also become enemies. The reason for bringing his wife here now is to try to make a private settlement with this boss Qin and let this matter just go away. Who knew that this wife of his, who was used to being unreasonable and brash, would dare to say anything? Lin Chunlan, however, was dissatisfied with her husband's attitude and said, that's what I mean. Jiang Hang, can't you see that the other party doesn't just want to blackmail a sum of money like your cousin? Apparently, she couldn't get over the $250,000 she paid out to her cousin, and she was holding her anger in her heart, and then it exploded out here in Qin Lin. Qin Lin, however, gasped and laughed, then I really tell you, I really don't want your money. I just want to see you pay the legal responsibility. Their child makes a mistake. As a mother does not think to educate, then I'll educate you as a mother for the society, so that you as a mother can be the best negative teaching material for your own child. What the hell? Chen Dabii, kick them out. He didn't even think about reconciling with the other side. How many people in our society are depressed or even choose to live lightly because of the harm caused by others' rumors and slander? These people can move their mouths to rumor and slander a person to the abyss. If the other situation, he did not have a way to reverse, then he just bought the mountain village, just created a sea of flowers will be wasted, and even on the body of more than one cannot be washed off the stains. I'm afraid the other side will still be wearing smug faces at that time. Now this rumor monger and slanderer wants to settle the matter privately with a few easy words. Where can it be so cheap? When Chen Dabii heard his boss's words, where he hesitated,
He brought a few security guards and went forward to drive the couple away. Lin Chunlan, however, remained stubborn, surnamed Qin, less pretending to be noble. How much money do you really want? Enough. Chen Dabi couldn't help but drink. I say you women have brains. Do you know how much money our boss spent to create this sea of flowers? The turnover of our lodge today is close to $200,000. Does our boss care about your family's little money? Our boss is not willing to settle. You just wait for the court to judge you. Really can't control your rotten mouth. After saying that, Chen Dabi also instructed towards a few security guards. Drive them out. If they don't go, call the police to let them take them away. Chen Dabi's words were very harsh, but made the couple's faces turn unusually ugly, especially when they heard that the turnover of this lodge was close to 200,000 a day, almost catching up with what their family had compensated Chen Lin for. And everyone knew that this kind of attraction was very lucrative. Jiang Hang is really panicked, which means that the other party is really not willing to settle, and the court will really sentence his wife. The key is that the wife has been convicted, leaving a stain that will affect even the children in the future. Jiang Hang was anxious and wanted to pull his wife to go back in to find Qin Lin, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by the security guards. Please, let me go in to see Boss Qin. We're really wrong. Jiang Hang immediately pleaded towards those security guards, saying as he tried to barge in. Those security guards simply ignored the husband and wife. They didn't want to lose their jobs either. Seeing that the husband and wife never left and wanted to barge in, one of the security guards faithfully carried out Chen Dabi's order and took out his cell phone to call the police. Soon, the police arrived and took the disoriented couple straight away. In the hall, Zhao Mo Turnip listened to the sound of the sirens in the distance, her embroidered eyebrows slightly knitted. Qin Lin, what do you think this couple was thinking? Originally, the child made a mistake to apologize and pay the bill. It's just a matter of a few $100s. Qin Lin looked at Zhao Moqing with a smile and said, this is the importance of a man marrying the right wife. Marrying the wrong wife is not peaceful. Broken things constantly will also attract disasters. Accidentally took such an unreasonable wife is sure to be bad luck. Do you think that anyone is as understanding as you are smart and virtuous? Ah? Zhao Moqing didn't expect Qin Lin to boast about himself as he talked, and blushingly pinched him on the arm. Everyone is still watching. Next to them, Yao and these people immediately lowered their heads and pretended to clean seriously. Who would have thought that the owner would be caught off guard and spill the beans? Zhao Moqing also suddenly said towards Gao Yao at this time. Yao, the official Douyin number of the mountain villa should be certified and passed tomorrow. I'll go rent a set of Chinese clothes tomorrow afternoon, and you'll cooperate with me to shoot an ancient style flower and sea video to publicize it. Okay, Sister Mei Yao, Gao Yao sweetly answered. These days Shanzhuang burst into flames. She started out as a model for the promotional videos, and her own private some voice number was followed by quite a few people, although it only had more than 2,000 followers, but it was still a very happy thing for her. A commoner who originally only had single-digit followers. Moqing, why don't you quit your job and come help me? I also happen to need a finance here. Qin Lin also took the opportunity to propose towards Zhao Moqing. The lodge is large and has many management problems of all types, especially the financial aspect. He now did not even recruit official finance. One is not the right person. The second is the trust problem. A lot of his profits are the game items of the unprofitable trade. Pay taxes, need to do the bookkeeping. In case he recruits a don't have a mind is trouble. Turnip Zhao was already working at the tax office, so she wasn't just the perfect person for the job. Ah, is that good? Zhou Mochizuki's embroidered eyebrows furrowed. Qin Lin directly said, what's wrong with that? You're my wife. The mountain villa is mine as well as yours. Isn't it only natural for us couples to work together to make a good husband and wife store? Gao Yao and these people were filled with helplessness and dog food again. They looked at each other silently out of the hall. The boss, this dog food is fed endlessly. Seeing Gao Yao's and their actions, Zhao Moqing pinched Qin Lin again. That's not what I'm talking about. I also want to help you out, to take care of our own business, but I'm now working by asking my aunt's father-in-law's connections, and I've only been doing this for a year. Isn't it bad to go straight away? Qin Lin laughed and said, our mountain villa will definitely pay quite a lot of taxes next month, and we won't have less dealings with the tax bureau in the future. Do you think your aunt's husband will be unhappy? On the contrary, you should greet him in advance about your resignation. Hey, I just told you were smart, and you're being stupid. Zhao Mochizuki was obviously dissatisfied when she heard the last sentence and pinched Qin Lin again. How dare you call me stupid? She naturally understands Qin Lin's meaning. She is gone. The position is one more. Want to come in more things? She told her aunt in advance. Her aunt to make arrangements to do favors can be. Moreover, the tax revenue will certainly not be small for the current situation of the lodge, and in its current state alone,
It is a quality taxpaying enterprise in Yucheng. Then I'll go back and say hello to my auntie first.
Zhao Mo Turnip thought about it and also said, as a woman,
it is important to work together with your husband, struggle together, and support him fully in order to live life to the fullest.
Chapter 48, Character Re-Upgrade. Rattling Water Tribute Rice. The night is slowly getting deeper.
Turnip Grove Lodge had also run out of guests,
except for some romantic couples who had rented tents to camp at the lodge.
Lin also rode a small electric motorized vehicle to take Zhao Moqing out of the mountain village.
Slowly entering the middle of October.
The night riding a small motorized vehicle is already a little bit cool. Zhao Mo Turnip felt the coolness and hugged Lin tightly,
pressed against his back. Mochizuki, let's buy a car first. What brand do you like?
Lin felt a hint of coolness just the same.
After some more time, then it will really be a bit cold. In a small motorcycle, it is torture to go out. In the past,
there were no conditions,
but now that there are conditions,
we can't let Zhao Mo Turnip go out of a door and suffer this kind of crime again. You haven't paid off the debt of your lodge yet,
and you're planning to start a rafting program. Do you have enough money? Why don't you wait for the money to be paid back before you buy it?
We don't need a car to support the facade.
Zhao Moqing spoke out.
She knew that Lin owed a few $1,000,000 for the villa, and now he was going to start the rafting project, which would also require a lot of money.
Lin's mountain villa was just picking up steam, and she naturally wanted the money to be used on a knife edge. Naturally,
this was because she didn't know that Lin earned money without any capital, not to mention that Lin didn't owe any money at all. But these sincere words filled Lin with a sense of happiness.
Compared to that troublemaking woman, Zhao Moqing was simply the best gift from heaven.
After sending Zhao Moqing to the east side famous court neighborhood and watching her go upstairs,
Lin was relieved to leave. Turnip Zhao was in a good mood, humming a cheerful tune as she went upstairs.
Lin's days were becoming more and more promising,
allowing the pressure in her heart to drop completely. Before,
she secretly took the account book to get a license with Lin because she really loved Lin and believed that she could fight with her and have a bright future.
Everything is going in a good direction now.
Lin was so advantageous now that her parents didn't have to worry that she would suffer if she married him.
When he got home,
he saw his mom and sister-in-law watching a very doggone Korean drama that seemed to be about a reversal of what happened on the top floor of a building.
It's so late and you're with Lin again?
Chen Xiao was the first to inquire when he saw his daughter return.
Mom, you're so beautiful tonight.
It seems like you're a few years younger.
Zhao Mo Turnip immediately replied. Change the topic for me again. Chen Xiao didn't have the heart to say. Tomorrow weekend, you accompany me to Aunt Lu's house. It's her birthday.
Mom, you can just go for Aunt Lu's birthday.
I have things to do tomorrow,
Zhao Mochizuki said and immediately buggered off back to his room. She did not know that Aunt Lu has a son just returned.
His mother to prevent Lin like a thief.
She felt that she should find Lin to discuss.
Showdown, forget it.
Lobby. When Chen Xiao saw Zhao Moqing shut the door, she looked at Li Jiawen in a bad mood and said, she's definitely going to look for Lin again tomorrow,
and you as a sister-in-law won't say anything about him.
Not to say that Lin isn't good, but you as a sister-in-law want to see your little sister-in-law suffer in the past?
Mom, Turnip gave me some tickets to the flower sea last time.
My girlfriends and I made a date to go see the flower sea tomorrow, and my girlfriend sent me a voiceover, Li Jiawen said and pretended to pick up her phone and talk to the air.
To be honest, she was of a comparable age to Zhao Mochizuki,
and she also understood her younger sister-in-law's thoughts better.
The key was because of her sister-in-law.
She had some contact with Lin, and putting aside her family situation, Lin was actually really very good.
When Lin returned home, he also saw his old mom holding Wang Kai watching a Dogma TV series. He looked at the title of the show. It seems to be about a reversed dogma drama that happened on the roof of a building.
This dog and pony show seems to be pretty hot lately and is very popular with some women in their 30s to 50s.
Back,
Lin Fun saw her son return and turned off the TV and stood up.
Wanted ran up and greeted him, circling around him. Mom, how's your health today? Lin asked with a smile. Good health. Bad mood.
Lin Fun grunted lightly. Lin froze for a moment and asked,
Mom, what's wrong? Who upset you? Is it Wang Kai? Woo woo. Wonky barked immediately,
and bounced around as if in a hurry to argue that it wasn't me.
Lin Fun grunted, you do not wrong Wang Kai. It is you make me unhappy. Do you know that people cannot be locked up at home all day? You have to go out more. Do something properly,
otherwise it is easy to suffocate out of the disease.
I'm not like your Auntie Urgent and Auntie Dalanam. There is still a child can bring. Mom, stop it.
I'll let you go to the lodge tomorrow, okay?
Lin could see what his mom was up to. She's not stopping here. This more than a month time. He gave his mother to eat quality 2 of the wild carp. 2 of the attributes of the mother's body is also really good some. As long as she is happy with her, let her do something to register the idol.
Lin Fun saw that the purpose had been achieved and happily turned on the TV series again.
Once again watching the dog and pony show. Qin Lin, on the other hand, took a shower and returned to his room.
And only after drying himself off did a prompt go off in his mind's light screen. The first thing he looked at was the game in the light screen of his mind. Another crop had ripened. It's the 6 compartments of land that are specifically used to sell game gold in the game. And the ripening time is different from the other 24 compartments of level 1 land.
It will be a bit later.
Qin Lin controlled the game character to pick the okra from the 6-frame field and sell it in the game. And only when he planted the new seeds did he get a prompt from the system, character upgrade. Another upgrade. Qin Lin's face was delighted as he immediately looked at the light screen in his mind. This upgrade opens up 6 more squares of new land, as well as the ability to upgrade 6 more squares of level 1 land that can be upgraded to level 2 land. This means that the number of level 1 lands remains the same and there are 6 more squares of level 2 lands.
On top of that,
it's surprising to see a grid of grade 1 paddy fields being developed.
This stunned Qin Lin. A rice paddy? This newly revamped version has this? Older versions are definitely not available.
Qin Lin didn't dwell on this either. Directly controlling the game character to develop all 6 squares of open level 1 land, and then directly upgrading these 6 squares of level 1 land to level 2 land. It's been a month or so with 6 frames of level 1 land selling okra in game every day and enough gold to upgrade the land. Plant strawberry seeds directly after you finish upgrading the 6 squares of level 2 land. Now more tourists. More than 600 pounds of quality 1 strawberries per day is not enough.
Many tourists will buy some, and, because it is delicious, some tourists' leave will take a few pounds to go, which also makes a lot of tourists want to buy cannot be bought. Now with 6 more compartments of level 2 land and an additional 600 plus pounds of quality 1 red strawberries to harvest tomorrow, income will increase by about 25,000. Then,
Qin Lin took control of the game character to develop the grid of level 1 paddy fields, and once again took control of the game character to head to the Ortown seed shop.
And sure enough, he found that some more seeds were open: rice, wheat, soybeans, corn, and other grains and cereals. It's fruit now, vegetables now, seafood now. Make up for the staples? Also, the price of rice seems to have gone up quite a bit now, already over $4 a pound. But looking at the developed seeds, he made a surprising discovery. Rattlesnake rice seeds, quality 1. This is a special rice seed. After a long period of research, layers of control, constantly optimizing the selected varieties, after planting can be harvested ringing water tribute rice. After game modification, unlimited seasonal planting, there is a chance of mutation, can be adapted to a change in the environment, restrictions, game seeds, ripening time 12 hours. Rattlesnake tribute rice? Qin Lin was really surprised. Don't look at the ordinary rice is only $2 to $4 a pound, but some of the top rice prices are unimaginable to ordinary people. For example, Jingyang rice is $8,400 a pound, Wannabe tribute rice $6,900 a pound, Midian rouge rice is 2,000 pounds. The first rice of the Great Northern Wilderness is 1,888 pounds. Chifengdong rice 499 yuan a caddy. Coldwater red, Fannin County, $368 a pound. The price of these rice to see are people shocked. Purely rich people table things, ordinary people do not say eat. Here all feel incredible. The Ringshui tribute rice, on the other hand, is 500 yuan a pound. Chapter 49, Qin Lin tribute rice in the future? Someone from the Tourism Bureau. Ringshui tribute rice is not only a caddy 500 yuan, or the General Assembly Hall of the Imperial Rice, but because the geographical environment is too demanding, and annual production is not much, even if most of the rich and powerful cannot buy. I have even heard exaggerated claims that the real Ringshui tribute rice has an army guarding it, and as soon as it is harvested, it is already shipped to the capital, and very little of it goes outside. Whether there is such an exaggeration, outsiders do not know. Ordinary people cannot eat, and is not clear that the same rice. Why this rice is so expensive? It's not that there are no experiments with ringing water tribute rice seeds planted elsewhere, either not viable, or the flavor, texture and nutritional value are too far away. Priced at $500 a pound, the price has actually been speculated to be much higher, and you can't really buy it for $500 a pound. In 17 years? A certain cat that Jack Ma has the means. Once in a certain cat to complete 3 filled with small wine altar ringing water tribute rice transactions, each directly over 10,000 yuan. Qin Lin did not expect his game to be able to grow this kind of rice. The game produced will have a special attribute bonus. I do not know how this is better than the ordinary ringing water tribute rice. He then directly purchased the ringing rice seed, and then controlled the game character to plant the rice seed into the paddy field. Because it is a game, planting is simple. Then, he once again looked at a copy of the rattling rice seed. Rattlesnake rice seeds, quality 1. This is a special rice seed. After a long period of research, layers of control, constantly optimizing the selected varieties. After planting can be harvested ringing water tribute rice. After game modification, unlimited seasonal planting. There is a chance of mutation. Can be adapted to a change in the environment, restrictions, game seeds, ripening time 12 hours. A comment in the notes drew him in, that the game bought seeds with a chance of mutating to adapt to a change in environment once in a while. Does this mean that if he takes this sub out into the middle of the world, there is a chance that this rice will also grow this tribute rice in Yuching if the odds mutate? Then will it be called Yuching tribute rice or Qinlin tribute rice? Get up the next day. Qinlin picked all the okra, yam and broccoli from the 24-frame level 1 plot, the 6-frame ripe strawberries from the level 2 plot, and the quality 2 watermelon from the level 3 plot, and planted new seeds. As for the strawberries in the other 6 frames of level 2 land, they will ripen later, and as for the rattling rice in the paddies, they will have to wait until noon. After Qinlin delivered everything to the mountain villa in batches, Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin came back to the mountain villa. Boss Qin, has that thing arrived yet? Ma Levin was clearly in a hurry. Last night he had experienced the effects of that thing, and his wife had really suffered through the night without him. Mr. Ma, things may have to wait until noon. This was naturally intentional on Qinlin's part. The stuff was in the game, and he was there for a purpose. So he asked again, "Gentlemen, have you ever eaten rattlesnake tribute rice?" Malvin nodded. "I've eaten it. It's really good. It's just hard to buy." Chen Xingfei asked curiously, "Boss Qin, you don't have Ringshui tribute rice here, do you?" "Got some." Qinlin smiled and responded, "At noon, the two of you will help me taste this ringing water tribute rice to see if I've been cheated." That's what he's all about. Let those who have eaten rattlesnake tribute rice taste it and you will know the difference. Chen Xingfei and Malavin's eyes did light up when they heard this. Especially Chen Xingfei. "Ate here twice. The food is good. The fruit is delicious. The fish is a classic. It is the rice almost mean. Now that this boss has actually gotten his hands on rattlesnake tribute rice, that's perfect." While the three were chatting, a middle-aged man also entered the mountain village with a young man. The young man looked around at the incoming and outgoing tourists and said, "Bureau Chen, it's really hard to believe that RU City has suddenly sprung up such a mountain resort bursting into flames on the internet. Look at how many tourists there are just this early in the morning. Incredible indeed," said the middle-aged man as he walked over to the fish pond, where a number of anglers sat, either a few friends together or a family, all buzzing about as if to say that with a bit of luck this fish pond could also catch wild fish with a higher taste and nutrition. The middle-aged man nodded. The small fish pond was made to feel a sense of anticipation. It was a good means of having a lot more fun all of a sudden. The two made their way to the Trillium C ticket office. "Sir, welcome. How many tickets do you need?" the ticket salesman asked enthusiastically with a smile on his face when he saw the two men. "2, the middle-aged man said, not moving as the ticket agent counted the tickets. He asked, "Little sister, there are so many tourists in this lodge. The tickets for the Sea of Flowers can sell quite a lot in a day, right?" The ticket seller didn't think much of it, and in the spirit of tourists being God, truthfully said, "It's quite a few. Over 950 were sold yesterday." The middle-aged man's eyes clearly lit up, and it was no wonder that those 3 big hotels in U City had a few more guests. To know that you county carefully build. 3-Phase has invested more than 300 million Warrior Valley. Last year, only received more than 650,000 guests. The number of people received on ordinary days every day is only more than 1,600 people. Now this lodge has reached almost 1,000 in one day because of a delphinium flower sea explosion. The power of the internet is still really very impressive. I just don't know how long the hill will stay this hot. Instead, the ticket seller went on to say, there will probably be more today. The same time in the morning sold more than yesterday. And there are still people asking about online reservations, and companies wanting to make group purchases, which have been rejected by our bosses, and can't be accommodated. The middle-aged man was inexplicably a bit zoned out when he heard this, and after taking the ticket, he checked the ticket at the security guards and entered that Sea of Flowers. The Sea of Flowers was already very busy with tourists taking photos everywhere. It was a real eye candy. The two men have seen the Sea of Flowers, and even went to the city in Shaman City to visit all kinds of flowers, and there are also many Trillium Flower Sea. Know some basic information, but as they went deeper, the two were completely surprised. How to describe the Sea of Flowers in front of them? Literary is the first time you see each other. There is no room for anything else in your eyes. Not only that, see this Sea of Flowers. They feel that the previous inspection has seen the Sea of Flowers as really ordinary. At least those flowers will not let them be attracted to the first. I cannot turn their eyes. Will not let them have such a feeling of relaxation. When we got to the center area,
there was even more laughter and a lot of visitors were teasing the baby squirrels through the fence.
The squirrels numbered a few more, were smaller, and followed the larger squirrel. Those squirrels are not afraid of people. Some tourists took out the pine nuts.
They stared at the past in unison. Some tourists put the pine nuts on the shoulder. The squirrels are not afraid to jump directly up to catch the pine nuts.
Tourists take the opportunity to take pictures. The picture is harmonious and warm, and it makes you linger. Naturally,
there are tourists who want to catch the squirrels for some more intimate photos, and the security guards on the sidelines will step forward to stop them. The middle-aged man personally went up and fed 2 pine nuts to the squirrel,
really feeling surprised. How did this lodge train this squirrel to be so well behaved?
It was just like free range.
2 people some lingering out of the sea of flowers. After seeing this sea of flowers,
you can be sure that this sea of flowers can always be on fire.
Come to play once will certainly think of having time to come back. Introduce friends, bring friends too.
It's not easy for this owner to come up with this sea of flowers, but after getting out of the sea of flowers,
the middle-aged man looked at the mountain resort's large empty wasteland and simple from the forest adventure and skateboarding facilities is a little painful.
With such a large number of tourists,
how is it that? Go, follow me to meet the boss of this mountain villa.
The middle-aged man hurriedly then led the young man in the direction of the mountain villa's hall.
Once outside the hall, the surrounding area is just as lively.
Next to those stoves and barbecue grills provided to tourists are also a lot of tourists gathered around to start making preparations for the meal.
Once inside the hall, the two were attracted by 2 figures, none other than Chen Xingfei and Malvin, Bureau Chen.
These 2 were really attracted to this mountain village,
the young man said. The middle-aged man nodded. Doesn't this show that the mountain villa has a lot of charm?
He went straight to a staff member.
Little sister, I'm Chun-Li, the director of the U City Tourism Bureau. Can you take me to meet your boss? Gao Yaoyao was clearly startled.
The little girl was a little nervous as she had never seen an official before. The tourist board came to the door.
There can't be anything wrong with the lodge, can there? Chapter 50 An Unexpected Surprise. Vitamin VPP. Anti-aging?
There is a large open space in the backyard of the hall. Qin Lin was holding a book and was cultivating delphinium plants against the contents of the book.
Making a meal of a flower pot. Cultivating the soil. Transplanting. Filling and covering. Next to him,
Chen Dabii was also carrying a watering can and watering those seeds of the watermelon.
Boss, can these watermelon seeds really germinate? It's already winter.
Although Chen Dabii was puzzled, the work arranged by the boss was still done very skillfully. Qin Lin laughed and did not explain much, planting a trillium branch into the flower pot before picking up the watering can on the side to water the flower pot. The branch was cut from a 7-color symbiotic delphinium he had produced from the game, the same quality 2 watermelon seeds he had planted, to see what would happen when he bred what the game had taken out.
At that moment, he saw Gao Yaoyao hurriedly walk in, followed by 2 others. Gao Yaoyao hurriedly said when she saw Qin Lin, "Boss, these 2 say they are from the Tourism Bureau and want to see you." "Hello, I'm Chun-Li, director of the Tourism Bureau."
Chen-Li reached out to introduce himself as soon as he saw Qin Lin.
"Director Chen, what is this about you coming to our mountain villa?" Qin Lin was stunned and shook the other party's hand.
"He's got all the papers here,
so there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Chen-Li smiled and said, "Boss Qin,
we are here to research and learn about the management of this mountain village of yours.
And Boss Qin should also know that our county is engaged in a major all-area tourism industry integration type demonstration area. Probably understand." Qin Lin nodded.
He himself studied tourism management and naturally has knowledge of tourism development in his hometown.
In the past few years, the county has been shouting, "The scenic area is my home," to tourism and tourism as a way to promote the integration of tourism in primary, secondary and tertiary industries,
to stimulate the overall strength of the county's high-quality development and competition. The simple meaning is to rely on tourism to attract tourists and promote the operation of other industries.
Therefore,
the whole county has been engaged in tourism in the past few years.
And within the boundaries of the county,
several temples have been greatly constructed to become basic attractions, and tourism is also being developed everywhere. The most famous ones are the Warrior Valley,
Star River Scenic Spot, Terrace Scenic Spot, and Juzi Cultural Park Scenic Spot. Other scenic spots, large and small, are found in many villages and towns,
and a forest of ginkgo trees has been developed into a little-known scenic spot. Over the years, tourism development in the county has soared directly from over 700,000 visitors a year to over 7.5 million and counting.
Naturally,
he has also heard rumors that vigorously engage in these in addition to development, but also because of the possibility of the county upgraded to the city, to change this current embarrassing situation of low wages and high housing prices. As to what the facts were, he was not sure.
It was not for ordinary folk to probe. However, uptown,
despite its awkward position of low wages and high housing prices,
has a lot going for it. First, there is 1,000 years of ancient counties. The second is Kumquat, tea oil, green bamboo township, and is the scope of the Central Soviet Union. The station, highway entrances, and other transportation support is complete. All-around type of tourism industry cities do a good job. Absolutely can boost the economy and drive the income of the people to increase. For example, his mountain village, Gao Yao Yao, these people original only 3,500 salary. His business is good. Naturally give them a wage increase, coupled with the commission, absolutely far out of the original income. Qin Lin only then reacted.
His own this mountain village bursting fire.
Traffic yesterday has almost reached 1,000. Alone so that a year can attract nearly 300,000
to the number of tourists.
That's close to 2/3 of the daily visitors that the Valley of the Great Warriors receives, and it's going to increase. This is getting into the county's attention.
This made him hold his forehead.
How could he have forgotten about this? He was even bitter about the many formalities of the rafting program.
This is perfectly fine for him to apply for the tourism program support funds that the county has been designing for the past few years.
With his patronage,
the county is afraid it will take the initiative to get the paperwork done for him and get him supporting planning.
First time in business. This is humiliating. Boss Qin, I've just strolled around your mountain villa, and this sea of flowers of yours can definitely become a huge feature of our city, attracting a great deal of foot traffic.
Shanli gave a heartfelt compliment. Then he turned his words around and added, however,
the supporting facilities of your mountain villa are too few. A sea of flowers is not enough to divert the flow,
and the amount of customers it can accommodate is limited.
Has Boss Qin ever thought of expanding the program? I just took a look. The mountain villa has a range of 500 acres. Most of it is still wasteland. Is there any plan to get other kinds of supporting flowers? There is also a river next to the mountain villa.
With passenger flow conditions, it is entirely possible to create a scenic standing rafting program.
Shenli said later has been a bit anxious. After all, this lodge yesterday has been close to 1,000 traffic. Today will be more.
If you can make this lodge break through the stable 2,000 daily receipts, then this lodge will be able to receive about 750,000 tourists a year.
Key Lodge is only 30 minutes away from the county seat, which is an advantage that no other scenic area has at all. Think about it, more than 750,000 tourists. If they just let them look at the flowers and leave, it would be too much of a loss.
But if this lodge has more programs, not only the lodge earns more and pays more taxes, that tourists see the sea of flowers, play rafting,
that also dark, that is not to stay? Are they going to eat, drink and be merry in Yuchang? How big is the boost to the economy?
They can drain the wallets of those tourists all they want.
Now they're afraid that the heat will go down on this hill. He went back to the bureau and had a meeting to think about how to give some advice on how to keep the heat on this lodge going. That's an opportunity that can't be taken.
Qin Lin couldn't help but admire the other party when he heard Chen Li's words. Worthy of being the leader of the tourism bureau,
this gaze can be. Moreover, after returning to his senses, he probably also knew the other party's purpose.
It seemed that this mountain village bursting into flames was going to bring him unexpected benefits.
Shenli took another document and handed it to Qin Lin. Boss Qin, you can take a look at this document. If you want to expand the mountain village project, the county can put out an interest-free support fund or a tourism subsidy grant fund to help you expand the mountain village. Qin Lin had already guessed all this in his heart, but the tourism support fund and the tourism subsidy fund are different. And the difference is that one is paid and the other is unpaid. And the amounts are different. The Tourism Support Fund, TSF, provides loans or explicit debt for the tourism industry, although less often in the form of equity participation. Simply put, it means that the government loans you money and you have to pay it back. Naturally, if it is in the form of equity then there is no need to pay it back, at the cost of losing quite a bit of dominance. A number of scenic spots in Uptown are now opting for this type of support fund. The Tourism Subsidy Fund, on the other hand, is a non-reimbursable subsidy for the tourism industry, usually financed by fiscal allocations, fiscal subsidies, tax rebates and the like. This is a small amount of money and is subject to various government audits, such as lodge revenues, taxes, and the determination of the value of the floral trillium and such. This one was gratuitous, but Qin Lin obviously didn't dare to accept it for fear of censorship. Bureau Chen, if this mountain villa of mine is in good enough condition, I would like to apply for an interest-free tourism support fund. Qin Lin also voiced his thoughts. Although he had to pay back the money, the peace of mind was also equal to getting the money up front. Okay. Shenli was also satisfied with the reply and smiled. Then I'll go back to the county for a meeting first, and we'll discuss the specific program in detail with Boss Qin after we've finished discussing it. Okay. Then I'll wait for Bureau Chen's good news. Xin Lin smiled and nodded. The government support. Naturally. We'll also mention some corresponding requirements when the time comes to see how to talk about it. As for the formalities, you don't have to worry about them. The tourism board will take care of them for him first. After Chanli left, Xin Lin was in a good mood. This was really an unexpected surprise. It was also at that moment that a prompt appeared in the game in his head, rattling tribute rice ripens. Xin Lin looked at the light screen in his head, then controlled the game character to harvest at the water field and deposit it into the storage room. Xin Lin drove to the warehouse and entered the game. And the first thing he saw was the message, Ringshui Tribute Rice, Quality 1, 100 caddies. This is a specially bred rice that is extremely rare and possesses rich nutritional value. Rich in nutrients 1, flavor 1, mellow 1, delicious 1, vitamin VPP anti-aging 1. Ringshui rice, quality 2, 5 caddies. This is a specially bred rice that is extremely rare and possesses rich nutritional value. Rich in nutrients 2, flavor 2, mellow 2, delicious 2, vitamin VPP anti-aging 2. Vitamin VPP? Anti-aging? Chapter 51, You've been cheated. Boss Chin. It's impossible to buy so many genuine items. The attributes of taste, mellow flavor, rich nutrition, and deliciousness were basically all ignored by Xin Lin. His eyes were fixed directly on the anti-aging properties of vitamin VPP. Now he finally knows why this Ringshui tribute rice can crush those more expensive rice to become the special supply for those big shots in the capital to enjoy. The attributes given by the system are added to the original attributes of the item, which means that the rattlesnake rice itself also has an anti-aging effect. This is a real price of rice, not only expensive, but also to wipe the eyes, because the market is basically sold on the market or fake, or just from the rice, but not the rice of Ringshui tribute rice. Resplendent water rice and resplendent water tribute rice look only one word difference, but not the same. The difference is huge. Because of the game settings, these rice in front of him had been automatically packed into bags, a total of 2 bags, each bag of 50 pounds, with the words rattling water tribute rice printed quite bluntly on it. Xin Lin went up and opened a bag to check it out. The grains of rice are green like jade, crystal clear, like sheep's fat white jade, and the ordinary rice is really also a little different. He moved a bag of rattlesnake tribute rice straight out of the game, along with the quality 2 okra, yams, and broccoli promised to Melvin. There wasn't much in the way of yams or broccoli, and the okra was only 10 pounds or so, even though I brought more. Even if he had to sell Chen Xingfei and Melvin favors, he didn't give much. If you give too much this time, you won't be able to sell favors in the future. After putting everything on the tricycle, he then drove to the lodge. The lodge became even more lively as it approached noon. After tourists from outside the area have finished viewing the Trillium Sea, if they are not in a hurry to catch a bus, they usually stay behind to cook their own meals with barbecue grills and stoves. That's the complete fun of coming to a place like this. Xin Lin drove the tricycle outside the hall, and Chen Dabii greeted him. Carry this rice inside. Xin Lin directly commanded and walked in with those quality 2 okra, yam, and broccoli himself. Chen Dabii and that security guard immediately made a move. Xin Lin also entered the hall and saw Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin, then walked up and said, Mr. Chen and Mr. Ma want the okra, yam, and broccoli that I brought back, and there's also that Ringshui tribute rice, so I'll ask you to taste the difference at noon. Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin were also looking forward to the Ringshui tribute rice. They know the inside story, and even more so, they know how hard it is to buy this rice, and it is difficult for all the local people in Ringshui to buy the real Ringshui tribute rice. That is a harvest is shipped to the capital. In the capital kind of place, this kind of tribute rice on what people's table can be imagined. Once they have encountered a high-end rich party, a stormy rich heard the ringing water tribute rice, inquired that would like to casually buy 20 pounds to taste. All the people brushed to each other, with a special smile on their faces. Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin also saw Chen Dabii who came in with a bag of rice, and when they saw the bag that had the words, Ringshui tribute rice written directly on it, they froze. Chen Xingfei, Melvin, rattlesnake tribute rice? Xin Lin also instructed towards Chen Dabii, put this rice separately, and have Master Lin make a portion for Mr. Chen and Mr. Ma using this rice exclusively. Okay, boss. Chen Dabii nodded and carried the rice inside the kitchen. It was then that Chen Xingfei frowned. Boss Qin, you may have been deceived. Melvin also nodded and politely said, well, Ringshui tribute rice is very rare, and old Chen and I can only occasionally drag our connections to buy some, and the quantity won't be more than 10 pounds. That's 50 pounds in one bag, right? It would be a joke to buy that much rattlesnake tribute rice at one time. There's no way to buy that much. And it's true that there are a lot of fakes on the market, and some unknowing people fall for them and buy them. In fact, if you think about it, You know that the total production is only so much. In addition to the transportation to the capital, how can some of the apportionment out of the opportunity to be put on the market to sell?
Lin froze for a moment when he heard the words of the two men, not expecting to be forced to be deceived. But this rice of his is real. But think about it, if he were in his place and didn't have a system, he would have thought he was being cheated when he saw these 50+ pounds of Ringshui tribute rice. This is a wake-up call to him. This thing is not suitable for a large number of takeout. Otherwise 100 pounds a day, a month on 3,000 pounds. Ringing water tribute rice a year production only how many pounds? You a month 1.5 tons. Are you good at what you do? Or can you produce it yourself? Thinking of this, he did think of the seeds produced by the game, and immediately decided to get seeds out of the game out to try. What if you really can produce it yourself? However, upon hearing the words of both Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin, Lin also acted as if he was frozen in place. This shouldn't be possible, right? We've known each other for a long time, and we haven't lied to me before. That look pretend really like a thing, as if really do not know. He cannot, after all. Before also said that let the two distinguish a little, and now said that sure this is ringing water tribute rice, right? Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin laughed and didn't say much more. After all, this Qin boss has just been cheated. His heart must be difficult. Lin didn't bother the two much and was about to retrace his steps towards the courtyard when he saw Zhao Moqing walk in from outside, holding a hanbok that was protected with a plastic film in her hands. As soon as she came in she said towards Gao Yao, Yao, when you're free at noon, change into this outfit and I'll shoot a video for you. Okay, Sister Mei Yao. Gao Yao nodded her head and took the hanbok, carefully taking it inside and Lin walked in front of Zhao Moqing and asked with a smile, Moqing, have you thought it through? Come to the mountain villa and help me. I'm not really sure about handing over the finances to someone else. I only believe in my own wife. Zhao Mo Turnip grunted. Don't rush it. I'll talk to my aunt's father-in-law tonight. As long as he agrees, I'll resign tomorrow. Okay. In the kitchen, Master Lin with the help of the chef is already busy. Every day to this time is the busiest. Many tourists do not know how to cook cooking. Come here to see the sea of trillium flowers as after ordering food. But suddenly, Master Lin was attracted by a mellow aroma of rice that seemed to be specially steamed for Mr. Chen and Mr. Ma. Smells good. You smelled it too. I thought I smelled it wrong. The chef also smelled this mellow flavor and showed surprise. Rice has a mellow flavor, but nowadays you can't smell the rice cooked in a rice cooker or something like that. In the old days, when you used a wooden steaming bucket and wood to cook the rice, that mellow flavor of the rice would come out. But this mellow scent is clearly different now. It's amazing how mellow the steamed rice from just under 1 pound of rice can be. Noon. The hall was bustling with activity, and the tables were already full, though space was limited and more people had to leave the lodge to eat in the county. Chen Xingfei and Malvin were already eating quality 2 watermelon and quality 2 strawberries. This delicious pre-dinner dessert is also a treat. When a quality 2 crushing carp came up, the two of them were so excited that they picked up their chopsticks and tasted it. Gentlemen, our boss has specially arranged rice for you. A waiter came up with more rice. Chen Xingfei and Malvin exchanged glances. This is supposed to be made from the Ringshui tribute rice that Boss Qin was cheated out of, isn't it? It smells pretty good. Malvin was surprised. Chen Xingfei also said, well, this mellow fragrance is very strong. Both were clearly attracted to the mellow feed. The two of them picked up their chopsticks and ate, but a moment later, an unbelievable gaze appeared in their eyes and they subconsciously looked at each other. The flavor, the texture. How? Chapter 52 People are stupid. The clown is myself. Chen Xingfei and Malvin glanced at each other, both reading each other's meaning in the other's eyes. Old Chen, this rice seems to be a whole lot better than the ones we used to buy. Malvin opened his mouth. Chen Xingfei was silent for a moment before he said, it seems that not the Qin boss was cheated. The cheated seems to be us. If this is what is ringing the water tribute rice, then we previously spent more than 1,000 pounds a caddy entrusted to people to buy as a fake. Ma Levin, this explosive temper came up. This is not one and all feel that we have money is a little cute. Xiang Beige fooled me with not pure wild fish. And now that bastardly Fei is also fooling us with fake Ringshui tribute rice? Chen Shengfei frowned. Who let us also never eat the real Ringshui tribute rice? That guy Li Fei wants to hitch a ride on our circle and fools us with fakes. Just ignore him in the future. Aha! Malvin nodded, then added bitterly, shame on you. Just now you said that Boss Qin was cheated. Chen Shengfei also helpless. Who knows the clown is himself. Then, he suddenly added, just now, Qin boss that bag of rice should have 50 pounds, right? Ma Levin then reacted. This kind of thing can get 50 pounds at once, sold to the Qin boss rice people either not simple, or the other party also thought that this is a fake, used to cheat the Qin boss. Naturally, they didn't want to pry. After all,
They don't rely on this to make money, just consume the customers. There is no need to dwell on the meter where, even if you know, Sheen boss can get it. They are not necessarily get it. The rat has a rat road. The snake has a snake road. The circle is not the same. They are the tycoon is good. But in some circles, people do not buy their account. Otherwise, they are rich. How come they buy the Ringshui tribute rice or fake? They just have to make a good relationship with this Boss Chin. And if Boss Chin has something good, they just go directly to Boss Chin. This meal put Chen Xingfei and Ma Levin ate a lot of food. It can be said that it has never been so enjoyable. From rice to fish and fruits, all kinds of classics. Naturally, this trio of dishes, fish, rice and 2 fruits came to over $9,000. Once the meal was over, the two of them approached Qin Lin. 2 gentlemen, are you still satisfied with the food? Qin Lin asked with a smile when he saw the 2 men. Chen Shengfei said with some embarrassment. Boss Qin, your bag of rice might really be the Ringshui tribute rice. The ones we used to eat instead were fake and much worse than yours. Malvin sighed. It's us who are stupid and have a lot of money, and keep buying fake products to be treated as little cuties. Fooled around and still naively thinking that what we eat is real. Hearing this, Qin Lin also understood in his heart that the rattlesnake tribute rice produced by his game was definitely more delicious than the real one. Both tycoons have dismissed the ones they've had before as fakes, and seem to still hold a grudge against the people who sold them the rice. There's really no way to explain this, except to say that someone is lying down. However, Qin Lin could only feign surprise in front of the two. That means I wasn't cheated? There really are still more good people on earth, where there are so many scammers, said Chen Xingfei. Malvin, you have not been fooled. We have been fooled, no matter whether it is the Bai Shanga, or the rice seller Li Fei treats them as little cute. Fooled. No wonder there's a saying that people are stupid and have lots of money. Malvin awkwardly said again. Boss Qin, I actually have something to discuss with you. Your watermelon is good. Can you sell me a batch more? My company happens to have an anniversary celebration to entertain VIPs. Qin Lin heard this double light. He is worried in quality 2 watermelon sales for the time being. More than 20 a day can only sell a few. The game is now stocked with over 60. He immediately asked, Mr. Ma, I wonder how many of these melons you need. I don't have much stock of this kind of melon. Just over 60. More than 60 is also enough. So I'll take them all. Malvin said decisively. Qin Lin nodded and said, that's fine. I'll contact a car to load it up afterward and follow you to the city. And also avoid any problems with air transportation. Okay. Ma Levin nodded in response, and then said with some embarrassment, Boss Qin, there's another unkind request. Can you share a little bit of this Ringshui tribute rice with me as well? Chen Shengfei also said, Boss Qin, just for the fact that we've all been treated like cuties before, for the sake of being lied to, this time when we come across the real thing, just transfer a little to us. Well, this are sold on the miserable. Make Qin Lin are a little embarrassed, smiled and said, Mr. Ma, Mr. Chen, this rice general customers cannot afford to consume. You guys take care of my business. I'm here to stay a little bit of their own to eat, and the rest of them are turned over to you. These words immediately made Chen Shengfei and Ma Leiwen's hearts very receptive, and their favorability towards Qin Lin immediately rubbed up. For a big customer like Ma Levin, Qin Lin naturally had to serve him well, and after talking it over, he drove his tricycle to the warehouse, moved all the quality 2 watermelons that had been backlogged in the game over the past few days, and spent some more time loading the tricycle. This is how he pulled the watermelon and transported it to the lodge. There are obviously more local guests at the lodge in the late afternoon, and the short distance allows local visitors more time options to come whenever they want. And, now that the weather has started to turn cooler and the afternoon sun is warm, it's also the best time to visit the Sea of Flowers. So, if you are not going to experience cooking on your own at the lodge, this is the time to come and play. Li Jiawen is so. Before her sister-in-law gave so many tickets, she made an appointment with 3 girlfriends, bringing their respective husbands and boyfriends to see the Sea of Flowers. But she also inquired about it, and now that the mountain villa is super crowded with tourists, it's very difficult to park the car, so she only drove 2 cars. Zhao Moyan parked his BMW 5 Series and walked down from the car, although he borrowed his aunt's husband's relationship, but he opened a KTV. His car has a BMW 5 Series, and he married a knowledgeable and beautiful wife. He definitely belongs to the successful people, envied by everyone. Li Jiawen got off the car and took his arm. Come to play in this kind of scenic spot. Couples are not show love, okay? I didn't expect this regal villa to change its owner people visitors so much. That Trillium Sea of Flowers is really hot right now, and you can brush up on it every day on Douyin. Javan, isn't this lodge open for ticket reservations right now? How did you get so many tickets? This problem Li Jiawen also do not know how to explain. The sister-in-law to give. Perhaps because of the relationship of the tax bureau. After all, this mountain village before the tax bureau sent to foreclosure. Is that Qin Lin?
Zhao Moyan was walking when he suddenly saw Qin Lin driving a tricycle and pulling a cart full of watermelons into the mountain village. He naturally knew his sister's boyfriend, and he didn't have much contact with him.
To be honest, he knew about Qin Lin's person. A good one. If his sister chose, he wouldn't object. However, their own mother is always unwilling to see her daughter suffer. Mom opposed. He did. The son is not good to say more, or sandwiched between his sister and mother will really be very difficult. It's him. Li Jiawen nodded back. Javan, who is it? A woman next to her inquired. My sister-in-law's boyfriend, Li Jiawen explained. A man next to him said in surprise. Turnip's boyfriend? It doesn't look like he's in a good condition. What kind of person can't he find? Li Jiawen frowned at the man. Lu Hua. Don't say that. Qin Lin is still a good person. He was dragged down by his family. I heard that he is now engaged in fruit wholesaling. He should be here to deliver watermelons. That Lu Hua, however, did not take it for granted and said, fruit wholesale also comes to deliver by itself. I think the business is not very good. I heard that wholesale is also difficult to do now. Mei can totally find a better one. Or I will introduce one to Mei. And more contact with some people, in order to meet a better person. Chapter 53, Qin Lin is the boss of this mountain villa. Alright, don't talk about topics that are not there if you're here to play. Zhao Moyun directly aborted the topic. To be honest, he did not see this Lu Hua at all. Not just opened a cigarette store. He did not make much money. He could not recognize who he was. All-day contact or some lending. Brush POS machine. Just know to eat, drink and play. This kind of people to money fast, go money fast, but also easy to make trouble. In his eyes is not as good as Qin Lin it. At least Qin Lin is hardworking and down-to-earth. But the other party is his wife's best friend's boyfriend. He can't say anything more. Go back to remind his wife less contact with this best friend. People are very susceptible to the influence of the surrounding environment. The wife of this girlfriend is nothing now. There is such a boyfriend. Over time values and outlook will naturally be slowly assimilated. Circle of friends is important. A circle with one trippy one can bring a group of people to a crooked one. By Zhao Moyun. The group didn't chat about this anymore and walked straight towards the mountain villa. When she entered the mountain villa, Li Jiawen saw Zhao Mochizuki leading a girl in Chinese dress over, and she shouted in surprise. Mochizuki. Zhao Moching was bringing Gao Yaoyao back from shooting a video in the Sea of Flowers. She didn't expect to run into her brother and sister-in-law. She immediately jogged over and greeted. Brother, sister-in-law, why are you here? Li Jiawen, however, asked in return. Turnip, shouldn't we be asking that? Why are you here? Sister-in-law. This is a long story. Go over to the hall and I'll talk to you in detail. Zhao Moching immediately welcomed Zhao Moyan and Li Jiawen's party towards the hall. Only when they arrived at the lobby, Zhao Moyan and Li Jiawen again saw Qin Lin and two security guards at the door holding watermelons in the wing. Next to them stood two people, and one of them seemed to be somewhat familiar. Zhao Moching jogged next to Qin Lin. Qin Lin, my brother and sister-in-law are here. Qin Lin turned around and saw Zhao Moyan and Li Jiawen, who had come forward, and also greeted them warmly at the first opportunity. Brother, sister-in-law. Zhao Moyan went up and patted Qin Lin's shoulder and asked, what's the market for these melons now? My KTV side also needs quite a few watermelons every day. Previously do not know Qin Lin engaged in watermelon wholesale. Now know from his wife here. He also wants to help a little is a little. After all, he can see that his sister is identified Qin Lin. Qin Lin smiled and explained. Brother, these aren't ordinary melons. They're a special quality of watermelon that costs 100 yuan a catty. Zhao Moyan was suddenly confused when he heard this price. $100 a pound? Watermelon? Lu Hua and all these people obviously couldn't believe it either. One of Li Jiawen's girlfriends was surprised. 100 yuan a pound for a watermelon? Haven't had such an expensive melon. I think it's more like wanting money like crazy. Lu Hua was obviously a bit unconvinced. Li Jiawen did remember something and said, this mountain villa is selling a special quality watermelon that costs 100 yuan a catty, and it was on the hot search before because of this, and was finally bought by the boss of the city's Blue Ocean Group. Qin Lin, this kind of watermelon won't be supplied by you, right? Zhao Moyan subconsciously looked at Chen Xingfei when he heard this. He finally realized why it looked familiar. He'd swiped that video earlier. The other party is the chairman of the Blue Ocean Group. Ah, this is a big man. It was so nice to meet, but he didn't dare venture over to say hello. That Lu Hua was the one who once again said, Jia Wen, you're overthinking it. The one who can supply this kind of watermelon is definitely a big wholesaler. How can they still deliver it themselves? Apparently, self-righteous people who target others often don't need a reason to do so. Zhao Moyan glared at Lu Hua when he heard this, and in his heart, he decided even more secretly to have his wife and the other party's girlfriend interact less. This guy is simply smug with no emotional intelligence at all. At this time,
Chen Dabii also put on the last watermelon and said towards Qin Lin,
"Boss, it's been weighed out.
A total of 748 pounds.
The boss's title, however, caused Zhao Moyun and Li Jiawen to freeze. The couple looked at Zhao Mochizuki in surprise, their faces full of inquiries.
Qin Lin also said sorry to Zhao Moyun and Li Jiawen first at this time,
and then entertained Ma Levin. "Mr. Ma, the weight is already out. You can randomly draw melons for inspection, and after that, I'll call a car to follow you back." "No need, I believe in Boss Qin." Ma Levin shook his hand, obviously not wanting to do this kind of thing that defeats love and justice, and then said towards Qin Lin, "Boss Qin, how much is the total on my side? Settle it all together,
including that 40 pounds of Rangshui tribute rice,
and I'll pay out for Lao Chen's share together." "Okay."
Qin Lin nodded and took the bill of the two people. The meal was a total of 9,200. The ringing water tribute rice was given to the two people 40 pounds.
The two people insisted on bidding 1,000 pounds a caddy, and in the end 49,200.
Watermelon 748 pounds,
100 a pound. 74,800. Total 124,000.
Qin Lin counted the price then said towards Ma Levin,
"Mr. Ma, the final total price is 124,000. Alright, I'll transfer the money to Boss Qin." Ma Levin didn't nag,
directly transferring 124,000 to Qin Lin to complete the transaction. This, however, caused Zhao Moyun and Li Jiawen's group to be directly stunned.
Lu Hua, in particular, couldn't believe it. That's over $100,000? How come it feels like it's as easy as $12 to accomplish?
His face was a little bashful as he thought about what he had just said.
Your tail number has a revenue amount of 124,000 and a balance of $812, 654.60.
Qin Lin's cell phone also immediately received a transfer message. Together with this more than money from Ma Levin and the income from the mountain villa during these times, the balance was already about to break through $1 million again. Then, he called Zhao Liyuan from the transportation company and asked the other party to send a minivan over to transport the watermelons and follow the two Chen Xingfei back to the city.
Only after the arrangements were made did Qin Lin say towards the two gentlemen, "The car will be arriving soon, so you wait for a while, and I'll entertain the others on my side."
Melvin laughed carelessly.
"Boss Qin doesn't need to care about us.
Old Chen and I can just make ourselves comfortable."
"Aha!" Chen Xingfei nodded back. Qin Lin walked towards Zhao Moyun and Li Jiawen again. "Brother, sister-in-law,
I'm sorry for the delay.
Please come inside."
Leading the group to a table in the hall and sitting down,
he then ordered towards Chen Dabii, "Cut a special quality watermelon out." "Okay, boss." Chen Dabii nodded his head and held a special quality watermelon on the shelf towards the kitchen.
Melvin packed the quality 2 watermelons that Qin Lin had in stock, and the few quality 2 watermelons that were on the hall shelves were still there.
Zhao Moyun and Li Jiawen were already looking at Zhao Moyu with a scrutinizing look. "Turnip, tell me, what's going on here?"
Li Jiawen was even more direct in her interrogation.
Her best friend also looked at Zhao Mochizuki curiously.
A group of people were all excited to come to this mountain village to play, but did not even think about the fact that this mountain village might be opened by Li Jiawen's sister-in-law's boyfriend. So inevitably a very, very strange mentality emerges.
Surprised? Curiosity? Or with a hint of envy?
It's hard to describe that feeling. Zhao Mochizuki instead said with pride, "Qin Lin is actually the owner of this mountain villa." Li Jiawen was surprised even though she had already guessed it.
"No wonder the lodge doesn't take reservations. Yet you were able to take so many tickets for me." Zhao Moyun, on the other hand, couldn't help but open his mouth.
Their family is very clear about the situation of Qin Lin's family. This Qin Lin sometime have not seen.
Even got such a mountain village? Judging by the Do Sound video, that sea of flowers can't be gotten down without a couple million. At this point, Qin Lin also brought over a few pounds of the remaining quality 2 strawberries and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, you guys taste it. This special quality strawberry."
Li Jiawen froze as she looked at the strawberries,
picked one up and tasted it,
then remembered something and asked Zhao Machizeng,
"Is this the one you brought back last time?" "I suppose so." Zhou Mochizuki nodded. "Egu, I've wronged someone." Li Jiawen suddenly became bitterbee. Last time, she thought that the imported strawberries purchased on behalf of her college girlfriends were not as good as Qin Lin's 20 yuan a caddy. Who knew that Qin Lin's strawberries were also of special quality?
Those videos say that this particular quality of strawberries at the lodge also cost 200 a pound.
Chapter 54. It is terrible to have a low IQ and EQ. The table was clearly interested in the strawberries as well, and one by one they all tasted them and were amazed when they were done. These strawberries are too good, aren't they? Previously with Jiawen.
We got our college girlfriends to buy 200 pounds of imported strawberries on behalf of us, and the taste was so much worse than this.
Javan Li's 3 girlfriends marveled as well. With the attributes of deliciousness too, texture too, sweetness too, and aftertaste too, these strawberries are definitely like nothing they've ever had in their lives. Soon, watermelon was also served. Qin Lin, is this watermelon the kind that costs 100 yuan a pound? Li Jiawen inquired expectantly. She had watched the video before and wondered what a 100 yuan a catty watermelon tasted like. Qin Lin nodded and said, well, this kind of watermelon is in very small quantities. Sister-in-law, you taste it, and so does everyone else. Li Jiawen was not polite and picked up a petal of watermelon and took a bite, then was once again attracted by the deliciousness of this watermelon. This watermelon is so sweet. The texture is so wonderful. I haven't eaten such a delicious watermelon before. This aroused the interest of other people. One after another picked up the watermelon and ate it, and then also were attracted by the watermelon delicious. Used to think that those hundreds of pounds of watermelon is the rich in the payment of the IQ tax. The taste of anything and the ordinary watermelon is not much difference. But now it really seems that poverty has limited their imagination. And it is true that every penny counts. I didn't realize until I ate it that the fruit was really so much better than the regular ones at this price point. Naturally, the line didn't realize that their original idea wasn't really much of a mistake. What they are eating now is a game product with attribute additions. And even the same $100 a pound watermelon outside can't be this good. Lu Hua also had to admit that this melon is delicious. Eat a petal, but also do not forget to take a second petal. And then took out his cell phone to take pictures of the watermelon and strawberries, and directly sent a WeChat circle of friends. Title, Turnip Grove Villa 200 pounds of special quality strawberries and 100 pounds of special quality watermelon. Really delicious. He was well aware that those in his circle of friends who had eaten this level of fruit must be few and far between, and it was worth showing off. Sure enough, people liked and commented on the circle of friends he had only just posted. After all, Turnip Grove Lodge was now a big hit not only online, but even more so in Yucheng. Hua is bullish. A fruit you can't afford to eat for the rest of your life. Brother Lu, why did you go to Turnip Forest Villa to play? Those surprised comments made Lu Hua inexplicably feel some pride and satisfaction, and couldn't help but reply, Boss Shuang is my friend, and the other party invited me to be their guest. This even drew a lot of people's surprise and envy. After all, everyone knew that the owner of Turnip Lin Villa must be a bull in Yu City. Lu Hua this is even more complacent, the corners of his mouth slightly up, as if all this really has something to do with himself in general. In fact, all this has nothing to do with him. But who in his circle of friends knew he was just rubbing it in? The self-satisfied Lu Hua did not see his girlfriend has taken the phone slightly frowned. She saw his boyfriend's circle of friends, obviously feel some shame. And they have nothing to do with things also have the nerve to show off out. The key to this reply really let her feel the blush. Fortunately, this boyfriend no not long, did not add Li Jiawen their WeChat. Arrogant, good face, love to show off. The other party chased their own time had not found these shortcomings. But now look. Whether compared to Jiawen's husband's composure, or Zhao Mo Turnip this boyfriend's young and talented, this is a. She didn't even know how to describe it. The quality 2 watermelon and quality 2 strawberries were definitely delicious in a way that several people hadn't had before. Still can't get enough of it. A watermelon and a few pounds of strawberries are already gone. Qin Lin had another quality 2 watermelon cut up. At this time, the car sent by Zhao Liyuan also came over. Qin Lin greeted the group and took Chen Dabii to load the car. Then he had to send off the two of them, Ma Levin and Chen Xingfei. Both are big clients. After Qin Lin left, Zhao Moyun, however, couldn't help but inquire towards her sister. Ma Qing, what's going on here? How did Qin Lin suddenly open this mountain villa? He's worried. After all, a difficult family suddenly became rich. Either good luck won the lottery, or did something illegal. Down to earth cannot make a few million in a short period of time. Zhao Maching explained for Qin Lin. Brother, it was Qin Lin who was lucky enough to catch an ornamental fish, which was bought by a boss for $650,000. And after that boss appreciated Qin Lin, and lent him the money to open this mountain villa, and even let Qin Lin have the chance to help him catch fish again. Ah, what kind of fish is so expensive? Li Jiawen was surprised. A table of people were obviously fascinated by the topic as well. Their circle of life is obviously not exposed to this kind of thing either. Zhao Mo Turnip explained, it seems to be called a wild albino yellow tiger. As soon as the name came out, a table of people took out their cell phones in unison and searched. Zhao Moyun is the same. Soon, he searched the relevant information. There is indeed an albino yellow tiger, this ornamental fish. The price is terribly high. The wild ones are even more expensive. This one is equivalent to his BMW 5 Series.
The information also said that this kind of fish is rare in the country.
However, in some river areas in the country will also appear some. Just the quality is not high. If you can catch the high quality, hundreds of thousands of dollars, absolutely someone to buy.
It seems that Qin Lin was lucky and favored by God. Not only catching a heavenly fish and selling it but also knowing a boss who appreciated him. There will always be people in this world who will come across valuable help.
Qin Lin was clearly needing a nobleman. Zhao Moyan didn't continue to pursue the inquiry. For one thing, it was impolite. And for another, he would be thought to want to catch this fish himself. After all, some people with a low emotional intelligence or low IQ would definitely have this kind of thought. Turnip. Then where did your boyfriend catch the fish? Lu Hua, however, couldn't help but inquire.
650,000 for a single fish is mind-blowing when you think about it.
Zhao Moyun's brows furrowed. Zhao Mochizuki, on the other hand, shook his head and said, I don't know. Qin Lin didn't say anything about it. Soon,
Qin Lin had also returned from seeing people off.
When Lu Hua saw Qin Lin,
he seemed to have been holding back for a long time,
and eagerly asked, Qin Lin, where did you catch that wild albino yellow tiger? Qin Lin didn't expect that someone would still ask this question. He hadn't made it up before. He could only make it up now.
It was in the area where the reservoir next to the mountain villa links to the central Min Lake.
It took 3 days of full nesting, a lot of money, and a full week of guarding before I was able to catch it. But kung fu doesn't pay off. It's just over the reservoir. When Lu Hua got the location, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and his heart was even more secretly calculating. Zhao Moyun's brows furrowed once again.
He really felt that he should tell his wife to have less interaction with that BFF, and that a woman with that kind of boyfriend either has really bad eyesight,
stinks, or is just plain stupid. Zhao Moqing, however,
had already taken Qin Lin's arm and said, Qin Lin, I'll take my brother and sister-in-law and the girls to the Sea of Flowers for a stroll.
Aha! Qin Lin nodded.
The group was about to set off when Zhao Moqing's cell phone suddenly rang.
She immediately answered the phone,
and heard her mother Chen Zhao's angry voice coming out of the phone.
Zhao Moqing, you go home now, right now, and also, bring Qin Lin with you.
Zhao
Mochizuki froze,
and before he could understand, the opposite party had already hung up the phone.
Li Jiawan asked, Turnip, what's wrong? Zhao Mochizuki said somewhat nervously, Mom told me to go back, and to bring Qin Lin with me, as if she was very angry. Ah, how did Mom know that you're with Qin Lin now?
Li Jiawan immediately raised her hand and said, It wasn't me who said that.
I didn't snitch.
With that, she also looked at her husband.
Zhao Moyun was depressed by the look. What are you looking at me for?
I haven't sent a message or made a phone call since I came in here.
It wasn't me. Zhao Mochizuki and Qin Lin, however, glanced at each other somewhat sheepishly.
Chapter 55, The Tough-Talking Mother-in-Law. Suddenly disturbed by such a phone call, Zhao Moqing's interest was lost.
Seeing this, Zhao Moyan could only say, Mo-Qing, Qin Lin, I'll drive you back.
Li Jiawan also had no choice but to say towards her 3 girlfriends,
Shan,
you guys go ahead and play at the Flower Sea.
I'll accompany Mo Turnip back.
She had also just heard her mother-in-law's voice coming out of her cell phone,
seemingly angry and looking like something was going to happen. Shan was none other than Lu Hua's girlfriend,
and she and her other 2 girlfriends could only nod.
Qin Lin, Mare Yun, let's go. Zhao Moyan greeted the 2 once again.
The 4 of them went to the parking lot and got into the BMW 5 Series.
As soon as he got on the car, Zhao Moyan did open his mouth and reminded, Qin Lin, why don't you know how to keep a secret and tell that Lu Hua where to catch the fish? I think that guy is just an opportunist and wants to go catch it himself. Qin Lin froze, then laughed, then let him catch it. It's his skill if he can. Are you kidding me? He got that fish out of a game. It would be really weird to catch it where he said he did. You have a big heart. Zhao Moyan shook his head and didn't say anymore. This was at least Qin Lin's heart wouldn't be bad. His sister wouldn't suffer, and it was probably because of this that boss decided to help him. If it were that Lu Hua, even if he sold the fish, the other party's character was there, and the other boss would not be able to look at the other party more than once after the sale. On the other side, Shanshan several people after Li Jiawan couple left also intend to go in the Trillium Flower Sea. That Lu Hua but suddenly said, Shanshan, that I have something to go back to the county to deal with. You and everyone else go to see the Flower Sea first. He obviously didn't have the heart to see any more of the Sea of Flowers, because knowing about the fish, he was now filled with the desire to go and catch them, and said to himself that he was leaving. Shan's frown, however, deepened. She's somehow become a light bulb for her 2 girlfriends? Shan, this boyfriend of yours doesn't seem to be reliable. Shan, what's wrong with him?
These words make it even harder for Shan.
Obviously, Lu Hua's performance this time is too disappointing for her. Lu Hua, however, has already walked out of the mountain village, not forgetting to make a phone call. Rats, call up Xiao Long to come to my store. Tell you guys about a get-rich-quick thing. What get-rich-quick thing? Do you know the owner of Turnip Lin Mountain Villa? Yeah, he just invited me to play at his mountain villa, and I inquired about how he got rich. There is a kind of fish in the area where Zhongmin Lake and this side of the reservoir are linked. The more Lu Hua talks, the more excited he gets. A fish is worth $650,000. Zhao Moyan's car quickly entered Yucheng and stopped at the east side famous garden neighborhood. When he arrived outside Zhao Mochizuki's house, Xin Lin couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. Zhao Mochizuki seemed to have noticed his mood and took the initiative to hold his hand. Zhao Moyan opened the door. The group felt a stagnant atmosphere when they entered the hall. Shen Xiao had already sat on the sofa without saying a word. His face was ironic as if a volcano was about to erupt at any time. And even on the side of the sofa there were 2 packed suitcases. Anyone who saw this scene would know that it was the prelude to a storm. Zhao Moyan and Li Zhaowen both didn't dare to speak and immediately made it to the other side, giving Zhao Moyu a "you support yourself" look. Seeing this, Zhao Moqing apprehensively stepped forward and sat beside Shen Xiao, apprehensively asking, "Mom, why are you still packing your luggage on here?" "That's your luggage," Shen Xiao said coldly, and it could be seen that she was holding back her anger. "Can you not be angry?" Today she was supposed to go update the household account book. Li Zhaowen has not been on the household account book since she married in. She is counting on her daughter-in-law to give birth to a grandchild. She plans to update the household account book. I was happy to make an appointment with a friend who works at the police station. But who knew that I would find out that my daughter was married when I updated the information in my account book? She thought she had made a mistake. But when she checked, her daughter's husband turned out to be Qin Lin. How could she not know that her daughter had taken the account book and secretly got a license with Qin Lin? "Mom, what's going on?" Joe Mo Turnip. Chen Xiao threw a marriage license onto the table without any good humor. "And you ask me what's wrong? Have you ever put me as your mom in your eyes?" Seeing that marriage license, Qin Lin and Zhao Moqing knew what was going on. Puzzled, Li Zhaowen took a look at the marriage certificate and then became incredulous. "Mochizuki, you and Qin Lin actually got a license. And it's been so long." Zhao Moyan couldn't believe it when he looked at the date on it. This sister is totally disregarding her mom. And that's quite a job. He wouldn't have the guts. Zhao Mo Turnip hurriedly said, "Mom, listen to me." "Don't you say." Chen Xiao interrupted Zhao Moqing's words without a good mood, then looked at Qin Lin again and said, "Qin Lin, you lead him back. The certificate has been collected. There is no such thing as living in the mother's house all the time." "Auntie, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong about this." Qin Lin had a guilty conscience in his heart and could only apologize from the bottom of his heart, and assured, "I can promise you that I will be good to Mo Qing, and I will definitely not let her be sad or aggravated." "Mom." Zhou Mochizuki also knew that her mom must be very angry this time. "Go!" Shen Xiao didn't give Zhao Moqing a good look at all, and after shoving that marriage certificate into Zhao Moqing's hand, he didn't wait for Zhao Moqing to react, and took out another bank card and put it into Zhao Moqing's hand. "There's $300,000 here. Take it and put a down payment on a house with Qin Lin, so as to prevent people from saying that your father and I are treating our daughters poorly." "Mom!" Zhao Mochizuki froze at this sudden move, but there was a warmth in her heart that she couldn't control, and a deep guilt. Seeing this, Qin Lin could only assure with the utmost sincerity, "Auntie, it's not necessary to use your money to buy a house. I promise I'll buy a house of 120 square feet or more and write Mo Qing's name." Zhao Moqing also hurriedly returned the bank card to Chen Xiao. "Mom, Qin Lin is very capable now. He'll buy a house soon. We were wrong before. We wouldn't dare in the future." Chen Xiao saw the two people's attitudes seriously, and his anger subsided a bit, then frowned at Qin Lin and said, "Qin Lin, I know you're a good person, but this is not the time for you to have a backbone. Since you've done this money will make you feel ashamed, and even if you live in Turnip's house later on, you will feel unable to lift your head up, and you will have to live with it." Zhao Moyan saw his mom's anger subside a bit, and also finally spoke out, "Mom, Qin Lin he can really afford to buy a house now. No need for you to worry." Li Zhaowen also chimed in, "Yes, didn't you know about that Turnip Lin villa before? Didn't you find the name peculiar? You take out one character each of Mo Turnip and Qin Lin and take a look." Chen Xiao frowned as he looked at his son and daughter-in-law. "What do you mean?" She naturally knows the Turnip Forest Villa. Daughter-in-law did not mention. WeChat circle of friends also brushed to a lot of times. Everyone said that the owner of the villa must be a rich man, that the Trillium Flower Sea without a few million cannot get down. Zhao Moyan explained, "Mom, Turnip Lin Villa is owned by Qin Lin. Business is good now. We just came back from there. Chen Xiao obviously froze, looking at Qin Lin incredulously. Qin Lin is the rich guy? It wasn't like she didn't know about Qin Lin's situation, and she didn't react for a moment. In fact, it wasn't that he hated Qin Lin as a person, it was just that as a parent, anyone would want their daughter to have a good life. Knowing that her daughter and Qin Lin secretly received a license, she was angry, but she also saw her daughter's determination, and she could only admit it, and she didn't want her daughter to get married twice. But what it means now is that Qin Lin is actually quite prosperous? For a moment, looking at her daughter and Qin Lin holding hands all the time, she was surprisingly angry, but she had just brewed a storm herself, and she was instead a little unsure of how to take it on. Mom, we were wrong. Zhao Mochizuki apologized once more and even gestured with Qin Lin. Seeing this, Qin Lin also sincerely confessed in a low voice. Auntie, we're really wrong. Please forgive us. Chen Xiao looked at the two men who were singing and admitting their mistakes, and could only pretend to be in a bad mood as he grunted. Humph, if you guys needed my forgiveness, you wouldn't have done this in secret. You've all been licensed, now go back to your own homes. Qin Lin, you'll lead her away now. Chapter 56, Living Together Without Shame? Changing your tune all pretty fast. Li Jiawen came out at this time and rounded up the situation by saying, Mo Qing, why don't you and Qin Lin go back first and I'll help you persuade Mom. Mom, Zhao Mochizuki looked at Chen Xiao again. Still not leaving? Chen Xiao hummed again. She had actually forgiven both of them. After all, they were her own daughter and son-in-law now, and didn't want to become enemies. But the two secretly getting a license still pisses her off. The daughter you've treasured for over 20 years belongs to someone else's family before you even know it. She had to show the attitude she should have as a mother, and also do it to Qin Lin, letting him know that she was the one who kicked her daughter out today, and also letting him know how much his daughter had paid for him. Zhou Mochizuki was helpless. She knows her mother knife-mouth tofu heart. Now cannot be hard with her. In a couple of days it will be fine. Can only silently pull over the two suitcases to look at Qin Lin. Qin Lin could only step forward to help when he saw this. Take this away. Chen Xiao stood up and shoved the bank card into Zhao Moqing's hand again. The dowry I said for you is yours. Spend it however you like. Even if Qin Lin has made a fortune and is rich, and her daughter won't suffer if she follows him. She knows that as a woman she must have her own pocket money on her body in order to be more confident and at ease. Mom, Zhao Mochizuki took the card and couldn't help but hug Chen Xiao. Go on, Chen Xiao whispered in Zhao Mochizuki's ear, and his tone was already soft. Qin Lin, drive my car back. Zhao Moyan threw his BMW keys to Qin Lin and instructed, don't let my sister suffer in the future. Brother, I can't wait to pamper her. Qin Lin immediately assured, taking Zhao Moqing out. Until after he got into the car, he was still a little confused, but looking at Zhao Moqing's heart there was also a wave of guilt, and he knew that in the future he could never let her suffer. As for his own apologies to her parents, he could only slowly make up for it later. Mo Yi, I'm sorry for letting you suffer, Qin Lin said with a hint of apology. Zhao Moqing, however, laughed and hugged Qin Lin's arm. Hubby, I want to send a friend circle and a marriage license. Your mom is still angry. Aren't you afraid of irritating her? Qin Lin said with some concern. Moreover, it's still unknown what your father's attitude is. Zhao Mo Turnip explained. My mom has a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. She has already forgiven us just now. Moreover, my mom is the one who makes the decisions in my house, and my dad listens to my mom. Qin Lin immediately said. You'll be in charge of our family from now on. Really, I'm in charge? Zhou Mochizuki asked with a face full of happiness. Aha! Qin Lin nodded. Zhao Mochizuki immediately acted like a leader and said, that's good. Now take me home and take out that marriage license of yours. I'm going to take pictures and send them to my friends. As a woman, getting a license is a big life event, and who doesn't want to bask in the circle of friends? Reap a wave of blessings from your friends. I didn't dare before, but now I can be honorable. Then go home. Qin Lin smiled and started the car. Mom will be so happy to bring Turnip Xiao home, won't she? Moreover, he and Zhao Moqing could now live together openly and honestly, and he didn't have to sneak off to a hotel room when he wanted to be unashamed. Upstairs. Mom, in fact, Qin Lin is quite good, and now he's also successful, so you don't have to worry about Mei suffering. Zhao Moyan helped persuade after Qin Lin and her sister left. Moreover, since Mei chose to secretly get a license with Qin Lin, it means that she really identifies with Qin Lin, and since that's the case, it's better to bless them. Chen Xiao blankly glanced at his own son when he heard these words, and even hummed heavily. Li Jiawen, on the other hand, was very eye-catching and pinched Zhao Moyun, saying that you don't have emotional intelligence. You're out there in a set. Saying that you have emotional intelligence, can't you see that mom has already forgiven Mayu and Qin Lin, and that this is her intentionally letting Qin Lin take Mayu away? Still need you to persuade. Hearing this,
Chen Xiao gave his daughter-in-law a satisfied look.
in this family, the daughter, the little darling, was cheated out of her home, and luckily the son, the little darling he cheated out of someone else's home, was sweet as well. Oh, Mom is dying to save face again,
Zhao Moyan said with a sudden realization.
Chen Zhao's face couldn't help but gloom again, and without hesitation,
he threw a blank stare at his son.
A moment. The door opened. Zhao Xianhong walked in and looked at the family's atmosphere that was a bit off. What happened? Calling me back in such a hurry? I came back as soon as the school meeting ended. He was the father of Zhao Mo Turnip,
the head of the year group in Yuqing First High School.
What else happened? Chen Xiao didn't have the heart to say. Your daughter all secretly got a license with someone else and was abducted. Is that Qin Lin? That kid isn't bad. Since your daughter has this determination, you shouldn't worry too much for the young people. They have their days to live.
Zhao Xianhong immediately sat down next to his wife and consoled.
At first your family must also be against your early love. You are still not in high school to secretly write love letters to me. Zhao Moyan and Li Zhaowen looked at Chen Xiao in surprise as if they had discovered a new continent. This made Chen Xiao annoyed and stared viciously at her husband. Zhao Xianhong, tell me clearly, who chased who?
Zhao Xianhong said seriously.
Wasn't it you who chased me with the love letters you wrote? However,
I'm glad that I received your love letter,
so that I can have the happiness of this life and have you as a good wife. These words directly flirted with Zhao Moyan and Li Zhaowen who were at the side.
Zhao Moyan do not know their own old father in front of the students aboard. To those early love of the students can educate the head of the road. He turned out to be a love scene veterans.
Look at the old mom, that angry face, a moment to melt away.
Li Zhaowen pinched Zhao Moyan around the waist and glanced at him.
Why haven't you learned? Wife, with you, I have the happiness of this lifetime.
Zhao Moyan immediately spoke seriously to Li Zhaowen, but he was greeted by two coughs from Zhao Xianhong and Chen Xiao. Zhao Xianhong saw that he coaxed his wife before saying,
Wife, in the next couple of days, I'll be more free. I'll take a vacation with the school and pay a personal visit to Qin Lin's house. It's already like this. The two families should move around a bit. Aha! Chen Xiao nodded. Zhao Moyan and Li Zhaowen were always completely relieved to see this scene. Otherwise it must have been difficult for them to be caught in the middle. Li Zhaowen even took out her cell phone and secretly sent this good news to Zhao Mo Turnip. Qin Lin drove the car to the neighborhood and stopped, only to get out of the car to see Zhao Moqing happily jumping into his arms and handing him the message sent by Li Zhaowen to read. I told you Mom forgave me. Dad and Mom are coming to our house, so we need to prepare properly. Qin Lin also smiled when he saw the message, and in his heart, he was already planning how to entertain. Quality 2 fruits can't be missing. Quality 2 vegetables can't be missing. Quality 2 ringing water tribute rice can't be missing. Quality 2 wild fish can't be missing. You're pretty quick to change your tune.
Zhao Mo Chizui hummed lightly. Qin Lin helped Zhao Moqing's luggage out of the car and up the stairs.
When he opened the door, Wang Kai greeted him with a whimper, and when he saw Qin Lin and the two of them, he first jumped in front of Qin Lin twice, and then ran to jump in front of Zhao Moqing, causing Zhao Moqing to love it for a while, and squatted down to rub its head. Mei, you're here. Lin Fen was cleaning up in the kitchen, and when she saw Zhao Moqing, she greeted her with a smile on her face. Mom!
Zhao Mochizuki immediately shouted sweetly when she saw Lin Fen. This sound of mom directly caused Lin Fen to freeze in place for a moment. Qin Lin looked at Zhao Moqing.
This woman still said that he himself did not change his words quite quickly? Chapter 57, Surprise Lin Fen. The sales center is built. Lin Fen saw Zhao Mochizuki's luggage right afterward and asked suspiciously, Xiao Lin, what's going on?
Qin Lin smiled and explained.
Mom, Mo Chang moved in here, and there's one thing that I've been hiding from you. In fact, Mo Chang and I have already gotten a license before. Licensed?
Lin Fen was obviously shocked by this news. Then she became anxious and complained towards her son.
Xiao Lin, how could you do this? Haven't you thought about how hard it would be for Turnip's parents to find out? Mom, Moi's family already knows.
Qin Lin immediately explained.
Zhao Mochizuki chimed in. My mom asked me to move here,
and my dad and mom even said they'd be coming over to visit in a couple of days. Naturally she wouldn't say anything about being kicked out by her mom and her mom's anger. She didn't want to worry her mother-in-law.
Really? Lin Fen couldn't believe it. Aha! Zhou Turnip nodded with certainty.
Lin Fen was now full of surprise. Even for a moment she didn't know how to express the happiness in her heart.
Then she hurriedly went forward and grabbed the suitcase. What are you still waiting for, brat? Quickly take Moe and sit down.
I'll help her take the luggage into the room.
After that,
Lin Fen packed up again with a smile on her face. The debt was paid and Zhao Moqing had really become a daughter-in-law.
It was so nice.
Qin Lin is naturally in a good mood. He and Zhao Moqing secretly received a license, which is also a knot in his heart. And now that the showdown is over, his heart is much lighter. After helping Zhao Moqing make arrangements, Xin Lin was about to take her out to buy some scrubs, but was stopped by Lin Fen. There's still some women's products to buy.
What's the point of you being a big man? I'll just accompany Moqing. You go back to the lodge. I'll just go with Mom,
Zhao Mei also said with a smiling face. She wanted to hang out with both of her mother-in-law just as much.
After all, after living in the house, it was time to start cultivating a relationship as well.
One of the best ways for a woman to cultivate a relationship is to go shopping together. Xin Lin nodded his head and didn't worry.
His own mom could rear Zhao Moqing.
She would arrange it properly.
Back at the mountain villa,
Xin Lin did receive another piece of good news. A man wearing a suit and a helmet arrived in front of him.
Boss Qin,
this sales center of yours is also completely finished,
so you can inspect it.
When he created the Trillium C before, he had the contracting company build the sales center together at the same time.
And at the beginning,
his plan was to rely on the Trillium C to attract tourists, and then the mountain villa to sell the things taken out of the game. Chapter 28. The man in the suit was one of the supervisors of the contracting company,
surnamed Lin.
The sales center is not far from the hospitality hall and can be seen at a glance. It was previously under construction and was fenced off after the lodge opened. The sales center is a pure vintage wooden structure.
Naturally,
it is not right to say pure wooden structure. Some support points and key positions naturally cannot be used in wood.
There cannot be safety hazards. Supervisor Lin, let's go take a look.
Xin Lin smiled and followed the other party to the sales center. The overall appearance of the sales center is a retro style. The interior has a specially built fixed sales desk,
separated sales areas,
as well as the location and design of the shelves are referenced to some of the advanced scenic spots of the sales center.
As for the scale,
it is built according to the size of a medium-sized supermarket,
covering an area of roughly 800 square feet, with a total of 2 floors. The second floor is smaller, with a pass through the center, and the second floor is only ringed by a circle. To build the building, materials, labor plus money to the contracting company, the tail end of the payment will go out over $200,000 in addition to the previous payment.
Xin Lin inspected in the sales center
the surface facilities alone. A glance is to meet his expectations. He didn't know anything about construction and could only look at some superficial issues.
But this one contracting company had a good reputation and wouldn't break it for this one sales center building, so there was no need to worry about quality. Then he looked over to a sales area that he'd gotten specifically for specials, with a vertical half-meter card slot at each sales table, which he'd also specifically requested.
This way, later on,
when the game produces something on this sales table, you can also create an introductory information card to be placed on the card slot for visitors to see.
For example, a simple quality 1 okra. After placing the goods, it introduces the effect of quality 1 okra. The quality of nature cannot be expressed in one attribute. When the time comes to introduce the special cultivation of okra, the effect is stronger than the effect of okra. It also lets visitors know why this sells for more than the others. There was naturally no way to fill the sales center with the items he had taken out of the game now, even with the fruits and seafood given by Lin Chong and Wang Wei. Now the county is going to give support funds, such as the approval of the contract signed, and then increase the rafting project and lodging project. Then, this also have to make preparations to wholesale some other things before. Especially the second floor is a special snack area, or by then to now so little things are far from being able to meet. With the county backing it, I'm afraid the rafting program could be up and running within a month once the support funds are in place. The sales center in general is very good. Pure wood structure is to reduce some decoration toxic substances affect the use of time. Volatile some time can be put into use. After determining that there is no problem, Xin Lin also called Chen Dabii, instructed the other party to bring people to clean up the sales center. His side and the other party also signed the acceptance contract. The final payment after the contracting company's account. Time passed and it was evening. Melvin also returned home full of joy. He went back to the company to deliver those special quality watermelons, and then let the driver send himself home. The driver followed behind, carrying his harvest this time, 30 pounds of Ringshui tribute rice, as well as special quality broccoli, yam and okra, which he softly and firmly shared an extra 10 pounds of Ringshui tribute rice from Chen Xingfei's side. When he entered the door, he found that there were people at home. His wife Chu Qing was entertaining a young beauty holding a child. That was her bosom friend Lin Lu. The other husband's job was ordinary, but he had to give the other husband a great deal of face, because the other husband's brother and father were very powerful in the city. He and his wife were still set up by this Lin Lu. "Hubby, you're back." Chu Qing got up with a smile on her face to greet her. Lin Lu gave birth to a baby. Her milk is less and was said by her mother-in-law. "It just so happens that I bought 5 pounds of rattlesnake tribute rice from Li Fei's Golden Jade Luxury today, and I invited her to come to the house when I saw her depressed. Sister Wu is cooking rice. You came back just in time." Hearing about the Ring Shui tribute rice, Ma Levin became energized. That would be a coincidence. I also got some Ring Shui tribute rice. With that, he had the driver bring over the 30 pounds of rattlesnake tribute rice. Melvin proudly opened that bag and said, "Wife, in the future, don't spend all that wasted money to go to Li Fei's place to buy ringing water tribute rice. That guy when we are stupid and have a lot of money." Seeing the bag of Ring Shui tribute rice carried by the driver, Shu Qing, however, froze. "Hubby, you're not saying that these are Ring Shui tribute rice, are you? Are you being cheated? Ring Shui tribute rice is not Chinese cabbage. I have 5 pounds of this and there are people who want to grab it." Or Li Fei said your name. The other party scrupulously backed down. Chapter 58. The watermelon seeds brought out by the game grew seedlings. Hearing his wife's words, Melvin became unhappy and directly shouted inside, "Sister Wu, come out for a moment." Inside, a middle-aged nanny stepped out. "Mr. Ma, Sister Wu, take this rice in and cook a portion as well. Separate it from Madam's portion, as well as make a portion of these okra, yam, and broccoli," Melvin ordered towards the nanny. This nanny was a very good cook, and it was because of this that he had hired her at a high price. "Okay, Mr. Ma," Sister Wu nodded. The driver also had the good sense to carry some things and follow Sister Wu into the kitchen, then respectfully excused himself and left. Soon, Sister Wu then finished the meal and came out to invite the three of them, Ma Levin, to the table. The table was already set with okra, yams, broccoli, and 2 types of rice. For a rich man like Ma Levin, such a meal was a bit shabby, but only he knew that this meal was something that many rich people could not eat even if they wanted to. Whether it's the real rattlesnake tribute rice or these special qualities of okra, yams and broccoli, money can't buy them. "Sister Wu, which portion of rice did I bring back?" Melvin inquired. Sister Wu pointed to the left and said, "Sir, this one." Melvin nodded and turned toward his wife. "Wife, you guys try the one you bought back from Li Fei first." Shu Qing nodded his head and gave himself and Lin Lu the bowl of rice that he had filled, then tasted 2 bites. Then, she said, "The texture and flavor are the same as before. This is the real Ring Shui tribute rice." Lin Lu also nodded. Melvin shook his head. "That means it's been tricked again. Now you guys taste what I brought back." Shu Qing was full of doubts, but she did as she was told and loaded another portion of the rice that Melvin had brought back, but only after tasting 2 mouthfuls. An incredulous look appeared on her face. "Hubby, why is this rice so delicious?" Shu Lu, who was holding the child next to her, was also incredulous. She had never eaten such delicious rice either. Melvin laughed. "Now you know? This is the real Ring Shui tribute rice. I have never eaten the real one before. I thought the ones I bought were real, but I ended up paying IQ tax." When Shu Qing heard this, she was instantly chagrined. "How can Golden Jade Luxury do such a thing? I'll never go there again. Nobody likes to be stupid." Melvin proudly said, "Don't be angry. Fortunately this time I met Boss Chin, and realized that I have been cheated. In the future these things I only believe in Boss Chin. By the way, this okra, yam, broccoli you also taste, also is the treasures of Boss Chin there." These words obviously made the 2 women curious. What kind of big shot was this Boss Chin, that he could make the titular Melvin say such words? This quality 2 okra, yam, and broccoli has no flavor or texture additions and just tastes like nothing. But as time pushed on, it felt different, and slowly a warmth and relief emerged. Lin Lu had just eaten her fill, and when she put down her bowl, she suddenly couldn't help but make a noise. This caused both the Melvin couple to look at her in consternation. Lin Lu was suddenly embarrassed. She also didn't expect to suddenly feel 2 streams of warmth running to the front 2 places. That kind of comfort really can't help it. Just like, that's naturally what quality 2 okra down tone 2 does. After all, you just had a baby. With this episode, Lin Lu was also embarrassed, and after eating, she took the child and excused herself. Melvin, on the other hand, pulled his wife upstairs with a cheap grin on his face. This night, Zhao Maching lived in Xin Lin's home for the first time, and the room was just as full of ambiguity. Xin Lin hugged Zhao Maching from behind. "I should have known to take you to the hotel first. There's no celebration even if I wanted to." "Bah, is that all you think about?" Zhao Mo Turnip said shamefully. "Can you blame me for that? You're the one who asked me to help you organize your little underwear." Xin Lin said with a bitter B. This rented house had bad soundproofing, so he couldn't do anything. "You're just nasty in your heart." Zhao Mo Turnip pouted. It was a quiet night, but something else. The next day, Xin Lin woke up and looked at the light screen in his mind. All kinds of crops had matured. The rattling water tribute rice had matured late last night according to the time, and at that time, he also slept, so he could only harvest it this morning. Controlling the game character.
He harvested all the crops and planted new seeds before bringing his attention back to realize that Zhao Mochizuki had woken up and was staring at him with watery eyes. For Zhao Mochizuki, this night was different. After all, she was living in Qin Lin's house as his wife in an honorable manner. You rest more. I'll ship the goods to the mountain villa. I'll personally go for those special quality goods. Qin Lin kissed Zhao Mochizuki on his forehead before getting up and scrubbing to go out. Other side. Melvin also got up early in the morning. Qin Boss's stuff led him after a knight or warrior. The mood is really comfortable, all over the body. This also made him make up his mind that he must make good relations with Boss Qin. After all, these things were only available at Boss Qin's place. It was only half an hour later that Malevin and his wife showered and went downstairs, and as soon as they arrived downstairs, Chu Qing received a message, and then blushed strangely as she said towards Malevin, "Hubby, where did you get those things yesterday? What's wrong?" Malevin asked suspiciously. Chu Cheng pointed to her chest and explained, "Didn't Lin Lu eat yesterday? This morning when she got up that enough to feed the child. Surprisingly there was still quite a bit left. She used to not have enough to feed the child." Malevin froze for a moment. This not only works on men, but also on women? He immediately took out his cell phone and searched. It is true. The effect of okra is not only good for men, but also for women. That is, Mr. Qin, this special variety of the effect is particularly strong. That reminded him of something. When Qin Lin arrived at the warehouse, he went straight into the game and moved out the okra, yams, broccoli, strawberries, and watermelon and transported them in batches to the lodge. As for the ringing water tribute rice is also left in the game by him. This thing should not take out too much, in addition to their own food. Afraid of the temporary sale in the game, when Qin Lin finished delivering everything to the mountain villa, he realized that Zhao Moching and Lin Fen had also arrived at the mountain villa. Mom was coming over, so I brought her, Zhou Mochizuki said. Aha! Qin Lin nodded. Mom's character he knows. He promised to let her come to the lodge to help has not been fulfilled yet. Now she seized the opportunity. Entering the hall together, Chen Dabii ran over, full of surprise. Boss, those watermelon seedlings have grown. Chapter 59, the game produces a magical wild honey. Qin Lin and Chen Dabii went into the ground behind the hall, and when they arrived inside, they really saw that those planted quality 2 watermelon planting had already grown seedlings. This is good news for him. That means the game can be seeded by getting it outside to seed. The next thing to know is whether this quality 2 seedless watermelon seed can grow quality 2 watermelons just as well without the game's level 3 land. If you can't keep quality 2, what about quality 1? Or is it possible for 1 or 2 seeds to undergo an environmental heterodyne mutation and once again produce quality 2 seeds adapted to real land? These need to be tried by him. Then, he remembered the Ringshui tribute rice seeds, and instructed towards Chen Dabii, "You make another small artificial rice field here. Turn the soil and fertilize it according to the rice field standard. I'll be useful." This rattling rice seed can be clearly labeled with a chance of mutation and adapting to environmental changes. This kind of seed, if it really adapts to the environment here in Yucheng, then it can only be planted in Yucheng. This type of rice is so environmentally demanding that it still can't be grown in another place. By then it might be too flashy to call it Qin Lin Gongmi, and it would be fine to call it Yucheng Gongmi. Okay, boss, Chen Dabii answered with his mouth, but in his heart, he was obviously even more puzzled. The boss is planting watermelons and getting potted plants, and now he's also letting him get a paddy field. It's not like he's going to be planting rice in the middle of winter, is it? Qin Lin instructed Chen Dabii and returned to the hall. Idly, he looked to the game. The game character level needs to rely on planting crops and picking crops to gain experience. There is no way to liver level. Before the crops matured, he can only be bored and control the game character to explore the game map. And with this thought in mind, it was only after controlling the game character to enter the forest that he was surprised to find plot hints appearing in the game. Officially, there is a lot of plot set in this ranch story and it is random and open-ended and all up to the player to explore. But he's only now encountering Zack giving away fishing poles and Arnie the dwarf giving away ornamental fish. The key he had also run several times before controlling the game character or town. The beach, the park, forest also entered several times without triggering the plot. Today this came in and triggered. Bees have been spotted here. Go up and take a look. It looks like there's honey. Qin Lin looked at the prompt in surprise. I remember that you could pick honey in the old ranch story. And, while in the old version it was in the tree in front of the house, here it appears in the forest. His attempted control of the game character went to the tree. And sure enough, he saw the hive. And the game character had only gotten close to the tree when he saw that the NPC from before, Zack, was there again. Wow, bees have appeared here. And there's a lot of demand for honey in the Ortown market. Oh, I can gift you a set of tools for picking honey. I'm really looking forward to receiving honey from you. This Zack faithfully fulfilled his duties as an NPC. finishing his lines to the game character and leaving with a set of tools. Lin also noticed that the game character's toolbar also had more tools for harvesting honey, and he didn't hesitate to control the game character to pick at the tree's honey. Congratulations on getting 30 pounds of pure wild honey. Surprisingly, it's still pure wild honey. You should know that the price of pure wild honey on the market is very expensive. A caddy will not be less than 150, and some expensive even to 300 a caddy. It is also expensive for the simple reason that pure wild honey is far away from the city, in a superior natural environment, with fresh air, without any pollution, without the use of any human intervention, and without the residuals of anti-disease, insect or antibiotic medication as in the case of farmed honey. The other thing is that the pure wild honey production is low. The production cycle is long. It is difficult to find. The most important thing is naturally high nutritional value. Some can even be used as medicine. Those prices can even reach 500, known as medicinal honey. Lin controlled the game character to put the wild honey into the storage room, and then he controlled the game character to enter the woods to look for it, strolling through the entire forest. Surprisingly, he found 2 more beehives, and once again, he collected 60 pounds of wild honey. He then headed down the hall to find an empty jar. There were no individual containers for the pure wild honey that was picked in the game, but rather, it was placed inside a specialized overall container. After finding an unoccupied cubicle in the public restroom next to the hall and unlocking it, Lin chose to enter the game. When expanding the lodge, it would be a good idea to create a new personal residence. Otherwise it would be too inconvenient to enter the game. Now several dormitories are also given to several employees of Gao Yao Yao. Entering the game, Lin headed to the storage room at the first opportunity, and when he arrived in front of the container storing the honey, a strong smell of honey wafted into the tip of his nose, causing people to salivate. Look to the docket information on the sign. Pure wild honey, quality 2, 90 pounds. This is pure wild honey, without any pollution, toxins, but also has a magical effect. Taste 2, delicious 2, relieve fatigue 2, treatment of constipation 2, relief of chronic gastritis 2. Lin knows that different regions and types of wild honey have different effects because of the different sources of honey collected, and the pure wild honey produced by the game has few effects, other than taste and flavor. It only has the effect of relieving chronic gastritis and treating constipation. It can treat constipation alone too, which is definitely a blessing. Anyone who has ever been constipated knows well that after one time you never want a second time. It's too painful and you always feel like you're going to die in the toilet. Lin decisively filled that small jar with honey. The small jar wasn't big. It could still hold a pound. And then he looked at the light screen of his mind once again, which was already filled with images from around the toilet outside. When he saw that there was no situation, he quit the game with a thought. Lin opened the door of the cubicle and exited the restroom. And a few tourists who were about to go to the restroom looked at the jar filled with yellow stuff in his hands in shock. Those few tourists looked at Lin in shock and immediately made a ghostly expression, pulling away from him in disgust. Lin was filled with black lines. Are these people misunderstanding something? Immediately, he pretended to walk quickly away as if nothing had happened, and returned to the lobby, where he found a glass at the bar and made honey water. The most common way to eat honey is naturally to soak honey water. A cup of cool honey water is definitely a kind of enjoyment. However, now that it has begun to winter, it is best to use warm water to soak. Moreover, using warm water to soak wild honey is more correct practice, so as to promote dissolution, and not only will not be too high temperature to destroy the various types of nutrients, but also easier for the body to absorb. When the honey water was brewed, Lin took it and tasted it, but after only 2 mouthfuls, his eyes brightened slightly. After drinking this honey water, inexplicably there was a trace of refreshing feeling, and the tiredness from carrying things before disappeared a little bit. He hurriedly picked up the honey water and poured it in one continuous gulp, and the magical feeling slowly got stronger. This is supposed to be the effect of fatigue relief too. In the past, I often saw on TV drink so-and-so drink let you relieve fatigue, immediately refreshing and other advertisements. Those drinks have no use, he did not know. This game wild honey out of the honey water is really have this effect. Chapter 60. It's not that you can't afford it, it's that you can't buy it for real. Lin, are you drinking honey water? Zhao Maching walked in from outside, along with Lin Fun, who was holding Wang Kai. Wanted seemed to smell something and ran to the bar, rushing to sniff at the pure wild honey. Taste it. Lin handed the cup of honey water in his hand to Zhao Mochizuki. Zhao Mo Turnip was surprised when she took a sip of the honey water. Lin, this honey water is too good, right? Lin was aware of Zhao Mochizuki's reaction, already with the attributes of taste 2, delicious 2, and relieve fatigue 2. A sip of this will give you a touch of refreshment. It's absolutely marvelous. Mom,
You taste it too. Zhao Mo Turnip handed the honey water in her hand to Lin Fun.
Lin Fun tasted a mouthful and felt just as incredulous.
Shaolin, this isn't ordinary honey, is it?
Well, pure wild. Qin Lin nodded and said, "Woo woo." Wang Kai's impatient cry rang out at that moment. However, it bounced at Lin Fan, its eyes fixed on the honeyed water as if to say it's my turn.
It's my turn. Never seen a dog as greedy as you.
Lin Fan complained with her mouth. But her hands were also very sharp as she took out a transparent water cup from her bag that was specially designed to feed dogs, and put the honey water into it, placing it in front of Wang Kai. Lin Fan is obviously getting to spoil her dog. And it's really easy for seniors to bond with their pets when their children are too busy. The dog sniffed, and then drank together sharply at the honey water, and for a moment he jumped again, whimpering, as if to express also that this was good and tasty. Boss, there are more and more people. We need to recruit new people. It's going to be too busy. Yao 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 entered the hall sweating profusely, looking for Qin Linhui to complain. Thanks for your hard work.
I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Qin Lin smiled and took a cup, making a cup of honey water for Gao Yao Yao as well. He also knew to look for someone.
The lodge was a huge hit and is still consistently on the bucket list of big hits,
with more visitors every day. Thank you, boss. Gao Yao Yao sweetly thanked.
The boss had personally poured the water, so she was too embarrassed to complain. But after gulping down the honey water, she also felt the difference and exclaimed, "Boss, this honey water."
She couldn't believe it. The honey water was so good too,
and the feeling afterward was more refreshing than any drink.
Is this still honey water? Gao Yao Yao's exclamation of surprise attracted many visitors in the hall.
The old man who was feeding medicine to a little girl who was covering her stomach looked over, then somewhat embarrassedly went up and asked,
"Excuse me, may I ask, are you drinking honey water?"
"Yes, old sir," Qin Lin replied politely. The old man asked with some embarrassment,
"Somewhat presumptuous, can you please make me a cup of honey water?
This granddaughter of mine has chronic gastritis. Who knows that it suddenly broke out? Honey water can replenish the overflowing spleen and stomach and relieve the pain of gastritis." Qin Lin glanced at the girl.
Isn't that a coincidence?
His pure wild honey has been shown to be effective in treating chronic gastritis too.
He wasn't petty either,
and immediately said towards the old man, "Old sir,
wait a moment."
With that, he made a cup of honey water and handed it to the old man.
"Thanks."
The old man was obviously very cultured, saying thank you before taking the honey water and walking towards his granddaughter,
handing it to the girl.
The girl took the honey water and drank it, and after a few mouthfuls, she was surprised and said,
"Grandpa, this honey water is really good. You try it too."
The old man saw his granddaughter's filial piety also took a small sip.
This tastes really good. It could be said that in terms of flavor and texture, this honey water was definitely better than any drink he had ever had, right?
Soon the little girl had finished her cup of honey water. She was also surprised to find a warm sensation in her stomach and exulted.
"Grandpa, isn't the medicine better this time? It doesn't hurt as much anymore."
"Really?" The old man was also a bit surprised.
However, he took one more look at the honey water. He is a doctor. Know that the medicine is still the original medicine. That must be the effect of honey water. Just now he also drank some honey water. Not to mention the taste. That refreshing to know that this honey is not simple.
But if it has such a dramatic effect, I'm afraid it's a specialized medicinal grade of nectar.
Isn't it? That kind of honey production is scarce. A caddy of cheap over 500. Expensive to more than 1,000.
The average person is not to eat cannot afford,
but cannot buy the real. Because of this kind of medicine honey quantity is small. The market and fake too much. The average most people and do not know how to recognize. Grandpa, this honey water is so delicious. I still want to drink it. After the girl finished the cup of honey water, she looked at the old man playfully again. The old man took the cup, and with some bad intentions, went to the bar again, and said towards Qin Lin, "I'm really sorry. I know you guys this is medicinal honey. Maybe you can't give me another cup? I can pay for it."
The old man's words surprised Qin Lin.
This old man still knew about medicinal honey,
which meant that the wild honey produced by this game was really medicinal honey grade.
"You're welcome, old sir. It's just a cup of honey water. No need to pay."
Qin Lin did not begrudge a cup of honey water, and immediately brewed another cup for the old man. Medicinal honey is a special type of honey with higher health benefits and more expensive value,
possessing medicinal properties. And medicated honey is also divided into grades. Ordinary will be generally effective,
and there is a smell of medicine.
Some treasures, which not only retain the sweetness of honey,
but also have better medicinal value and can be used directly for medicinal purposes,
cost thousands of pounds.
Qin Lin knows that the honey he picked in this game is not medicinal honey,
but there is this relieve fatigue too, cure constipation too, cure chronic gastritis too, which is certainly not worse than those medicinal honey treasures. Moreover,
this honey water was so good that he had thought of a new money-making project.
Remember that the game refreshes honey basically every day after the bees show up, so we'll see what happens first tomorrow.
Seeing that the honey water in Lin Fan's hand was gone, Qin Lin took out another cup and made a cup for both Zhao Moqing and Lin Fan.
Woo woo. Seeing this,
Wanted stood his legs up again and placed his transparent water-containing bowl in his mouth on the bar.
Qin Lin was stunned. The dog's purpose was obvious. This guy, Lin Fan, on the other hand, smiled and touched the dog's brain. My daughter is just smart.
Qin Lin was speechless and made a little honey water for the dog to put away as well.
What's this mom doing recognizing her daughter? What is he then? You've become brother and sister with Wang Kai? Shaolin. Tomorrow, Mei's parents are coming to the house,
so remember to prepare the dishes. Lin Fan remembered something and didn't forget to order towards Qin Lin.
These words made Zhao Mo Turnip show a blush.
And tomorrow was considered a formal meeting between both parents. If she and Qin Lin hadn't already secretly gotten a license,
this first meeting would have been considered the stage of talking about engagement. Mom, I know, it's all ready.
Qin Lin immediately nodded his head.
The matter with Zhao Moqing was finally understood. How could he slack off on this matter?
Quality 2 vegetables, quality 2 fish, quality 2 fruits, and quality 2 rattlesnake tribute rice are already prepared. And some other vegetables and seafood will be prepared when the time comes. As he was chatting, Qin Lin saw Chen Li walk in with the young man from before, thinking that it was again about the support fund.
Chapter 61, that one's a gift of money. Chen Li came in and said as soon as he met with Qin Lin, Boss Qin, let's find a quiet place to talk. Director Chen, let's go over there.
Qin Lin led Chen Li to a corner table and sat down. He knew the other man must have come to talk about the support fund again.
Boss Qin,
for the Mountain Villa support fund thing the county has passed.
Chen Li sat down and opened his mouth to say,
there will be 1-2 project and interest-free project repayment fund support for Boss Qin's Mountain Villa.
I don't know if Boss Qin has any ideas or project plans?
Qin Lin has studied the support policy and knows that 1-2 project means 1 big project and 2 small projects. It is the county that intends to support 3 more projects at his lodge. Interest-free project repayment fund support means that he does not have to pay back the interest.
Moreover, the money does not have to be paid back. After the project is built, it will be paid back with the money earned from the project, and after it is paid back, the project will be completely returned to the mountain.
It also shows that the county is looking favorably on his lodge.
Qin Lin said, Chen Bureau, the plan is there. Before you said the rafting project I carefully thought about it.
It is indeed possible to create a 10 kilometers rafting project. All the facilities to create all the facilities may be close to more than 6 million. This was naturally the plan he had thought of from the beginning, but he knew that saying this would definitely make Chen Li feel very comfortable in his heart.
Chen Li was really full of smiles and said, this is considered a project. Does Boss Qin have any other ideas?
Qin Lin smiled and added, there is another idea. That is to expand the mountain villa. The current stoves for the customers are seriously lacking.
The other thing is the accommodation problem. I want to create some cave rooms like the Warrior Valley, to solve some of the accommodation problems. This may cost a bit more.
The so-called cave houses are actually buildings similar in size to yurts and soldiers' tents, built in a specialized construction method.
This scenic cave house is about sparrow but small. All the organs are complete. A small space should be complete. Complete infrastructure. Now many scenic spots are used in this kind of lodging building. Moreover, the cave building is not expensive. It is built quickly,
and as long as the money is there, you can build quite a few caves in a month.
Well, this can also be considered a project. Chen Li nodded and asked again, what about another project? Qin Lin instead said, I haven't really thought about this one. Why don't you ask Director Chen to give a suggestion? Chen Li didn't reject it, and proposed, Boss Qin, this mountain village of yours is famous for its sea of trillium flowers, but you can create another sea of flowers. The area of the mountain village is 500 acres, and most of it is wasteland, so it is perfectly possible to create a 100 acres of comprehensive sea of flowers, and I'm sure that it will be very popular as well. Alright, then let's follow what Director Chen said and create another comprehensive flower sea.
Qin Lin agreed obediently. Anyway, he couldn't find a better project for the time being for this wasteland, so he might as well follow what Chen Li suggested.
And I'm afraid the support fund is going to be over $25 million for these 3 projects down the road.
If he took his time on his own, it would definitely take a lot of time to build while relying on the income from the mountain villa to make the investment.
With county support, with the amount of tourists we have now, in the same amount of time, we may have paid back the county, and the key is that we don't have to spend a dime ourselves.
Chen Li Si probably talked about also into the meat of the drama, Qin Boss.
This support fund outside.
The county hoped that Qin Boss can join the county's tourism association. in the entrance to the lodge can publicize the other scenic spots in Yuchang.
Holiday tourism peak.
Tourism Association will also do tourism projects tandem promotion.
Price concessions. By then I also hope that Qin boss can join in. That's obviously a condition attached.
Another reason why the county is looking at the amount of visitors he has to the lodge is that the lodge is obviously very helpful to the county's region-wide tourism program.
It doesn't cost him anything, and it's good to contribute to the tourism industry in his hometown. The key to this can get a lot of hidden benefits. As long as he develops well, it is equal to having an invisible protection behind him. Therefore, Xin Lin also nodded and said, Director Chen, this is no problem. The county's regional tourism, the big cake should be everyone together to make him bigger. Then everyone can get the benefits. Xin boss can think so good.
Then the specific county again to draw up the terms of the contract,
and then come back to notify you.
Your side can also do a little plan first. At that time also need the finance bureau plan to review and supervise. Shenli was also very satisfied with the result.
And after that, he didn't stay long, and left again with people.
This also let him see that this boss Qin's big picture is not bad. Such a person should not develop the mountain villa too poorly,
and the county's support will certainly pay off.
Qin Lin also returned to the bar.
Zhao Mochizuki curiously asked, Qin Lin, who was that person just now? Director Chen of the Tourism Bureau. Qin Lin explained,
then smiled and asked toward Zhao Moching.
Moching, other than the Delta Plum Flower Sea, where else in the country do you think has a prettier flower sea? Zhao Moching thought for a moment and said, I've seen the flower sea propaganda of the bright town in the deep city.
Among the flowers planted in it there are rapeseed,
cosmos, larkspur, sulfur chrysanthemums, wenxin orchids, begonias, crabapple orchids, intertwined with a comprehensive sea of flowers.
There are more than 280 days a year of uninterrupted flower period. It is very beautiful, and there are a lot of couples who chose to go there to shoot their wedding dresses.
Hearing this,
Qin Lin then smiled and wrapped his arms around Zhao Moching's waist and said, then we'll create our own bright town in our mountain villa.
Plant all these flowers, and when the sea of flowers is created,
we'll take our wedding photos in it.
Zhao Mo turnip froze and looked at Qin Lin dumbfounded. Qin Lin, are you serious? The mountain villa already owes millions. Where did you get the money? The one just now is the one who sent the money.
Qin Lin smiled and spoke about the support fund.
Is this true? Zhao Mo turnip was surprised.
She obviously hadn't thought that Qin Lin could get such great support from the county for getting a mountain village.
Naturally, Qin Lin said with certainty, we'll start construction as soon as the support fund arrives. After that,
Qin Lin instead took out his cell phone and went online to look up what to do with the plan for this support fund.
Next to her,
Zhao Moching looked at Qin Lin,
but with little stars already in her eyes. She couldn't help but think of a sentence.
She said she loved French sycamores,
and that year's was planted with sycamores. Chapter 62 Trial Planting of Rattling Rice Seeds. The lodge carried to its limit. Toward evening,
Qin Lin was sitting in front of the computer at the bar, getting the plan for the support fund ready when Chen Daibai ran in with a bead of sweat on his head and reported, Boss, the artificial field you told me to turn over has been turned over, and it's also been fertilized. Lin Fan asked suspiciously,
Xiao Lin, what are you doing turning over the field? Want to cultivate some rice seedlings?
Qin Lin explained with a smile, and then took out the rattling water tribute rice seeds brought out from the game under the bar,
as well as a book entitled Rice Seedling Cultivation Detailed Explanation. The seeds are already being soaked and sterilized. After all, it's not a game. In reality, rice seeds are sterilized to a degree before planting.
Lin Fan cried and laughed.
You child, how many months is it now and you're still cultivating rice seedlings?
Your generation hasn't been in the fields,
so you're even going to be ignorant of common sense. Mom, I know.
Our southern rice is divided into early rice, middle rice and late rice according to the planting time. Early rice cultivation in March-April, mostly around Qingming.
Middle rice cultivation in April-May. Late rice cultivation is in mid to late June.
Qin Lin smiled and said, this book is not held in the hand for nothing.
Then he added, this rice seed is a special variety. In the winter can also be planted.
Rattlesnake tribute rice paddy seeds are not limited by the seasons,
as are quality 2 watermelons, which is, arguably, a pretty amazing attribute in and of itself.
Lin Fan was clearly shocked.
There's still rice that can be grown in winter? Being born as a farmer, she was obviously not going to be screwed. Really the first time I've heard of it.
Qin Lin smiled and said,
Mom,
there's nothing strange about growing rice in winter. Our country already has this type of technology.
It's just that this one of mine is special. Hearing this, Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions.
Now that technology is developing rapidly,
an older one like her will soon not be able to keep up with the pace. Chen Daibai couldn't help but inquire curiously even after Qin Lin. Boss, are you telling the truth? There really is rice grown in winter? I don't know if it can be planted here yet.
Qin Lin laughed and said,
This kind of seed is too demanding in terms of environment, climate, and soil. I'm just trying it out. Otherwise you think someone else would give me such a good seed? Chindabi nodded. Also if it were me, I wouldn't give this kind of sub to anyone. How marvelous to be able to grow it in winter. However, what Qinlin was waiting for was the special attribute of that ringing water tribute rice seed's extremely low chance of adapting to the environmental climate once. As soon as that one seed is acclimatized, that seed may grow his own tribute rice. You should know that in the beginning, Master Yuan was able to feed a nation with a single seed he found on the mountains. He has this kind of son here, and he has the relevant book knowledge left by those seniors of Master Yuan. Now he is just waiting for a chance. Qinlin followed Chindabi to the turned artificial water field. He rolled up his pants leg and went down to the field to start working. When he saw Lin Fan leading Wang Kai and Xiao Maching to follow him, when she heard about her son's what special variety of rice seeds, she couldn't help but come over to take a look in curiosity. Moreover, this son hadn't been in the field since he was a child, so where would he know how to cultivate any seedlings? Arrived close to take a look. See is sowing seeds. Qinlin then urgently said, Shaolin, you can't sow seeds like this. A piece of the number to be uniform. Otherwise the land is not fertile enough. The seedling growth is not enough. With that, she took off her shoes and jacked up her pant legs and went into the field. Mom, what are you doing in here? Qinlin couldn't even stop it in time. Mom's movements were too smooth. Woo woo. Wang Kai also whimpered excitedly at this time, and seeing that Lin Fan had gone down as well, he took a step forward. Now Qinlin became anxious and hurriedly pointed at Wang Kai and shouted, Don't you come down here. Woo woo. Wang Kai thought his master was calling him, and excitedly pounced into the field, and rolled with a grunt. Qinlin's damn head was directly filled with black lines. The dog gave him this when he should have understood human language. Wang Kai, what are you doing in here? Lin Fan was also anxious, and with 2 steps forward she slapped the mud-covered Wang Kai's head several times to drive it up. Wha? Wang Kai was still whimpering as he stood to the edge of the field, clearly longing for the mud inside. Zhao Mochizuki, on the other hand, was taking a shot at the dog with his cell phone, which was too funny at this point. Lin Fan took the rice seed in Qinlin's hand and skillfully sowed it. Before the family moved to the county, she and her deceased husband had always farmed by themselves, and she was comfortable with such trivial matters. Qinlin can only helplessly watch from the sidelines, with nothing to do but to command Chindabi, afterward, make a fence around this field. Okay, boss. Chindabi immediately nodded his head. The boss arranges things himself, and anyone who isn't active is a cutie. After a long time, Qinlin and Lin Fan came out from the field and went outside the hall to clean the mud on their legs, when they saw a girl dressed in fancy dress holding a cell phone while walking and shouting daintily. Families, today, Xiao Sante will take you to see the hottest trillium flower sea on the internet, and when you see the little squirrels in it, families remember to reward the little squirrels for buying squirrel nuts. When Qinlin saw this scene, he didn't need to guess that it was a small netizen who had come to beat the heat. Chindabi said, Boss, our mountain village's trillium flower sea has become even more popular on Douyin, and there have been quite a few of these small netizens coming over to rub off on them in the past 2 days. Ignore them as long as they don't affect the tourists. It's also a boost to the maintenance of our mountain resort's heat. Qinlin knew that there was no way to put an end to this kind of people who rubbed up against the heat. After all, this was how the mainstream of the internet was now. Not to mention these people, after this trillium flower sea fire, all over the country have trillium flower sea place all swarmed out to rub out. Take advantage of the opportunity to publicize. Want to get a piece of the cake? Unfortunately, this turnip forest villa heat up, leaving aside the scale. In addition to the domestic that a few top superscale plum blossom see, the other come in to rub is really just a pile of traffic fodder. But let turnip forest villa plum blossom see even more fire. Those trillium flowers see how to shoot cannot shoot the kind of natural mood, as if poetic promotional video. These days, his official Douyin self-publishing number on this hill has increased to more than 300,000 followers. The key to this number is still increasing every day. We must know that the Warrior Valley after several years of publicity is also only more than 900,000 fans, which is the county is optimistic about him this lodge. The reason, relying on a trillium flower sea has this kind of powder speed don't know how many scenic spots to envy. And by nightfall, Zhao Maching gave Qinlin the statistics of the mountain resort and frowned. Qinlin, with just one Delta plum flower sea and the jungle adventures and grass skiing in the back. It seems that the mountain resort's carrying capacity has already exceeded the limit. Qinlin took a look at the data and frowned when he saw the number of tourists received today. It was surprising that the limit had been reached so quickly. Chapter 63, Daybreaks 250,000. Too many people can only limit the flow. The lodge has surprisingly received more than 1,500 visitors today, reaching 1,512.
and tickets were sold for 76,050.
He took out of the game quality 1 okra, quality 1 yam, quality 1 broccoli, almost all sold out. 2 trips a day to ripen, quality 1 okra 1, 650 pounds, 900 pounds of yam, 750 pounds of broccoli, all of them a pound of $15. A total of that is 49,500 yuan.
All 1,250 pounds of quality 1 strawberries and 68 quality 1 watermelons were sold out,
and 11 quality 2 watermelons were sold, for a total of 82,920. There were also rentals of fishing poles, stoves, grills, wild fish, skateboarding, jungle adventures and the like, totaling 23,650.
In addition to the wholesale of fruits and seafood from Linchong and Wangwei, these days not only the wholesale of fruits has increased, the number of various types of seafood has also been adjusted from 30 pounds to 100 pounds,
and the turnover has reached 23,875 yuan.
Today, the lodge had a turnover of $254,485. Most of them are no-brainers that the game produces,
but a day's turnover exceeded 250,000 yuan.
Each visitor in the lodge's consumption is actually only 160 yuan per capita. It's an abysmal failure of consumer power. Even if his family was struggling and he was working and studying to earn a little money to take Jiaomo turnip on a short trip close to home, it would cost more than $160 at a time. So, in this regard, the lodge is really a disgrace. Who has made it impossible for the lodge to keep up with the fun facilities and consumption items? Now the capacity of the lodge to receive guests is even more to the limit. This surge in the number of not only is the staff completely unable to serve over, but also need to continue to recruit people in addition to the sea of flowers to carry the density of the limit. Xin Lin said helplessly.
Mochizuki,
use the official Douyin number of the mountain resort to send out a notice.
Tomorrow the Delta Plum Blossom Sea will limit the flow of traffic and only receive 500 tourists, and then ask everyone to excuse us, and by the way, publicize our Yuqing scenic spot,
which is relatively close to us.
Then
I'll have Yao Yao take a notification video later and go back to edit and post it.
Zhao Mochizuki nodded,
then said with some concern,
that should make a lot of tourists unhappy. That can't be helped.
Xin Lin said helplessly.
The fire is too fast.
The mountain has no heritage, which is like most civilian netizens, suddenly bursting into flames.
The steppe is too big, and all of a sudden it is cold. Mountain resort now, the more to this time, the more the pace should be collected. The Trillium Sea is, after all, ornamental attractions. Once the density exceeds the carrying capacity, there is no ornamental experience.
Zhao Moqing also knows this, also went to find Gao Yaoyao to shoot a video.
No way.
She and Xin Lin are the kind of people who can't let go in the face of the camera.
Can only pull Gao Yaoyao, this pure and lovely foreman, as a strong man. Night. As soon as he returned home,
Zhao Mo Turnip sat down in front of the computer and began to edit the shooting video,
recommending the Yuqing attractions that were close to the lodge to find pictures as well.
Video editing, she is not very skilled. She felt to a certain size to let Xin Lin to hire a video editor.
After all,
this mountain, this Douyin number fans grow very quickly.
Straight to 400,000 to go.
Xin Lin cut a plate of chunky quality 2 watermelon into the room and picked up a piece with a toothpick and fed it to Zhao Mochizuki's mouth.
It's hard work. Have a piece of melon. Zhao Mo Turnip opened her mouth to eat the watermelon. If anything, she said,
the shoulders are sore. I'll help you press. Xin Lin immediately understood and stretched out his hands to help Zhao Mochizuki press up his shoulders.
Woo woo, the dog's voice rang out as he ran in.
Hitching a right on Turnip Zhao's thigh, his head poking forward to look at the watermelon with a clear purpose.
Zhao Mochizuki stroked Wang Kai's head, took a toothpick and picked up the watermelon and fed it to Wang Kai's mouth.
Xin Lin saw this and sighed silently in his heart. He serves his wife and his wife serves the dog. He suddenly found his family's status in jeopardy.
Zhao Mo Turnip edited the video and sent it out on the last fight sound.
With such a hot search as the Turnip Grove Trillium Flower Sea, the video posted by the official number of Turnip Grove Lodge was an easy one to get on the hot search, and it didn't take long for a lot of people to brush up on it.
The next day, when Xin Lin got up, he realized that Zhao Mochizuki was already awake. Up so early, why don't you sleep more? Xin Lin asked with a yawn.
Zhao Mo Turnip said, I sent out a notice yesterday.
Aren't I worried about being scolded? Xin Lin thought about it. After all, I want to come and play with you and you tell me that the number of people is limited. Anyone would have a problem with that. He also took out his cell phone to look at the situation of the video released by the official number of the mountain last night, but the situation that made him worry about being scolded didn't appear. Instead, there were surprisingly a lot of favorable comments and various suggestions below the video. The owner of the lodge has a big picture view of the situation. The Trillium Flower Sea has a limited number of bearers. The lodge has no extra programs. and limiting the number of visitors is the best thing to do, otherwise it affects the viewing. Boss in order to tourists ornamental also limited guests, at least did not take the tourists as leaks cut, change a scenic spot may not care. I hope the lodge can set a time so that we out-of-town visitors don't go there for nothing. Open up online booking. Let's book tickets and go. It won't be a wasted trip. It seems like no one is scolding us. Zhao Mo Turnip held her cell phone and was surprised. Aha! Qin Lin also nodded. He had expected to be scolded, which made him feel that he was somewhat unable to keep up with the pace of the internet. Instead, there are a number of scenic spots. Power Brush to a few scenic videos have indicated that their scenic trillium sea of flowers are not limited to guests, but it's good to not get yelled at. He looked to the light screen in his head. The crops had all matured. He controlled the game character to pick those mature crops into the storage room and then planted new seeds. Then, he controlled the game character to enter the mountain again, and the pure wild honey was refreshed again. And sure enough, just like in the old version of the game, this wild honey was refreshed almost every day. This has made him think of a new money-making project. And, after some searching in the woods, 3 more liters of wild honey. After picking all of the honey and putting it into storage, he also got up and ate some of the thin rice his mom had cooked and headed to the warehouse. As soon as he arrived at the warehouse, he entered the game with a thought and headed to the storage room, getting to the container holding the pure wild honey in the first place. Yesterday 90 pounds, today 90 pounds, and excluding the 1 pound I took out yesterday, there is already 179 pounds of honey in the container. Thinking of that honey water yesterday, he can completely carry out the honey water program in the mountain villa. With medicinal honey as a gimmick publicity, now many scenic spots a cup of milk tea will be 20 yuan. This honey water will not be worse than the milk tea, right? Thinking about it, Qin Lin had a plan in mind. After transporting all those ripe crops to the lodge in separate shipments, he went to the supermarket and bought some large clear containers to go into the game to fill with pure wild honey. Yojo. Chenli also met a middle-aged man at the tourist office as soon as he got to work. Sun County. This is the information about the support fund for Turnip Forest Villa. According to the 3 projects supported by the talk, the fund may have to reach $23 million. The most expensive should be the cave accommodation and restaurant. These expansion projects, followed by the rafting project. The Flower Sea project is the lowest. Sun County took the information and looked at it, said, Chen Bureau. This time it is our Yucheng suddenly appeared at Turnip Forest Mountain Village. Ate a wave of network dividends. On our whole region tourism there is a huge compensation. You also know that we developed a lot of scenic spots, but the distance from the county are relatively far away. You again give me a careful talk about this mountain village. Chenli nodded. The heat is very high, just do not know what degree can be reached in the end. The current mountain villa daily reception of tourists should have 1,000. Is the development of the mountain villa is difficult to say, so I am so anxious to ask you to meet through this fund to support the plan. By us, the special fund, basically a month of time rafting projects and cave projects can be put into use. The key I found that the city's Blue Ocean Group's Chen Xingfei, Hongyun Group's Ma Levin and the owner of the mountain villa have a good relationship. And there is still the possibility of developing high-end clientele for this mountain villa. This I will examine more. Those words clearly moved Sun County. He knew about the Blue Ocean Group and the Yokoyun Group. The impact of such a group would be huge if they could get some investment in Uptown. Uptown still has a lot to offer that could be worth investing in. It's the smaller counties that don't attract investors. As the two were talking, they saw the young man who had followed Chenli earlier walk in. Bureau Chen, you asked me to keep an eye on Turnip Lin Villa. The villa sent out an announcement last night saying that it would start restricting traffic today. Why is the flow limited? Chenli instantly frowned. Now that there's this heat, he wants the lodge to make good use of it and never screw around. The young man explained. It seems that Turnip Lin Villa received more than 500 people yesterday. They have limited capacity to receive passengers. They have no choice but to limit the flow. Now they are too hot. With a trillium plum flower sea, the official number of fan attention is almost close to 400. 000. Over 500 people yesterday? Chenli was incredulous. This was only 500 visits short of the 2,000 people per day he had originally expected. If the facilities at the lodge were not so poor that they had to restrict the flow of traffic, I am afraid that the 2,000 trips would really not be difficult to achieve. The young man continued. Turnip Grove Lodge has limited traffic, but it also advertises the scenic spots closer to the county in the video as well. This boss Qin still has a great sense of the big picture. Chenli couldn't help but show a joyful expression on his face when he heard this news. Let's go. Go to the meeting. I'll call the others. Sun County cannot help but move. The county's large investment in the Warrior Valley several scenic spots also only this attendance. Chapter 64 Dogs love it. Let alone men.
The large containers that Qin Lin bought were large transparent jars of 20 pounds capacity, and after doing the cleaning, he filled them with all the pure wild honey from the game and transported them to the lodge. As soon as they arrived at the lodge and moved the honey into the storage room behind the bar, they saw Gao Yaoyao leading 6 people over. Visitors to the lodge have been increasing for some time now, and there have been signs posted at the lodge for hiring. Rather, I didn't expect 6 to come down in one go today. 4 girls in their 20s and 2 middle-aged women. Boss, they are all here to apply for jobs, Gao Yaoyao said as she arrived closer. Qin Lin also looked at the 6 people. The 4 girls obviously hadn't been out of society for too long, and would still carry the hesitation and caution of a job seeker. He let the 6 people follow him to the side, and then took the information filled out by the 6 people in Gao Yaoyao's hand. The 4 girls naturally applied for service positions in the scenic area, and the 2 middle-aged women applied for cleaning ants. He then routinely asked the 4 girls questions that recruiters ask, such as whether they had any relevant work experience, why they quit their last job, and even asked the 4 girls if they were single. These questions seem to be some nonsense, and have been trolled by many people on the internet, but after he really became a boss, he felt that these boring questions were actually justified. The question is not really the point, but rather that in these simple questions you can get at least a preliminary indication of one of the candidate's character, his or her character. For example, by asking 4 girls if they're single or not. Does he really care if they're single or not? He would like to see the reaction of the 3 girls to this question. After all, it is the tourism service industry. In the face of this problem is not embarrassed, not shy, not entangled, but also can calmly smile and answer. That shows that the cheek can absolutely suitable for the service industry. Another example would be to ask the candidate why they quit their last job. Some people are subconsciously full of complaints. Said the last job this cannot that cannot, how colleagues how. This kind of people generally no boss will like. However, he is a mountain village is the scenic service industry not so much to talk about. The main thing is to look at the 4 girls' character is lively enough. The words of the stump is not sharp enough to be generous. These can be seen more or less when asked. After all, you can't face tourists without a smile on your face, right? The 4 girls are lively and should be able to adapt to the workplace well, so they all stayed. He also inquired about the 2 middle-aged women who were applying for cleaning ants, and initially felt that there was no problem also stayed. After that, Qin Lin also took out 6 labor contracts to sign with the 6 people for a 1-month trial period, and then instructed towards Gao Yaoyao on the side. You lead the 2 elder sisters to Sister Hong's place, and then take the 4 of them to receive their work clothes, and familiarize yourself with the environment while the tourists are still here. Sister Hong is the foreman of the cleaning ants of the lodge, originally the cleaning foreman of the County Zhoumin Hotel, because her daughter-in-law had a baby to serve her daughter-in-law before resigning from the hotel. Okay. Gao Yaoyao nodded and said towards the 6, you guys come with me. Handing over the newly recruited employee to Gao Yaoyao, Qin Lin also entered the bar and picked up the small jar of pure wild honey water from yesterday, then took out a few empty cups and began to put honey into the cups to make the honey water. Qin Lin, what are you doing making so much honey water? Zhao Mo Turnip walked in holding Wang Kai. Wanted seemed to smell the honey and put his legs up on the bar again, grinning up at him. Qin Lin pretended to make up. The medicinal honey water made from the medicinal honey I brought back yesterday is good, right? Yesterday I just tried it to see if it was good, and I just found another channel to get a batch of medicinal honey every day. So I want to start a medicinal honey water program in the mountain villa. After all, in terms of beverages our mountain villa lacks as well, and we only have incoming cans of cola and mineral water. Right now I'm trying to dose here, to see what is the least percentage of medicinal nectar I can put in a glass of water without affecting the flavor, the texture. The game produces quality 2 wild honey is good, but you cannot expect a drop of honey to make a glass of water tasty. 100 milliliters of water at least the appropriate proportion to do so. Exactly how much, the least amount that can be put in, is for him to find out the ratio. Moreover, quality 2 honey water, he wouldn't sell it cheaply. After all, the effect was there. Qin Lin, I realized that you still have the potential to be a crooked businessman, Zhao Mo Turnip said flirtatiously, then walked into the bar and said, let me help you. She took the spoon in Qin Lin's hand and carefully put honey into the cup, as if she was afraid of putting too much. Qin Lin saw this scene in his heart to spit, but also said that he is treacherous. This woman put less than him, but isn't that what business is all about? As long as it doesn't affect the customer experience, you definitely try to save money wherever you can, especially if the stuff is scarce. Soon, the 2 found the best ratio. About 100 milliliters of water with 5 grams of quality 2 honey tastes the best. Not too sweet, not too light, the key is just as delicious. 100 milliliters 5 grams. Qin Lin took out his calculator and did the math.
Quality 2 honey about 90 pounds a day. That is 45,000 grams. Milk tea commonly used in large cups of molded cup 700 milliliters. That is 35 grams. That large cup of milk tea can be made 1,286 cups. This amount seemed a bit insufficient. He believed that most people who knew the effect of this honey water would buy it. Moreover, many of them would definitely drink a second cup after drinking it, and even take a cup with them. Because when he used to travel with Zhao Moqing in the university and his classmates in a group, most of them did the same thing, encountering delicious food into the scenic spot to eat one, out to eat one, and even some classmates packed and brought a few copies. Zhao Mochizui also inquired at this time, Qin Lin, how much do you intend to sell this medicinal nectar water for? Qin Lin laughed and said, those scenic spots dare to sell a big cup of milk tea for 20 yuan a cup. My medicinal honey is a good thing. A cup sold for 100 yuan is not too much, right? This is certainly not excessive. After all, he game-produced wild honey has the game additional relief of fatigue 2, treatment of constipation 2, relief of chronic gastritis medicinal effects. Zhao Mo Turnip heard a cup of 100 yuan, some smacked his lips. A cup of 100 yuan, uninformed tourists will certainly be shocked. Or we add some coconut in the honey water. At least let people think the amount of more. Well, that's fine. Add something cheaper and you can still sell a few more cups. Qin Lin nodded. It's not like things like coconuts are worth much. It's possible to put in a little bit more, and the tourists will still think you're conscientious. That makes 286 cups, which could totally turn into 500 cups, and at $100 a cup, that's 150,000, after costs and such, which means a pound of honey could be sold for over 600. This is already more than a lot of medicated honey, which belongs to the price of the top medicated honey level, and can be considered a light luxury product. Zhao Mo Turnip is still a little worried. 100 yuan a cup. Listen to all the scary. Let's do some more publicity. Also marked to introduce the effect of this medicinal nectar. It's best to engage in a trial drinking session. Otherwise now so many black people online. I'm afraid that I will be scolded to death. All listen to you. Qin Lin nodded. It just so happens that the sales center can also be opened. And by the way, we can also publicize the sales center. And then the medicine honey water project will be put in the sales center. A $100 drink is not publicized. And uninformed ordinary tourists do have some difficulty in accepting it. And being scolded is definitely possible. So, publicity is still needed. Have a free tasting. Woo woo. The dog barked. The two men turned their heads to see the dog sprawled there at the bar, eyeing them as if to remind them of something they had forgotten. It's been waiting for some honey water, Zhou Mochizuki said with a smile. Qin Lin also picked up a cup of honey water and took the dog's special clear cup to pour it on. The dog's mouth grinned, indicating a happy sticking out of his tongue. Zhou Mochizuki smiled at this, and became more confident in Qin Lin's medicinal honey water project. Dogs like to drink so much, let alone people. Chapter 65 and a little too. Watermelons grow too fast. After making a plan, he naturally had to implement it. Qin Lin finished feeding the honey water to Wan Kai and then said towards Zhao Moqing, I'll go to the city first to buy a few milk tea sealing and molding machines, order a batch of special cups, and by the way, I'll ask Qin Ren's studio to help with the advertising and promotional graphics and signage for the medicinal honey water, and by the way, find a source of supply to order some coconuts. Zhao Mo Turnip remembered something and said, right, my brother is also preparing to open a milk tea store recently. He should have a channel for coconuts and milk tea molding machines there. I'll ask him directly. Alright, I'll leave this to you. I'll take care of the rest. Qin Lin nodded his head before he took the key to the small motorized on the table to leave. Instead, Zhao Mochizuki called out to Qin Lin and handed him a BMW key. Take my brother's car. Still haven't returned the car? Qin Lin asked. Zhao Mo Turnip explained, my dad has another car. He can't drive it even when he goes to school. My brother drove that car first, saying that the small electric is inconvenient. This car is for us to use first. Thank great uncle for me. Qin Lin could feel Zhao Moyan's good intentions. Now that you have the money, it's time to buy a car for yourself. And there's also the house issue to be resolved. It's been so many days since the opening that the lodge has long had over $1.5 million lying in its account. When he arrived at the parking lot, Qin Lin drove his great uncle's BMW and headed to Qin Ren's studio. Yo, the big boss is here. Qin Ren flirted as soon as he saw him. His other partners did warmly stand up to greet him. After all, now that Turnip Forest Villa's foot traffic was placed there, the other party would definitely be less likely to cooperate in advertising and planning. Hu Fei said very enthusiastically, Mr. Qin, what are your orders for coming over today? Qin Lin smiled and said, I don't dare to command, but I happen to need some advertising and publicity planning charts for some commodities, such as okra, watermelon, strawberries and these. The most important is still the medicinal honey water.
Probably need a 2-meter high by 1-meter wide advertising cloth. Publicity content. You guys help me to add there is the effect of relieving fatigue
on chronic gastritis, constipation.
Xin Lin spoke to Hu Fei about his request.
Xin Ren, who was next to him, however, suddenly popped up. Lin Zi, this medicated honey water of yours is effective against constipation? Xin Lin nodded and said, it is somewhat effective. Are you constipated? Xin Ren hurriedly shook his head and denied. How could it be that I'm constipated? It's a friend of mine. I'll ask for him.
Xin Lin and Hu Fei smiled without saying anything when they heard this. Xin Ren saw two people obviously do not believe the expression, hastily changed the topic. By the way, Lin Zi, you engage in this medicine honey water should also be looking for milk teacups,
caps, straws and other customization, right?
Our studio has 2 customers to do this. I help you pull a WeChat group contact.
You let them bid is, also save you time running around. It can still operate like this? Xin Lin asked in dismay. He's just ordering some medicated honey water glasses here. Xin Ren, however, asked in return, I say, Mr. Qin, have you not yet switched from your position? In a small place like you city, you're considered a big boss, okay? Who can do it like you who has to have a traffic limit because of too much traffic? What other milk tea store in Uptown can do that with your 1,500 customer flow alone? How about consuming 1,000 milk tea cups a day?
Boutique cups, a set of 3 down plus log offer is about $2.
They make 0.5 profit. That's 15,000 profit a month too.
Anyone who knows your lodge will be redeveloped and developed.
When the time comes there will be more foot traffic, but consumption will probably be even more. In a small place like Eucalyptus, you are a quality long-term customer, and it's a cutie pie if they don't go all out to grab you as a customer. This is the reality.
Small places to open. The company's hardship is also only known to the parties concerned. You think it is doing per capita company easily negotiated 1 million big orders.
10 million big orders? Xin Lin smiled and said, alright, you help me arrange it. Xin Ren didn't waste any time, and a few moments later, he pulled a group and pulled Xin Lin into it, then pulled 2 more people in. One is called Fuhai Injection Molding Packaging, a small injection molding package called Chen. As soon as those 2 came in, they at Qinrun and sent a message. Mr. Qin, what can I tell you? Mr. Qin, what is this about orders? Xin Ren didn't talk nonsense, directly at Qin Lin, then sent another message. This is my brother, General Manager Qin of Turnip Lin Villa. He wants to customize a batch of cups. Send him all your prices. As soon as Qin Ren's message came out, almost in the fastest time possible, those 2 sent over a price list at the same time. The hottest thing in U City during this period of time is the Turnip Forest Villa, with an endless stream of tourists every day. And if the owner of the Turnip Forest Villa wants to customize the cups, the number of cups consumed in a day will definitely not be small, and it is still a long-term customer. So naturally, he does not dare to have a hint of negligence. Doing business in a small place like Uptown can be very stressful. Xinren looked at the price list, then turned toward Qinlin and said, the prices are already cheaper than they used to be. Qinlin nodded. Both scent price lists are different. The cheapest thin plastic cups 5 cents a. Expensive internal paste injection molding, PP thick and hardcover large cups, plus custom logo, $2 a. Qinlin will not choose cheap. After all, he played the gimmick of medicinal honey water. Take the high-end route. Naturally choose the most expensive internal paste injection molding, PP thick and hardcover cups, plus logo customized. Both gave a price of $2, so that means that's the lowest both families can afford. Qinlin thought about it and sent a message in the group. You guys make a physical picture for me to look at, and print the Turnip Lin Villa Pharmaceutical Honey Water logo. The 2 people in the group didn't hesitate when they saw this request, and said a sentence for Qinlin to wait a bit before they didn't move. After a while, the group got moving again, and those 2 both sent out a video of a boutique cup, both emblazoned with the Turnip Grove Hills Medicinal Nectar Water logo, and both matching the base color as well. Don't expect a customized logo from the other side in a small place like Yucheng. It's all pretty much the same. For this, Qinlin did not dwell on it. For the time being it can be used. However, he chose Fuhai injection molding packaging at the first glance. The other party was smart enough to use the pattern of the Sea of Trillium Flowers at Turnip Forest Villa as the base picture. There are times when that's the case, and a small bright light can make the difference in making a decision. Qinren also packaged towards Fuhai injection molding. Bring your samples to my studio, make tea and wait for you. Thanks, Mr. Qin. Fuhai injection molding packaging also replied. The other person has not moved. Seeing the other person's sample, he knew that he had no chance. Who let himself not as flexible as other people's brains? The boss of Fuhai injection molding packaging is called Zhang Shi, and as soon as he saw Qinlin, he said very enthusiastically,
Mr. Qin, thank you very much for choosing our Fuhai injection molding packaging.
You're welcome, Mr. Zhang.
Qinlin smiled and shook the other party's hand. From the other party's attitude he also felt it. It seemed that in this city, for some people, he was considered to have some status.
Mr. Qin, this is the sample.
Zhang Shi took the sample out at the first opportunity and handed it to Qinlin. It has been treated and sterilized,
and there is no problem using it right away.
Qinlin took the sample and looked at it,
and was quite satisfied with it. So he said, Mr. Zhang, according to this sample, the small, medium, and large cups will be ordered 10,000 first. However, tomorrow morning I hope to get to 3,000 first.
Zhang Shi immediately said, okay, I'll go back and immediately arrange for someone to work overtime to handle it.
Qinlin nodded, let's sign the contract then. The orders after that will depend on the use of this batch first. Mr. Qin, Mr. Hu, let me borrow your studio printer for a while,
Zhang Shi said with a face full of joy towards Qinren and Hu Fei who were at the side. This business was considered to be a negotiation city, and he believed that he could definitely cooperate with Turnip Forest Villa for a long time as long as he maintained quality and quantity. Hardcover cups with matching sealing plastic molds and straws. Small, medium and large cups cost $1.4-2. 30,000 cups totaling $50,000 with 20% deposit and 10,000 delivered. This kind of cost is certainly not affordable to the average milk tea store, and only those branded chains and scenic spots can afford it. Only after signing the contract with Zhang Shi did Qinlin drive away and go back to the mountain villa. Only when he entered the mountain village, he saw Qin Dabii coming out from the backyard of the hall.
He should have just finished watering the watermelon seedlings. He called the other man over and inquired, what happened to the watermelon seedlings?
Qin Dabii immediately reported with a face full of astonishment.
Boss, those watermelon seedlings have already started to stretch out their vines. This growth rate is too fast. Already in the stretching vine stage?
Qinlin was surprised. Although this quality 2 seedless watermelon seeds note says that it has a very short growing period to become a melon, but this is growing too fast,
right? How long has it been under this sub? At this rate of planting you will have melons in less than a month. Chapter 66 to maximize the value of the game.
Watermelons are typically 85 to 95 days old.
That's about 3 months from planting the seed to harvest. Now many agricultural experts are also researching to shorten the growth cycle of watermelon.
And there is a technology that has also made considerable progress, which can reduce the melon formation period of watermelon by half a month. It seems like the expert who developed the technology won some kind of small agricultural award. Qinlin is not familiar with this aspect of things, but looking at the watermelon seedlings that have already climbed the vine,
this if you can cultivate the seeds out, not to mention the absence of the game land, this melon can maintain what quality? Alone this 1 month into the melon period, should not also give him a prize? Next to it, the transplanted 7-color symbiotic delphinium potted plants are not dying, which is a good sign. If this 7-color symbiotic delphinium can be cultivated successfully, although it is impossible to transplant potted plants to become a plant, and it can't grow to the extent of those delphiniums in the sea of flowers, and there is no game attribute bonus, it is also definitely more beautiful than normal delphiniums. When the time comes, it will be possible to transplant potted plants in large quantities, which should be popular with many tourists.
Boss, it's really possible to grow watermelons without a trellis, Qin Dabii said in a slightly complimentary tone. He was also born in the countryside when he was a child, so he naturally knew that the temperature for watermelon planting should be 25 degrees to 30 degrees.
Otherwise the seeds would hardly germinate. But now that winter has started, everyone is wearing thicker long sleeves, and the temperature has long since fallen below this range. Not bad for a new breed. The game seeds can be grown alive in reality. So the first step is not a problem. Then it's time to look at the second step. Breeding quality 2 seedless watermelon seeds in reality. Seedless watermelons are seedless and can't produce seeds directly, and it's a pain in the ass to grow watermelon seeds again through seedless watermelon seeds. He this time is also looking at the relevant knowledge. He has to first take the game out of the quality 2 seedless watermelon seeds of the seedlings with colchicine treatment, so that it becomes polyploid again, and then use the ordinary watermelon in the flowering period and it repollinate. This after several troublesome processes. Then plant out the watermelon again will produce seedless watermelon seeds. Naturally, there were other genetic technologies that were too esoteric, which involved a lot of knowledge, and he didn't delve too deeply into understanding them. Being completely confused, he can only follow the easiest to cultivate. Success or not depends on luck. Really cannot use the simpler tissue culture. This will not be able to promote a large area. This means that regular watermelon seeds will have to be planted later. This winter, regular watermelons are definitely going to be dependent on the trellis. And
It's important to remember the flowering time of the seedless and regular watermelon in order to control the pollination time.
After all, watermelons bloom and pollinate for only 2 days, and some even bloom in the morning and pollinate and close in the afternoon. The game produces seedless watermelons that are even more golden,
and you have to wait for regular watermelon retention seeds to be bred for planting.
As Qin Lin thought, he ordered toward Qin Dabi, who was beside him. Help me clear out 3 acres of land next to me. I'm going to get a greenhouse. Okay, boss. Qin Dabi nodded.
Qin Lin went back to the hall and went online to contact the company related to the construction of the shed,
and then placed an order. And the other party will send people over to build it tomorrow. Zhao Moqing came in from outside, holding a bag of coconuts in his hand. Qin Lin,
my brother side to contact the coconut channels and milk tea sealing machine.
Just now ordering to send also need time.
My brother said let us take his original ready milk tea sealing machine and coconuts to use first. His milk tea store decoration is good and then use us to order on the line.
Thank great uncle for me. Qin Lin smiled and nodded. Come and taste how about coconut-infused herbal honey water. With that, Zhao Mochizuki opened the coconut, pulled out 2 spoons and put them into a cup,
then took out the quality 2 wild honey and brewed a cup of honey water,
put a straw on it and handed it to Qin Lin.
Qin Lin said after a few sips,
not bad.
The quality 2 honey water from the game already tasted very good,
but the coconut was a bit redundant,
but the flavor just didn't suffer,
so you can still sell some more. Then in the afternoon,
I'll have Yao Yao cooperate by posting a video and announcing about the new pill honey water product in the official number.
With that, Zhao Moyao took Qin Lin's hand and said, now, we should go back first. Mom is urging us to hurry up and bring back the materials for dinner.
Ready? Qin Lin nodded with a smile. I'm going to entertain Zhou Mochizuki's parents at home at noon, so the quality 2 stuff and some regular seafood are ready. After entering the storage room behind the bar to take out his things,
Qin Lin turned toward Gao Yao Yao and said, Yao Yao,
you can watch the mountain villa for a bit longer at noon.
We'll go back first.
Gao Yao Yao, this little girl is not very old. The ability is still there, and now is also the foreman.
Not a big deal. She can also handle.
After driving Qin Lin home in her brother's BMW,
Zhao Moqing drove out again and went back to the East City neighborhood to pick up her parents. Pulling the car over,
she called her parents.
In a moment, Chen Xiao and Zhao Xianhong walked down with Zhao Moyan and Li Zhaowen.
Li Zhaowen was the first to greet her youngest aunt.
Turnip,
I'm going to dine with your brother at noon today.
Don't lie to me. There's really a big fish of more than 30 pounds to eat? Zhao Mo Turnip flirted. Zhao Wen, you're a snacker. Why didn't you get fat?
Li Zhaowen got complacent. Your sister-in-law, I am naturally beautiful, a physique that can't get fat from eating.
Well, it's just complaining about being heavy again every night. Zhao Moyun, who was at the side,
said flirtatiously, which caused Li Zhaowen to grit her teeth and look at him.
Dad, Mom.
Zhao Mochizuki stepped forward again to the middle of her parents and took both of their arms. She felt more or less different now than she had before. Before she was just a member of her parents' family. Now she had another extra family and was picking up her parents for a visit to her own home.
Humph. Chen Xiao lightly hummed, pretending to ignore his daughter. Mom. Seeing this,
Zhao Mochizuki immediately acted like a little girl and pampered her mom.
Zhao Xianhong laughed and said, Mu Oi, don't pay attention to your mom.
She was seriously dressed up just now up there, and was afraid of losing your face. Seeing her husband tearing down her husband,
Chen Xiao gave her husband a very dissatisfied blank look. After the group got on the bus,
Zhao Xianhong asked towards Zhao Moqing,
did you invite your aunt's husband today?
You got into the tax bureau through his connections, and you'll have to treat him to a meal to thank him after you resign.
Already shouted. Turnip Xiao nodded and said, but Auntie said that another township enterprise is in trouble,
and he's going to lead another closed audit here.
Well, that matter is more important. Zhao Xianhong nodded. After getting on the car, Chen Xiao, who had been holding his breath for half a day, finally couldn't help but ask, Mo Qing, how is Qin Lin's mountain villa doing now? I saw the online video, and there are a lot of guests at the mountain villa. Not bad, Zhao Mo Turnip explained, I counted it before,
and the one-day turnover has already exceeded 250,000
250,000 a day?
Zhao Moyan suddenly spoke out in surprise. He knew that Qin Lin's mountain villa was now very hot, and he had also guessed the other party's current turnover, but he really hadn't thought that the other party's turnover would be so high. To know that his KTV a month's turnover is only 400,000. Qin Lin this mountain village 2 days more than his turnover.
Moreover,
because he cared about his sister, he had also looked up the relevant information and knew that these kinds of explosive scenic spots were all profiteering as well.
That is to say,
he has worked hard for a month,
but not even 2 days?
Zhao Moqing added at this time.
However, this turnover is temporary. Tomorrow we will launch new products. Moreover,
the mountain villa is limited in the amount of guests it can accept. Now it is restricted to receive guests at first.
When the mountain villa develops a new program, then it can receive more people. Zhao Moyun suddenly didn't want to talk. Zhao Moqing, however, continued.
The county is also worried for Qinlin, anxious to help him develop the project, as if it wants to give Qinlin a grant of more than $23 million of support funds to develop the mountain villa.
Zhao Moyun was completely silent.
He felt his sister that this was super Versailles. Zhao Xianhong and Chen Xiao heard this also completely unsettled.
Chen Xiao even silently sighed, some embarrassed.
Had known that Qinlin can so quickly have success. She cared about her daughter will not suffer to do what?
Zhao Xianhong seemed to sense his wife's emotions and teased with a smile. The son-in-law that your daughter chose for you herself is okay, right? Chen Xiao. Zhao Mochizuki also laughed. Mom, I've always said that Qinlin is excellent. Isn't that right? Chen Xiao. This husband and daughter don't know how to look at themselves? It's better to have a daughter-in-law who is quiet and sweet. Li Jiawen, however, suddenly teased. Dad, Turnip. It's not like you guys don't know that Mom is good at saving face. She'll definitely choose to refuse to answer this question. Chen Xiao. It seems like there's no one in the family who's heartless. Chapter 67. Can I buy dozens of pounds of this rice? Joe Turnip parked the car in the neighborhood. The neighborhood is old and a bit chaotic, but there is plenty of parking, as this neighborhood is mostly rented out and the owners don't want to live there, and even fewer can afford a car. Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law, let's go up. Turnip Xiao closed the car door and led the family into a building. The building is a bit dim and the environment can be seen at a glance to be bad.
Arriving outside the apartment rented by Qinlin,
Zhao Moqing took out the key and opened the door. The narrowness visible inside at a glance. The environment was as bad as outside. If it was before,
when they saw this kind of environment, what Chen Xiao and Zhao Xianhong thought was definitely whether their daughter would suffer. But now their hearts were admiring Qinlin.
It's admirable that you can turn around so quickly, for whatever reason.
While living in this environment without the help of your parents and with so much money owed to your family,
as long as people are successful,
the past heartache will be the best foil to make the success more glorious. Otherwise there will not be so many successful people always like to tell their own tough past experience.
In the hall, Qinlin and Lin Fan were busy, and the dog next to them was lying peacefully on the mat in the corner. That was specially bought by Lin Fan for it to sleep in. Seeing Zhao Moqing arrive with his family, Qinlin immediately greeted him. Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law, you're here, come in. Wow, there's a dog. When did you raise a dog? Qinlin? Li Jiawen saw the dog as soon as she came in, and with a face full of surprise, she went forward and tried to reach out and touch Wang Kai's head, but the dog clearly didn't want to pay her any attention and cocked his head to the side. That treatment was completely different from the first time they met Zhao Mochizuki and Lin Fan. By Gavin Li. In-laws, sit down.
Lin Fan on the side was a bit overwhelmed.
After all, it is the son thing to do is not generous,
hiding the other side of the marriage license secretly received.
After welcoming Chen Xiao, Zhao Xianhong, Zhao Moyun, and Li Jiawen to sit down, Lin Fan added, that, I'll go cook.
Zhao Mochizuki pulled Lin Fan and told her to sit down.
Mom, Qinlin and I will cook for you today. Just wait.
Yes, today, Mochizuki and I will personally make a delicious table to thank you for procreating us and allowing us to meet.
Qinlin smiled and agreed, also pulling Zhao Moqing into the kitchen.
The atmosphere outside was a bit awkward instead. Lin Fan is a little embarrassed. His son did something ungenerous, afraid of being complained. Chen Xiaohua is also a little embarrassed. In the past in front of his daughter did not say that following Qinlin will suffer words,
afraid of embarrassment.
She glanced at her usually articulate husband and son and daughter-in-law,
hoping the three would ease the awkwardness. Zhao Xianhong, Zhao Moyun,
and Li Jiawen were old and calm at this time, waiting for Chen Xiao to play.
After all, she was in charge of this family. It seemed that even the dog sensed the unusual atmosphere and looked up suspiciously. That, in-laws, watching TV? Lin Fan, as the host, still spoke first, taking out the remote control to turn on the TV. As soon as the TV was turned on,
I heard the episode where two women were pointing and cursing at each other. The very same dog and pony show that took place on the roof of a building reversing and reversing and reversing.
In-laws, you're watching this drama too?
Chen Xiao was surprised this time. Lin Fan nodded and said, yes, now that this murderer seems to be revealed.
I think that female 3 might be the murderer. Chen Xiao also nodded frantically. I think so. It's just her that's most likely. The two of them suddenly chatted happily, and sat next to each other,
as if they had become super familiar all of a sudden.
Zhao Moyun, said Zhao Xianhong. The two big men saw the scene in front of them, and with their brain circuits they actually failed to react somewhat.
Only Li Jiawen looked at the two with a desire to speak. She also felt that female 3 might be the bad guy. But the two elders were chatting and today was a bit special, so it was not good for her to interrupt. It's so hard to hold back when you obviously want to participate. There was already a mellow aroma of rice wafting through the kitchen that was somewhat intoxicating. Zhao Mochizuki asked with a face full of surprise. It smells so good. Qin Lin, what special rice did you use today? This is used to specially entertain our parents. No one else can eat it if they want to. Qin Lin smiled and answered. This is naturally a quality 2 Rongshui tribute rice taken out of the game. With the attributes of rich nutrition too, mellow flavor too, delicious too, and vitamin VPP anti-aging too. These 2 days ringing water tribute rice have been harvested. The game stored a lot. Quality 2 ringing water tribute rice also harvested some. Just he did not even take out of the just. It's not a good thing to take out in large quantities. After all, you can't eat what even most rich people can't eat without letting people blow up. Especially the quality 2 ringing water tribute rice. That is even more contrary to the sky. This thing to keep the family to eat by themselves. As for the quality 1, in addition to keep some, can only be sold in the game. Unless he can grow this tribute rice in Yuching with game seeds, then he can take it out in large quantities. Next to it, a quality 2 wild grass carp head and quality 2 wild crucian carp have also been handled. The specifications of this meal can be said to be beyond the reach of 90% of the country's rich and powerful with money. As for the ordinary seafood next to it, it was a complete accompaniment. You cut up the watermelon and serve it out to them along with the strawberries. I'll do the dishes, Zhao Mochizuki said, and also picked up the mackerel fish head next to him and handled it, intending to make fish head soup. There was no way she could compare her cooking skills with a real chef, but she still had no problem cooking at home. And, with good ingredients, if she could cook, all of them would surely be delicious under the attributes of delicious too. Taste too. Qin Lin also moved a watermelon and cut it up, then served it with the washed quality 2 strawberries. When he arrived at the hall, he visibly froze for a moment when he saw Lin Fen and Chen Xiao, who were sitting next to each other happily chatting. Since when are your own mom and mother-in-law so nice? As soon as the quality 2 watermelon and quality 2 strawberries were served, Zhao Moyun and Li Jiawen were internally attracted. The two could have had that special quality of watermelon and strawberries at the lodge. Li Jiawen directly picked up a strawberry and put it into her mouth. The delicious flavor immediately swirled in her mouth. It was still as delicious as ever. Zhao Moyan also picked up a piece of watermelon and tasted it. I had one last time and I'm still thinking about this watermelon's deliciousness. Lin Fen also said towards Chen Xiao and Zhao Xianhong. In-laws, you guys taste it too. This is a special variety of watermelon and strawberries sold by Shaolin Villa. It tastes very delicious, he said, and personally took the watermelon and strawberries and handed them to the couple. The husband and wife also tried to taste it when they heard Lin Fen say so, and then they both showed their surprise. It was really very tasty. I've had a lot of watermelon and strawberries before, and nothing really compares to this. Soon, the meal was then ready. When Lin Fen invited the family to sit down, Qin Lin also came out with the rice pot. Only opening it, the mellow aroma of the rice smothered in the pot spread out. The dogs all subconsciously stood up when they smelled the mellow scent. Why does this rice smell so good? Li Jiawen inquired in surprise. As a foodie, she was curious. Rattling water tribute rice. Got lucky and bought some. Qin Lin also explained in a half-truth. Rattlesnake tribute rice? Never even heard of it. It seems like it's quite something. Li Jiawen took out her cell phone with curiosity and searched for it. The name alone aroused her curiosity. But after typing in rattling water tribute rice and seeing the row of information that popped up, she was dumbfounded. This rice is also too awesome, isn't it? Growing up, she had seen a lot today. Imperial rice. Production is rare. The rich cannot buy. A cat wants a copy sold for 10,000 yuan. All this news is so shocking. What's wrong? Zhao Moyan asked suspiciously as he looked at his wife. Li Jiawen didn't say anything and handed him her cell phone to look at. Zhao Moyan directly exploded. He also didn't know that there was such expensive rice. No wonder it's called gongmi. Damn, he opened a KTV and is opening a milk tea store? In the 20-something young people are also considered the leader, right? But when he saw this information he felt that he had become a person who could not afford to eat rice all of a sudden. Yelling, no manners. Zhao Xianhong was a teacher and cared a lot about these manners. Zhao Moyan didn't argue and directly handed the cell phone to his dad. Zhao Xianhong looked at the introduction of the rattlesnake tribute rice, and then was also not calm. This in-law's mother, try this rice. Lin Fen was now very close to Chen Xiao now, picking up the bowl and beating the rice and handing it to Chen Xiao. The rice that Shaolin brought back here is very tasty. Even if I don't need to have any side dishes I can still eat it with a good appetite. Chen Xiao heard so, but curiously took the bowl and ate a mouthful.
but just for a moment, that kind of mellow aroma overflowed in her mouth,
as well as that kind of texture,
deliciousness, so that she could not help but say, "This rice is still really very tasty. Where did you buy this rice? Tomorrow our family will also go and buy a few dozen pounds back." By Xianhong Zhao. By Zhou Moyun. By Gavin Lee.
The three of them looked at Chen Xiao in unison.
A few dozen pounds? Think this is a cabbage? Chapter 68 Medicinal Honey Water Propaganda. Sky-high prices for drinks?
Chen Xiao noticed the strange gazes of her husband,
son, and daughter-in-law, and asked with great suspicion, "What are you all looking at me like that for?"
Zhao Xianhong did not feel that his wife was ignorant or anything, and handed her the cell phone to look at it as well.
After all, it was not to read the message.
He did not know the actual situation of this rice.
However,
Chen Zhao's face was red as he looked at the contents of his cell phone.
This rice they simply cannot buy.
Their words just now fortunately only in front of their own families to say.
There are outsiders may have to be more humiliated.
She pretended to return the phone as if nothing had happened, then immediately changed the topic and praised Qinlin. Qinlin is really capable now.
The mountain villa is well run. Thanks to his blessing we can eat this kind of rice.
Lin Fen was also completely relieved to hear Chen Xiao praising her son, as her in-law's mother didn't blame her son for the assholes he did. She also immediately praised Zhao Moqing. Xiao Lin is just a mixed-up kid. To be able to marry such a gentle, virtuous girl like Dao Moqing is a blessing he's had for several lifetimes.
Chen Xiao shook his head and said, "Where is my daughter as good as you say? She is petulant, or Qinlin is excellent."
Lin Fen also shook her head and said,
"Where? There are really too few girls as good as Turnip nowadays." Zhao Moyun, Li Zhaoman husband and wife of some face-to-face. To be honest, the two some envy.
When they were engaged,
both parents did not so mission each other to praise their two
Zhao Mo Turnip came out with the wild fish head soup, and when she heard the words of both Chen Xiao and Lin Fen, her heart was happy. What woman doesn't want her mother-in-law and her mother to get along well and the two families to be at peace? Putting the fish head soup down, she then turned toward Qinlin and said, "Help me serve the dishes together."
Aha!
Qinlin went into the kitchen together. Lin Fen picked up another empty bowl and gave Chen Xiao a bowl of fish soup,
and a piece of tender meat and said, "In-laws, try this fish soup. It's a wild daiko, and it's usually rare." Zhao Moyan and Li Zhaowen couples have been to the lodge, seen the hall that a few big goods. More know that this big goods grass carpet caddy to 280 yuan. The key is really want to spend 280 yuan a caddy. In the outside cannot really buy. So, when the three elders have played the fish soup after the couple also rush to play a bowl for themselves, only a mouthful down, the two cannot help but continue the second mouth. Classic. Not bad for a great deal you couldn't buy if you wanted to. Chen Xiao and Zhao Xianhong were also filled with surprise. Dozens of years old, usually just eat home-cooked food, or down the restaurant, eat a banquet, really have never eaten such a delicious fish, or maybe they never even thought fish could be this good. I used to hear a lot about what a mountain of flavor. That's probably it, isn't it? Soon after, the wild carp haul was also served. As the meal went on, all of them felt soothed, and as time went on, those fish were digested in their bodies, and even more so, there was a trace of warmth running through their bodies, which was very comfortable. Not only is this fish delicious, did you guys put in any herbs? Zhao Moyan couldn't help but inquire. The feeling of comfort was truly indescribable. Li Zhaowen also took Zhao Moqing's arm and said enviously, "Moqing, I'm so envious of you. From now on you'll always be able to eat such delicious delicacies. I've decided that I can come to your house often to dine on your food, and you can't dislike me." The first time both parties met for dinner was very enjoyable. After that, Zhao Moqizi was responsible for sending the family back to the east side neighborhood. Qinlin prepared 5 pounds of Ringshui tribute rice and 2 wild big goods for Zhao Moyan to take back, and didn't give too much for fear of startling Zhao Moyan's family. After arriving at the East City district and stopping the car, Zhao Moqing said, "Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law, I won't go up with you. Qinlin Villa is going to launch a new product tomorrow, and in the afternoon, he still has to organize the sales center and publicize the new product, so I'll go back and pick him up at the villa," Chen Xiao said with a smiling face. "Well, you go and get busy, and don't play a little temper with Qinlin. Where are you going to find such a good son-in-law?" "Well, Mom, I know," Zhao Mochizuki answered sweetly in her heart. Now she finally didn't have to listen to her own mother telling her to guard herself against Qinlin. That's so nice. Chen Xiao also asked her son and husband to carry rice and 2 wild daikon upstairs. Only when I reached the door, I saw a neighboring ant come down. "Chen Xiao, you guys are back from outside? What a big fish. Is this wild?" Chen Xiao smiled and said, "Yes, they are all wild." The neighbor was surprised. "That's an amazingly large wild fish. I don't think you can buy it out there. Can you? Where did you go to buy it?" Chen Xiao said smugly. Of course you can't buy it. It's a gift from my son-in-law. Son-in-law? The neighbor asked suspiciously. Did Turnip get married? I haven't seen any movement in your family.
Chen Xiao hurriedly explained.
Their young people are not like us. They get a license first, and then find a chance to tie the knot for the wedding. By the way, the recently hot Turnip Lin Villa is opened by my son-in-law.
Zhao Moyan and Li Jiawen were on the sidelines watching the Chen Xiao who had suddenly turned into a son-in-law dazzling maniac. Who would have thought that before this also prevented Qin Lin with the thief a little bit. Mo Turnip back a little late to call. Afraid if 2 people get killed. And now this situation. Afraid that it is anxious for 2 people to hurry to get killed. After picking up Qin Lin, Zhao Moqing didn't head directly to the mountain villa, but instead went to one of the largest car dealerships, intending to order a car first, and then have time to look at the listings afterward as well. Both parents have met, and it's time to get the house and car. There aren't any 4S stores in Uptown, and the dealerships are all full service, but you can order any car, and they'll run the 4S store for you and pull the car to Uptown. The owner of the car dealership is surnamed Chu, and Qin Lin has also thought about the car he wants to order. A BMW 5 Series and a blue van. Great uncle brother, this BMW 5 Series driving comfort is very good. He also do not know the car. Simply choose BMW 5 Series. The blue license plate truck is naturally to transport goods. 3 wheels should also be eliminated. It was only after booking the car that he and Zhao Moqizi headed to the lodge with the booking contract. As soon as he arrived at the lodge, Qin Lin was the one who asked Chen Dabii to bring the 2 men to move the milk tea sealing machine that he had previously taken from Zhao Moyan to the sales center, as well as the honey. The plasticized cups will be delivered in the morning and you can use them straight away. Zhao Moqing, on the other hand, found Gao Yaoyao and asked Gao Yaoyao to help shoot a new promotional video for the medicinal honey water, and the lines Zhao Moqing had already written. Evening. Qin Rin and Hu Fei then arrived at the lodge and delivered the advertising cloth and all the promotional material brief cards he needed done. The advertisement cloth is stand-up type, which needs to build a stand, and Hu Fei and Qin Rin personally went to install it. After it was installed, Qin Rin asked, Lin Zi, come and take a look. Are you still satisfied? Qin Lin went up to take a look. The advertisement cloth was basically made according to his requirements. First of all, there was a brief introduction about the medicinal honey, and he could only publicize this wild honey as medicinal honey. This introduction is also just to let people know that the medicinal honey is hard to come by, and the introduction of the efficacy of the latter is the most important. The first thing is that the taste is very good, the flavor is more delicious, and the other thing is that it has the effect of relieving fatigue, treating chronic gastritis and treating constipation has a strong effect. Qin Lin saw the end but was stunned. Put constipation at the end, and specially increase the font size. Insightful are you guys? He's the one who messed up all these. Hu Fei then pointed at Qin Rin. Qin Rin explained, Lin Zi, you have to realize that of all these effects, constipation is the most uncomfortable. That feeling makes one's life worse than death, and this has to be especially striking. Oh, it seems like you know a lot about constipation. Are you constipated? Qin Lin looked at Qin Rin with a strange face. No. Qin Rin subconsciously tried to answer, then realized something was wrong and hurriedly changed his words. How can that be? This is what I heard from my constipated friend who complained that it was painful. Qin Lin flirted. Do you want a cup of wild medicine honey water? It's really effective. Yes. Qin Rin, however, replied decisively. I'll go make it for you. Qin Lin said with a smile. Hello everyone. I'm Gao Yaoyao from Turnip Lin Villa. First of all, welcome to the villa as a guest. Our villa has launched a new drink, medicinal honey water. Medicinal honey is a kind of high-quality honey with special medicinal effects. With small 300 milliliters cups of medicated honey water cost $45. Medium 500 milliliters cups of medicated honey water cost $75. And large 700 milliliters cups of medicated honey water cost $100 per cup. In order to thank you for your continued support of the lodge, our boss has decided to treat visitors to a free taste of a medicinal honey water drink tomorrow. The quantity is limited. For the time being, there are 500 cups of large cups of honey water. When the time comes, visitors can rely on the bill of consumption at the lodge or the entrance ticket to the Delta Plumflower Sea to collect it at the sales center of the lodge. There were quite a few lines, but Gao Yaoyao passed them in one go, and also had a natural expression and a sweet smile that made people look comfortable. Moreover, the honey in stock now. Qin Lin only intends to take out 90 pounds of it, and save the rest for a rainy day. Zhao Mo Turnip also made some slight edits to the video, and chose to post it on Douyin. Come to the lodge is still in the popular traffic. Those flowers of the sea of tourists shooting video every day unabated. Especially those beautiful tourists shooting video. Beautiful face with the sea of flowers have a mood of the video. It is very easy to get on the popular. This keeps adding heat to Turnip Lodge. making the lodge still hotter and hotter. Therefore, with this kind of heat, as soon as Zhao Mo Turnip's video of this official number of the mountain village was posted, it quickly became popular, and the backstage also received a succession of tips of likes and comments. "Miss is so pure and cute, begging for a Douyin number." This is obviously an old color batch comment. Naturally, a lot of people were drawn to the topic of wild medicinal honey in the video itself. What is wild medicine honey water? It's too damn expensive, isn't it? $100 for a large 750 milliliters glass? A drink is $100. Which reminds me of a certain Comic-Con harvesting tourists for $50 for a glass of lemonade. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is that a sky-high drink? It's a voice of skepticism, and naturally a voice of curiosity. The price doesn't matter. What I care about is the efficacy of this medicinal nectar water. Is it real? Is it really effective in treating constipation? To tell you the truth, I have a friend with severe constipation. My friend upstairs is me. I've been constipated for days. I'm buying tickets now. I'm from uptown, and my friend is also constipated, so I'll be sure to pick up a copy for him tomorrow. With the original heat of the lodge, in just a short time wild medicine honey water fire, whether it is questioning, or curious people, did not add a comment, like is to add a little heat to the topic, and that heat peaked in attention when, at the end of the night, a witness account appeared. That turned out to be a video posted by an old physician professor who's certified at tertiary hospital in Minnesota. First of all, introduce the medicinal honey. This is fine honey. Honey itself has a medical effect. Just some honey effect is small. Some effect is strong. Some effect is stronger is also called medicinal honey. There is also a kind of. Our hospital has a lot of medicinal honey level honey. And this level of fine honey, the price is not low. The cheap one caddy is also more than 500. However, there are too many fakes of medicinal honey on the market. The general public does not know how to distinguish, also not easy to start. If Turnip Forest Mountain Village this medicinal honey effect is true, that can only say that the owner of the mountain village atmospheric. This free trial drink to be left behind large tens of thousands of dollars. That constipated tourists will have the gospel. So don't question it just yet. Since the lodge is doing free tastings, why don't we all just look forward to it more? Once this video came out, it was like an official characterization. So that the previous discussion has been turned into the anticipation of this medicine and honey water. People certified old professors have said so. Let the bullet fly a little longer is always right. Is it true or not? Tomorrow after the medicine honey water test drink will be clear. Because 500 large glasses of medicinal honey water are free to try. So the owner of the lodge can't possibly find 500 tokens, can he? Also, the obviously premium look of such a medicated honey water and the $100 price tag for a large glass made people jump at the chance to try it. Xin Lin and Zhao Moqing were also surprised when they swiped this old professor's video. The video is clearly in the Hill's favor. But why did a professor certified by a tertiary care hospital help him? He didn't recognize the old man until he saw him. The same old man who brought his granddaughter that day, and the other granddaughter, who had chronic gastritis, asked for 2 cups of medicated honey water. I didn't realize that the other party had this identity. It seems true to the saying that what is convenient for others is convenient for you. Chapter 69, The Hill's Influence on Yucheng. The medicinal honey water really works. A night passed, and because of Turnip Forest Villa's recent heat, the number of people paying attention to the pill honey water was also very high. Many people were curious if this wild medicinal honey water from Turnip Forest Villa really had this effect. Early in the morning, Xin Lin had only moved out all the things from the game and transported them to the lodge. And many tourists came early. And some of them even had yellowish, unattractive faces, obviously constipated patients. After tourists came to the lodge, the first thing they did was definitely to go to the Trillium Flower Sea to buy tickets, and then enter the Flower Sea. This time, the tourists bought the tickets for the Flower Sea, but they swarmed to the sales center, which was already open. The sales center is not far from the hospitality hall and is visible as soon as you enter the lodge. One of the most prominent sales desks in the sales hall had already been set up with 3 plastisol machines, as well as wild honey taken out of the game, and customized boutique cups delivered by Coconut Fruit and Fuhai Plastisol. Gao Yaoyao is also waiting with 3 waiters. The tourists could also see the advertising cloth at a glance, and gathered around in droves. Just as someone asked, "How can I get wild honey water for free?" Gao Yaoyao was the first to explain. "Everyone queue up first. Just show your consumption slip or Flower Sea ticket when you collect it." Hearing this, immediately a tourist handed Gao Yaoyao the Flower Sea ticket. Gao Yaoyao also took out a special prop to punch a hole in that ticket before returning it to the other party so as not to receive it repeatedly. Don't expect others to be self-conscious. There are very many people who are greedy. The 3 servers went into action as well, putting in honey, coconut, water, molding the lid,
shaking it well, and then giving it to the person receiving it along with the straws. In a few moments, this group of tourists received free medicinal honey water. After last night's heat, these people came with curiosity and anticipation, and when they received their free medicated honey water, the first thing they did was insert a straw and drink it, leaving aside the effects for a moment. With the attributes of taste too, delicious too, these tourists were clearly drawn to the flavor. This medicinal nectar water is too good, isn't it? I thought medicinal nectar was bitter. Yeah, it tastes great, not to mention the effect. The flavor alone is definitely stronger than any drink I've ever had at the View. I agree. Have you guys noticed that after you drink this honey water, your whole body feels a little bit refreshed? Indeed, I thought it was an illusion. This is naturally the effect of relieving fatigue too. Obviously, regardless of the effects of this medicinal honey water, these tourists had been attracted by the deliciousness of this medicinal honey water. Then, there are tourists remembered what? Took out the cell phone on the hands of the medicinal honey water photographed, has clocked the success of the free turnip forest mountain village of the medicinal honey water. Just drank. The effect does not know how to, but the taste is absolutely perfect. Too good to drink. Other tourists also reacted and took out their cell phones to take videos, saying that it was good, and with a kind of intoxication, because Turnip Forest Villa is now hot. This is easy to rub it in. If it wasn't to rub it in, it wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get here at the earliest possible time. Indeed, Turnip Grove Lodge is still under the heat of hitting the bursting traffic pool, and with tourists posting videos in droves, there's always someone who can rub it in and get on the hot seat. As more and more tourists come, so do more of these videos. The medicated honey water, which was already generating heat, is also attracting attention again as a result. Does need to be so intoxicated? It's that good? Did I misunderstand? The medicinal nectar isn't the medicinal flavor I thought it was. A moving train. Zhao Cece frowned as she looked out the window. She blushed a little. Anyone else who was constipated wouldn't be very comfortable. There was a clear feeling of wanting to pull, but I couldn't. She wanted to go to the hospital to see, but it is too much time to register to waste time. Think of girlfriends say, stool a secret. The doctor also suggested that she do a colonoscopy. She did not have the heart to go to the hospital to see. Just find the neighborhood clinic to see first. The clinic doctor prescribed medication and advised her to drink a little honey water. She also checked the internet. Honey water does have some effect on constipation. Just she drank yesterday did not have much effect. So, last night brushed Douyin C Turnip Forest Mountain Village medicinal honey water thing. She early in the morning to take the moving car from the city over. She swiped the Douyin in the car, and soon swiped the video of Turnip Forest Villa's medicinal honey water posted by tourists. But let these tourists rub it in. Do they need to describe it as so good? It's like no one else ever drank the medicated honey water. Soon, the car arrived at Yuqing Station. Zhao Cece exited the moving station and got into a cab at the cab waiting point. Going to Turnip Forest Villa. Girl? The driver asked as soon as he saw her on the bus. Master, how did you know? Zhao Cece was a bit surprised. The driver smiled and explained. This period of time a lot of moving cars out. Like you do not bring luggage, only carry a bag of girls generally go to the Turnip Forest Villa. We very often pull a person over to the villa, and can pull a person back to the station. Will not be empty car. Now it is more than the previous earn. In the past, we also grabbed customers with online cars, but now we are lazy to grab them. And during peak hours, the orders on the Turnip Grove side of the hill can't even be picked up. Zhao Cece was surprised that a mountain scenic spot had also improved the conflict between cabs and online cars in this Yucheng, but she didn't realize that this was just one aspect of the influence Turnip Forest Villa had on U City. When they got off the bus at Turnip Forest Villa, Zhao Cece realized that there were already a lot of people at the villa. Going inside, she also saw the sales center that was talked about on the video of the lodge last night. Zhao Cece straightly followed the signposts to the Flower Sea ticket sales hall, and after buying the Flower Sea ticket, she went back to head to the sales center. The ticket seller's attendant was not surprised that today's customers were attracted to that honey water. Zhao Cece quickly went to the tail end of a queue to line up, and a voice of surprise kept coming out of it. It's really good, and after half a glass, my whole body is much more refreshed. I've never had honey water that tasted so good. Indeed, the flavor is really nothing to write home about. Zhao Cece looked at those people, cannot see the slightest hint of pretense. All are true feelings. One or two like this could be fake. And all like this would mean that the medicinal honey water from this lodge is really good. Zhao Cece was somewhat looking forward to it. No matter how effective this honey water was for constipation, this should taste good. After queuing for some time, it was finally Zhao Cece's turn. She used her ticket to get a free cup. She couldn't wait to insert the straw, and only after a few sips, her eyes lit up. It's really good. Miraculously, all the way in a moving car and then in a cab. always a little difficult. Drink this honey water. Inexplicably more energetic. This medicated honey water is a little more expensive. But with this flavor and if it also works for constipation, it's definitely a great value. Zhao Sisi walked towards the sea of flowers, sipping her honey water to check her ticket as she entered the sea of flowers, and she noticed that the tourists around her were also discussing the medicinal honey water in their hands. After entering the sea of flowers, Zhao Sisi was in a better mood. All along the way, the pretty views were so intoxicating that she forgot her constipated agitation, especially when she got to the 3 trilliums in the middle. The beautiful scenery and cute squirrels all put her in a good mood and she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take a selfie. Zhao Sisi satisfied the selfie desire before going out of the flower sea, but as soon as she went out of the flower sea, she felt the feeling of coming to that kind of emission, which made her head to the location of the restroom of the lodge at the first time as indicated. Zhao Sisi was the first to run into the women's restroom and found a cubicle to close the door. Then a soothing voice rang out. In a moment, she came out of it with a happy face. Surprisingly, it really works. But when she came out she was dumbfounded. There was a surprising line outside the restroom. It's a good thing it's not a bad meal and you want to have diarrhea. Otherwise there would be so many people lined up. That's scene. However, it's amazing that this medicated honey water actually works. She couldn't resist taking out her cell phone and making a video. She wanted to tell everyone that this medicated honey water worked and share it with other constipation sufferers. Chapter 70, You Can't Inwardly Scroll. Astonished Shenli. Turnip Forest Villa is on fire again. And if it was on fire because of the sea of trillium flowers before, this time it's because of the topic of constipation. Ever since Turnip Lin Villa threw out the announcement of the special medicinal nectar water, the price and effects of this medicinal nectar water had already caused heat on the internet. This price can be very expensive. At first many people thought that even if it was scenic, the price of that medicated honey water was too much. But after the popularization of that old certified medical professor, all the people only know what is the medicinal honey. And the nagging question is not about the price, but whether this medicinal honey is true or not. If it really is medicinal honey, the price is undoubtedly not a problem. And now there is no longer any need to suspect that the fighting sound has been swept up by Turnip Forest Hills once again since a few hours ago. You can almost swipe through a few videos about Turnip Grove Villa's medicinal honey water, and almost all of the tourists who go there brag about that medicinal honey water. Also the effectiveness in treating constipation has been proven. The video of the long line outside that restroom says it all. That scene was really. That's what makes it amazing really this effect. You know that the best aloe capsules and laxative capsules in the world nowadays, depending on the individual's constitution, that takes about 6 hours to take effect. But drinking this medicated nectar water, surprisingly less than 2 hours absolutely have effect. Therefore, now no one has questioned the price of the medicinal honey water. What is entangled is how to be able to drink it. After all, this medicinal honey water is limited. Turnip Lin Villa also limited supply. For a while, the internet has a lot of people popped up to say that they have a drug nectar water channels or sources. As for whether it is true or not no one knows. Turnip Lodge. Today you can see the spectacle of two. A long line in front of the sales center and a long line in front of the toilets. Shenli brought them all stunned at this scene and said towards the young man beside him, Zhonglei, it seems that how Turnip Forest Villa keeps the heat on is no longer something we need to worry about for the time being. Zhonglei laughed and said, the heat of this medicated honey water is so hot right now that there are even bored people who make to do a Yucheng public toilet strategy. So don't all make things difficult for the toilets in the mountain villa. Shenli smiled heartily when he heard this. It meant that the mountain villa was on fire again, which was a good thing. Yesterday, the county met to approve the Turnipseed Lodge Support Fund in addition to doing a little data reporting on the many ways that the city of Euclid has been impacted because of the visitors to Turnipseed Lodge, especially for hotels, snack bars, car trips, and so on. Naturally, some problems have arisen. Just like the traffic, the location of the exit of the lodge is at the intersection of Sandy City, the city, and Yucheng, and now that online cars and cabs converge there, accidents can easily occur. So, while approving the funding for the lodge, the county is also hesitating to build a special access road from Yucheng to Qinlin Lodge, or even let the bus company increase the frequency of this route. As hot as the hills are right now, this is a must, and a huge benefit to both Yucheng and the hills. Shenli didn't rush to find Qinlin, but took Zhonglei to the sales center. Today they came to the mountain village. Besides the matter of supporting the fund, they also wanted to take a look at this sales center. This sales center is already the size of a medium-sized supermarket. Entering the sales center, which is divided into areas with vegetables, fruits, and seafood, there are already some tourists picking ingredients and preparing to cook their own meals at the lodge at noon. A special quality product area had caught his attention instead, and, moreover, there were clearly more tourists in this area.
Shenli walked over to take a look and found that this area even had standing up profile information cards for all those products.
Special variety of okra. A specially bred okra. Has more tonic effects than the general okra on the market. Has a stronger effect on lowering breasts and regulating menstruation, clearing the lymphatic flow, and entering the kidneys to fill in the essence. $15 a pound.
This is naturally quality 1 okra.
A couple tourists were already there picking out okra.
The internet says that the special variety of okra from this lodge is very effective.
So it's hard to take time off to play. So I'll make you some more. It's a shame the lodge doesn't serve the $400 a pound anymore. Or else take a vacation out of town and eat it anyhow, the male tourist said, looking at his female companion with an ambiguous face.
Shenli led the people to look at the other products in the special product area, which were also introduced with information cards. This sales center is already in shape. It's just that most of the area is empty,
which is a little low for the over 500 passenger traffic that's going on right now. Let's go. Go see Boss Chin, Shenli said and went out of the sales center. And when he reached the lobby and saw Chin Lin, he said with a smile on his face, Boss Chin, congratulations, the Mountain Villa has successfully launched another consumer project. Bureau Chief Chen, sit over here.
Chin Lin immediately shook hands with Chenli,
not forgetting to order towards Chen Dabi on the side, brew 2 cups of medicinal honey water over here, in addition to cutting another special watermelon over here. Chenli sat down, also handed a document to Chin Lin, said, Chin boss, today to come is to tell you a good news.
The support fund county approval passed,
and
the project has made contact. After the contract signed can be the fastest speed to develop the project.
You look at this information contract.
Chin Lin nodded and took the contract,
and was about to read it when Chen Dabi also came with watermelon and 2 cups of medicated honey water.
Chin Lin also immediately introduced himself.
Bureau Chen,
you guys try this special variety of watermelon from the mountain village,
as well as this medicinal honey water. Chenli was not polite and picked up the medicated honey water and inserted the straw. For the scenic area of the consumer program inspection is also his responsibility. But to taste, which in case someone later asked about this aspect of the problem, he is also good to answer out. After taking a few big gulps, Chenli then said from the bottom of his heart, Boss Chin, I finally know why this medicinal honey water of yours is on fire. The flavor is really very good, and coupled with the special effects, there is no reason for it not to be on fire. Zhong Lei also nodded, very much in agreement, and only after drinking it did he realize that what the internet said was not exaggerated. Unfortunately, the price of this medicinal honey water is too expensive. The production is small. The Tourism Bureau last night also did a survey contact. Can be fixed to buy some medicinal honey, but there is not enough foot traffic in Fame. This project really cannot be as good as Turnip Lin Villa. The Key Turnip Forest Villa engaged in success. They do not have to do it again, or else there is an involution to the city of you instead of losing. Chenli and the two of them picked up that watermelon and ate it again. And then, the two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Watermelon was probably one of the fruits that everyone had the most contact with, and they had quite a few fruit farmers in Yucheng who would grow watermelons every year. But the point was that this watermelon was also really too delicious, right? They had trouble describing the flavor. And one thing they were sure of was that they hadn't really had watermelon this good. Chenli sighed with emotion. No wonder it costs 100 yuan a caddy. This flavor is really great. Boss Chin, where did you get this melon? Chin Lin couldn't really explain this question when he heard it. It's out of the game. Surely you can't tell. Moreover, sooner or later, this question will be asked by someone and will also be paid attention to. Fortunately, he also has a response. Smiled and compiled. Bureau Chen, this is a new variety of melon, temporarily still in the process of cultivation. So, there is no way to supply it from the lodge now. If this watermelon seed can be cultivated, then not only can the lodge be able to supply a large number of watermelons, even the county should be able to plant this kind of watermelon. Didn't he specifically try to grow game seeds for this situation? If he could really breed game watermelon seeds, if the county knew about it, I'm afraid the first thing they would do would be to ask if the melons could be promoted throughout the county. And how beneficial would that be to the entire county? When Chenli heard Chin Lin's words, he didn't think about other aspects for a while, and didn't pursue the inquiry too much. That would be impolite and might give the other party a particularly bad impression, which would not be conducive to later cooperation. But he always felt that there was some other special hint in this Boss Chin's words. Chapter 71, The Difference Between Eating Alone and Leading the Pack. Chen Li's request. Chenli also quickly turned back to the main topic. Boss Chin, to get down to business, you look at the terms of this support fund agreement. Chin Lin nodded his head and took the document Chenli handed over and read it. The terms of the contractual agreement plus information and additional introductions are more than a dozen pages long. A brief look at the terms and conditions.
and the results of previous negotiations. The county to support the mountain rafting,
cave and other expansion.
100 acres of integrated flower project. A total of support funds amounted to more than 23 million. At that time, the lodge will have to have a special bank card, and this money will be put on this card.
And there will be someone from the county's treasury to monitor every expenditure.
Once the project is developed, the income from the 3 projects will be used as interest-free repayment. And when this support fund is repaid,
all the proceeds from the project will go to the lodge.
There is also an additional fund of $10 million, which is a fund for the development of an ecopark on the mountain through which that river is rafted. It has nothing to do with his lodge.
It's an investment by the county and is considered official county property.
The reason why the addition came in was to approach the rafting at the lodge, and it is because of this program that the county is developing this ecopark.
For example, to send rafting tourists up the mountain,
you need a special car to take them to the starting point of rafting,
right?
That county to repair an ecological park scenic area, build a scenic excursion train straight to the starting point of the rafting. I believe that many people are willing to buy a ticket to sit on the sightseeing train up the mountain. This project must be making money because it is approached with the lodge, and this project will give the lodge a share of the profits. The other thing is that the county could organize people to have a Yuching specialty sale at the starting drift point location, or sell swim rings,
swim trunks, sunglasses, or something like that as well. As long as there is a lot of foot traffic, this will be a great benefit. Naturally, Turnip Forest Villa could also engage in these, but he didn't have the idea. It was impossible for one person to make all the money. If a person is hard to make all the money, then ushered in will only be red. If you can make a big head of their own, but also allow others to follow the money, then there will be a lot more supporters. This additional clause is explicitly that the county eats the dividends of the mountain resort visitors. But Qin Lin knows that he can get a lot of hidden benefits. If it was done well and the results were visible to the naked eye, no one would be able to trouble his mountain village, at least in U City. Like the last time that woman was being unreasonable, it didn't even require him to do anything. The county takes care of that kind of thing and gives him a leg up. As for some people, they must be worried that there will be some bending of the rules when they have deeper contact with cooperation in this area. But more people are trusting in the country that has always sheltered them and allowed them to have a peaceful life that is the envy of the world. Even if there is a problem with an individual, it is still an individual. Not to mention that this is the age of the internet, and there are times when you really aren't afraid of an individual. In the age of the internet, how many individuals live in fear? Fear that their family members will go out and say the wrong thing to bring them bad luck. The internet age has given birth to a lot of bad things and just as many good things. Boss Qin, this contract you can find the relevant lawyers to consult. Make sure there are no problems before we go to the county to sign the contract. And if there are any other doubts, we can also meet as soon as possible to make adjustments. Chenli saw Qin Lin looking at the contract and also took the initiative to remind him. He attaches great importance to this cooperation, but also want to both sides are harmonious. Do not leave some lumps. After all, the two sides stand on different positions. They feel reasonable. The other side does not necessarily feel reasonable. Qin Lin nodded. He wasn't a law student, and while he didn't see a problem with the contract, it never hurt to be cautious. Since Chanli mentioned it, he also opened WeChat and took a picture of the contract and gave it to a university law faculty brother, Trouble Brother Chu, to help look at this contract. This Chu's senior brother is he met in the university club. The relationship is not bad. The other party and his girlfriend confession. He also brought the club people to help set up the scene. At that time, that scene was so romantic that even Zhao Moqing envied it. As soon as he graduated, Mr. Chu entered the prestigious Quanjing law firm as an intern and finally managed to stay in Quanjing law firm, which is very remarkable. After sending the photo, he transferred another $3,000, which was the other party's fee for the now 2-hour consultation. A moment later, the opposite party sent an OK gesture, followed by a message with a surprised message. Qin Lin, you can do it. That turnip villa is owned by you? I told you that the name was a bit off flavor. Qin Lin, Zhao Mo Turnip. So that's how it is. Senior brother Chu comes to play sometime. Qin Lin also replied once again. Okay, definitely go. Knowing that things don't happen overnight, Chenli proposed towards Qin Lin again. Boss Qin, do you have time for us to go strolling along that river? As a field research? Alright, then let's go for a walk. Qin Lin didn't refuse and followed the two Chenli out of the hall. Chen Dabii also followed with 2 security guards. This county has to be well looked after when they go out with their bosses, so nothing goes wrong. The river to be developed for rafting is less than 10 minutes away from the lodge, and it also connects to the reservoir. To be precise, the river originally flowed into the central Fujian Lake, and this reservoir was built later and became the confluence point. By then the end of the rafting will be next to the reservoir, and the path will have to be specially renovated to make it work.
with the building of fences, beautiful gravel paths, fences planted with vines and flowers and so on.
Arriving at the foot of the mountain next to the reservoir,
Qinlin was about to go into the mountain with Chenli for a short while to take a look,
when he saw 3 people were busy working by the reservoir,
carrying fish material onto the canoe.
He froze for a moment when he saw one of them. Wasn't the other person Lu Hua,
who had come with Zhao Maching's brother and sister-in-law earlier and had asked him where he caught fish?
This guy really came to get it?
Qinlin secretly sighed in his heart.
This person really believed it.
Lu Hua is also embarrassed to see Qinlin.
After all, he also knows that what he did is quite embarrassing. But the temptation of 650,000 wants the heart.
Where is it so easy to resist?
He bowed his head in silence and urged his 2 friends to hurry up and get into the boat,
intending to enter the area where the reservoir and Lake Central Minnesota link to put in material. One of those wild ornamental fish can be traded for a car in no time just by catching one. Qinlin didn't want to care about people like Lu Hua and directly followed Chenli into the mountains.
The 2 of them did talk a lot along the way, all about traveling, and they had something in common. Chenli's many suggestions he felt reasonable.
The other side in the development of tourism in the city of you must have worked hard to study.
Chatting,
Chenli then suddenly said with some embarrassment,
Boss Qin, in fact, I have a very embarrassing request to come over here today. I hope you can help.
Bureau Chen,
I wonder what it is that still requires you to use the word request. Qinlin asked suspiciously. It shouldn't have anything to do with fund support, or it should all be added to the terms of the contract. Moreover,
since Chenli had opened his mouth,
it should be something he could do. Chapter 72, it's over before it starts. Chenli was confused.
Chenli explained, the county to carry out the whole area type of tourism program is intended to promote the development of other industries through tourism.
But the county, no matter how hard, there are always some aspects cannot be taken into account.
Such as there are still a lot of slow-moving agricultural products.
Isn't it true that many places are now organizing live banding of an official nature in order to help farmers? Even many small local governors have made personal appearances. The county wanted to try it too, and went ahead and put out a mandate for 4,000 pounds of stagnant honey.
And unfortunately, that mandate fell to me.
Doesn't this coincide with your mountain lodge's medicinal honey water fire?
I want you to help publicize it on Douyin with the official good of the mountain farm's self-publishing media. Boss Qin also rest assured that the honey is carefully farmed,
and there is no problem with the quality. This I can guarantee. Alright, I'll go back and make arrangements. Qinlin didn't expect Chenli to be talking about this. Live bandwagons aren't uncommon anymore.
This industry has also created a number of people rich, but also more convenient shopping channels for the people.
One more choice. But this newborn industry is also a mess. A variety of fake products, sets of endless quality is not guaranteed. As for whether you can buy the real thing or the fake thing,
that only depends on the conscience of the person who carries it.
But how much is conscience worth to many people? Cold water can be sold as bird's nest.
But now more and more officials are coming down to increase credibility, and I believe that this industry will soon see a consolidation.
Hasn't the netizen at the beginning of that Xin name just been criticized by the officials? This is a clear sign that some people are going to start having bad luck.
Now that the county is going to carry out this aspect of things, he will naturally give his support.
At least the quality is absolutely not a problem.
There is no way that the county can turn its back on this and jeopardize the larger plan for regional tourism.
Time passes.
When Qinlin accompanied Chenli back to the mountain villa, he also received a message from Senior Chu replying,
Qinlin,
there is generally no problem with the terms of this contract. It's that on the additional clause, the Yucheng side obviously wants to eat your tourists' dividends.
But I am suggesting that you don't get entangled in this matter. It's also beneficial to you. There are times when the loss of some benefits is not a bad thing.
Qinlin's heart was also relieved to see the reply. So, returning to the hall, he also said towards Chenli, Bureau Chen,
there is no problem with the terms of the contract. Chenli also made an invitation.
Then let's go to the county together to get the contract signed,
so we can make public announcements afterward, and then start construction quickly?
This kind of large amount of support fund approval is not his side, and the mountain village signed a word on the line. Not only need to accept the relevant departments to monitor,
but also to keep the bottom,
and then the government official to do publicity.
Qinlin also knew this and didn't refuse, following Chenli back to the tourism bureau.
A set of process down and signing the contract had taken another hour. When he returned to the lodge again, Qinlin also looked for Zhao Maching and told him about the county wanting to live stream the bandwagon.
Zhao Mo Turnip nodded. I know. I'll send a video on time and import it into the county's live broadcast. Night came quickly. In the tourist board, Chenli has apprehensively sat in front of the prepared live cell phone.
This kind of thing is also his first time, and for this reason also invited the Yuching TV station an articulate female reporter as a host. The live broadcast room quickly opened.
Although the county's official channel has done publicity,
But at the beginning of the live broadcast room is really not many people. Less than 100 people. Most of them are also the local Yuching to come to the hilarious. Who's going to sell 4,000 pounds of these people? For a while, Chenli looked at the not many people in the live broadcast room, doubly felt the task was arduous, and immediately gestured toward Zhong Lei. Zhong Lei on the side understood, also took out his cell phone and opened WeChat to send a message. The message was to Qin Lin Villa Qin General Manager, Turnip Forest Villa. Qin Lin also had Zhao Maching send out the prepared video after receiving the message. Good news for everyone. The official Uptown Tourism Bureau is helping beekeepers in action tonight with carefully farmed boutique honey. Absolutely guaranteed quality and cheap at $45 a pound. There is also a live streaming portal attached below. The heat of the medicine and honey water is high. All of them have been continuously swiping at Douyin today, and all of a sudden, everyone was attracted to see this announcement. Honey is actually a very popular product. Many people like, but the key is too many fakes, who do not dare to buy online. So, resulting in a lot of times want to buy the people entangled. Want to sell the sale cannot be sold. If it's an official nature sale, that's definitely enough credibility. Not to mention that the authenticity of the Turnip Lodge's medicinal honey water adds to this credibility. Just in time to buy honey. I'll go check it out. You don't usually buy honey online. There are too many fakes. Surely there's no mistaking that the Yuching Tourism Bureau carries the goods. The video then became popular, and more people saw the additional entrance into the Chenli live room. A few moments later, Chenli's live broadcast could see a party pop-up floating by in increasing numbers. See the tourism board bandwagon up close. The anchor seems nervous. Chenli could naturally see the rapidly increasing number of viewers. This asking for Boss Qin's help really paid off. The female reporter who acted as the host was surprised to see the increase in the number of viewers, which soon exceeded 1,000. And the number was still increasing. She had done live broadcasts on TV, and was well aware of how difficult it was to increase the audience, in addition to the fan base, but also the official heat flow given. The heat from Turnipseed Lodge is pretty awesome. It's enviable. But she also knows her mission tonight. Began to shout to the camera. Hello everyone, here is the official Yucheng Help Farmers action. Today the live broadcast prepared 4,000 pounds of fine honey, the quality of the official guarantee by Yucheng. Honey has a variety of uses, such as, now first on the link. Zhong Lei and his colleagues beside him had long been ready, and after the female reporter said on the connection, they also put up the link of that honey through the background at the first time. Almost at the same time, there were already viewers who started clicking on the link. The official guarantee of quality cultured honey at $45 a pound really isn't that expensive, and with the guarantee of authenticity, there are sure to be a lot of people who choose to buy it. Next we have invited Director Chen from RU City Tourism Bureau to introduce the farming techniques and honey characteristics of RU City honey. The female reporter then proceeded to say one more sentence before giving the camera all the way to Chenli. Hello everyone, said Chenli for the first time, speaking with apprehension. He didn't want to screw up this task either. The expectant looks of those beekeepers were still fresh in his mind, but before he could speak, an exclamation suddenly interrupted him. Sold out. What sells? Zhong Lei frowned at the colleague next to him. A look at the background data also directly surprised. Really sold out. What? Chenli directly revealed a confused face when he heard this. What's going on? That's when he opened his mouth to say a word and tell him that 4,000 pounds had been sold out? What about the promised daunting task? The female reporter next to her sneaked a glance at the number of people in the live broadcast room. Surprisingly, in that short period of time, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached a staggering 15,000. This Turnip Forest Villa heat is too scary, isn't it? At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room also found the hint that the honey on the link had been sold out. Plus the voice of Zhong Lei's two men also came into the live broadcast room, making the whole live broadcast room lively, and dense comments floated by. 6,666. Just got on the link and it's gone. Just tapping the screen and realizing it's sold out. I'm not engaged at all. Ha ha, Director Chen is just as confused as I am. 4,000 pounds. Who the chief looks down on. Chapter 73 didn't even react. Restricted spending. Chenli was indeed confused, opened his mouth, looked at the long speech on the table, and didn't know what to say. The county engaged in helping farmers live is also aware of the power of the network. Want to use a more positive way to help the county of some stalled products to open up sales. This time, he had prepared 4,000 pounds of honey, and he had thought that even with the heat of Turnip Forest Villa, it would take a long time to sell all these products in the evening, so he had prepared a very long speech. But how he did not expect 4,000 pounds of honey only on the shelves, which is sold out. This prepared speech did not come in handy. What a surprise, huh? I'll introduce you all to our Yucheng farmed honey. Shenli could only speak towards the audience of the live broadcast with slight embarrassment. It was not easy for him to introduce it once again. He finally collapsed and said, "So, this live broadcast is over. Thank you all for supporting our Yucheng products." Over there, Zhonglei got the signal to also close the live broadcast in real time. Shenli then stood up with a sigh of relief, took a piece of paper and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, just now tensed up. Directly to me the whole won't. Zhonglei also smiled as he stepped forward and said, "Bureau Chief Chen, not only you, we all didn't react either." Shenli nodded and said, "This also allows us to see the power of the network of this information society. The use of good can be completely beneficial to the people. In addition, this batch of honey you have to follow a little bit more closely. Must not be in the quality of the problem. We cannot afford to lose face in Yucheng. Out of the problem of the county cannot forgive us." Saying that, he also said towards Zhonglei, "Right, now Turnip Forest Villa has a lot of traffic. In order to prevent accidents, you go and write an application about the establishment of scenic patrols in Turnip Forest, and I'll hand it over to the county." "Okay," Zhonglei answered. He knew that the results of this live broadcast were given to the county. Then the scenic patrol would definitely be set up. The lodge. Qinlin also ended today's statistics. Today's turnover of the mountain villa held at 250,000. However, after tomorrow's official sale of the medicinal honey water, the turnover would be able to break through to a new high once again. Qinlin, the county's live broadcast is on fire. Zhao Maching walked over to Qinlin with her cell phone at this time, her face full of surprise. "That's good, at least we helped." Qinlin nodded and inquired again, "How many pounds of the 4,000 pounds of honey have been sold? See for yourself." With an inexplicable smile, Zhao Mochizuki handed his cell phone to Qinlin. Qinlin took the phone. He saw a video, but the title made him freeze. "You city official help beekeepers live. The director of the tourism bureau before organizing the language is sold out." The director of the live band directly confused. Sold out instantly?" Qinlin asked. Stunned, Joe Turnip nodded and said, "I've been watching the live stream. It sold out just before the link went up." Qinlin was unusually surprised. "And this video is already trending and the comments section is even better. Moderator, on the link for Director Chen." "Okay, it's sold out. You can turn off the live feed." "Secretary Chen, the product we brought with us today is B." Secretary, the honey is already sold out by the time you open your mouth to speak." "Secretary Chen, I prepared a 2-hour-long speech, but I only said one sentence and the goods were sold out. Next time everyone give a face and let people have a bit of space to play." This Chief Chen's clueless face is going to be made into an emoticon. Qinlin couldn't help but laugh at all these comments. He could even think of how shocked this Director Chen was at that moment through the screen. Time passes. After an evening of fermentation, the county's live farm aid was even hotter the next day. And, naturally, just as hotter was the medicinal honey water. Qinlin moved all of the game stuff to the lodge, and then went to the sales center's medicinal honey water sales area to check out the cum. 3 girls in overalls had already arrived at their posts and were waiting. These 3 girls were the 3 new recruits from before. Gao Yaoyao took them to familiarize themselves with the lodge, and helped with the others for a day or two to get used to the work of the lodge as well. "Boss!" The 3 girls shouted in unison when they saw Qinlin. Qinlin nodded towards the 3 girls. After yesterday's 1 day of free trials, the deliciousness and efficacy of the medicinal honey water had already been confirmed and would not be questioned. Today it would depend on the sales. 90 pounds of honey can make 1,500 large cups of medicinal honey water, which can earn nearly $150,000 in total. After that, Qinlin returned to the hall and greeted Chen Dabii as he entered the back of the hall. The greenhouses previously ordered to be treated have been erected and are to be used to grow common watermelon seeds. Together with Chen Dabii, he took a hoe and turned over all the ground in the shed, then planted regular watermelon seeds and worked with the game seeds to pollinate them during the flowering period. Watermelon's flowering period is too short. Moreover, the 2 varieties have different flowering periods, which must be carefully calculated. By the time the newly planted quality 2 watermelon seeds grow seedlings, they will also need to be altered with colchicine to change the chromosomes and go through the process of becoming polyploid again. The description is simple, and the process involved is tedious, even boring. Chen Dabii does not know his boss to engage in these do what. To watermelon does not seem to need to grow their own but he knows as a security chief's duties, that is, what the boss commanded. What they do not ask, do not pry. This shed was not large in size, so the 2 of them quickly finished turning it over, and were about to take a break when they saw Gao Yaoyao running in, reporting, "Boss, the medicinal honey water has been sold out." "That fast?" Qinlin was surprised. "It's limited to 1
500 customers a day. And it's sold out before the morning's out? Are all the tickets for the Sea of Flowers sold out today as well? Qinlin asked again. Gao Yaoyao explained. Early this morning there were many people who came to the mountain village. They first ran to the sales center to buy the medicinal honey water. There were even people who purchased many cups at once, and after they bought it they didn't stay much. They directly left. They should be local to Yucheng. They are specifically rushing to the medicinal honey water. Now tourists can't buy it even if they want to buy it, and many of them are complaining. Qinlin frowned slightly. He did not expect the medicine and honey water to sell so fast, but when he thought about it, it was normal. The medicine and honey water is very hot, and now there are people who specifically buy the medicine and honey water to shoot a video to beat the clock. Think about what people buy 10 cups at once for, most likely to make a video for a better buzz. It's an aberration of consumption, which is probably why there's such a thing as the first milk tea of the fall. As soon as the fall, the entire circle of friends are sunshine milk tea, not sun on the outdated like, directly promote milk tea consumption. Gao Yaoyao added, Boss, are we going to take out our stock of medicinal nectar and continue selling it now? The 90 pounds of honey in stock was something he was saving for a rainy day, and he hadn't planned on taking it all out. Take out another 20 pounds. Qinlin thought for a moment and said, Moreover, in order to purchase the medicinal honey water from now on, you must take either the flower sea ticket or the mountain villa consumption of a full 50 slips in order to purchase a cup, and you can buy 2 cups when both are achieved. Since there is such a phenomenon, he naturally has to consider for the tourists. Simply come to a bundled sale, and this condition is not harsh. Basically all tourists exceeded this standard. This type of bundled sales is criticized a lot of the time. There are some exceptions, though, and those are things that are so few and precious that they need to be purchased in limited quantities. This type of thing against such a restriction not only won't be criticized, but also raises the bar a bit. This medicated honey water of his falls into that category of things. Chapter 74, Arrival of the Enabling Funds. Boss, there's one more thing, Gao Yaoyao reported again. There are also quite a few tourists asking about honey today, wanting to buy some ordinary Yucheng honey, saying that they didn't buy it on yesterday's live broadcast in the county. Got it. I'll handle this one afterward. Qinlin nodded. It shows that the county's Farm Aid Live hit something of a home run last night. Qinlin returned to the lobby, and saw Zhao Mochizuki teaching Lin Fan how to use the computer in front of one of the computers at the bar. Lin Fan eventually got what she wanted and took on the job of registering incoming goods, so she was very inquisitive about how to use the computer. In fact, many elderly people will be like this, feeling that if they can do something to help their children, they are still useful, and psychologically there is an unspeakable sense of accomplishment. Unfortunately, many young people do not understand this mentality of the elderly. Qinlin can only go along with his mom's happiness, but he has to privately instruct Zhao Moching to help his mom check it out when she has time, so as not to make any mistakes. It's not that I'm afraid of how much damage will occur. After all, there are still bills. Wrong re-get is. He was worried that when it came time for mom to make a mistake she would blame herself and affect her mood. The two mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were chatting earnestly on the computer, and Wang Kai was thrown aside, walking around the feet of the two, probing at the computer from time to time, as if he had been excluded. The little cashier girl at the bar ignored it even when she tried to tease it. Qinlin walked into the bar and teased Wang Kai for a bit before he saw Chen Li arrive at the lodge with 3 people. One was none other than his secretary Zhong Lei. One was a man in a suit, and one was a middle-aged woman. Bureau Chen. Congratulations on last night's successful live broadcast. Qinlin immediately came out of the bar and went forward with a smile on his face. Chen Li shook his head and said, Boss Qin, just look at my jokes. Now I've been made into an emoticon on the internet. The man in the suit and the middle-aged woman next to him couldn't help but show a smile when they heard this. The two of them knew about the county's live broadcast to help farmers last night, and they could imagine how embarrassed this Director Chen was at the time. That means you're on fire. Director Chen, isn't that even better for the future live broadcasts to help farmers? Qinlin smiled and welcomed the group to a table to sit down. Chen Li was in a much better mood when he heard Qinlin's words, and after sitting down, he said, Boss Qin, there are actually 2 things about coming to you today. One is to thank you first. Last night's live broadcast was very effective, and Yucheng Honey has made a bit of a name for itself. Qinlin instead said, Chen Bureau, speaking of this honey, I also say something to you. Today there are a lot of tourists want to buy honey. My sales center seems to be also should enter a batch of honey. Is the quality of the supply is difficult to guarantee. Boss Qin, this is a good thing. Don't worry about the quality of the supply. I'll arrange it. Chen Li was naturally happy about this win-win situation, and immediately voiced his assurance. Qinlin's purpose was this, and he also smiled. Then I'm relieved. Chen Li then added, Boss Qinlin, let's talk about another thing. The county's support fund will come to your Mountain Villa special card in the afternoon. In addition to introducing these two to you, this lady is Chief Hu of the Finance Bureau. And this is Mr. Sun of the Yucheng First Construction Engineering Company, which will be responsible for the construction of the project's works and will send the best engineering team to build the project in the shortest possible time. Qin Lin nodded and greeted the two. This chief who is the person responsible for reviewing and supervising this support fund. This is also a mandatory supervisory procedure under the relevant provisions. U City, a construction engineering company, is considered to have an official background. Right. U City, the official nature of the demolition project, road projects and so on. Are they in the process? Before the county said it would help to contact the engineering company, he guessed that it would be this company. Hello, Boss Qin, section chief who shook hands with Qin Lin. Boss Qin, don't worry, we will do our best for the mountain resort project, and we will definitely not lose face in front of the tourists. Mr. Sun shook his hand and also said with assurance. He had met Sun County before he came and knew the significance of this mountain resort project, so he naturally didn't dare to slack off. Moreover, he is more afraid of problems. This kind of network era. So many tourists. Take a video to the internet that is a big trouble. Small things will be magnified 10 times. He cannot pocket. To be honest, it was very stressful for him to take on this project. Seeing a table of people chatting, Zhao Mo Turnip also personally made 4 cups of honey water at the bar for the waiter to bring up. She stayed out of the fray herself, knowing that Qin Lin and the others must be talking business. Seeing the 4 cups of honey water being served up, Qin Lin also introduced Section Chief Hu, Mr. Sun. This is the new medicinal honey water from our mountain villa. You guys try it. Chen Li drank the medicinal nectar water and also said towards the two of them, this medicinal nectar water tastes really good. This stuff is very hot right now in Turnip Lin Villa. Chief Hu smiled and said, that really needs to be tasted. Yesterday my daughter was talking about this medicinal honey water. Mr. Sun picked it up and drank it just the same. A few mouthfuls of this medicinal nectar water were felt. Chief Huko, this tastes really good. Mr. Sun, Chief Hu. If it's not good, this medicinal honey water won't be liked by so many tourists. Chen Li casually added, Boss Qin has a lot of good things here, such as that special variety of watermelon, which is still in the cultivation stage, and only Boss Qin has it here in Yucheng. Qin Lin inexplicably smiled when he heard this. Although Director Chen's remark was made casually, it would be different after the word spread. Then everyone would have a consensus and it would then become an established fact. This was tantamount to an official recognition of his melon. Then when he did cultivate the seeds, the rest would be much easier. Next, Qin Lin and Chen Li talked about quite a few more details. Mr. Sun even asked a lot of his needs and style. When the time to unify to get a design plan over, Qin Lin naturally had his own plans for the mountain villa, and he also stated his requirements one by one. As for Chief Huko, he just listened. She only needs to monitor the status of the use of funds and write public reports when the time comes. The rest is none of her business. After chatting for almost an hour or so, Chen Li took the people away. After lunch, Qin Lin and Zhao Moqing were accompanying Lin Fen, who was holding Wang Kai, to stroll around the mountain village to cool off when they received an incoming message. As Chen Li said, that money support fund into that special card, a total of 23 million. 23 million was nothing to those rich people who lived in 100 million per capita neighborhoods, but it was also an absolutely huge amount of money for the current Qin Lin, which could save him a very large amount of time. The same time, without this money, he not only needs to build slowly by himself, the mountain village daily income but also paste in. With this money, the same time he may have finished paying off the debt, but also do not need to spend their own money. So, without having to invest himself, his current capital flow will become abundant all of a sudden. Then some things should be done, like buying a house. Chapter 75 The Miracle Made by a Society That Talks Marriage and Houses. For the matter of the house, Qin Lin has always had his own plans after buying the mountain village. After all, the mountain village 500 acres, he can completely according to his own mind in that building a villa. Except it doesn't conflict with buying a house. No one says you can't buy a house in town if you build a villa in the hills, right? Besides, Zhao Mo Turnip is already living in his house, and can't be squeezed in that rental apartment. And buying a house is also his promise to his mother-in-law. The most critical or inconvenient, just cohabitation, is the most passionate time, but because of the problem of residents holding wife cannot do anything, very tortured. Building a villa takes time. So, it's necessary to buy a house. When Zhao Mochizuki saw Qin Lin stop, he inquired suspiciously, what's wrong? Qin Lin laughed, Turnip, let's go buy a house. Buying a house? Why did you suddenly think of this? Zhao Mochizuki froze for a moment. It was because of a house issue that she and Qin Lin had to secretly get a license in the first place. Qin Lin explained,
The county support fund has arrived, and our side is relatively well funded. In that case we definitely need to buy the house first, and now it's not comfortable to live in,
and it's not convenient for the two of us.
The words "we two are inconvenient" clearly meant something, and Turnip read the meaning from the corner of his mouth that curled up.
Why is this guy's mind so dirty? You know it's inconvenient and you still have to move your hands every night.
Lin Fun also subconsciously stopped, excitement clearly showing on her face when she heard her son's words. Their house was sold a long time ago, and she now wants nothing more than for her son to buy another suite, no matter how much money he makes now. The house is a knot in her heart.
So when do we go?
Joe Turnip asked.
Now. Qin Lin didn't want to waste time either.
Zhao Maching also nodded when she saw Qin Lin's decision and said toward Lin Fun,
Mom, let's go look at the house together.
I still have to sneak Wang Kai. You and Xiao Lin can just go.
Lin Fun, however, shook her head. Son, to buy a house. She is happier than anyone,
but she also knows that she and young people have different vision.
Together if you cannot help but give advice. The two young people to tangle again. Might as well let the young couple go on their own. She's happy with whatever house her son buys anyway,
Lin Fun said, already leading Wang Kai towards the front. Now that the family was finally on the upswing, and her son and Turnip were getting along, she didn't want to be dictated to like the parents in the TV show. Uptown prices are high, but at the same time there is no shortage of people to buy homes in Uptown. Instead they are a tight sell. It is an aberration and a miracle created by a society that talks about marriage in terms of housing. Every parent has to plan to save money almost from the time their child is born, just waiting to put a down payment on a suite for their child when they get married. Many times the parents become one of the conditions for their son to be able to find a wife and keep his love. How else can the younger generation afford a home at marriageable age where the average salary is 3 or 4,000? So, there is no shortage of people to buy houses in Yucheng, and even the newly built Yucheng Ipin last year, with its fine finishes, has reached 25,000 per square meter. That's right, small counties with 3,000 or 4,000 salaries per capita are showing up with neighborhoods with 25,000 per square foot home prices. There are rumors out there that home prices are going down. But what you see here in Uptown is still crazy. In a county where the average salary is 3 or 4,000, 10,000 plus home prices, most families bite the bullet and take it out. More than 20,000 home prices, really most families tighten their belts cannot come out. This Yucheng Ipin also became the Yucheng really high-grade neighborhood. The price of the house is expensive, but it also means that the supporting features are better. With underground parking, small parks, swimming pools, basketball courts, and various other facilities. Qin Lin left the mountain villa with Zhao Maching and went straight to Yucheng Ipin. He planned to buy a house here. The upscale neighborhood to live more comfortable is one reason. Another reason is that he didn't look at the various listings in Yucheng before he got the system. Although he couldn't afford it, but he could have the desire to do so, couldn't he? And the well-decorated boutique house here in Yucheng Ipin is the Scandinavian minimalist style that Zhao Maching likes. As soon as Qin Lin brought Zhao Maching to the sales hall of Yucheng Ipin, a salesman wearing a professional suit greeted him. Two of you, welcome, I'm the salesman Fong Xin. I'm very happy to serve you. We have 4 new neighborhood houses for sale. May I ask, do you have any already preferred neighborhood? Qin Lin said directly. Yucheng Ipin, my wife likes the Scandinavian minimalist decoration style. Fong Xin heard Qin Lin's words and immediately introduced. There are still quite a few unsold on the 6th floor of Yucheng Ipin, including 90 small, 120 medium, and 160 large rooms. Qin Lin directly said, is there still a large 160 square meter double balcony well-decorated room? My wife likes to be raising flowers. The balcony will allow her to raise flowers, and the large space will also allow extra space to get her a specialized check room. Qin Lin used to look at the listings. The most favorite is also this Yucheng Ipin hardcover large room. Before is only by fantasy. Now have the ability to absolutely will not hesitate. Fanshin is just feeling like eating a wave of dog food. But selling houses is a career that manages to be full, and there is never a shortage of dog food. Rather so quick to look at the rare, just do not know whether the final will be sold. 160 square feet boutique house is the most difficult to sell. Euclid is after all a small place. A flat 25,000. That is more than 4 million. A salary of 4,000 couples have to drive 42 years to save enough. 30% down payment is also required to 1.2 million is also nearly 13 years. And that's without eating or drinking. Qin Lin and Zhao Maching followed Fong Xin to the middle of that fine decorated room. Pure Scandinavian simplicity indeed. A circle to see down, but also can see the decoration with care. Expensive is expensive. Both balconies are not small and, being well oriented, the translucent floor-to-ceiling windows brighten the whole house. The halls and rooms are also arranged to make them comfortable to look at.
Qin Lin, the decoration is very good. Zhao Mochizuki couldn't help but praise it.
Her heart's desire was indeed for a house with this type of decoration style.
Qin Lin also saw the delight in her gaze, clearly liking the suite. Buying a house is like this.
No money to pick and choose carefully to consider the price point. Often have to look at a lot of listings.
It is difficult to meet the suite. Not lack of money. Choose upscale neighborhoods. It is always easier to come across a glance on the favorite.
A penny for a penny is not unreasonable sometimes.
Except when you are unlucky enough to meet one that wants you to pay IQ tax.
Qin Lin immediately said,
"Room manager, we'll take this house." "Ah, sir, you bought it?" Fang Xin was instantly delighted.
She was still considering how to persuade the other party to make a deposit, but she did not expect the other party to be so decisive to buy it, and did not drag her feet at all.
Qin Lin nodded and said, "My wife has carved her favorite on her face, so naturally I have to buy it." Fang Xin felt like she was eating another wave of dog food. Sure enough, it was very filling. Soon,
the trio went back to the sales center.
Fang Xin asked the two to sit down, only to take out the contract and hand it to the two, when he heard the sound of a man and a woman arguing next to him. "Guo Tan, what do you mean?"
"We agreed that after receiving the license,
no dowry is needed, and the purchase of the house will be written in my name.
And now that the license has been received,
you even secretly signed the contract and wrote only your name?" "Lin Lan, listen to me. I got this down payment from my parents.
My mom, she doesn't agree. She's the one who's pulling me hard."
"Guo Tan, you asshole,
get a divorce." The noise of these two couples bickering caused Qin Lin and Zhao Mochizuki,
who were nearby, to look at each other in dismay. You can probably guess what's going on even from those simple words.
Fang Xin looked at the two with some concern. "The signing contract.
Whose name is going to be written on the house?"
She's been in this business for so long, and that's the step she worries about the most. As many couples who already have intentions end up blowing it because of whose name is on the housebook. Qin Lin said with even less hesitation about the question.
"Write her name." Honestly, he wasn't going to make the same mistake as the man next to him. After all, when you buy a house after getting a license, whoever's name is on it is community property, so there's really no need to get hung up on that. Zhao Mochizuki also immediately said, "Write both of our names on it. Our shared home. Just like a marriage license, it has to have both names on it."
Fanshin felt like having another double dose of dog food. This time it was shoved hard into her mouth.
Are these two buying a house or just taking turns spreading dog food?
But the other party so decisively bought a 160 square feet of hardcover housing. This dog food is no longer difficult to eat. She also have to chew slowly swallowed.
Chapter 76, The Planning of the Hill.
The mountain goods of Our Lady of the Hills.
Once the house is finalized, the contract is signed and the down payment is delivered quickly. It is the subsequent real estate loan application and property closing that takes time. He also ordered a car before, and he can't afford to come up with $4 million in one go now, so he has to take out a loan first. These sales centers will also run the errands, and when the time comes, he will just go and sign the papers. Not that he needs to worry about it. After the contract for this type of hardcover existing home is signed, the keys are in your hands first. Finished house, ventilation time is also very long. Clean up a little bit and you can just move in first, leaving the real estate sales center. Zhao Mochizuki's pretty face kept a happy expression. Buying a house is a major event in life for any woman,
and her own house is the home that truly belongs to her and Qin Lin. As soon as they returned to the mountain village,
Lin Fen couldn't help but inquire, "Xiao Lin, Mo Qing, how's the house looking?" "Mom, the contract has been signed, so tomorrow we can go ahead and change the locks and pack up." Zhao Mochizuki took Lin Fen's arm and went up to hand her the contract.
Lin Fen took the contract and was filled with excitement.
"I'll go with you to pack tomorrow."
When her husband died, the family house was sold without leaving it to her son, and now that she sees her son buying a house, she's even more excited than Zhao Moching.
Looking at Lin Fen,
Qin Lin was also very happy and planned to let Master Lin kill a big cargo in the evening to have some fun with the employees of the lodge.
Just thinking, his cell phone rings. It is the phone of Ma Levin. Before the other party wants to fill the membership, he does not have this business, but also only left the phone. The phone word connected. Ma Levin's voice rang out. "Boss Qin, congratulations, the medicinal honey water is hot. Business is booming." Qin Lin smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, sudden call. What are your orders?" Malvin also said, "Boss Qin, I'll bring someone over in a couple days to help me get some special quality okra." "Okay."
Qin Lin smiled and answered. The hills don't supply quality 2 stuff anymore except for quality 2 watermelons that can be grown directly, and quality 2 okra has been stored in the game for a long time these days.
The day passed again. At night,
the bustling lodge was quiet again. The new day's numbers for the lodge were also tallied,
and the limit remains at 1. 500 guests and $75,000 in admission. Sold 20 of 25 quality 2 watermelons for a total of $23,000. This is a good sign. After all, a quality 2 watermelon is over $1,000. And before that you couldn't sell many of them in a day. As the mountain village is hot, the guests with high spending power are obviously a lot more. Unlike the beginning, quality 2 watermelons are still lagging behind, relying on packing for Malvin, quality 1 okra, yams, and broccoli for a total of $54,775. The medicated honey water sold out for a total of $145,540. All 200 pounds of quality 1 strawberries and 68 quality 1 watermelons sold out, for a total of $6,080. Game-produced wild fish, rod rentals, stove and grill rentals, jungle adventures and skidoo programs totaled $37,880. Then there's the wholesale fruit and seafood, and the vegetables grown at the lodge, with an increased supply and a turnover of $21,860. After more medicinal honey water items, the lodge's turnover today reached 426,135 yuan, exceeding 400,000 yuan and reaching a new high, with per capita spending reaching 284 yuan, still a bit stumped. However, the turnover exceeded 400,000 is a very happy thing. In addition to Qin Lin, also happy is Gao Yaoyao staff, because it will soon be the 15th payroll time. Just now Zhao Moqing has also sent the employees' last month's payroll settlement out to the employees' WeChat group, so that the employees can all check it. The payroll of the lodge is the same as the previous Fu Hai Lodge. The lodge to help pay 5 insurance and 1 gold. The wages are the 15th of the next month to send the last month, but also in disguise pressure 15 days of wages. Except for Gao Yaoyao, the very first group of employees. In fact, the other employees are not able to get a full month's salary, and the new ones are not even paid until next month. However, when they saw Gao Yaoyao's salary, the other employees were inexplicably looking forward to it a bit, because the employees were the ones who had the profit draw from some of the projects in the mountain resort. Gao Yaoyao's salary is 4,583 draw. The other 3 waiters who got their full month's pay were paid 3,583 draws. The pay isn't great, and the draw is even only $83, but it was only 2 days last month when the lodge officially opened. That means the $83 is a 2-day draw for the lodge. So wouldn't that be more than 200 draw for a month? For Uptown, that's an extra 200 plus paycheck a month. That's absolutely delightful. Sister Moiwei, just let me see this month's. Gao Yaoyao was in front of the bar, looking at Zhao Mei with watery eyes. She naturally wanted to see this month's draw. As a foreman, she naturally knew that the turnover behind the lodge was getting higher, and the draw would definitely be higher than those 2 days. Come in and watch. Next time it won't happen again. Seeing this, Zhao Mochizuki didn't refuse. For one thing, Gao Yaoyao was the foreman. The mountain villa was going to focus on cultivating it, and it definitely wouldn't do for a waitress to come in and ask. Secondly, it also happens to motivate the staff through Gao Yaoyao. The software used to calculate payroll at the lodge is a customized enterprise app specifically through Qinren Studios, which doesn't have many features. Now the network era. This thing is not expensive. There are specialized templates. The other side will do some modifications according to your needs. The background management account password only Qinlin and Zhao Mo Turnip have. 1,123. So much? Gao Yaoyao saw the draw for these 10 days or so, but exclaimed in shock. The number was obviously out of her expectation. It hadn't even been half a month yet. So didn't that mean the draw would be over 2,500 next month? That would make her salary 7,000. In the average 3,000-4,000 salary in the city of Yu. 7,000 salary is definitely high income. She save a little, every month to save 4,000. Next year when they are 20 years old will be able to down payment of a small car to themselves as a gift. She was excited just thinking about it. The others were obviously attracted by Gao Yaoyao's voice as well. Inexplicably, the enthusiasm of each and every one of them to clean rose. Especially those waitresses, whose draw was the same as Gao Yaoyao. The foreman, Qinlin obviously also felt this point, to give employees a percentage. Those scenic spots in Yucheng, except for the Warrior Valley, there should be no one who can do it. After all, customer traffic has not reached a certain level. Even if you want to incentivize the enthusiasm of the staff, do not dare to do so. Early the next morning, the other side of the hill appeared engineering team. It is Yucheng, a construction company, into the field. Qinlin had only moved out the things in the game in batches and sent them all to the mountain villa when that Mr. Sun from Yucheng First Construction Engineering Company came to look for him. Mr. Sun's full name is Sun Ming. He also brought a copy of the planning drawings. Boss Qin, In addition to the rafting project, the overall plan, the Sea of Flowers in the west of the wasteland, and the Trillium Sea of Flowers were at the two ends of the villa, so as not to produce ornamental fatigue, and the lodging area is between the two Sea of Flowers. The specific planning map you take a close look at. Lin took over the plan and looked at it. The overall are in accordance with his requirements. First of all, there is a restaurant. After all, Ranch Story there are a lot of cooking recipes, certainly can be used. After that is the Cave Project and the Sea of Flowers Project. The Cave Project includes a resting area. There are a lot of seats, cradles, swings, to provide visitors with rest. Naturally, the number of cavities will not be too high, just the number of 100 to 150. With the development of the lodge, this number is far from being able to meet the amount of tourists, but he does not intend to engage in more. This is just to improve the role of the facilities of the lodge. There is no need to grab that little staying resources with the county. Getting more tourists to stay in the county will stimulate tourist spending and show the importance of the lodge to the county's region-wide tourism program. After determining that there is no problem with the drawings, Lin added, Mr. Sun, in addition to this county-supported project, I still have some other projects here to please you, and I will fund these projects myself afterward. Mr. Qin, you said. Sun Ming didn't refuse, having already taken on this support fund project for the mountain villa. He didn't care about taking on two more projects. Lin thought for a moment and said, Mr. Sun, first of all, I'd like to build a staff dormitory building. The other thing is an estate villa for entertaining high-end tourists. And then there's the planning of a ranch in the remaining area. How can Ranch House not have a ranch? When the game's ranch is developed, there will be quite a few livestock breeds, and you should know that the game even has cows that can produce strawberry-flavored milk. Therefore, this aspect can be completely prepared first. These were originally the next step of the plan. The county approved the support funds. This next moment plan can also be advanced accordingly. Then I'll go back and see how it's planned and discuss it with Mr. Qin afterwards. Sun Ming took note of Lin's request and then went to direct the engineering team. The first day he had to keep an eye on it first. Lin, on the other hand, returned to the Mountain Villa Hall. Mom and Zhao Maching didn't come today. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can't wait to go to the new house there to pack up. He looked to the light screen in his head and took control of the game character as he wandered around the map, ending up in the mountains behind the ranch. The mountain is called Our Lady's Mountain, and it's also a big map in the game. In older versions of the game, it was possible to enter Our Lady of the Mountains to find mountain goods for sale. This version of the game was a bit different from the old version of many. He had also controlled the game character to stroll through Our Lady's Mountain a few times before, and there was no special discovery, and the mountain goods were not refreshed. This time, you enter Our Lady's Mountain but an NPC appears. It's Gotts, the lumberjack from our town. Gotts, the mountains are a gift to the world, and in addition to the constant supply of timber, there are plenty of delightful mountain products that maybe Zack would enjoy acquiring. Lin saw this NPC dialogue and revealed a joyful expression. Is this where you can look for mountain goods? Chapter 77. One must not let oneself appear cheap. Regardless of which version of Ranch Story, mountain goods are one of the economic sources in the early stages of the game. From the earliest GBA Ranch Story, to the back of the various versions are the same. The difference is the type of mountain goods. This new version of the handheld game Lin has only started to play, and has not been refreshed before, but he does not know what the mountain goods are. Gotts is also a regular NPC in several versions of Ranch Story, and like Zack, he faithfully reads his NPC lines before carrying a log away. Lin controlled the game character in his mind to enter Our Lady of the Mountain. This time it was really different from before, and I encountered a harvestable target only when I entered Our Lady's Mountain. Congratulations on getting 1 pound of wild golden cherry. Control the game character to continue deeper. A new collection target was soon discovered. Congratulations on getting 2 pounds of wild myrtle. Congratulations on getting 2 pounds of wild golden cherry. Congratulations on getting 1 pound of wild myrtle. Lin controlled the game character for a while and collected all the targets that could be collected from the Holy Mother Mountain, but the hints he got were all golden cherry and myrtle. I don't know if this Holy Mother of all mountains is only going to brush these two mountain products, or if there will be any more changes after that. Golden cherry and myrtle are considered herbs and a type of mountain food. Both of these are also relatively common, and even many are grown artificially, and are not very expensive, at around $10 to $15 for the common ones, and only $20 to $30 for the purely wild ones. But these two mountain products have a great use, and that is to make wine. Moreover, after the golden cherry soaked wine, as long as the vintage, a pound of ordinary white wine soaked out of the wild golden cherry wine can be sold for 150 yuan a caddy. Naturally, when we say vintage here, we mean one that has been steeped for a year or two, and the usual factory-infested ones that have been steeped for a month or two aren't that expensive. Whether it's a wine, or a medicinal wine.
The price goes up quickly as time settles in.
And that did give him an idea.
Because of the special nature of this game of ranch story,
the original watermelon that needs 3 months to bear fruit in reality. In the game more than 10 hours on the line,
the flow rate is not the same. Only when he enters the game the time flow rate will become normal. Chapter 1.
If you do the math on that scale, wouldn't leaving the soaked wine in the game for 1 day be the same as soaking it for half a year? There is literally no time cost to this. 1 month equals 15 years.
It's just not clear at this point if what's out there to get inside is also affected by the special rules of this game.
This will have to be tested to find out.
Lin withdrew his attention from the game screen in his mind, found a place where no one was, entered the game with a thought, and traveled to the storage room. Wild golden cherry, quality 2, 10 pounds.
This is a special kind of mountain goods, but also a kind of medicine.
Can be used to soak medicinal wine.
Effect, treatment of urinary frequency and urgency 2, tonifying the kidney 2. Myrtle, quality 2, 10 pounds.
This is a special kind of mountain products,
but also a kind of medicine.
Can be used to soak medicinal wine.
The effect, tonifying the blood and qi. Aphrodisiac effect 2.
As Lin looked at the introduction of these two things, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the planners of this game.
A kidney tonic? Aphrodisiac? How does that work again? But it's ing, he likes it.
This wine soaked out. Drink a drink for years and years. Afraid of 60 years old can also be a dragon essence of the super warrior.
On the contrary, these two are only 10 pounds, which is a bit low.
With this effect, it can definitely not be viewed in the same light as the ordinary golden cherry and myrtle on the market. This wine soaked out.
A caddy of 500 people also buy. Vintage longer. A caddy of 1,000. 2,000 is no problem and take it straight to sale. Cootie. Behavior. Definitely soaking the wine.
When Lin left the game,
he directly left the mountain villa and headed to the city.
Then went to the tobacco and liquor market and wholesaled 100 pounds of 55 degrees white wine at once. The best ratio of golden cherry and myrtle infused wine is 1:5,
and the wine should be over 50 degrees. Moreover, the price did not choose too cheap. Directly chose a pound of 50 yuan of white wine. Take the game out of the golden cherry and myrtle to make wine. Cannot use a pound of 10 yuan, right? That's too stupid.
He's now going to verify that this game time scale guess is correct. Lin transported 100 pounds of white wine to the warehouse, and went to the supermarket specifically to buy 260 kilograms containers of special containers for brewing wine.
That is, cans that can be sealed, connected to a tap that can be out of the wine.
There are also about a dozen smaller containers on hand.
After that, Lin moved both the white wine and the container into the game, placing it directly in the storage room. Then the white wine and the golden cherry and myrtle were placed into the soaking container and finally sealed. Only after doing everything did Lin exit the game once again. Looking at the game screen in his mind again, there were indeed 2 more containers of brew in the storage room, but the screen was no longer the same as the one he had taken in, and from the outside it had turned into a secondary screen just like the game. Unknown medicinal liquor. Controlling the game character up is the only such docket information for the time being. The rest will have to be checked tomorrow as well. When he returned to the mountain villa, Gao Yaoyao ran to him and reported, "Boss, after restricting the purchase of the medicinal honey water, the supply still exceeds the demand. Can we increase the supply of the medicinal honey water?"
Lin shook his head and said, "There's only so much of this stuff in daily quantities, so there's no way to increase the supply if you want to."
Gao Yaoyao proposed, "Then should we add some other ordinary fruit and milk teas for the tourists to choose from?" "Well, we'll arrange it tomorrow."
Lin nodded his head. This was also what was originally planned.
The medicinal honey water is not enough for 1,500 people now, and there will be more in the future. With other ordinary fruit and milk teas is a must.
This go back and talk to Zhao Meiyun.
Last time she took the channel from her great uncle Zhao Moyun. Direct order is. The day passed again. By the end of the night,
the turnover was tallied and the turnover still held at $400,000. He had only just returned home when Zhao Mochizuki and Lin Fan had already returned long ago, and the two of them were holding their cell phones and looking at some information on decorations.
Next to him,
Wang Kai could only lie there licking his paws in boredom. The 2 women in the house had long since neglected him.
Woo-woo, when Wang Kai saw Lin return, he purred and ran forward to rub against his leg. Back,
Lin Fan's face was full of smiles.
"Today, Mo Turnip and I went shopping for a lot of things.
There are a lot of decorations,"
she rambled on at first. For her, it's a very fulfilling thing.
Lin looked at his old mom happy, and his heart was also happy.
It's more important than anything that mom is happy every day. By the way, when it's time to move,
your Uncle Urgent and your Uncle Dalan and the others must be called up.
As for your uncle and the others, said Lin Fan,
and her face became a bit grim as she said,
"Forget it, as for the others, I don't care. Qin Lin stepped forward and comforted. Mom, since people used to dislike us and don't interact with each other, forget it, let's live our own lives and not stick to them. The old saying that a distant relative is better than a close neighbor is true at times. When Dad was seriously ill, there were generous people like Uncle Shuizhen and Uncle Dalin, but there were also many people who shunned him and even hung up without saying a word when they received a call from Mom. This includes his two uncles. The image of his mom begging at the door he remembers, claiming all sorts of difficulties, and two uncles who each bought a car after his dad's death. Not that two uncles with money have to lend them, after all, it's hard to make anyone's money, but feelings like this are a two-way street. If people are heartless to them, there is no need for them to dip into them again, otherwise wouldn't they look cheap? Anyway, Grandma and Grandpa have passed away, so it's just as if they don't have any relatives on this side of the family. Chapter 78 Turnip Lin Medicinal Wine. When he got up the next day, Qin Lin, as always, looked at the game screen in his head, controlling the game character to pick ripe crops and plant new seeds. After that, he took control of the game character again and went into the woods to collect the wild honey that had been refreshed for the day and put it into the storage room. And then finally he took control of the game character again and headed to Our Lady's Hill. But the mountain goods didn't refresh, and I don't know if the time wasn't up, or if the mountain goods refresh mechanism was different. Taking his attention back from the game, Qin Lin then got up, scrubbed, ate breakfast, and headed to the warehouse to move the ripened crops and wild honey out of the game, transporting them in batches to the lodge. Only after finishing his work, Qin Lin received a phone call. Mr. Qin, the two cars you ordered have arrived. Going to the DMV to go through the formalities and registration of the license plate requires you to be present to sign. The car I ordered earlier finally arrived, which is definitely good news. Now that the game is moving out more stuff, the crappy tricycle is obviously a bit of a waste of time, and the blue van will save a lot of time when it arrives. However, with more stuff in the game, that was becoming more and more of a chore for him to carry, and something had to be done about it. His stamina was limited after all. After hanging up the phone, he called Zhao Mochizi directly and asked her to drive over to pick herself up. Now that my own car had arrived, it was time to return my great-uncle's car. Zhao Mochizuki soon arrived at the mountain villa. Qin Lin, what's the matter with calling me over in such a hurry? Qin Lin explained. Go to the DMV. The car I ordered has arrived. Has the car arrived? Zhao Mo Turnip's pretty face was delighted. It's the same BMW 5 Series, but driving your own family's car is certainly not the same as driving your brother's. Go, Qin Lin said. After entering the county, Zhao Moqing first drove the car to the east side famous garden neighborhood, went upstairs and returned the car keys to Zhao Moyan before taking a taxi with Qin Lin to the DMV. The DMV is in the city west center. When Qin Lin arrived, the owner of the car dealership was already waiting, alongside a brand new BMW 5 Series and blue license plate minivan. Seeing Qin Lin, the owner of the car dealership was the first to welcome him. Boss Qin, I've kept you waiting. The owner of the car dealership was obviously very polite. He naturally knew that Qin Lin was the owner of Turnip Lin Villa. That's how this society was. As long as you had accomplished something, anyone would be polite to you. The owner of the dealership had already made the call and the registration and licensing and all the paperwork was done quickly. The BMW 5 Series and the minivan were also officially in Qin Lin's name. When they reached the car, Zhao Mochizuki said, Qin Lin, I went to pick up Mom. He's still at the curtain store picking out curtains. Aha! Qin Lin nodded. I also happened to be trying out this minivan. After Zhao Mo Turnip left, Qin Lin also got into the van to start it up. The weight of this minivan is 1.8 tons, which is considered the regular weight of a blue van. The C1 license to drive a blue truck allows a range of total mass not exceeding 4.5 tons, which means that a trip can pull 2.7 tons. Usually most people will pull 3 tons. You don't get on the highway to pass the way in, and you usually don't get checked. In other words, this one vehicle has 3 times the hauling capacity of the original crappy 3-wheeler. Qin Lin drove this kind of minivan, just not skilled. Drive out of the DMV also dare not too fast. Took some time to drive to the warehouse. Now that the shipping problem is solved, the handling problem will have to be solved a bit, or else there will be more stuff later on, and I'll be tired of carrying stuff to the car every day. If he didn't think about concealment, by the nature of the system, he could just stand on the car and enter the game, touching something with his hand and then moving it directly to the car with a thought. That way it doesn't take much effort on his part. But it's because of the stealth issue. He's in and out of the game, disappearing and appearing out of thin air. In case he's seen is trouble. Bringing the car to a stop, Qin Lin looked at the warehouse door. The width and height are perfectly adequate for a truck to drive in. The only trouble is that step, which needs to be filled in and made into a ramp just to modify the gate when the time comes. For the sake of secrecy, he intends to do it himself. materials and tools directly to the mountain site to borrow on it. Said to do,
Lin directly drove the truck to the site of the mountain village.
The site of the access to the intersection at the intersection opened another road in, and the periphery has been fenced off. The normal operation of the mountain village will not have any impact.
The person in charge of the construction site knew that Lin was the boss of the mountain resort and didn't skimp, giving him all the stone materials and tools he needed.
Only then did Lin return to the warehouse to begin remodeling the warehouse entrance.
He'd been working on his own for most of the day, sweating profusely, and had taken a couple breaks during which he'd been able to change the steps into a simple ramp that was just a little rough, but it didn't matter, as long as it worked. When he was done, he drove home to take a painful shower and change his clothes. Lin looked at the game screen in his head again, and with a thought he entered the game again and traveled to the storage room. Coming to the container where the wine was stored, the message on it had changed.
XX medicinal wine. This is an unnamed medicinal wine,
possessing special effects,
with a good taste and flavor. Possessing special effects, tonifying the blood to move Qi 2, tonifying the kidneys and strengthening the Yang 2, treating urinary frequency and urgency 2, which can be named. Apparently,
this wine has the two attribute effects of both the golden cherry and myrtle stuff, and the taste and flavor are only well described with no special attribute additions.
Rather, it was the three words nameable that surprised Lin.
That means that the recipe for this wine was not originally in the game, and he's going to have to make a new name for it once he's done this.
Turnip Lin medicinal wine? Lin tried to say. In the future, if he could build a brand by the game, he would definitely use the word Turnip Lin. Has named Turnip Lin medicine wine.
Lin received a game prompt and then looked at the note information of the wine, and sure enough, it had changed to the words Turnip Lin medicinal wine. He took one of the small containers he had prepared earlier, aimed it at the spout of that container, opened the valve, and filled the small container to the brim before he let out of the game. This wine has the effect of tonifying blood and moving Qi 2, treating urinary frequency and urgency 2 and tonifying the kidneys and aphrodisiacs 2,
which is definitely already a good product. But medicinal wine has another special property, that is, like ordinary wine,
it has time to settle down, and the longer it is, the more valuable it is. He checked the information on alcohol last night and knew that the new wine had substances such as acrolein and sulfide that caused the liquor to taste spicy,
rather punchy and rough,
and that this time of the year, the wine was irritating and spicy to the throat, and the flavor palette was not good. It can be settled over a period of time, and some aldehydes and other substances in the liquor that cause it to be pungent will gradually be reduced, and the quality of the liquor will become better.
After 2 years of storage, the wine is full-bodied with an excellent aftertaste.
After 3 years of storage, aging flavors begin to appear, with a fuller body, a delicate texture and a longer aftertaste. Naturally, 30 years is usually the optimal period. And beyond that, to make a century-old wine, it requires special sealing and inheritance techniques, and herbs in wine. Over time, the same can make the medicinal properties better dissolved in the wine. Wine taste better, more mellow. Lin was a man who could not drink, or rather he would only drink beer, and he used to be adamant about not even looking at any alcohol that cost more than $30,
making it look as if he could afford it.
White wine he even did not drink much, because he did not like the high degree of wine. This inside the time precipitation he certainly cannot even drink out.
The note information and did not write the time and so on.
He cannot judge whether this wine is the same as his guess.
In the game a day is equal to half a year. After all,
he was basing his guess on the fact that watermelons ripen twice a day. So, he doesn't have that ability to judge the vintage of the wine. This can only be done by going to the lodge and letting Master Lin and Chen Deibai taste it,
or even asking some tourists to taste it and see how it goes. If one's guess is right,
then he's got a big price tag on this brewing method.
Half-a-year-old wine and new wine. That price is completely different.
If this guess worked, then a month would be 15 years.
And how much would that be worth?
Well, his knowledge on the subject was really very poor. He couldn't afford this kind of wine before. He would have to look it up online afterward.
Chapter 79 TV shows are all lies. No martial virtues.
Lin took the bottle of medicinal wine and went straight to the lodge,
calling Chen Deibai and Master Lin to the bar as soon as he arrived at the lobby.
"Boss, what are your orders?"
Chen Deibai inquired as soon as he arrived.
"Boss,
the kitchen is getting busier and busier now that more people are ordering food. We need to recruit another helper." Master Lin, on the other hand, complained as soon as he arrived. Master Lin,
"I'll arrange this afterward.
For now, first help me taste a medicinal wine," Lin said,
taking out 2 small cups to give the 2 of them a small cup of medicinal wine each.
Medicinal wines are not suitable for large glasses, only small ones. Chen Deibai and Master Lin were both confused about what their boss meant, and when they saw the boss handing over the wine, they hurriedly took it and tasted it. After a small cup of wine, Master Lin said, "Boss, this medicinal wine is 55 degrees, right?" Chen Dabii also said, "It should be there. It's very strong." This was clearly not the answer Qin Lin wanted. It was only a few moments before Master Lin and Chen Dabii apparently sensed something strange. It was a feeling of smoother flow of qi and blood all over the body. And in particular, there was a hint of a warm and comfortable feeling in the waist. "Boss, this medicinal wine isn't cheap, is it?" Master Lin asked in surprise. Chen Dabii also nodded his head and said, "1 cup down. This moment will feel comfortable all over." The general medicinal wine certainly does not have this effect. Qin Lin saw the reaction of the two before nodding. "That's right. Otherwise, 2 of the game's attributes would be wasted." He asked again, "Master Lin, then how long have you been able to drink this wine?" "Boss, how can I tell this one apart?" Chen Dabii were confused and looked at his boss. How could he understand this? "Boss, you're asking the wrong person." Master Lin also said, "Let him roughly distinguish whether this wine is good or not is okay. Drink out how long this wine has been. Isn't this a difficult person? It's not like he's one of those sommeliers on TV. Okay, it's fine." Qin Lin sighed. "Indeed, we are all ordinary people." He could not tell. "And he is the same as ordinary people." Chen Dabii. "Lin Master, how can drink this wine? How much time? Looks like a professional sommelier is in order. I just don't know if there are any of these types of visitors to the lodge." As Qin Lin was thinking, he heard a familiar voice ring out, "Boss Qin, I'm here again." "Mr. Ma." Qin Lin's eyes lit up when he saw Melvin entering the door. "Previously, after buying the house, I received a call from Melvin saying that he would bring someone over, and asked him to help prepare some okra. I did not expect the other party to come here without a word. Ordinary people like them can't taste the time of this wine, but a rich man like Ma Levin should understand it, right? Isn't that how it's played out on TV dramas? Rich people move around with 82 la fight, tasting wine with all sorts of heads in the sand." Melvin was also holding a bottle of medicated honey water in his hand, and behind him were 3 other people, 2 women and 1 man, also holding medicated honey water. Who should be the people Melvin said he was going to bring? The 2 women's specific age cannot be seen. After all, rich people are well maintained, but the body are very good, but also very beautiful. There is a special temperament. One of them also hold a child. The man looked somewhat ordinary, but he had an aura that was out of place with ordinary people. "Hubby, is this the boss Qin you were talking about?" Chu Cheng stepped forward and took Ma Levin's arm, looking at Qin Lin with some curiosity. She usually surfed the internets, swiped Douyin, and watched the video of this mountain resort's Trillium Flower Sea, but she was more curious about what her husband had brought back earlier. She dragged her connections to find those things, too, the same special breed of them. Some of them worked, I guess, but none of them worked as well as the ones her husband had brought back. It made her curious about this boss Qin who provided these things as well, but it was only when she met him that she realized how excessively young he was. Ma Levin also introduced towards Qin Lin at this time. "Boss Qin, this is my wife Chu Cheng. These 2 behind are Mr. Li Qingli, and his wife Lin Lu." Qin Lin looked at Chu Cheng beside Ma Levin. Think about it and know that this Mr. Ma is indeed in need of quality 2 okra. Married to a beautiful wife who is more than 10 years younger than himself. At this age, not only can't hold it, but also can't hold on to it for long, right? If you don't make up for it now, you should be weeping empty tears in another 10 years or so, right? Qin Lin thought secretly while saying towards Ma Levin, "Mr. Ma, you first taste this medicinal wine." Saying so, he also winked with Ma Levin. "This wine has the same effect as that special quality of okra." Ma Levin was immediately interested. "Boss Qin, then this medicinal wine, hurry up and give me a cup." Qin Lin smiled and poured a small glass for Melvin. Melvin took the wine, a cup down to feel a spicy flavor. This wine and taste than he used to drink are too bad. Or he drank those expensive medicinal wine did not taste so bad, but he didn't question Qin Lin's words either. The effects of this medicinal wine are certainly not in the taste. Sure enough, in just a few moments, he noticed that smooth feeling of blood qi slowly appearing in his body, as well as the hint of warmth that surged around his waist. This wine is really something. The first thing Ma Levin asked was, "Boss Qin, how much of this wine do you have for sale to the public?" "Mr. Ma, can you drink out how long this wine has been around?" Qin Lin also laughed at this time and made up something. "I'm also planning to organize an event today. Whoever can accurately taste out how long this wine has been around, I'll give him this bottle of wine." He didn't say that he didn't know the time either, and this time it became a general test question that he gave to others. Hearing this, Ma Levin became anxious and said, "Boss Qin, if you bring me 10 or 20-year-old medicinal wines to drink, I can tell the difference between the real and the fake. After all, I've drank quite a few of this vintage, but you're asking me to specify the time. Aren't you making it difficult for people? I'm not a professional wine taster."
This statement made Qin Lin a little regretful. Said the 82 years Lafite head of the head? Seems like the TV shows are all lies too. That blame that Wang Dishao for watching a rich second-generation dog and posed directly with a selfie of himself drinking a snowflake. Writing too big, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Ma Levin was a bit anxious, then looked to the side of Li Qing. Qin boss, your bottle of wine I want to be sure. My side of this Mr. Li on the wine can be very research. The entire city of Ming and the understanding of wine than his strong fingers. Li Qing, you help taste. Li Qing has actually been very curious about this wine. Ma Levin such a person does not say that he knows the bar. The good and bad can still be distinguished. Can make him so anxious? This wine must have a doorway. Naturally, what made him more curious was still this mountain village owner. He didn't believe his wife when she said that her milk had become sufficient because of the okra. But okra has such a strong effect? So are there still a lot of people who are worried because of this aspect? But after he ate a bit of okra from Malvin, he realized that he seemed to be wrong. The effect is really, he can really add another mouthful of double happiness when the couple eats together. I wonder who Mr. Li is? Qin Lin asked politely. He could hear a hint of politeness towards this Li Qing in Malavin's words, which meant that the other party's identity was definitely not simple. I'm just a sommelier, and my preference is to study wine occasionally. Li Qing, however, smiled and said, Boss Qin, do you mind letting me taste the wine? Qin Lin smiled and poured a cup and handed it to Li Qing. Mr. Li, please. After Li Qing received the wine, he didn't drink it directly, but put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it, then put it to his mouth and took a small taste before closing his eyes. That movement was gentle, as if it carried a special emotion, and it was completely different from the feeling that Ma Levin, Master Lin, and Chen Dabii had when they drank this wine. No wonder it is said that tasting wine is not drinking wine, but only the wind and moon do not know the scriptures, just like the plowocks drinking ditch. A cup of wine carefully sipped down. Li Qing after a few moments before he spoke. Boss Qin, the efficacy of this medicinal wine will not be said. I have already felt it. Those medicinal wine sources that I know of, those that can have the effect of your medicinal wine should only be the two Chinese medicine inherited family's secret recipe medicinal wine. Just that the taste of your wine is far inferior to others. This medicinal wine is supposed to be brewed by golden cherry and myrtle, and it's strange in its flavor, which seems to be completely different from that of these two brewing herbs. As for the vintage, it should only have settled for 5 to 6 months and the spiciness is still strong. Qin Lin was really surprised now. How else can you taste the difference between golden cherry and myrtle material? The professional ones are indeed different from the common man, and there seems to be a great deal of depth in either profession. It is naturally the 5 to 6 month period that concerns him the most. This confirmed his suspicions, which meant that the time guess was right. Boss Qin, is Li Qing right? Ma Levin hurriedly asked. If it's right, then this bottle of wine will be mine? This wine should belong to me. Li Qing, however, suddenly said. What Boss Qin said was whoever tasted out the time. This wine belongs to whoever tasted it out. It was me who tasted it out. The wine is naturally mine. This wine has the same effect as that okra. A man surely can't let it. Malvin was outright confused. It's not ing martial arts. Chapter 80 Li Qing's Identity. The Mines of the Spring. After determining the settling time of this medicinal wine, Qin Lin also invited Ma Levin and his party to a table by the window, gave the bottle of wine to Li Qing, and introduced the effects of tonifying blood and qi, tonifying the kidneys and yang, and treating urinary frequency and urgency. As soon as Li Qing sat down, he took the bottle of wine and poured himself a small glass and sipped it again. Malvin also took a cup and said, Li Qing, pour me another cup. Medicinal wine more expensive have also drunk, but this kind of effect can make oneself more sexually happy. Medicinal wine that is few and far between. After another small glass of wine, Ma Levin anxiously asked Qin Lin, Boss Qin, I wonder how much wine you have here. Is it for sale to the public? Qin Lin smiled and said, Mr. Ma, this kind of wine is not for sale for the time being. After all, there aren't many of them. However, if Mr. Ma needs it, I can make a trip tomorrow and fetch another bottle over to sell to Mr. Ma. Now that he knew the time rule had an effect, he was in no hurry at all to sell it. For one thing, the mountain goods hadn't been painted yet, and unlike the old game, he didn't know the mountain goods refresh mechanism yet. Secondly, the longer this wine settles, the more expensive it sells. This new wine of his has this effect, and he can certainly sell it for 1,000 a pound. If it sinks in for a year, then selling for 2,000 is fine. If it can settle for 20 years into the maturity of the wine, then the price is not easy to set. Mature 20-year-old Moutai, reportedly selling for tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. He's not as famous for this wine as others, but he's got real results. That's a good feeling. Ma Levin was instantly filled with smiles. Then he pulled Qin Lin to the side and said,
Boss Qin, this time, old Ma, I have nothing to do. How is the matter I asked you to do before? Mr. Ma, I even answered on the phone. So naturally I'm going to do my best to help you prepare. Otherwise I wouldn't have answered this. Qin Lin smiled. Anyway, how the words are pretty or not, it's up to him. After all, the stuff is in the game. Ma Levin again said with embarrassment, Boss Qin, can you please get some more? I'm actually accompanying Li Qing this time. His wife just gave birth to a child. Isn't the child not enough to drink? And your special quality okra has this effect again. The effect is still very obvious. Alright, tomorrow I'll try to get some more to bring over along with the wine.
Qin Lin also nodded after knowing the purpose of Ma Levin's visit,
then curiously inquired, Mr. Ma, I wonder what this Mr. Li does. You seem to be very polite to him. Melvin smiled and said, a wonderful man, but because of his father and brother cannot be in business, and he does not want to go the way of his father and brother, but can only be a free and easy idler. You just think of him as a wine taster. Melvin didn't explain too much, but Qin Lin wasn't a cutie, probably guessed something as well. What kind of idler could make a rich man like Melvin so polite? That's probably the other's father and brother who are really something. Ma Levin walked to that fish pond at this time. Boss Qin, you don't see less of this big stuff. Give us one on, and the others you look to give arrangements.
Qin Lin nodded with a smile and went to the side to make arrangements.
After Ma Levin sat down again,
he turned toward Li Qing and said,
Boss Qin was very good at talking and promised to try to get more special quality okra. Old Ma,
this Boss Qin does indeed have the same access as you said.
Li Qing smiled and nodded.
Whether it's this special quality of okra, that kind of rattlesnake tribute rice,
or this medicinal honey water, plus this wine,
there's no way for an ordinary person to get their hands on so many good things.
Melvin nodded and said,
that goes without saying. It's much better than Li Fei's gold and jade extravagance.
At least it doesn't let me pay IQ tax. Li Qing laughed and said, gold and jade luxury stuff doesn't say it's ineffective.
Right, but the special variety of okra that he was asked to find is indeed not a bit worse than Boss Qin's.
Soon, and the fish came up. It was the first time for Li Qing, Shu Qing, and Lin Lu to eat this kind of wild big stuff. So naturally, they were very addicted to it. Melvin ate nearly 10,000 more for this lunch. After the meal was over, he also took Li Qing and the two women to head to the Trillium Flower Sea to view the flowers. Qin Lin was instead curious and searched the internet for Li Qing's name. There is no information about it online, but one of the city's official bigwigs is named Li.
Qin Lin also did not continue to investigate.
This kind of character is worth dealing with,
but it is not good to probe too much when the other party has not indicated his identity.
Just think of the other person as a sommelier is all. Day 2.
Qin Lin woke up early in the morning and once again looked at the game in his mind's light screen, then collected the mature crops,
planted new seeds, and then finally took control of the game character to pick the refreshed honey. Instead, the mountain goods didn't refresh again, so it seems that this version of Our Lady of the Mountain's mountain goods refresh is randomized. Hubby, today, Mom and I will go and set up for one more day so we can move.
Zhao Mochizuki woke up and when she saw that Qin Lin was already awake, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said,
so am I not going to have to put up with this anytime soon? I remember the bed over there is huge. Qin Lin looked at Zhao Mochizuki with an evil expression,
and her waist provoked her claws.
After a bit of banter with Zhao Mo Turnip,
Qin Lin also got up and scrubbed and drove the blue van to the warehouse. The morning game harvest included 850 pounds of quality 1 okra, 350 pounds of quality 1 yams, 300 pounds of quality 1 broccoli, 580 pounds of quality 1 strawberries, and 90 pounds of wild honey, 60 quality 1 watermelons, and 25 quality 2 watermelons, plus 35 wild fish. If the previous 3-wheeler would have had to be transported in batches, now the blue truck can be transported to the lodge in one trip. This time, Qin Lin drove the van directly into the warehouse, closed the door, got into the van and entered the game, touched something with his palm, and moved it to the car with a thought, much faster than before. Near noon, he entered the game again and took 15 pounds of quality 2 okra and 1 bottle of medicinal wine out, which was promised to Melvin and Ma Levin. 4 people also arrived soon. They were the same last night in the Central Min Hotel stayed a night. This morning also went to the Zhuzi Cultural Park to play a tour of the trip. Mr. Li, this is 15 pounds of special varieties of okra. Qin Lin put down the okra and took another bottle of wine out, saying, Mr. Li, you can taste this wine again today. These words did make Li Qing come to his senses. The wine was tasted yesterday and brought out today. That means it's different, Qin Lin said, having already poured a cup for Li Qing. Li Qing took the wine and sipped it once again, speaking after a long time. Boss Qin, this wine tastes better, less spicy and more mellow. The settling time should reach about a year.
Mr. Li, convinced.
Qin Lin gave a thumbs up.
Li Cheng, however, looked at Malvin and said, "You've earned it.
I should have known that yesterday's bottle would be given to you first."
When Malvin heard this,
he hurriedly took the bottle right in front of himself. Yesterday this guy was not martial once, and he could not give the other guy another chance.
In the afternoon, Qin Lin sent off Malevin and his entourage,
but that Li Qing also asked for his contact information when he left, thinking that he would come back to the lodge in the future.
Returning to the lodge,
he was not busy for the moment, so he put his attention into his mind, controlling the game character to explore the map, only to enter the Ortown Park, when he found a few NPCs discussing in front of a bulletin board.
The Springs mine north of the town is open. There seems to be some good stuff there. Chapter 81, The Lost Slate. Special ketchup secret recipe technique. The Azumi no mines in the north of the town is open, so you can go there and take a look. There might be something to be gained.
Qin Lin controlled the game character to the announcement bar and got a prompt. A few old versions of Ranch Story Down mines were also a feature, and even many players live mines instead of growing vegetables and raising livestock. There are many things that may be unearthed from each layer of the mine, from small gold, silver, and copper ores to slightly metaphysical things like special fruits and flying stones,
and the higher the layer, the better the things you dig up. Qin Lin immediately took control of the game character and exited the town,
returning to the ranch and grabbing his digging tools before heading directly to the location of the Springs mines. He had come to this mine to see it before when he controlled the game character.
It just wasn't open and he couldn't get in. This time the game character went directly inside the mine. With anticipation,
Qin Lin began to control the game character as he dug in the middle of the mine. In this new version of the handbook, the mines only have open spaces to dig in, and where there are rocks you have to knock them out of the way to dig. Qin Lin wasted half a day's effort digging through the area of the clearing, but it didn't take long to get a game prompt. Congratulations on the silver ore. Congratulations on the copper ore.
Obviously, the ore in this mine is not difficult to dig, but unfortunately, there is no way to bring these ores out to be disposed of, so they can only be sold in the game,
which is a good way to increase the source of the game's gold coins.
Soon, the game character digs his way to the entrance into level 2.
Qin Lin tried to control the game character to enter level 2 and got another hint.
Current character level can't enter the next level.
Qin Lin frowned slightly.
That's a restriction?
The new version of the handbook has been restricted in various places compared to several older versions.
However,
this gives you a lot less freedom but an extra way to play with unlocked upgrades. For a player, this unlocking of upgrades naturally makes the game more fun and fulfilling.
But for Qin Lin,
if he had known that he would get this system, he would have played the old version at that time.
So wouldn't he have taken off by now?
The point is, there's no such thing as if. If he had known that he would get this system,
why would he have played Ranch Story? He would have just played Dragon Ball Super and broken the universe. The empty space didn't dig anything, and the next level couldn't be entered.
So he can only control the game character to take a hammer and hammer those rocks into pieces, and then control the game character to dig again. It was only when you cracked the first stone to dig that the game came up with a prompt to get an item. Congratulations on obtaining an ordinary mystic tablet.
Do you decipher the information on it? The mystic tablet?
Qin Lin revealed a look of surprise. The Lost Slate is a prop that is found in some versions of Ranch Story. There was a lot of information recorded on the mystic tablet, such as some special recipes or information about the location of some special things. But this new version of the handbook of this maze of slate seems to be divided into levels.
There is an ordinary maze of slate.
Then there must be a higher level of maze of slate. Qin Lin immediately took control of the game character to decipher the information on the miniature stone version.
To the Lost Slate hack in progress? Soon after, the prompt was given again.
Congratulations on obtaining the special recipe, the secret recipe technique for making ketchup.
Qin Lin didn't expect to open such a thing. Ketchup is known to everyone. It's a common thing in life and even one of the must-have things in many homes and restaurants. But what's the point of this stuff? After all, there are tons of ketchup brands on the internet, and many home version ketchup recipes have been published right on the internet.
Some of the home versions you can make yourself with your own tools at home.
It's just a different recipe that makes a difference in the flavor of the ketchup you make. However, with the addition of the word secret recipe to the things produced by this game, Qin Lin was also more or less looking forward to these things. This can't be a game that produces the same recipes as those common in life.
Thinking of this, Qin Lin once again entered the game and saw the specific information of the ketchup making secret recipe technology.
Secret recipe technology for making ketchup, quality 1.
This is a ketchup making secret recipe technique that documents a delicious ketchup making method that has been researched by the game to be so delicious that it can make sweet,
sour and spicy flavored quality 1 ketchups that can fit everyone's tastes.
This docket information seems to be done in a different way than crops and fish.
And, again, no specific data is shown. As he was thinking, another message alert appeared in his mind. Specific recipe content is available after use. Whether or not to use it, Xinlin decisively chose to use it. In an instant, a snippet of information appeared out of nowhere in his mind, deeply etched in it, firmly memorized as if he had made this ketchup countless times himself. It's an amazing feeling. That information is exactly the recipe for ketchup, including the ingredients and the exact proportions of the various ingredients. To be precise, there are 2 secret recipes, sweet and sour and hot and sour, taking into account the different tastes of people. After obtaining the secret recipe for this ketchup, Xinlin also exited the game and went to the lobby to call Zhao Mochizuki. Mochizuki, help me buy some things: tomatoes, sugar, lemon, pepper, and 3 kinds of herbs. Hearing Xinlin report a flurry of ingredients, Zhao Moching asked with some surprise, Xinlin, are you making tomato sauce? Xinlin said, well, while you're at it, buy some branded ketchup back for me. Although Zhao Moching was puzzled as to what Xinlin was going to do, she quickly brought back the things Xinlin needed, including tools such as casseroles. Xinlin hurriedly went out to help, taking those things one by one to the backyard, and also had Chindabi specially move a table. Can't just make ketchup in public like that at the bar. Chindabi naturally did whatever his boss told him to do. Anyway, he didn't understand what his boss was up to every time. Xinlin, however, ordered toward Chindabi again, go and connect the electric heat under the casserole. I want to use it later. Okay, boss. Chindabi immediately went to find the socket. Xinlin also began to take those materials on the table to operate up. The first is to peel the tomatoes. This is to steam the tomatoes a little bit. The time is also to control. After that came the proportions of the various ingredients, and in order to be more accurate, Xinlin specifically went to the bar to find a lightweight weigher, making sure to be precise. Zhao Moching just played along and asked with a puzzled face, Xinlin, why do you want to make tomatoes? For a good reason. She'd actually made ketchup, having made a home version with her roommates in the dorms before. But she really hadn't seen Xinlin do this before. But looking at Xinlin, he looked like he was very skillful. The point was that there were 3 herbs she didn't know could even be used to make tomato sauce. And that ratio was weighed, and it was too elaborate, wasn't it? After spending some time on the end of the preparation, Chindabi's side connected the electric heat under the casserole and entered the boiling program. This process is also carefully timed, and it takes half a day to make a single serving of ketchup, which is then cooled and fermented in jars for half an hour. When this tomato sauce was completely made, Xinlin let Zhao Moching and Chindabi try it. You guys try it. Both brought a small spoon and tasted it. Ha! Chindabi was surprised all of a sudden. Boss, the ketchup you made seems to have a better flavor than the one in the KFC I ate before. He wasn't complimenting the owner's handiwork. It was indeed delicious. Xinlin, this tomato sauce system you made is really delicious. Zhao Mochizuki also praised it from the bottom of his heart. Is it because of all those ingredients put in? Some of the ingredients she'd bought earlier. She hadn't even thought those things could be put together to make ketchup and, well, taste so good. Chapter 82. The first thing that can be promoted. Xinlin heard the 2 men's comments and ordered toward Chindabi again. Go ask Master Lin to get some fried chips out. Chindabi nodded and immediately ran to the kitchen. Chips and fries are also served with ketchup, are also commonly eaten at places like KFC. McNuggets. Fried chips aren't hard to make either. There are a few potatoes that every cook can easily make. Previously, Xinlin had asked Zhao Moching to buy other brands of ketchup, and Zhao Moching bought 5 kinds. Xinlin asked Zhao Mochizi to get a few small plates, opened all those tomato sauces, put them into those small plates separately, and then numbered them. Zhao Mochizuki seemed to have guessed Xinlin's purpose, which was to compare these ketchups, and it seemed like the ones Xinlin made really tasted better than those branded ketchups. She went aside to get ready as well. Xinlin, on the other hand, took the opportunity to take a bit of his homemade ketchup to find a deserted place to enter the game. And because of the special nature of the game system, he immediately saw the properties of the ketchup. Unknown tomato paste, quality 1. This is a special secret recipe for a sweet and sour tomato sauce with excellent flavor. Taste 1. Delicacy 1. Appetite stimulating 1. And can be named. Xinlin did not realize that the ketchup he produced had quite a lot of attributes. Taste, deliciousness, and appetite promotion all 1. That said, it's not necessary for the system to produce something that can be made outside to achieve quality 1. This is like the same watermelon. Quality 1 watermelon. His fruit store before the advance of the watermelon. 100 inside can always come out a few sweeter and more delicious. Chapter 1. Is the number of small? Xinlin exited the game and returned to the lobby, where Zhao Mo Turnip had already finished the ketchup. After Chindabi came out with a plate of potato chips, Xinlin also called Gao Yao Yao. Come and try and see which of these ketchups tastes better. Okay, boss. Gao Yao Yao nodded and took the chips and dipped them in those ketchup separately to eat them in turn. After tasting all 6, she pointed to a ketchup and said, "The other 5 ketchups all taste about the same, but I think this one is better." Qinlin looked at Zhao Mochizuki, and the other nodded at him. This one was his doing, even if it was expected. It made him show a smile, and he turned towards Gao Yaoyao again. "Help me go find some tourists to try it out." Gao Yaoyao proposed. "Boss, then isn't it a good idea to help try a little gift for the tourists, such as a little fruit or something, or else it will be too abrupt?" Qinlin nodded. "Yes, cut 2 special varieties of watermelon." "Okay, boss," Gao Yaoyao answered and then called for a waiter to help as well. Soon, Gao Yaoyao then brought him a copy of the data. She got 30 tourists to try it and 25 of them chose the ketchup he made, probably due to personal taste, and 1 person chose each of the other 5 brands of ketchup. Even so, it shows that the recipes coming out of the game are still popular. Think the hot and sour flavors are about the same. Qinlin suddenly asked toward Zhao Maching. "Maching, since this ketchup is so delicious, what do you say we get a ketchup brand? Let's call it Turnip Lin Ketchup?" It was a sudden thought that came to him. This ketchup is a regular daily condiment. Many homes and restaurants are a must-have, and because of this, ketchup has become a big piece of the cake in the condiments of life. As an example, one of the top 10 food companies, Aroma Wonderful Foods Limited, rakes in $37.7 billion a year in our country, of which ketchup accounts for a large portion. But his recipe now tastes better than tasty goodness. Maybe this ketchup is the first thing he's gotten from the game that he can massively promote and sell. However, Zhao Maching thought for a moment and said, "Qinlin, this ketchup you made is delicious and good, but it's not good to keep the recipe for this stuff a secret, right? What if someone cracks it?" Qinlin laughed and said, "This actually doesn't need to worry at all. Before you're not on fire, others won't even notice this thing of yours, not to mention idly cracking this thing of yours, but once you're on fire, it's all about selling fame and packaging. Do you really think that top 10 brand of ketchup must be better than all the smaller brands of ketchup? Besides, it's not like the secret recipe was cracked overnight, and as long as the fame is solidified, most people will only recognize our brand as well. If we were really worried about that kind of problem, then very many of the owners wouldn't have gotten rich, and besides, we have a great source of dependence now, and that's our mountain lodge." Zhao Maching nodded with a smiling face and went forward to hug Qinlin's arm. "Then why don't you teach me how to make this ketchup? I'll make some to bring home and give some to Zhaowen as well. She loves ketchup." Qinlin smiled and said, "Let's go. There's another spicy and sour flavor. Let's make it and try it too." The next few days, work at the lodge is progressing well, and the river for the rafting program has begun to clear the river of rocks and test for hazardous areas. That 100 acres of integrated flora also broke ground, and the construction area was fenced off just as it was. This comprehensive flower sea can only be created in stages, planting down various seedlings and setting up many auxiliary facilities in the meantime. The other thing is the cave and dining room expansion project. The foundation is already being laid, and that's where this project is going to take the most time. The location of the dining room is the closest to the current stage of the hall. The main body is not built with cement stone turnings, but with special mozo bamboo with wooden materials, and the top will be selected from the vintage tiled structure. The cave program is the same as it was designed in the beginning. Not too many numbers, just supplementing the facilities at the lodge. No need to grab this lodging money with the county. It's up to the county how much money they can get tourists to spend in the county when they live there. Cave room to the time to take the high-end route. The price will be more expensive than the other hotels in Yucheng are more expensive. Naturally more expensive also can not only a monotonous cave room. The front also equipped with a small area, surrounded by flower beds. This area is then equipped with a dedicated cooker and grill to give visitors a separate space to enjoy. Simply put, it's an upgraded version of enjoying a self-serve barbecue and self-serve do-it-yourself restaurant. The other side of the ranch is also the same started. The area is not small. When the ranch to raise some chickens, ducks and geese, and raise some cows, sheep and horses and so on. Everyday fixed grazing can be just incidental and visitors to interact with the experience. Increase the fun. Qinlin even thought about building a horse farm. After all, Ranch Story can raise horses, and horse racing. It's just that all of this takes time and can't happen overnight. Overall, the expansion of the lodge is on track. Qinlin wasn't idle either. Besides planning the mass production of ketchup for foreign sales, he was also moving. Mom and Zhao Mo Turnip have already set up the new house these days. Mom had called last night to inform Uncle Delin and Uncle Shui Zhen, and when she called, the smile on her face didn't stop. That would have been her proudest moment. Qinlin also did not engage in any housewarming ceremony. Banging drums and firecrackers and so on are exempted. He didn't want to bother others and was too much trouble himself. It's nice to invite someone who has done you a favor to dinner and recognize you, and you don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Now many people in the village and the two uncles are afraid to think that his family is still in the original situation.
Oh Zadette, life in the world, can know a lot of people?
There is really no need to force to make friends with all the people, to maintain those who are good to their own on the line. Even if the world is full of drinking friends, it is better to have one or two close friends.
Chapter 83. It's a sad story. Qin Lin's new home. Zhao Moyan's family arrived long ago,
as well as Qin Dalin and Qin Erjin. These people, originally they received Lin Fun's phone call last night. Early this morning brought his wife over.
Want to see what can be done to help.
But who knows that Qin Lin did not even want to get the relocation ceremony. Lin Fun walked over to Qin Lin and inquired.
Qin Run and the others haven't come yet? Qin Lin explained. Darren is already on his way here.
Aha. Lin Fun nodded and remembered something and said, right. Your uncle Dashan will also bring Qin Long over.
Qin Long? Qin Lin froze for a moment and said, he came out?
Lin Fun explained.
Originally, even if it was a case of bravery and good behavior inside, came out early.
If Qin Long needs help,
you can help if you can. Your uncle Dashan has helped us. Mom, I know. Qin Lin nodded.
Qin Long was 5 years older than him and Qinren,
and although he hadn't interacted too much,
the other man had given him the impression of being a very honest man.
But who knew that honest people went in instead? That seems to be about a hero saving the day. Qin Ren drove into the Yuqing neighborhood. Also in the car were his fiancée, Liao Li, and his parents. Qin Shuizhen looked at the neighborhood environment and lamented.
Shaolin, this child really made a fortune.
Not only helped the family to pay back the money,
but also bought a house so quickly.
Saying this, he also looked at his son Qinren.
You said that when you were a child you all lived in an old house,
digging out bird eggs together,
going down to the river to touch the shrimp together.
Why did Shaolin get into a major university? And you got a 3rd degree? Dad, I also want to know. Qinren is also full of puzzlement.
You said that every time you take an exam. Lin Zi said to me that the exam is not good.
Did not review.
I thought that I could share the same pain. But every time after the exam as I was beaten by you with your pants down.
He served the rice and the watch. Put. Liaoli couldn't help but laugh when she heard this.
She obviously didn't realize that her fiancé had the same thing as she did.
She had a desk mate too. What about? The same play and the same mess. The other one got the top grades every time. And she was at the bottom of the list. Parking the car and arriving at the building where Qin Lin's new home was located, Qin Shuizhen saw two familiar people and immediately greeted them. Dashan, you just came too? Shui Gan.
Qin Dashan also smiled and greeted Qin Shui Gan when he saw him.
Qin Ren, on the other hand, was surprised and walked over to the young man. Qin Long, when did you come out and didn't say anything? It's not like it's something honorable. Qin Long sighed. His heart was a bit complicated. After all, that would become an eternal stain on him, and had already had a huge impact on his life. Qin Shuizhen also looked at Qin Long. Little Long, don't be so impulsive in the future. Uncle Shui Gan. I know. Qin Long nodded. The group chatted as they entered the building together and pressed the doorbell outside Qin Lin's new home.
Qin Lin heard the doorbell and opened the door to see Qin Ren and the others. His face showed joy.
Uncle Shuizhen, Uncle Dashan, you're here, come in. Lindsay, congratulations. Qin Ren smiled. Qin Lin, congratulations.
Qin Long also voiced out, looking at the bustle within the door and the spacious and bright house.
Obviously more or less envious.
People 5 years younger than him are already doing so well, and here he is in this situation. But he could more or less cheer himself up. His own situation cannot be worse than Qin Lin when he did not graduate from the university. Hundreds of thousands of debt is worse,
right? When everyone had arrived,
Lin Fun also brought all the dishes to the two large tables set up in the hall and greeted.
Everyone sit down. As soon as Qin Dalin sat down,
he helped open the steamed rice, then said in surprise,
Sister-in-law Lin Fun, what kind of rice is this? It smells so good. The bystanders naturally smelled the mellow aroma. That piqued everyone's curiosity.
Lin Fun proudly said, a special kind of rice. Xiao Lin bought it specially to entertain everyone.
Auntie, then I'm going to eat one more bowl. Qinren smiled and gave himself a bowl, and after only 2 mouthfuls he was surprised. Asterisk. This rice can still be so delicious? In addition to Zhao Moyan's family, who ate the quality 2 Ringshui tribute rice, others were just as surprised when they ate it. This rice is really good. Do you guys want to drink?
Lin Fun took another bottle of medicinal wine and placed it on the table, saying, Xiao Lin said that drinking hurts your body, so he only prepared 1 bottle of medicinal wine.
I said, why is there no wine? Let me taste this wine. Qin Dalin smiled, picked up the wine and opened it, poured himself a cup and put it into his mouth and tasted it, and in a moment he was surprised. This wine is very good. I'll taste it. Seeing that,
Qin Shuizhen also poured himself a cup and was also surprised.
It's very good. It shouldn't be a new wine. Listening to the two men, the others picked up the wine and poured it into their glasses and tasted it. It tastes really good. None of that spice. Qin Lin had an expected expression. According to the time, this wine was almost 3 years old. Naturally it was better than normal new wine. But the value of this wine was not in the good taste, but the additional attributes. Sure enough, after a few moments of effort, all of them felt a smooth flow of qi and blood all over their bodies, and a warm feeling in their loins, and another wave of amazement. Qin Lin also poured himself a cup at this time, and said towards Qin Shuizhen, Qin Dalin, and these people, uncles, without further ado, I, Qin Lin, thank you for helping my family during our most difficult time. I, Lin Zi, remember it in my heart. I toast you all. Xiao Lin, why are you saying that? We're all countrymen. It's only right to help each other out. Qin Shuizhen smiled and said towards the others, then let's all have a drink with Lin Zi. The others responded by picking up cups. Come, have a drink with Lin Zi. Lin Zi, uncle toasts you. Next to Lin Fan saw the scene, heart doubly comforted. She would like to tell her deceased husband, her son has been the backbone of the family, has been able to bear the responsibility of the family. Then, Qin Lin poured himself another glass of wine and toasted to Zhao Xianhong and Chen Zhao's husband and wife. Dad, Mom, I was unintelligent before, and I upset you with Mei. Thank you for forgiving me. This glass is to you. You child. We're all family. Why are we talking about this? Chen Xiao hurriedly said, looking at Qin Lin as his son-in-law was becoming more and more satisfied. The meal took more than an hour to finish, and everyone who had something to do left one after another, leaving behind only Qin Ren's family and Qin Dashan's father and son, who obviously had something to do. Qin Dashan saw that everyone had left, before he asked Qin Lin in a somewhat embarrassed manner, Xiao Lin, I wonder if you still need help on your side of the mountain village. Xiao Long's situation is also known to you. After coming out and looking for a few jobs, no one wants him, his life is considered ruined. If you are short of people over there, feel free to arrange a job for him. Qin Long frowned, Dad, I can handle my own affairs. Can you handle the mess that would be made? For a woman, Qin Dashan did not have the good sense to say, and then looked at Qin Lin. His face are a little embarrassed. Opening this mouth in this situation can actually be easily misunderstood as holding a favor hostage, but for the sake of his indisputable son, he, an old father, could only fall on his old face. Qin Long looked at his father's appearance as also unusually entangled, want to say something, but afraid to provoke his father angry. He knows that his own things did not let the family less worry. Lin Fan also looked at Qin Lin, clearly wanting her son to help others. After all, the other family wasn't rich, and had borrowed $10,000 when their own family was at its worst. Uncle Dashan, I'll talk to Brother Long later. Qin Lin smiled and said, he knew that after this society had a record, he would certainly face many unfairness, even if you were brave, but no boss has the effort to seek proof. The best way is not to. Uncle Dashan has a favor to their family. The other party has opened this mouth. He must help, but how to help is a problem. Alright, then, Xiaolong, you and Lindsay have a good chat. He's more talented than you. Listen to him more. Qin Dashan's face also showed joy. A few moments later, Qin Lin led Qin Ren and Qin Long to the tea table on the other side. Brewing tea is a special culture of the Southerners, especially for the people of Min Province. Tea culture can be said to be infiltrated into the bones. From tea utensils, water quality to the drinking of various types of tea are extremely elaborate. This aspect should not be much better than the people of Min Province. Now talk about business, as often wine is the mainstream. A business talk down, as if not to drink people into the hospital do not stop in general. Often are drinking with a smile on the face, drinking back cursing. Minnesotans, however, can often spend an afternoon drinking tea and then negotiate a deal right in the middle of the brew. Personally, Qin Lin felt that this was worthy of esteem. Too much wine hurts after all. Naturally, which is probably why he doesn't understand the culture of the table. Qin Lin brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for both Qin Ren and Qin Long before he opened his mouth and inquired towards Qin Long. Brother Long, you're 5 years older than me. I'm not too big for my britches. It's only right for our two families to help each other out. Even though Uncle Dashan said that, do you have any ideas of your own? To be honest, he did not want to let his friends and family into their own villa. One is not good management. The second psychological, actually difficult to do the same. If encountered smart, willing to work okay, encountered the old grease will be angry to death. The main thing is that he is the service industry. Qin Long is honest and good, but also boring gourd. Honestly not suitable for doing this. Really casually arrange a job that is also shabby. It was crucial for him to understand Qin Long's own thoughts first. Qin Long shook his head and said, what's the use of ideas? In my current situation, I'm despised everywhere I go. Qin Lin, If it doesn't bother you, just tell my dad that I've already been given a job, so that I can appease my dad on my side, and then I'll confess to him when I've found some kind of doorway. Qin Lin laughed. They are all young people, and at Qin Long's rather embarrassing age, the other party will definitely not come to him to work in the service industry in this mountain villa. However, he had an idea on how to help Qin Long. Qin Ren on the side was up to gossiping, suddenly flirting towards Qin Long. By the way, Brother Long, have you gone to look for that woman? She should be moved to throw her arms around, right? Qin Lin was also ignited by the topic of gossip and looked curiously at Qin Long. The reason why Qin Long went in there in the first place was also because of a party. A drunken man was making a move on a girl he had a crush on. How could he stand it? So he went up to stop it, and accidentally made the other person fall down and go into the hospital. That's how Qin Long went in for 6 months, leaving a record. It was reasonable to say that in this situation, Qin Long's affair with the girl must have become a success. Qin Long said, "Looked for her. She's pregnant now." Qin Ren was surprised. "Brother Long, you can do it. Come out and get a human life." Qin Long is full of gloomy face said, "Not my. Is that drunk?" She said the other day just drunk mood bad to her as another person. She contact down found each other's as a good person. After that together. Qin Lin, Qin Ren. It's kinda a sad story. Both men were suddenly a little glad that they had met the right girls. Qin Long's encounter is really incredible. Damn, this kind of plot dog blood TV drama only will play, right? Surprisingly, it happened to someone close to him. Qin Long had sighed, seeing the other party picking her up in a paramera. I also realized that it was me who was unworthy. Qin Lin, Qin Ren. This seems to be a sadder story. And, well, this one is more realistic. Chapter 84. It's a walking $1 million. After Qin Lin heard this sad story of Qin Long, he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "Brother Long, I do have a project on my side. Would you like to hear about it?" Aha! Qin Long didn't refuse this. He and Qin Lin exchanged not too much, but also from the mouth of the elders know each other as a person. Since the opening is certainly want to help themselves, if there is a good project he will not be pretentious. Qin Lin also explained, "Brother Long, what do you think of the project of growing tomatoes? I have a channel on my side, so you don't have to be afraid of sales problems." He has checked the relevant information. The general farmland planted tomatoes. The cost of about an acre of land to be between 300 to 400 yuan. Yucheng rural land rent is about 400 a year. 1 acre of land can produce about 2,500 to 3,000 kilograms of tomatoes per mu. And now the wholesale price is an average of 4 to 5 yuan a kilogram. It's definitely highly profitable. Naturally, investing in produce preservation, channels, disaster risk, and distribution channels can be a huge problem, especially for an inexperienced person. Qin Long didn't expect Qin Lin to be talking about such a project, and after thinking about it, he asked, "Qin Lin, are you sure there's no problem with that sales channel?" Agricultural products to make money he is aware of, because the guy who drives a paramera is investing in agricultural products, got kumquat orchards, vineyards. Every year tourists go to the other side to experience the fun of picking their own fruits. That's one of the reasons she chose that man. She said she liked the idyllic life. But the city of you also do a lot of agricultural products, making money but less, because there is no good sales channels. Most of them have to go through a wave of middlemen exploitation. Profits are also pressed very low. Qin Lin smiled and said, "Brother Long, and I won't hide it from you, that sales channel is myself. I plan to start a ketchup factory, and I'll definitely need to collect tomatoes when the time comes." He had confidence in the secret recipe for ketchup he had gotten from the game, and he had the mountain villa as a dependent publicity channel, so I'm afraid he would need a lot of tomato ingredients when the time came. Letting Qin Long grow tomatoes not only helps the other party, but also doesn't have to let the other party into his mountain village, the best of both worlds. However, he did not absolutely guarantee, but instead, he also said towards Qin Long, "Naturally, I cannot guarantee that my factory will absolutely be red hot, but even if I fail, your first season of tomatoes I absolutely collected. My mountain villa there is also a sales center can be sold, so now it depends on the meaning of the dragon brother you yourself. Dare to trust me, dare to spell a fight." Qin Long was a bit torn when he heard this. This is obviously an opportunity, but it is also dependent on the premise that Qin Lin can build this factory well. It does bring up a question of trust or mistrust. Qin Long finally said, "I'll go back and think about it." Aha! Qin Lin nodded. This kind of thing for them ordinary people do have to think deeply. Once they want to do it, at least 50,000 to start, 100,000 to get out of the scale. These are already huge sums of money for the ordinary people. It really is not a pat on the head to decide. Things to talk about this is also basically to a paragraph. Qin Lin turned to other topics. Most of the talk is also a young boy's anecdote. Rural children, who did not wash away in the river as a child in the pants. Slippers, who has not been chased by geese. After Qin Long and Qin Ren both left, Zhao Maching also came up to help clean up the tea table and asked, Qin Lin, do you really intend to open a ketchup factory? Qin Lin laughed and said, you didn't eat it. It's not like we made our own ketchup. The first time I run a factory, I always feel unsure. Zhao Maching said with some concern, why don't we start with a small workshop to try it out at first? Qin Lin said, at first there is no way to get too big, and there is no money to get big, but there are mountain villas to rely on. It is not yet a small workshop. To get a scale first smaller factory is. I'll support you in everything you decide. Although Zhao Mo Turnip took a stand, she was still a bit uneasy and said, let's pack up and go to the mountain lodge, make more sweet and sour and spicy ketchup, and get some more tourists to try it out. Listen to you. Qin Lin laughed as he scooped Zhao Mochizuki onto his lap and planted a kiss on her mouth. Zhao Mo Turnip's idea was a bit too careful, but didn't a man need such a woman to keep an eye on him? The more careful you are, the less likely you are to make a big mistake. After tidying up the house a bit, Qin Lin also let Zhao Maching drive and take him along to the mountain village. She didn't drink. Upon arriving at the mountain villa, Zhao Maching was the first to drag Qin Lin inside the backyard to start making tomato sauce. Under Qin Lin's guidance, she made several sweet, sour and spicy tomato sauces by hand and arranged for Gao Yaoyao to let visitors try them. In the case of the blind auditions, the final results were all assured by the fact that she made a better ketchup than any of those brands. Qin Lin has also been on the internet to find relevant information. Running a factory, especially food factories, are very strict monitoring. A variety of documents. Procedures are very much. After looking up the information, he realized it was too much trouble. He wants to get his own brand of ketchup from scratch. If the food company alone need formalities and various documents do not know how much time, the factory also need to meet the production requirements of the sanitary environment. Therefore, the best and fastest way is to acquire a food factory. All kinds of documents and formalities are complete. All he has to do is to buy over, change the property rights, preferably the original production of ketchup project. With that in mind, he started checking to see if there were any food factories listed in the county, and found that surprisingly, there were really 2 listed, both of which were small factories, and which also met his initial requirements for use. There are many such small factories in the county, and naturally more of them have gone out of business. He looked at the information of the 2 factories, more surprised to find that a factory just happened to have a full set of production line of ketchup production, labeled or brand new, 70% off transfer. The factory is still expedited sale price of 1.5 million. This makes him curious. Have purchased brand new equipment. It is reasonable to have the mind to develop how to choose to sell the factory. Also, that factory info presentation, 1.5 million seems a bit cheap. This is either a real encounter or something is wrong. 1.5 million Qin Lin can take out now. The turnover of the lodge is more than 400,000 a day. When he saw the message, he also took out his cell phone and dialed according to the contact information. Whatever's going on with this factory, always check it out. And if it's a good fit, buy it outright and save yourself a lot of time. After contacting the other party, Qin Lin realized that the other party was eager. There is a special industrial area in Yuchang, in the west of the county, originally a small town, now surrounded by factories built one by one. This kind of place can't have big factories, but also all small factories. Qin Lin called the other party as soon as he arrived, and in a few moments, he saw a haggard-faced man in his 50s walk out with a cell phone. Are you Mr. Qin? Aha. Qin Lin nodded. The man hurriedly stepped forward and said, my name is Wang Xin. Is the boss of this factory? Mr. Qin, I will first take you to see the environment of the factory, as well as all kinds of property rights certificates and formalities. Certificates of conformity? Aha. Qin Lin did not refuse and followed the man into the factory. The factory is not very big. There are only 2 production lines. In addition, there is an area is still empty. Looks obviously reserved for the expansion of the use of the later. Have all made plans. Brand new equipment. With a follow-up program, none of which looks like it's selling the plant. Employees are still working on 2 production lines. One for wafers and one for the newly opened ketchup production line. Wang Xin also did not forget to introduce while walking. Mr. Qin, this tomato paste production line is a 4-head plunger canning, compensation vacuum screw cap, plastic sealing, can produce 1,000 to 1,200 bottles of 200g tomato paste per hour. Those employees had more or less a trace of worry on their faces. Obviously they all knew that the boss was going to sell the factory. Generally those who can work in the factory are the kind who can endure hardship and like to settle down. And the last thing they want to do is to run around blindly and look for a job again. Qin Lin followed Wang Xin to look over the factory. as well as all kinds of property rights documents.
These things he also specifically took photos and sent them to Chenli,
so that the other party to help determine the final are no problem. Is that the factory has a loan?
That brand new ketchup production line is a loan to buy.
No wonder it is only sold for 1.5 million.
Bought the factory and still need to take over those loans.
Xin Lin couldn't help but wonder. Mr. Wang,
I'm surprised that you seem to have a plan for the follow-up of this factory.
So why did you suddenly expedite the listing? Wang Xin sighed when he heard this,
and seemed to be looking for a confidant as well,
saying, Mr. Qin, truth be told, I came out from the countryside, and when I was a child,
my family was so poor that they couldn't afford to open their pots,
and when I came to the city,
I was also always subjected to cold stares,
so after having a child of my own, I have been pampered,
and didn't allow him to suffer as much as I did. But who knows that this child grows up not with their own character.
You say marry a wife not to live a good life, only to give 200,000 dowry, and outside secretly and other women fooling around. This divorce to give a sum of money, this other side to bring back to give 200,000 dowry again. Even if he's such an asshole,
he still hangs out with a bunch of foxes and dogs all day long. And some time ago he got drunk and told me he got into a fight with someone and injured them. I thought it was just a normal fight and was ready to wipe his ass for him. But who knows, the police ended up at his door. The other party simply did not do anything, has been passive by my son slaps, but also by the other party companions recorded the whole process, and now the other party identified perforated eardrums, but also made an impact on hearing,
ear pain, ear stuffiness, tinnitus identification report,
but also sued the court for damages of $1 million,
or let my son go to jail, which is still locked up in it. I opened this factory only some years ago.
Some of the money I earned was filled to this asshole. The new production line of the factory is still a loan to buy, and now I have no choice but to sell the factory in this situation. Xin Lin sort of realized that this Wang always had a pitiful son.
Honestly, if they are fighting and assaulting each other, even if the eardrum is perforated,
this request for compensation of $1 million is actually a bit excessive,
and the court will not even accept it.
But this beaten person segment is obviously a bit high.
Was beaten eardrum perforation and still do not fight back. This is from the fight to assault into intentional injury crime.
The key Mr. Wang's son also has companions. Hard to pull that what social gang nature can also be.
Plus ear pain, ear stuffiness, tinnitus,
that is a serious disability. The point is that these symptoms are hard to determine. A perforated eardrum can cause these,
and the person who was hit says they did, so odds are the hospital will give an identification report. In this case, isn't Mr. Wang's son finished? Barbecue? Therefore, people should not be too crazy,
or get drunk and think that the whole world is theirs.
Maybe they have become a walking $1 million in the eyes of others. Chapter 85, the first product of the Turnip Grove brand. Mr. Wang, it's really hard to know how to persuade you. Xin Lin could only shake his head at Wang Xian's pitiful son, and added, I'm very satisfied with this factory, and I plan to buy it. Wang Xian at this time on the contrary, did not rush to agree. Xin total, the factory I can sell you, just I have a request, cannot fire the staff. As for the management, I have only a factory director here. If you want to, forget it, I will give him compensation myself. He was also well aware that when an owner buys a factory, the odds are that he's going to use one of his own for the position of factory manager. When Xin Lin heard Wang Xian's request, he thought for a moment and said, Mr. Wang, I bought the factory to produce as well. I won't fire the employees at will if they don't make mistakes. As for that factory manager, let me meet him.
Since the factory is not in trouble because of its operations,
there is no problem with the employees, and there is no reason why readily available skilled workers should not be available.
As for the plant manager, he had no good candidates himself.
Now this factory director can let Wang Xian in this situation still think of him. People are obviously also good, but can be used first to examine the investigation. Many thanks, Mr. Qin. Wang Xian thanked from the bottom of his heart,
after which he also called a man in his early 40s over.
Mr. Qin.
His name is Deng Guang.
He's the factory's director. Deng Guang. This is Mr. Qin. I decided to sell the factory to him.
Tang Guang looked at Xin Lin. He also knew the situation of his boss's family.
He could only sigh and said, Mr. Qin,
I will help Mr. Wang and you to hand over the details of the factory later.
If you want to continue to use me, I'll do a good job for you, and I understand if you want to send someone else.
This position is very crucial after all, and I won't make it difficult for Mr. Wang and you.
Xin Lin's first impression of this Deng Guang is good. After thinking about it, he instructed, Deng factory director,
I'll go to do the formalities with Mr. Wang later. You first go to help me talk to those employees. I need everyone to add a confidentiality agreement after I bought the factory.
If the violation of confidentiality agreement compensation will be very large. Those who are willing to stay. Those who are not willing to stay. I'm not forced to do so. The secret ketchup recipe isn't some high-tech technology that's easier to crack, and some confidentiality precautions are a must. After, Qin Lin also followed Mr. Wang to sign the contract, and together they went to the Commercial Property Rights Change Center. Changing the title of the factory is not both sides to sign a word even if the transaction is completed. Whether it is the title of the factory, or the use of property rights need to accept the relevant departments to review the examination. There is no problem in order to carry out the transaction. In those big cities, this series of process down to take a long time. The city of you is such a small place is very fast, and afternoon time is done. When the change was approved, Qin Lin reapplied to change the name of the factory to Turnip Lin Foods Company. The next formalities would take some time, and that had nothing to do with Wang Xin. Mr. Qin, in the future this factory is yours. I wish you a prosperous business. Wang Xin's face was complex when he left. After all, it was the factory that he had gotten up with his own hands, and he had originally thought of making a big splash. I only blame myself for not teaching my son well. After that, Qin Lin also made another trip to the factory. Deng Guang was waiting to meet him, the new boss, with about 20 employees from the factory when he arrived. Deng Guang stepped forward and said, Mr. Qin, these employees are willing to stay and sign that confidentiality agreement. Every employee clearly has some apprehension on their face. After all, with a new boss and some kind of non-disclosure agreement, it's just that they really don't want to lose their jobs. Qin Lin is also clear about the psychology of these employees. So he said, since everyone is willing to sign a confidentiality agreement to stay, then I also tell you the good news. Confidentiality agreements signed after everyone's wages are increased by 100. I also give you another guarantee. Everyone, if you do a good job, the future wages will certainly rise. If there is cheating, I do not want. When those employees heard that their wages could be increased by 100, all of their faces showed joy. Small local hitters are apparently easily satisfied. Qin Lin added, also, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Lin. Turnip Lin Villa is owned by me, and in the future, the products produced by the factory will also be sold at Turnip Lin Villa. These words finally surprised those employees, including Deng Guang, who looked at Qin Lin in amazement. The new boss or the owner of Turnip Grove Lodge? I've even been to Turnip Grove Lodge before on vacation. My daughter has also been clamoring to go to Turnip Grove Villa to drink the medicinal honey water. Turnip Lodge is so hot in Yuching now that I heard the county is giving money to help Turnip Lodge expand. Inexplicably, the entire factory staff seemed energized. Over the next few days, the formalities for the factory were thoroughly completed. Zhao Mo Turnip knew that he really bought another factory. The first time the factory's various bills were checked again and again before he was relieved. As for the side of the lodge, the medicinal honey water was sold out every day, and the turnover had been maintained at around $400,000. However, it seems that the heat is no longer growing substantially in the online hills, which is a bit different than what was expected at the beginning. At first Qin Rin told him that the mountain, if the hit burst the traffic pool, that the heat will certainly maintain a long time. Like those hit burst the traffic pool of the Netroots, which is not easy to break a few million fans? But his official number of fans of this mountain village has only reached more than 900,000 now, not even a million. Something seemed to click when he swiped through his phone to a succession of mega-hit videos of long-legged women selling their wares. That seems to be a female internet sensation that has sprung up out of nowhere and has made it to the top 3 of the Hot 100. It's clear that there are Douyin officials pushing her. This mountain resort of his is an attraction, and the nature of Netflix's fans is different. After all, Netflix is the one who will yell hello to the family, PK yell thank you to the family, prepare benefits for the family, and bring goods to the family at a loss. These are all profits that can be brought to Douji. After all, they are all being shared by the Douji platform. Therefore, many netizens all day long shouting Lin Chang Mao. These netizens do not seal heaven and earth. Where do you know will not be sealed at all? Because most of the leaks cut by these people into the pockets of the Douyin. That's capital. Now that Douyin is clearly trying to hold up this big leggy seller, his mountain naturally has to make way to be limited in traffic, and it's impossible to grow significantly. The hills want to continue to add to the heat, either by spending money on traffic or having something new and eye-catching to overshadow the sellout's thighs. Qin Lin put down his cell phone and walked towards the backyard. He didn't want to get into that heat for a while. The lodge carries a limited number of guests, and when the heat reaches a certain point, the heat gets even higher, and he is still limited to 500 people. Into the backyard. The first thing he did was to walk towards the watermelon seedlings from those game seeds. The vines were already dense and I was afraid that they would bloom in a few days. The potted delphinium next to it is growing well and has perfect branches and flowers. Then he entered the shed. in which ordinary watermelon seedlings had been planted, with a flowering period of 35 to 45 days. Once you know the flowering time of the game seed, you have to use colchicine to change the ploidy of the game seed seedling plant and calculate the flowering time of the two kinds of watermelons so that you can transplant them for pollination.